13 Hours, the Airborne Edition. Sunset Annihilation of the Clan. My grandfather is the martial god of Huaxia. Your grandmother is the wealthiest person in the nation. Even your distant relatives are distinguished figures in their respective fields. However, with such a background as yours. Yet, at the engagement ceremony, he was publicly jilted by his fiancé, who declared that she would rather marry a dog than him. Then, she turned and fell into the embrace of the green tea male lead. Just when everyone was poised to witness your misfortune. Yet you respond with laughter instead of anger. We're the guards of the Qin family. In the following moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps resonated. At the forefront stood a dancer of the 8th rank, known as Qin Wu. What commands does the young master have? In your gaze, there exists not a trace of emotion as you observe the two individuals before you. Eliminate them. Upon hearing these words, the child of destiny, Xiao Fan, was immediately taken aback. However, Lu Ruyin displayed not a hint of fear. Instead, she was exceedingly angered with Qin Wu. Did you not profess your love for me? Is this truly your expression of affection? Upon uttering these words, Qin Wu, who was poised to charge forward, hesitated for a moment. He was acutely aware of Lu Ruyin's esteemed position in your heart. It is no exaggeration to assert that her words hold the weight of a divine decree for you. Thus, he found himself uncertain whether you truly intended to slay her, or if you were merely seeking to frighten Lu Ruyin. Upon witnessing Qin Wu's hesitation, a trace of triumph flickered across Lu Ruyin's visage. She then spoke once more, addressing Qin Yan. I am profoundly disappointed in you. It appears that the love you professed is steeped in selfishness. True love should aspire to the happiness of the other, should it not? I have now discovered my own happiness. You ought to wish me, well, rather than resorting to intimidation here. Upon hearing these words, you let out a cold laugh. My prior affection for you was a personal matter of mine, Qin Yan. However, today it concerns the entire Qin family. The affront you have inflicted upon us can only be cleansed with blood. Lu Ruyin was startled by your frigid words, momentarily lost in thought as she took a step back. At this moment, Xiao Fan stood before him, pointing a finger at Qin Yan and angrily declaring, You rely on your family's influence. What merit does that hold? If you possess true skill, let us engage in an unknown duel. Should I emerge victorious, grant me the right to take her away. With a disdainful glance, Ruyin directed her gaze at Xiao Fan, elegantly uttering 2 words. Xiao Fan was instantly consumed by rage. You. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin's father, Lu Zhong, stepped forward, observing the insincere smile upon your face. That young Master Qin, it is I who have led you astray in this matter. Perhaps it would be best for us to return home first, and, subsequently, we shall consider returning the marriage contract. What do you think? In truth, I too wish for Ruyin to marry you. However, as Ruyin wisely stated, a forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. We shall apologize for this matter. Please do not allow this incident to tarnish the bond between our two families. You turned your head, casting a nonchalant gaze upon Lu Zhong, that old scoundrel. He was acutely aware of the fact that Lu Ruyin and Xiao Fan were secretly indulging in a romance behind his back. Yet, in order to maintain access to the resources of the Qin family, he resolutely concealed this matter. However, you now find yourself disinclined to engage with him, turning instead to the guards, instructing them to apprehend every member of the Lu family and to quell any acts of defiance. The merciless slaughterer is the young master. In the next moment, the guards lunged at the Lu family members like ravenous wolves. What is your intention? How dare you, a mere guard, lay a hand on me? Do you believe I would sever your hand? Do you truly think I would have it chopped off? At that moment, a man in his 20s roared with fury, while also preparing to strike at the guards. In the next moment, the vice captain of the guard struck, shattering the skull with a single blow. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zhong's mind was instantly engulfed in a void. How could this be? Logically speaking, Qin Yan had always lavished affection upon Lu Ruyin, readily acquiescing to her every request. Yet, how could things have devolved to this state? This narrative unfolds as you unexpectedly traverse into the realm of a novel, embodying the role of a sycophantic antagonist. As the scion of a prestigious family, you find yourself utterly devoted to the green tea heroine, sacrificing the vast wealth of your lineage amounting to hundreds of billions in your relentless pursuit of her affection. Ultimately, the male protagonist, with a mere smile, captivated the female lead. Together, they conspired to bring about the ruin of the original character, leading to her complete downfall. Although the original protagonist later experienced a profound awakening, she took up a knife with the intention of severing the male lead. Yet, the outcome was that the protagonist, united, extinguished his life, leaving not a trace of his lineage behind. Now you have traversed through time, and you shall undoubtedly ensure that such a situation never arises again. However, at that moment, Lu Ruyan beheld the young man who had been slain and suddenly cried out, "Qin Yan, how dare you allow someone to take my cousin's life? You must immediately slay that guard and then kneel before my father to offer your apologies. Otherwise, I shall sever all ties with you, and we shall never meet again in this lifetime." As the words hung in the air, the guards who were in the midst of their tasks paused momentarily. They turned their gazes toward you, a flicker of terror flashing in their eyes. Not long ago, one of the guards, unable to tolerate the presence of Lu Ruyan's cousin, had approached you to demand something, exchanging a few words. Little did he know, Lu Ruyan's complaint led to an immediate and brutal consequence. Your decisive intervention resulted in the shattering of the guard's leg. At this moment, Lu Ruyan gazed with a sense of pride upon the years that had passed. He felt that he had completely mastered the situation as long as he uttered the words to sever ties. No matter how harsh the conditions presented, you would undoubtedly acquiesce without hesitation. Lu Zhong's expression also softened. However, confronted by their gaze, a faint smile appeared on your face. "Haha, Lu Ruyan, you truly cannot distinguish between the major and minor kings, can you? Do you realize that in my eyes, you are no different from a dog? While I can tolerate your petty whims when I am amused, I shall not hesitate to put you in your place should you overstep your bounds." After speaking, you cast your gaze towards the guard squad, urging them to persist without pause. Upon hearing these words, the guards were instantly invigorated, letting out a resounding shout as they resumed their assault on the Lu family. The mother in the audience observed your method of handling the situation, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing her face. This is the demeanor that befits the young master of the Qin family. You then turned your gaze towards Qin Wu, who was lost in thought. You cast your gaze towards the dazed Qin Wu. What are you staring at? Do not hesitate to eliminate this pair of wretched lovers. Ensure their demise is accompanied by profound suffering. Qin Wu suddenly regained his composure, letting out a thunderous shout. It is the young master. In the next moment, a golden hand, measuring 3 meters in diameter, materialized abruptly above Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan, poised to strike them down mercilessly. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Following closely, a sharp blade of energy abruptly manifested. A sharp surge of sword energy suddenly manifested, piercing through Qin Wu's palm with explosive force. The pressure weighing upon Xiao Fan and his companion instantly dissipated. He turned his gaze towards the individual who had intervened, a hint of surprise illuminating his countenance. The individual who intervened is Gao Wei, the vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, and he is currently Xiao Fan's mentor. He possesses the strength accumulated over half a lifetime. You observe Gao Wei, a silent sneer forming within your heart. Finally, the old dog has made his move. In the narrative, Gao Wei serves as Xiao Fan's most pivotal assistant in the early stages. Without him, as the vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, his absence is profoundly felt. As the vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, he generously provided Xiao Fan with a plethora of resources, techniques, and protection. Particularly during the recent engagement banquet, the Qin family possessed the capability to eliminate both protagonists entirely. However, Gao Wei intervened, forcibly escorting Xiao Fan and the entire Lu family away. Although you are aware of Gao Wei's intentions, you still feign curiosity and pose a couple of questions to Vice Dean Gao. "What do you intend to do?" Gao Wei replied. Gao Wei responded, "Qin Yan, what transpired today was undeniably an error on their part. Yet they are merely students, prone to acts of impulsiveness. But you wish to take their lives. Is that not an overreaction? Your voice is chilling. Vice Dean Gao, Lu Ruyan has today brought disgrace upon the Qin family, rendering them the laughingstock of the entire capital. Do you truly believe such a matter can be attributed to mere impulsiveness? This incident has indeed placed the Qin family in a difficult position. This matter indeed poses a challenge for the Qin family. However, The head of the Liu family has already declared that he will reprimand Liu Ruyan upon their return. Simultaneously, the academy will impose penalties on Xiao Fan. Do you think this arrangement is acceptable? Upon hearing these words, both Xiao Fan and the members of the Liu family revealed a glimmer of hope in their eyes. However, in the next moment, your voice resounded, declaring that no one could trample upon the dignity of the Qin family and emerge unscathed, regardless of who they may be. Upon hearing these words, Gao Wei's expression instantly darkened. So, you are unwilling to grant me this favor? Indeed, they must perish today. Indeed, they must perish today. Upon hearing these words, Gao Wei let out a cold snort, exuding the aura befitting a semi-saint level powerhouse. If I were to insist on taking them away, you remain resolute. Then you may give a try. Qin Wu eliminated that treacherous pair. The young master, Qin Wu, let out a thunderous roar, then unsheathed his long blade and charged towards the two individuals. Xiao Fan was so frightened that his very soul seemed to escape him. Xiao Fan was so terrified that his soul seemed to escape him. He cried out in panic for his master, "Save me!" As he faced imminent death, Gao Wei hastily extended his hand, a large purple hand suddenly materializing beside Qin Wu, striking him directly. Qin Wu's body was abruptly propelled forward, crashing against the wall, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. Subsequently, Gao Wei struck again. Gao Weiwen struck, inflicting grievous injuries upon the group of guards. After accomplishing this, he bellowed at Xiao Fan and Liu Ruyan, demanding, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and flee." The two individuals finally came to their senses and swiftly dashed outside. Yet you did not intervene. Instead, you took out your phone and made a call. The phone was swiftly connected, and a cheerful voice rang out. "Ha! Yinner, why are you calling me now? Your engagement banquet has concluded. Unfortunately, I, along with others, must remain here to stand guard and cannot leave easily. I can only return on the day of your grand wedding." Upon hearing this, you spoke with a tone of grievance. "Grandfather, I've been wronged." Qin Chi's voice suddenly turned serious. "What is the matter? Yinner, please tell your grandfather. I shall take charge of this for you." You briefly explained the situation. You briefly outlined the situation, ultimately concluding that Gao Wei is merely taking advantage of the absence of my father and our second uncle, daring to trample upon the dignity of the Qin family. After Qin Chi listened, she was filled with rage. How dare they, those wretches? We are not in the capital, yet they have the audacity to bully the Qin family, do they? However, what do you intend to do about this matter? Grandfather will support you unconditionally. It appears that you have not provided any content for me to refine and translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on. Your lips curved ever so slightly. Are you the protagonists, Gao Wei, and the other? Let us see how you meet your demise, just 1 hour from now. A resounding voice emanated from outside. "Sister-in-law, Xiao Yan, I have returned." You lifted your gaze. A man clad in battle armor strode in with great confidence, followed by over 30 elite warriors wielding weapons. It was none other than your second uncle, Qin Yan. You and he briefly recounted the sequence of events, and the hot-tempered Qin Yan immediately prepared to exact revenge on the Liu family, but had not yet stepped outside. Uncle Yinlang has also brought people with him. Who dares to bully my sister and nephew? Meanwhile, in the Liu family study, Liu Ruyan and Xiao Fan were engaged in affectionate gestures, their movements intimate and playful. Liu Zhong furrowed his brows, his face etched with worry, and let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Liu Ruoyan felt a hint of dissatisfaction. "Father, what are you sighing about here?" Liu Zhong cast him a piercing glance and inquired, "What do you think? Today, in front of so many witnesses, you annulled your engagement with Qin Yan. The Qin family will undoubtedly seek to suppress our Liu family. As the head of the family, he understands all too well that it has been the support of the Qin family over the years that elevated our Liu family to a stature that does not rightfully belong to us. Now, without the backing of the Qin family, what fate awaits the Liu family?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan curled her lips in disdain. "What does it matter? I'll just tell Qin Yan to continue supporting the Liu family." This prompted Liu Zhong to recall the events of today's engagement banquet. "Ruyan," he inquired, "do you believe Qin Yan will still be able to support us?" Liu Ruyan raised her exquisitely crafted chin with an air of pride. "Certainly, I not only demand that he continue to provide financial support to the Qin family, but I also expect him to kneel before the Liu family and offer an apology for daring to take my cousin's life. Should he fail to demonstrate the proper attitude, I shall never grant him my forgiveness. Even now, Lu Ruyin still believes that you remain the same submissive figure from the past, convinced that a mere display of firmness on his part will dissuade you from pursuing this matter. Lu Zhong also recalled the attitude you had towards his daughter over the past few years, and his heart felt a great relief. He turned to Xiao Fan and said, Xiao Fan, we are placing our entire family's hopes on you this time. You must strive diligently and not let Ru Yin and me down. Xiao Fan immediately stood up. I assure you, Uncle Lu, with unwavering conviction that I shall one day attain the status of a martial sage or even a martial deity. At that time, I will assist the Lu family in becoming the preeminent clan in the nation. At that moment, when Yinlu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent. We shall await your arrival. Just as the three of them were engaged in delightful conversation, the door to the study was pushed open. The butler rushed in, flustered, exclaiming that a grave situation had arisen. The Qin family had come to their doorstep with malicious intent. He urged the master to take heed, but before he could finish his words, a blade of war pierced through him, ending his sentence abruptly. The blade protruded from the chest, and drops of crimson blood fell steadily to the ground. The newcomer is an 8th-rank master of the Qin family. He unsheathed his long blade and regarded the three individuals in the study, Lu Chong, Lu Ruyin, with a chilling gaze. The young master summons you. Lu Zhong was rendered pale by the situation before him, his legs trembling slightly, while Lu Ruyin rose to her feet. Furious, he exclaimed, You audacious scoundrel! How dare you commit murder within the confines of the Lu family? Kneel before me. With that, he advanced, raising his hand to strike the martial artist's face. In an instant, the martial artist's eyes blazed with an inexhaustible fury. Lu Ruyan's hand, which could barely reach the sky, suddenly froze, and her entire body began to tremble. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan was taken aback. An 8th-grade martial artist? How could the Qin family possibly still possess one? To his knowledge, nearly all of the Qin family's 8th-grade martial artists had been sent to the battlefield. The warrior cast a cold glance at them, offering no room for negotiation, either depart or perish. Lu Zhong hastily remarked, Let us leave, we shall take our leave. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ruyin and the others arrived at the front courtyard, only to discover that many members of the Lu family bore bruises and injuries. It seems that one has been subjected to a beating. In the center of the Grand Hall of the Tang Dynasty, a solitary chair is positioned, where you sit with an expressionless demeanor. Before you stands a resplendently attired noblewoman in her 40s, vociferously berating you. Qin Yan, you little scoundrel, how dare you treat me in such a manner? I advise you to release us promptly and offer compensation, otherwise I shall ensure that Ru Yin never forgives you for the rest of your life. The woman is Yin Jinxiao, the mother of Lu Ruoyan. She has certainly provided ample guidance behind Lu Ruoyan's back, teaching her how to manipulate you and assess your level of concern for her. In fact, she may possess a deeper understanding of your sentiments than Lu Ruoyan herself. Yet she remains unaware that the person you are today is no longer the same romantic as before. You cast a cold glance at him, questioning what manner of being he is to dare raise his voice in your presence. When Yin, in a moment of fury, exclaimed, What did you just say? Today, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. With that, he raised his hand, preparing to deliver a blow to your face. Yet you remain like a statue, sitting there motionless, gazing coldly at him, as Yin Jinxiao's hand approaches you, merely a mere 10 centimeters away. Only the sound of a cold snort from Qin Yan could be heard. Yin Jinxiao was struck as if by a vehicle, instantly propelled backward and collapsed onto the ground, groaning in agony. At that moment, you glanced at the warrior from the Qin family, who had just moments ago poised to strike me with one hand, only to have that very arm severed. The young master, a skilled warrior, responded with a nod, taking a few strides forward before raising the blade in his hand and bringing it down with decisive force. With a sudden thud, an arm fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Yin Jinxiao let out a piercing scream of agony before her eyes rolled back, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Ruoyan exclaimed loudly and hurried over, then shouted at you, Qin Yan, how dare you treat my mother this way? I command you to immediately use the finest medicine to reattach my mother's arm, and then eliminate this guard. Afterward, you shall bow to my mother 100 times in apology." As her words echoed in the air, you directly delivered a resounding slap, audaciously confronting me with such insolence. Witnessing this scene, who granted you the audacity to speak to me in this manner? Not far away, Xiao Fan hurried over, asking, "How are you, Yan?" Lu Ruyan, taken aback by the force of your slap, quickly regained her composure and sharply shouted at you, "Qin Yan, how dare you strike me? You have sealed your fate. I shall never acknowledge you again in this lifetime." Xiao Fan also stood up and gazed at you. "Qin Yan, how could you lay hands on a woman? What kind of man are you? If you possess any courage, let us engage in an unknown duel. Should you lose, you shall immediately lead your people away from this place." You gazed at Xiao Fan as if he were a fool. Is it possible that everyone in your family has perished? Otherwise, why do you incessantly call for an unknown duel? In a fit of rage, when Yin Xiao Fan declared, "Qin Yan, how dare you insult me? I shall engage you in a battle to the death." With these words, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and he charged fiercely towards you. You remained seated, utterly still, your gaze imbued with a profound disdain. As Xiao Fan passed by Qin Jan's eyes widened in surprise. In an instant, Xiao Fan felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon him, causing his once forward-advancing body to crash violently to the ground. His bones shattered in numerous places, and even his internal organs sustained grave injuries. As you approached Xiao Fan, you gazed down upon him from a position of superiority. "Xiao Fan, is it? I am affording you a chance. Summon Gao Wei to me at once, or else." Despite having been defeated, Xiao Fan's resolve remained unyielding. He glared fiercely at Qin Yu and Qin Yan, declaring, "You, a mere second-generation scion relying solely on your family's influence, shall never compel me to submit." A cruel smile crept across his face as he added, "I hope you can maintain that same bravado shortly." With that, he turned his attention to the Qin family dancer who had just escorted the woman from Luzhong, instructing, "Go to Xiao Fan's hometown and invite his parents and sister to join us." The young master, with a respectful gesture, turned and strode purposefully towards the exit. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Fan's heart suddenly filled with panic. I shall strike indeed." However, you let out a derisive snort, and after uttering those words, you placed your foot upon Xiao Fan's head and nonchalantly walked past. Xiao Fan's face was pressed tightly against the ground, as if it were about to erupt. Witnessing this scene, a sudden surge of strength coursed through Lu Ruyan, prompting him to rise and proclaim, "Qin Yan, I extend to you one final opportunity. Kneel and apologize, then depart with your companions. Otherwise, we shall be nothing more than strangers." You cast a cold smile at Lu Ruyan, the wolfish offender, and said, "How many times have you uttered this threat to me?" Lu Ruyan was taken aback, and a sudden sense of foreboding arose within her. What were your intentions? You disregarded him and turned your gaze towards the dancers of the Qin family. "From this moment forth, every minute, 10 members of the Lu family shall be slain, until none remain." Upon hearing your command, the formidable dancers of the Qin family swiftly extracted 10 individuals from the crowd. These individuals were utterly terrified, crying out in desperation, "Do not kill me." However, the dancer from the Qin family did not indulge in lengthy explanations. With a swift motion, she brought him to his knees, then turned her gaze to the time. At this moment, Lu Ruyan finally realized your intentions. She hurried to your side and exclaimed, "Qin Yan, is it not your desire to have me as your bride? I shall marry you, provided you spare my family and my brother, Xiao Fan. Today, I can become your woman." Observing his reluctant demeanor, a surge of anger once again ignited within you. You raised your hand anew, delivering a forceful slap to his face. The impact was so powerful that it nearly sent Lu Ruyan's head spinning. He gazes intently at you. "Qin Yan, I have already promised to marry you. What more do you desire from me? You propose that I marry you, and I must acquiesce. Yet, within your gaze flickers a chilling intent to kill. Do you truly believe that as a withered flower, you are worthy to cross the threshold of the Qin family?" Upon hearing your words, Lu Ruyan's mind momentarily went blank. It was inconceivable that this matter had been concealed, so, well, how could Qin Yan possibly be aware of it? You rose to your feet. Gazing upon the members of the Lu family, a surge of murderous intent ignited within my eyes. "I declare unto you, None shall survive this day. Not a single soul from the Liu clan is destined to live through this. Do not place the blame upon me. Direct your ire towards Lu Ruyan, who has long since shared the bed with Xiao Fan while concealing this truth from me. Furthermore, she has sought various resources from the Qin family to support your Liu family. Thus, for each of these transgressions, the fate of the Liu family is sealed. As the voice fell, the members of the Liu family turned pale, erupting into loud cries of anguish. And it was not just them. Even Lu Zhong was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Lu Ruyan. He had never been aware of this matter. All he knew was that the two were in a romantic relationship. He never anticipated that they would take their intimacy to such a level. The Liu family was truly facing impending doom. At this moment, you lifted your gaze to the sky and softly remarked, "1 minute has elapsed, let us proceed." The members of the Liu family were instantly struck with terror, their fear manifesting in a state of utter panic as they cried out, pleading for their lives. However, the dancers of the Qin family, akin to emotionless automatons, swiftly dispatched these individuals with a single stroke, subsequently dragging forth another 10 souls, awaiting the passage of a minute. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan had lost all her pride. She crawled to your side, clinging to your leg, and pleaded, "Qin Yan, I am truly sorry, it is my fault. I implore you to spare my kin. I will do anything you desire, as long as you grant them mercy." You lifted your foot. With a swift kick, he was sent aside. You possess no rightful authority to negotiate terms with me. Lu Ruyan, who had been knocked to the ground, was momentarily stunned before succumbing to tears. Regret consumed him, a profound sense of remorse enveloping his heart. Yet at that very moment, upon regaining consciousness, Yan Xiao was immediately beset by a searing pain emanating from her shoulder. "You wretched beast, Qin Yan, how dare you allow someone to sever my arm? I shall break your legs and ensure that Ru Yin is forever distanced from you." Lu Ruyan was startled by her mother, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. She hurriedly said, "Mother, perhaps you could say a few less words." Qin Yan's demeanor was akin to that of a madwoman as she furiously confronted Lu Ruyan, exclaiming, "Why do you beg a sycophant for anything? If we do not teach him a lesson this time, he will continue to ride over us with impunity." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan shut her eyes in anguish. You approached Yan Xiao and, with a swift motion, delivered a forceful kick to his mouth, instantly shattering his lips and causing his teeth to fall out. Then you leisurely remarked, "Yan Xiao, you have imparted quite a number of skills in managing household to Lu Xinyao, and one could assert that today's situation owes much to your influence. Furthermore, the items I previously sent to the Lu family have not escaped your family's notice either. Given this, upon hearing this, your gaze sharpened suddenly. Bring forth the relatives of Yan Xiao without exception. Not a single one shall be omitted." Yan Xiao's face was filled with terror. Something incessantly screams at you, yet you possess neither the inclination nor the disposition to listen. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed Gao Wei's number. The call was quickly connected, and Gao Wei's deep voice resonated from the other end. "Qin Yan, why do you call me when you are not home attending to your family matters?" "Wen Yan," you respond with a cold laugh. "Gao Wei, you truly are a hypocrite. You were so imposing while at the Qin residence, yet you fled afterward." Gao Wei was instantly enraged, warning Qin Yan to be cautious with his words, for he could easily return and give him a beating at that very moment. Yet you remain blissfully unaware the hypocrite is enraged. "If that is the case, come find me. I am currently at the Lu residence, where I have nearly annihilated its inhabitants. Oh, and by the way, your proud disciple Xiao Fan is on the verge of being defeated as well." Gao Wei was suddenly provoked by you, roaring, "Qin Yan, if anything happens to Xiao Fan, I will ruin you today. You must hurry, otherwise they might truly perish." "Ha ha ha." You laughed heartily before ending the call. On the other end of the line, Gao Wei crushed the telephone in his grip, his countenance dark and menacing as he declared, "Qin Yan, I shall not let you escape." With that, he leapt directly from the window. Shortly after his departure, Jiang Mingqing, the esteemed principal of the Capital Martial Arts Academy, burst through the door, exclaiming loudly about the return of the second son of the Qin family. However, he halted mid-sentence upon realizing the room was empty. He quickly retrieved his phone to make a call and hurriedly rushed out. Meanwhile, on the side of the Lu family, 50 individuals had already perished. Approaching Lu Ruyan, you crouched down and gently grasped her chin, revealing, "Look, These lives were lost because of you. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan's spirit teetered on the brink of collapse, trembling as she implored Qin Yan, I beg you, spare them. I will comply with whatever you ask of me. Wen Yin, a devilish smile graced the corners of your lips. Very well, should you eliminate Xiao Fan, I shall spare your family. Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she could scarcely comprehend the situation. Upon witnessing this, your expression immediately darkened. Are you unwilling? It seems you were deceiving me earlier. Subsequently, you turned your gaze towards the dancers of the Qin family and made your move. The dancer from the Qin family unsheathed her blade without hesitation, and in an instant, 10 more heads rolled to the ground. Turning around, you gazed at the surviving members of the Lu family and sighed. I initially intended to spare you, yet to my astonishment, Lu Ruyan would rather see you perish than allow her beloved to meet the same fate. If you seek someone to blame, let it be her. As soon as your words fell, Lu Zhong rose to his feet, shouting at Lu Ruyan, do you derive joy from the thought of our demise? Another member of the Lu family also scorned, wretched woman. Another member of the Lu family firmly believes that the issue originated from you. We do not concern ourselves with whom you choose to associate with, however. Why should we bear the burden of your trivial romance? No, I did not, Lu Xinyao said anxiously. I never intended for you to perish, I truly did not. Why do you not eliminate Xiao Fan? As even Lu Zhong's eyes have turned crimson. At this moment, you gently applauded from the side, exclaiming what an enviable love it was, willing to sacrifice one's entire family rather than allow their beloved to perish. Given this, it seems one must then summon Mr. Lu Zhong to meet his demise. The tone shifted instantaneously, overshadowing Lu Zhong, and moments later, he was executed. Lu Chong was so terrified that his face turned ashen, nearly losing control of himself. He roared at Lu Ruoyan, you unworthy daughter. Are you truly willing to forsake your father's life for a scoundrel you've known for less than a year? No, I would never. Lu Ruoyan wept, her sorrow rendering her a mere figure of despair. Then go and eliminate Xiao Fan. Lu Zhong shouted furiously once more. Lu Ruyan once again cast her gaze upon Xiao Fan, gritting her teeth, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of determination. She gradually approached Xiao Fan, observing Lu Ruyan's movements. Xiao Fan, in a state of panic, urgently exclaimed, Ruyan, do not be deceived by Qin Yan. Even if you were to take my life, he would not spare Uncle Lu. Lu Ruoyan continued to approach Xiao Fan, repeatedly murmuring apologies. Even if there existed the slightest chance, she was determined to save her father thus. She pressed on. With a final utterance of die, a fleeting expression of struggle flickered across his face as he raised the knife above his head, aiming it fiercely at Xiao Fan before plunging it downwards. With a heart full of despair, Xiao Fan's eyes widened in anguish, and a reluctant roar escaped his lips. Yet, just as the blade was poised to descend upon him, suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed, seeking death to follow. A violet beam of light, akin to a lightning strike, struck Lu Ruyan's shoulder, piercing through it entirely. With a muffled gasp, Lu Ruyan fell backward onto the ground. Then, a figure swiftly appeared beside Xiao Fan. It was none other than Gao Wei. Originally believing he was doomed, Xiao Fan's face lit up with a glimmer of excitement upon seeing Gao Wei. Master, you have come. Gao Wei nodded, first producing a healing elixir from his person and placing it into Xiao Fan's mouth. Then, with a gaze as frigid as ice, he turned his attention to you. Xiao Fan, you should step aside and witness how I incapacitate Qin Yan. Lu Ruyan observed Gao Wei intently. Seeing his savior, I urgently cried out, Director Gao, swiftly eliminate Qin Yan, not just him. Even the members of the Lu family felt as though they glimpsed the dawn of hope, each one exclaiming, Director Gao, your arrival is most timely. That scoundrel Qin Yan is utterly inhuman. You must avenge us. Upon witnessing this scene, one cannot help but find it amusing. A wolf in sheep's clothing remains true to its nature, and its inherent disposition will never change. At this moment, Gao Wei cast a cold glance in your direction and said, Qin Yan, I must admit I am surprised by your youth, yet your heart is as venomous as they come. Today, I shall ensure your downfall, so that you may no longer bring harm to others. With that, he slowly raised his hand as a violet radiance began to coalesce. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Fan and Lu Yin displayed a flicker of excitement on their faces, eager to take action and ideally eliminate Qin Yan without hesitation. However, just as Gao Wei was poised to strike, the piercing aura of death locked onto him. Gao Wei, just a flicker of your finger, and you shall meet your demise here today. Gao Wei was startled by the menacing aura and immediately halted his actions, turning to face Qin Yan. "Who are you?" he inquired. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yan's face as he gradually rose from his chair. "It seems that my prolonged stay at the border has caused many in the capital to forget us. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Yan." Upon hearing Gao Wei's exclamation, the entire assembly recoiled 2 steps back. And I, you are indeed the younger brother of the current head of the Qin family, the Martial Saint Qin Yan." Even the Martial Saint Xiao Fan was taken aback by Gao Wei's words. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on Qin Yan. Until now, he had presumed that Qin Yan was merely a senior captain of the guards. He never anticipated that he would actually be a martial sage. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. This was the end. Gao Wei was merely a half-step in comparison. There was no conceivable way that a martial sage could be matched by Qin Yan. Those who reacted similarly to Xiao Fan included members of the Lu family. Upon hearing the term martial sage, Lu Yin felt as though her mind had erupted in chaos, while Lu Zhong simply rolled his eyes back and fainted. However, the surprises bestowed upon them today were not solely attributed to Qin Yan. On the other side of the chair, Yin Lang slowly rose to his feet. "I had expected that anyone daring enough to bully my sister Yin Lang and my nephew would be a formidable hero, only to discover that it was merely a mistress." Observing the pallor of Gao Wei's face, you let out a soft chuckle and said, "Deputy Director Gao, did you not claim you would bring about my demise? Why have you yet to take action?" One Yin Gao Wei harbored a strong desire to crush you, yet he dared not act on it. He could only grit his teeth and address Qin Yan, saying, "You and Yin Lang have both abandoned your posts. I shall certainly report you." Qin Yan, however, merely smirked in disdain and replied, "Do not engage in idle chatter with me. I ask you plainly, are you prepared to bear the consequences of trampling upon the dignity of the Qin family?" Gao Wei clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he declared, "If you believe my actions have dishonored you, I am willing to bear the consequences and come to apologize in person. Surely that would suffice?" Qin Yan did not respond. Instead, he turned his gaze towards you. The scene astonished everyone present. They had never anticipated that your standing within the Qin family was so elevated. Even a formidable martial sage must heed your commands. Meanwhile, you cast a glance at Gao Wei and spoke calmly. "Under ordinary circumstances, minor altercations might be overlooked, but today marks the engagement banquet of Qin Yan, the young master of the Qin family. His audacious actions are a blatant disregard for the Qin family, and thus, he must face the consequences. Your relentless pursuit to eliminate Gao Wei stems from the fact that he serves as Xiao Fan's most significant ally in the early stages of a narrative, without exception. Furthermore, during the latter part of the story, when the Qin family is brought down, this individual has contributed immensely to the effort. You are acutely aware that Qin Yan's demise is intricately linked to him. Hence, it is incomprehensible that you would let him escape unscathed." Upon hearing these words, Gao Wei, a tremor of fear surged within him, and he could not restrain himself from shouting, "No, you cannot kill me. If you harm me, the Qin family shall not fare well either." You cast a frigid glance in his direction. The foolish Qin Yan burst into hearty laughter, truly worthy of being the young master of the Qin family, possessing remarkable audacity. Suddenly, he cast a gaze upon Gao Wei that resembled that of a corpse. "Bring forth your demise, Gao," he proclaimed, followed by a thunderous shout. In a swift motion, he extended his right hand, and a colossal black hand materialized above Gao Wei's head, descending upon him with tremendous force. This was none other than the Qin family's ultimate technique, the Great Demon Palm. Upon witnessing the scene, Gao Wei attempted to retaliate with a punch, only to realize the futility of his efforts. The Great Demon Palm effortlessly shattered his fist and then struck him fiercely, causing Gao Wei to immediately spew forth a mouthful of blood, his entire being sent sprawling to the ground. Qin Yan let out a cold snort, stepping forward with a raised fist, poised to deliver the final blow. However, at that moment, 2 voices suddenly echoed, followed by the sharp whistling of sword energy. A fierce sword aura sliced through the air, cleaving towards Qin Yan with remarkable swiftness. The energy seemed to rend the very fabric of space, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached Qin Yan's very presence. Qin Yan, left with no alternatives, had no choice but to abandon his intention of delivering a fatal blow to Gao Wei, and instead, he swiftly evaded the attack. The sword energy surged forth relentlessly, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as the hundreds of houses belonging to the Lu family were utterly obliterated. Upon witnessing the collapsed structure before him, Qin Yan was instantly consumed by a surge of rage. Who dares to launch a surprise attack against me? As the esteemed director of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Mingqing strode into the courtyard, a treasured sword in hand. Following closely behind him were two individuals clad in the light armor of warriors, wielding long blades. They were members of the Public Security Bureau, akin to the police of a bygone era. At the forefront stands a man with a grand beard, the chief of the Public Security Bureau, holding the rank of an eighth-tier martial artist. Upon seeing these two individuals, a wave of displeasure washed over you, prompting you to coldly inquire, "Do you intend to oppose the Qin family?" As the words fell, the warriors of the Qin family swiftly unsheathed their weapons, their gazes icy and unwavering upon the two individuals. At a mere command, they would surge forth, ready to rend their adversaries into mere fragments. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Mingqing hastily interjected, "You have misunderstood my intentions. I harbor no desire to oppose anyone. My sole aim is to resolve this matter through legal channels. If Gao Wei and his associates have erred, it is the law that should administer justice, not you. Your actions amount to vigilantism, which is unlawful. You regard Jiang Mingqing with indifference, for he is overtly attempting to extort an exorbitant sum. Were the matter to be addressed through the legal system, Gao Wei, Xiao Fan, and Lu Ruyin would remain entirely unscathed, as they have not transgressed the law. Moreover, should the situation escalate to legal proceedings, it would subject the Qin family to ridicule from other prominent families, for it is a well-known fact that such esteemed families never resort to legal means to resolve their disputes." Upon reaching this point, a trace of fury tinged your voice. "Jiang Mingqing and Wan Cheng, should you choose to depart now, I could still extend you a modicum of respect. However, should you decide to remain, do not blame me for trampling your dignity into the ground." Upon hearing your threat, Jiang Mingqing was engulfed in rage. "Qin Yan, is this truly how you, a student of the Capital Martial Arts University, treat your elders? It seems you are resolutely intent on shielding them thus. There is nothing more to be said." You let out a cold laugh, "Uncle," and urged him to take action. Qin Yan, already growing impatient, upon hearing your words, let out a thunderous roar. "Jiang Mingqing, I shall end your life." In his hand, the battle blade gleamed like a flash of lightning as it surged towards Jiang Mingqing. Yin Lang was not idle either. He directly launched an assault on Gao Wei. At the scene, they were the only two who had reached the threshold of martial prowess. Seeing that Qin Yan and Yun Lang had departed, Wan Cheng seemed to gain a semblance of confidence. He regarded you with a frosty demeanor and declared, "Qin Yan, I hereby command you to release all those present at once, lest you provoke my ire." Seeing his foolish demeanor, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. He truly is a simpleton. "You audaciously dare to disdain me. Witness how I shall bring you down today." With that, he charged fiercely towards you, harboring the notion that if he could subdue you, he could compel Qin Yan and Yun Lang to acquiesce to their demands. However, just as Wan Cheng was within 3 meters of you, a dancer from both the Qin and Yun clan surged forth, wielding weapons that they ruthlessly brought down upon Wan Cheng's arm. In an instant, 2 brilliant flashes of blade light cut through the air. Both of Wan Cheng's arms fell to the ground, causing him excruciating pain as he writhed on the floor. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Security Bureau seized their weapons and prepared to charge forward. However, you merely cast them a cold glance, warning them to remain still if they wished to avoid demise. Instantly, they fell silent. At that moment, you turned your gaze towards the stunned Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyin, and leisurely remarked that since Lu Ruyin had spared Xiao Fan's life, it was time to send Mr. Lu Zhong on his final journey. The Qin family's warrior acknowledged with a nod and stepped forward, seizing Lu Zhong. Lu Chong regained his senses, repeatedly screaming in desperation, "No! Qin Xiao, I implore you, do not take my life. Ruyan, please beseech Qin Xiao on my behalf." Lu Ruyan once more climbed beside you, clinging to your leg and weeping. "Qin Yan, I implore you, do not take my father's life. I beseech you to cast him aside with a single motion. I have already granted you 2 opportunities to eliminate Xiao Fan, yet you hesitated to act. I shall not extend a 3rd chance. Take action now." The warrior fiercely raised his blade and struck it down upon Lu Zhong's neck. Alas, Lu Ruyan emitted a heart-wrenching scream and then abruptly fainted, like smoke dissipating into the air. Xiao Fan wished to step forward and ascertain the condition of Lu Ruyan. However, he was trampled upon, and Xiao Fan witnessed this. Such is the consequence of your bravado. At this moment, Xiao Fan felt utterly numb. Only now does he realize the formidable nature of the Qin family, a colossal entity that even the state must yield to. Yet, he has inadvertently provoked such a powerful clan, and even dared to humiliate them. Chapter 1. Engagement Ceremony and Rejection. Qin Yan, to be honest, I harbor no affection for you. Were it not for the pressure exerted by your Qin family upon the Lu family, I would have called off this engagement long ago. In the grand hall of the Qin estate, a young woman, no more than 18 or 19, stood adorned in an exquisite gown, her beauty striking, skin flawless, and figure gracefully proportioned. She held the hand of a similarly aged young man, whose handsome features contrasted with his modest attire. His dark eyes radiated determination. "Qin Yan, my heart belongs to Xiao Fan. Today, I hereby declare that our engagement is null and void." Before them stood a robust young man, his posture as upright as a pine, with strikingly handsome features. Qin Yan faced the pair, his expression impassive and his gaze slightly vacant. As alien memories began to resurface in his mind, the surrounding guests, witnessing the unfolding drama, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Goodness, is it true? The heir of the Qin family has been rejected? Is Lu Xinyao out of her mind? Qin Yan possesses an unparalleled lineage, appearance, and talent. Yet she chooses to end their engagement? How could she discard him after all he has done for her? This is a slap in the face to the Qin family, and they certainly will not take it lightly." Suddenly, Qin Yan's brow furrowed, a shadow passing through his eyes. From the fragments of memory, he realized he was ensnared in the realm of a novel. The protagonist was the unremarkable Xiao Fan before him. Lu Xinyao was the leading lady, and he himself was cast as the antagonist. A year prior, Lu Xinyao had ventured to the city where Xiao Fan resided for a matter of business. She fell victim to an enemy's scheme and fortuitously encountered Xiao Fan, culminating in an intimate liaison. As they parted, she revealed her true identity and cautioned Xiao Fan of their disparate social standings, urging him not to harbor unrealistic aspirations. Yet Xiao Fan, a destined hero, vowed to come to the capital and marry her. Eventually, Xiao Fan arrived in the capital, where he and Lu Xinyao crossed paths at the prestigious academy of the Great Xia Empire, igniting a romantic pursuit. Lu Xinyao, harboring a special affection for the young man who had stolen her heart, found herself enamored, and they fell deeply in love. How cliché and melodramatic the plot. Even more absurdly, to validate the grandeur of their love, an obstacle must be placed between them: Qin Yan himself. Lu Xinyao was originally engaged to Qin Yan, who had treated her with utmost care, showering her with resources and elevating her struggling family. Yet her heart remained steadfastly with Xiao Fan, as she clandestinely aided him with the Qin family's resources. The irony lay in Lu Xinyao's affection for Xiao Fan, yet for some nonsensical reason, she refrained from proposing a cancellation of their engagement, instead opting to proceed with it. Naturally, the male lead would not acquiesce, leading to the dramatic scene at the engagement ceremony today, when Xiao Fan burst in and whisked Lu Xinyao away before all present. This act humiliated the Qin family, becoming the talk of the capital. Consumed by resentment, Qin Yan sought vengeance against Xiao Fan, only to be jointly vanquished by the couple. Following his demise, the Qin family transformed into the story's greatest antagonists, relentlessly pursuing revenge against Xiao Fan and Lu Xinyao. However, under the protection of his protagonist's halo, Xiao Fan repeatedly eluded their grasp, continually discovering hidden opportunities to enhance his strength. Ultimately, the Qin family was uprooted, leaving no trace of their lineage. Upon reaching this point, Qin Yan felt a surge of indignation, tinged with absurdity. He recalled that his grandfather, Qin Shi, was one of the three great martial gods of the Great Xia Empire. His father and uncle were both martial saints, and the Qin family boasted over 30 grandmasters, with countless masters and numerous 6th and 7th-tier warriors. Such power would command respect even from the emperor of Great Xia. Yet, this formidable entity ultimately fell before Xiao Fan, the destined child. The novel depicted him and the entire Qin family as foolish, continually offering Xiao Fan opportunities and experience. Was this truly the essence of the protagonist's halo? Did the intelligence of antagonists diminish upon contact with the protagonist? Such were the absurd rules of this narrative. Yet now, armed with this knowledge, Qin Yan vowed not to be the fool portrayed in the story. He was eager to witness what further upheavals Xiao Fan could conjure under these circumstances. As he prepared to speak, a resounding voice echoed in his mind. The anti-hero system has been bound. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Yan's pupils contracted slightly. Though he maintained a stoic expression, he communicated mentally. Anti-hero system? What is your purpose? The purpose of this system is to seize the fortune of the destined child and eliminate him. Intrigued, Qin Yan mused. So, you require my assistance to eliminate Xiao Fan. What do I gain in return? Upon successfully seizing the destined child's fortune or eliminating him, the host will receive corresponding rewards, which may include, but are not limited to physical enhancements, martial arts techniques, and divine weapons. Understanding the arrangement, Qin Yan replied, I see now. You seek my aid to obtain the destined child's fortune as compensation for these rewards. Affirmative. A smirk graced Qin Yan's lips. Then let our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed, may our partnership flourish. No sooner had he concluded his conversation with the system than a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, with a voluptuous figure clad in a red gown, entered the hall. She was Qin Yan's mother, Yin Qing. Her countenance darkened with fury as she observed the entwined hands of the protagonists. Lu Xinyao, you wretched girl. How dare you humiliate the Qin family at our engagement ceremony? Do you think us a family to be trifled with? Yet Lu Xinyao felt no remorse and retorted, Aunt Yun, I have made it clear that I have no affection for Qin Yan. I refuse to be with someone I do not care for. Yun Qing trembled with rage. If you do not love Yenner, you could have proposed a cancellation, yet you chose today to create such a scene, shaming the Qin family before so many guests. With a dismissive huff, Lu Xinyao replied, Aunt Yun, this is all a result of your family's coercion. Your might intimidated me from suggesting a cancellation before. Yun Qing wished to protest further, but Qin Yan stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. Mother, allow me to handle this matter. I will ensure they regret ever entering this world. Upon hearing her son's words, Yun Qing turned to him, her heart filled with concern. Previously, Qin Yan had been excessively kind to Lu Xinyao, akin to a lovesick fool. Could he truly bring himself to act? However, upon seeing the intense killing intent in his eyes, her worries dissipated, and she declared, Very well, my son, I entrust this to you. Remember, the Qin family must not be insulted. Qin Yan nodded slightly. I understand, mother. Yin Qing shot one last furious glare at Lu Xinyao and Xiao Fan before storming out. Qin Yan did not immediately address Xiao Fan and Lu Xinyao, but turned toward the guests, saying, Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for this unforeseen incident that has left you all in disbelief. This matter pertains to the Qin and Lu families, and I kindly ask you to excuse yourselves and leave in an orderly manner. I apologize once again and appreciate your cooperation. With that, the guests, realizing they would miss the remainder of the event, began to disperse. Soon, the hall was emptied, leaving only the Lu family behind. A solitary man, seated at a table, remained utterly motionless. Once everyone had departed, a fierce and violent aura erupted from Qin Yan, who turned to gaze at Xiao Fan and Lu Xinyao. It was the first time Lu Xinyao had witnessed such a terrifying presence emanating from Qin Yan, and she was momentarily taken aback. However, she soon felt a surge of indignation. She could not tolerate Qin Yan's demeanor towards her, a demeanor that was anything but accommodating. She exclaimed with a raised voice, "Qin Yan, what do you mean by wearing such a grim expression? Who are you trying to intimidate?" Xiao Fan hastily shielded Lu Xinyao, saying, "Qin Yan, if you have grievances, direct them at me, not at Xinyao." Observing the deep bond between the two, Qin Yan felt an icy chill within him. He coldly declared, "We're the Qin family guards." A synchronized cadence of footsteps approached, accompanied by the clinking of weapons. A contingent of Qin family guards appeared, led by an 8th-tier warrior named Qin Wu. Resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, Qin Wu stepped forward to Qin Yan and inquired, "Young master, what are your orders?" Qin Yan's gaze remained devoid of emotion as he fixed it upon the two before him. "Eliminate them," he commanded. Chapter 2, In My Eyes. "You're no different from a dog." Qin Yan's chilling words startled Xiao Fan. However, Lu Xinyao exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, she was filled with anger. "Qin Yan, did you not profess your love for me? Is this truly how you express that affection?" Lu Xinyao's words caused Qin Wu, who was poised to charge forward, to hesitate. He was well aware of Lu Xinyao's significance in Qin Yan's heart. It is no exaggeration to say that her words were akin to a royal decree for him. Thus, he could not ascertain whether Qin Yan genuinely intended to kill the two or was merely trying to intimidate Lu Xinyao. Noticing Qin Wu's uncertainty, Lu Xinyao's face displayed a hint of triumph. She was convinced that Qin Yan still cared for her. Bolstered by this belief, she continued, "Qin Yan, I am profoundly disappointed in you. It seems your love is selfish. You merely wish to possess me. True love should desire the happiness of the other, should it not? Now that I have found my happiness, you ought to wish me well instead of trying to frighten me. I implore you to let us leave. If you do, we can remain friends. Otherwise, we shall no longer be friends." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's facial muscles twitched. He was tempted to open Lu Xinyao's head to ascertain if she possessed a brain. Lu Xinyao had escalated matters to this extent, bringing shame upon the Qin family. The two families were bound to become enemies, yet she still fantasized about being friends with him. He sneered, "My previous affection for you was a personal matter, but today, it concerns the entire Qin family. The insult you have bestowed upon us today can only be washed away with blood." Lu Xinyao was taken aback by Qin Yan's frigid tone, taking a step back in shock, her eyes flickering with fear. Xiao Fan positioned himself protectively in front of her, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, what merit is there in relying on your family's power? If you possess any courage, challenge me to a one-on-one fight. If I win, I shall take Xinyao with me." In the novel, Xiao Fan had acted similarly, and in a moment of rage, Qin Yan had surprisingly acquiesced. Although Qin Yan was indeed stronger than Xiao Fan, he had lost his composure at that time. With Xiao Fan's capability to fight beyond his level, he had managed to defeat Qin Yan. Now, however, Qin Yan was not bereft of reason and would not entertain such a foolish proposition. He cast a derisive glance at Xiao Fan, uttering two elegant words, "Fool." Xiao Fan was instantly enraged. "You!" At that moment, Lu Xinyao's father, Lu Zhong, rose from his seat, feigning a smile as he addressed Qin Yan, "Young Master Qin, this incident is a result of my daughter's lack of propriety. Why not allow us to leave first? We will promptly annul the engagement. I truly wish for Xinyao to marry you, but as she said, a forced union yields no sweetness. We will apologize for this matter. Please do not let it damage the relationship between our families." Qin Yan turned his head, regarding Lu Zhong with indifference. This old scoundrel was fully aware that Lu Xinyao and Xiao Fan were clandestinely involved. Yet he concealed this knowledge to maintain access to the Qin family's resources. Furthermore, he actively aided Lu Xinyao in hiding the affair, as he was attracted to Xiao Fan's potential and aimed to hedge his bets. Seeing Qin Yan's dark expression, Lu Zhong continued, "Rest assured, young Master Qin, I will certainly discipline Xinyao upon our return." Qin Yan could not be bothered to engage with him and merely directed his guards. "You are to detain everyone from the Lu family. Should they dare resist, show no mercy." "Yes, young master." The guards surged forward like ravenous wolves, charging at the Lu family members. Startled, the Lu family erupted in shrill cries. "What are you doing? Let me go. Do you know who I am? You, a mere guard, dare to lay hands on me? I'll have your hands severed." "Qin Yan cherishes Xinyao. I will ensure he kills you." One young man in his 20s shouted furiously while attempting to strike at the guards. He was swiftly silenced as the vice captain of the guards smashed his head, causing the others to scream in terror and tremble in submission. Lu Zhong, witnessing this scene, felt his mind go blank. How could this happen? By all accounts, Qin Yan had always doted on Lu Xinyao, acquiescing to any request she made. Under the principle of love, he would even comply with the Lu family's unreasonable demands. Yet now, he had ordered his guards to execute them. Lu Xinyao, seeing her cousin brutally killed, shouted, "Qin Yan, how dare you let them kill my cousin? You must immediately kill that guard and kneel before my father to apologize, or I shall sever all ties with you and never see you again." The guards momentarily paused, looking at Qin Yan with fear in their eyes. Previously, a guard had been punished for merely expressing discontent over Lu Xinyao's cousin asking Qin Yan for favors. Qin Yan had broken the guard's leg on the spot. Lu Xinyao regarded Qin Yan with an air of arrogance, believing she had him wrapped around her finger after all these years. As long as she uttered the words, "sever ties," Qin Yan would immediately concede to her demands, no matter how harsh. Lu Zhong's expression softened. Indeed, whenever Xinyao threatened Qin Yan, he would acquiesce to any condition. Surely today would be no different. Faced with their expectant gazes, a smile crept onto Qin Yan's face. "Ha ha, Lu Xinyao, you truly cannot discern your position. Do you realize that in my eyes, you are no different from a dog? I may tolerate your caprices and indulge you when I am pleased, but should you dare overstep your bounds, I will have no choice but to eliminate you." He then turned to his guards. "Proceed, do not relent." Upon hearing his command, the guards surged forward with renewed vigor, shouting as they continued their assault on the Lu family. Yun Qing, observing Qin Yan's handling of the situation, felt a sense of relief wash over her. This was the demeanor befitting the young master of the Qin family. Qin Yan then addressed the still-dazed Qin Wu. "What are you standing there for? Do you not intend to deal with this pair of scoundrels? Remember, ensure their deaths are painful." Snapping back to reality, Qin Wu felt invigorated. He had misjudged the young master. Filled with determination, he bellowed, "Yes, young master." He stepped forward, a malevolent expression crossing his face. Extending his hand, a colossal golden palm, spanning 3 meters in radius, materialized above Xiao Fan and Lu Xinyao, slowly descending upon them. Qin Wu was an 8th-tier grandmaster, while the two were mere 3rd-tier warriors. His strike was sufficient to reduce them to mere pulp. Xiao Fan was instantly drenched in cold sweat, desperate to act, but his body felt paralyzed, leaving him to watch in horror as the palm drew closer. Lu Xinyao, equally immobilized, gazed up at the golden hand, her face filled with despair. Simultaneously, she harbored resentment towards Qin Yan. Was it not merely a matter of annulling an engagement at the banquet? How could he not endure this? All the while professing his love for her. What a scoundrel! Yet as the golden palm descended, fear gripped her heart. She did not wish to die. In that perilous moment, a voice rang out, "Stop!" A sharp sword energy struck Qin Wu's golden palm, shattering it into fragments. The pressure on Xiao Fan and Lu Xinyao dissipated, and he wiped the sweat from his brow, turning to the source of the intervention. A look of surprise gracing his features. "Master." The one who made his move was Gao Wei, the vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, and also Xiao Fan's current mentor, possessing the strength of a semi-saint. Qin Yan gazed at Gao Wei, a cold sneer forming within his heart. "Old dog, you have finally made your move." Chapter 3. The summoning of the martial sage uncle back home in the narrative. Gao Wei can be regarded as Xiao Fan's most vital ally during the early stages, without exception. As the vice president of the Capital Martial Arts Academy, he provided Xiao Fan with abundant resources, techniques, and protection. Notably, at the engagement banquet, the Qin family possessed the power to eliminate both protagonists. Yet Gao Wei intervened, forcibly extracting Xiao Fan and the Lu family with his formidable strength. His audacity stemmed from the fact that both divine and saintly figures of the Qin family were stationed at the border. Had even one martial saint been present at home, Gao Wei would have perished that day. Despite understanding Gao Wei's intentions, Qin Yan feigned ignorance and questioned, "Vice President Gao, what do you intend to do?" Gao Wei rose and replied, "Qin Yan, Today's events were indeed misguided by them, but they are merely students acting impulsively. Yet you would condemn them to death. Is that not excessive? Irrationality? Qin Yan's voice was icy. Vice President Gao, Lu Xinyao has brought shame to the Qin family, turning us into a laughingstock in the capital. Do you believe this can be dismissed as mere impulsiveness? Gao Wei smiled. This incident indeed places the Qin family in a difficult position, yet the head of the Lu family has promised to discipline Lu Xinyao upon return, and the academy will also take action against Xiao Fan. Would this be acceptable? Upon hearing Gao Wei's words, hope flickered in the eyes of Xiao Fan, Lu Xinyao, and the Lu family members as they looked at Gao Wei with eager anticipation, wishing for him to take them away. No, Indian resolutely directive. No one can trample upon the honor of the Qin family and escape unscathed, regardless of who they are. Gao Wei paused, his expression darkening as he said, So, Qin Yan, you are unwilling to grant me this favor? Qin Yan replied decisively, Indeed, they must die today. Gao Wei snorted coldly, exuding the aura of a semi-saint. What if I insist on taking them away? Qin Yan stood firm. Then you may try. Qin Wu, eliminate that pair of scoundrels. Qin Wu bellowed, Yes, young master. He swiftly drew his long sword, charging at the two, raising the glinting blade with intent to strike. Xiao Fan, terrified, cried out, Master, save me, as he neared imminent death. Gao Wei swiftly extended his hand, summoning a massive purple handprint that descended upon Qin Wu. The force sent Qin Wu hurtling against the wall, creating a gaping hole and causing him to spit blood. Following this, Gao Wei repelled the guards suppressing the Lu family, incapacitating many of them. After executing these actions, he bellowed at Xiao Fan and Lu Xinyao, What are you dawdling for? Hurry and flee. The two finally snapped out of their stupor, scrambling to their feet and dashing towards the exit. The other members of the Lu family also reacted quickly, fleeing the hall. From the audience, Yun Qing was suddenly frantic. Stop them. Do not let them escape. A new wave of guards rushed in from outside, attempting to intercept them, but Gao Wei charged forward, roaring, Get lost. With a sweeping motion, a gigantic purple hand appeared, sending the guards flying as he led Xiao Fan and the others to safety. Yun Qing, fuming, stomped her foot. Those wretched scoundrels, they deserve to die. If Lu Xinyao was a slap in the face to the Qin family, then Gao Wei was utterly trampling upon their dignity. Qin Yan remained unfazed, approaching Yun Qing. Mother, do not be agitated. If you become ill, it will distress me. Yun Qing, with red-rimmed eyes, gazed at Qin Yan, Yenner. They seek to ruin you. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Yan's gaze turned icy. Do not worry, mother. Trust in your son. I will handle this. Yun Qing nodded. Very well. I trust you. Qin Yan nodded and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. Soon, the line connected and a jovial voice resonated. Huh? Yenner? Why are you calling me now? Has your engagement banquet concluded? Unfortunately, your father and I must remain here to guard. We cannot leave easily. We will return on your wedding day. Qin Yan's tone softened slightly, tinged with grievance. Grandfather, I have been wronged. His grievance was not for himself, but for Qin Shi and the Qin family within the narrative. This elder had fought valiantly for the Great Xia, slaying countless enemies. In the end, his descendants were annihilated, and in his rage for vengeance, he was besieged and killed by the protagonists and their cohorts, expanding this to encompass the entire Qin family. Nearly all male members had perished on the battlefield. The progeny of the Qin family were compelled to enter the fray upon reaching a certain age. Even the wounded and retired, as their lifespans neared their conclusion, would opt to return to combat, dedicating their final moments to the battlefield. Yet, despite a legacy of bloodshed and countless heroic tales, they faced utter destruction, merely due to a trivial assertion that the Qin family's original intentions had shifted. The protagonists claimed the family's ethos had altered because the younger generation indulged in debauchery and hedonism. In truth, their desire was not to live frivolously, but to savor life before its inevitable end. Contemplating this, Qin Yan's wrath surged anew. He could not accept the fate befalling the Qin family. Qin Shi sensed the underlying disquiet in his grandson's words, his voice turning serious. What is it, Yenner? Speak to grandfather. I shall advocate for you. Qin Yan briefly recounted the situation, concluding with, "That Gao Wei is merely taking advantage of your absence, daring to trample upon the Qin family's dignity." Upon hearing this, Qin Shi was filled with rage. "Scoundrels! They dare to bully the Qin family in our absence? Yinner, how do you wish to proceed? Grandfather will support you unconditionally." Qin Shi entrusted Qin Yan with the authority to address the matter, viewing it as a test for the next family head. A glint of coldness sparkled in Qin Yan's eyes. "Those who dare to insult the Qin family must perish." "Grandfather, I wish for uncle to lead a team of elite family members back." Qin Shi promptly agreed. "Very well, I shall summon your uncle. He will be here within the hour." A smile graced Qin Yan's face. "Thank you, grandfather." Qin Shi remarked, "Why such formality, you rascal? Rest assured, whatever you pursue, grandfather will have you back." "Understood, grandfather," Qin Yan affirmed. Just as Qin Yan ended the call, Yinqing also picked up her phone to make a call. "Hello, brother. Your sister and nephew are being bullied. Will you intervene? If so, return promptly within the hour. I do not care whether you are at the border. If you cannot arrive within the hour, you shall no longer be my elder brother." With that, Yinqing angrily hung up and sank into a chair. The Yin family was also a prominent clan in the capital, with a martial saint as their protector, Qin Yan's maternal grandfather, Yin Batian. As Yin Batian had 4 sons but only 1 daughter, both he and Qin Yan's uncles were exceedingly fond of Yinqing. Given the humiliation faced by Yinqing and Qin Yan, the Yin family would undoubtedly take action. A faint smile graced Qin Yan's lips. "So the protagonists are you two? Gao Wei, is it? This time, I shall observe how you meet your demise." Chapter 4. The young master invites. While everyone awaited, Qin Yan remained occupied, arranging for the injured Qin Wu and other guards to receive treatment and attending to various other trivial matters. Not long after, a resounding voice laced with fury echoed from outside. "Sister-in-law, Xiao Yan, I have returned." Qin Yan looked up to see a tall, robust man clad in battle armor, aged under 40, striding in confidently. Following him were over 30 elite warriors, similarly attired and armed. This was Qin Yan's second uncle, Qin Yan, aptly named for his fierce martial spirit. He was an extreme warrior and a martial arts enthusiast, possessing innate talent that surpassed even that of Qin Yan's father. However, his heart was solely devoted to martial arts, disregarding everything else, including the pursuit of a wife. It was only when Qin Yan turned 15, under immense pressure from Qin Shi, that he begrudgingly married, and now his child was merely 2.5 years old. While others believed Qin Yan was reluctant to marry, Qin Yan, aware of the unfolding events, understood that he feared anyone challenging Qin Yan's position as the young master of the Qin family. Thus, it was only after Qin Yan solidified his status at 15 that Qin Yan chose to take a wife and father a child. Yinqing stood up, gazing at Qin Yan. "Brother, you have returned?" Qin Yan nodded. "Yes, sister-in-law. Father has already informed me of this matter. Rest assured, I will fully support Xiao Yan." Yinqing replied, "Then I am grateful to you." Qin Yan quickly waved his hand. "It is no trouble. This is what I ought to do." He then turned to Qin Yan. "Xiao Yan, let us go. I wish to see what capabilities this Gao Wei possesses to dare to trample upon our Qin family." Qin Yan interjected. "Uncle, please wait a moment. My mother has also summoned my uncle." Qin Yan blinked and said, "Very well, we shall wait a while." No sooner had he spoken than another furious roar rang out from outside. "Damn it! Who dares to bully my sister and nephew?" Qin Yan glanced toward the entrance again, where a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding the aura of a lion, strode in, followed by a cadre of elite warriors. This was his maternal uncle, Yin Lang, a formidable expert at the semi-saint level. Yin Lang approached Yinqing, asking, "Sister, who has wronged you? I shall take charge." His gaze shifted to Qin Yan, filled with skepticism, as he presumed Yinqing was the one suffering indignities within the Qin family. Qin Yan exploded. "What are you looking at me for? Do you think I would bully my sister-in-law and nephew? It was that scoundrel Gao Wei." Yin Lang turned back to Yinqing. "Is that so?" Yinqing nodded, then recounted the events of the day with indignation. This enraged Yin Lang, who smashed a table with his palm, declaring, "So, it is Gao Wei, the vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy. He shall not have an easy time today. His own sister, whom he would never dare to mistreat, had been bullied by an outsider. He would not let this matter rest. Yin Qing interjected. Elder brother, second brother, let today's affairs be decided by Yin'er. You both need only to support him. She was clearly establishing Qin Yan's authority, while simultaneously bolstering his reputation. Qin Yan grinned widely. That suits me perfectly. I am not one for strategizing. Whoever Xiao Yin tells me to strike, I shall strike. Yin Lang immediately concurred. Sister, do not worry. I have come for this very purpose. We shall deal with the culprits and concern ourselves with nothing else. He then turned to Qin Yan. Xiao Yin, shall we set forth? How do you plan to deal with Gao Wei and the Lu family? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Qin Yan's eyes. I shall take their lives. Qin Yan clapped a hand on Qin Yan's shoulder. What are we waiting for? Shall we head to the Lu family first, or seek out that scoundrel Gao Wei? Suppressing the pain in his shoulder, Qin Yan stepped forward. Let's go to the Lu family first. As Qin Yan advanced, Qin Yan and Yun Lang hurriedly followed, akin to two loyal guards. Behind them trailed the elite warriors of the Qin and Yun families, all adept masters of the 7th and 8th tiers, capable of overwhelming Gao Wei even without Qin Yan and Yun Lang's presence. Meanwhile, within the Lu family study, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Lu Zhong wore a furrowed brow, his face etched with worry. Lu Xinyao and Xiao Fan, on the other hand, were engaged in flirtatious antics. Lu Zhong cast a heavy sigh towards his daughter, who sat beside Xiao Fan, her face a blend of sweetness and shyness. Lu Xinyao glanced at him with discontent. Dad, why are you sighing here? Lu Zhong shot her a glare. What do you think? Have you considered the events of today? You publicly renounced your engagement to Qin Yan in front of so many people, provoking his ire. The Qin family will surely seek to suppress us. As the family head, he was acutely aware that it was the support of the Qin family that had elevated their status beyond their rightful standing over the years. Without the Qin family's backing, where would the Lu family go from here? Though they held great hopes for Xiao Fan, believing he could become a martial saint or even a martial god, that was merely a future prospect, not a present reality. Lu Xinyao pouted. What is the big deal? I'll just speak to Qin Yan later and have him continue supporting us. Lu Zhong felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling Qin Yan's threats at the engagement banquet. Xinyao, considering how Qin Yan behaved today, do you truly believe he will continue to support us? Lu Xinyao lifted her chin proudly. Of course. Qin Yan is upset because I embarrassed him in front of everyone. Once I say a few kind words to him, he will surely come running back to me. To this day, Lu Xinyao still believed Qin Yan would always be the same infatuated suitor. She failed to recognize the gravity of her actions, thinking that regardless of her mistakes, Qin Yan would choose to be forgiving. Even when she made significant errors, as long as she threatened him with severance, he would relent. She assumed this time would be no different. All she needed to do was adopt a firmer stance, and Qin Yan would not pursue the matter further. Lu Zhong, recalling Qin Yan's attitude towards his daughter over the years, felt a sense of relief. Very well, you may speak to Qin Yan later. Although you're no longer marrying him, we cannot afford to lose his support. Lu Xinyao huffed. Not only do I want him to continue supporting us, but I also want him to come to our Lu family and apologize. How dare he harm my cousin? If he does not show proper attitude, I will never forgive him. Lu Zhong nodded and then turned to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, we are banking everything on you this time. You must strive diligently and not disappoint me and Xinyao. Xiao Fan stood up promptly, resolutely declaring, Uncle Lu, rest assured, I will become a martial saint, even a martial god in the future. At that time, I will ensure the Lu family becomes the largest clan in the country. Lu Zhong felt a wave of comfort wash over him, laughing heartily. Excellent. We shall await your success. Lu Xinyao gazed at Xiao Fan with a sweet expression, appreciating the ambition and resilience he embodied. In contrast, she thought Qin Yan, despite his heritage, was unworthy of even carrying Xiao Fan's shoes. Just as the three were enjoying their conversation, the study door was suddenly thrust open. Lu Zhong's temper flared. What is the meaning of this? Did you not know to knock before entering? The butler, in a state of utter panic, exclaimed, Master, a grave situation has arisen. The members of the Qin family have come to our doorstep. You must come quickly. However, before he could finish his sentence, a battle blade pierced through him, the tip emerging from his chest as crimson droplets of blood fell upon the ground. The assailant was an 8th-tier warrior from the Qin family. He withdrew his long blade and kicked the butler's lifeless body aside, then coldly regarded the 3 individuals in the study. Lu Chong, Lu Sini, and the young master beckons you. Chapter 5. Every minute. 10 members of the Lu family perish. Lu Zhong's face turned pale, and his legs felt weak at the sight before him. Lu Xinyao, however, stood up in a fury, exclaiming, "How dare you kill in our Lu family? Kneel before me." With that, she stepped forward, raising her hand to slap the warrior. In an instant, a chilling aura of malice emanated from the warrior, causing Lu Xinyao's hand to freeze midair, her face drained of color and her body trembling. Although there stood but a single person before her, she felt as though she were gazing upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Xiao Fan, witnessing this, was equally taken aback. He had never encountered a person exuding such a powerful aura of death. An 8th-grade warrior? How could the Qin family still possess an 8th-grade warrior? Lu Zhong exclaimed in shock. As far as he knew, nearly all the 8th-grade warriors of the Qin family had been dispatched to the battlefield. In the capital, the Qin family had only one 8th-grade warrior guarding them, the captain of the guards, Qin Wu. Yet Qin Wu had already sustained injuries. From where did this 8th-grade warrior emerge? The warrior regarded them with an emotionless gaze. "Leave or die." Lu Zhong hastily replied, "We will leave, we will leave." He dared not provoke this individual. Should he be killed, it would be an irreparable loss. The warrior then turned and led the way. Lu Zhong hurriedly followed, while Xiao Fan approached Lu Xinyao, embracing her shoulders and inquiring, "Xinyao, are you all right?" Regaining her senses, Lu Xinyao seethed, "Well, the Qin family is quite bold, threatening me. A mere servant. I shall inform Qin Yan and ensure he deals with you." Then, she added, "I will have your legs broken, and you will kneel to apologize." The warrior's steps faltered momentarily, but he continued onward, feigning ignorance. Upon reaching the front courtyard, Lu Xinyao and the others discovered many members of the Lu family being herded toward the main hall by the warriors of the Qin and Yan families. Several Lu family members bore bruises, evidently having been beaten. In the center of the main hall, a chair was positioned where Qin Yan sat with a stoic expression. Flanking him were 2 stern-faced men clad in battle armor. Before Qin Yan stood a lavishly dressed noblewoman in her 40s, adorned in gold and silver, vociferously berating him. "Qin Yan, you little bastard, how dare you treat us this way? I advise you to release us immediately and provide compensation, or I shall ensure that Xinyao never forgives you." The woman was Lu Xinyao's mother, Yan Jinxiao, who had frequently advised her daughter on how to manipulate and test Qin Yan. Thus, she was likely more aware of Qin Yan's feelings for Lu Xinyao than Lu Xinyao herself. However, the Qin Yan of today was no longer the lovesick youth of the past. He cast a cold glance at Yan Jinxiao and retorted, "Who do you think you are? Shouting at me?" Enraged, Yan Jinxiao exclaimed, "You insolent brat! I shall not let you off easily today." With that, she raised her hand to strike Qin Yan. Qin Yan remained motionless, like a statue, merely observing her coldly. As her hand approached within inches of his face, Qin Zhan let out a cold snort. Yan Jinxiao was thrown back as if struck by a vehicle, crashing to the ground and groaning in pain. Qin Yan turned to the Qin family warrior beside him. "Whichever arm she intended to strike me with, sever it." "Yes, young master," the warrior responded, striding forward and raising his blade, striking down with a single motion. With a sickening thud, an arm fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Yan Jinxiao screamed in agony, rolling on the ground before her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Mother!" Lu Xinyao cried out, rushing over, shouting at Qin Yan, "How dare you treat my mother this way? I command you to reattach her arm using the best methods and the finest medicine, and then kill this guard while you kneel before my mother in apology." Qin Yan glanced at Lu Xinyao, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He suddenly stood, raising his right hand and delivering a sharp slap to her face. "Wretch, what gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Seeing Qin Yan's action, Qin Zhan and Yun Lang, who had been seated with serious expressions, relaxed. On their way here, Yun Qing had discreetly informed them that Qin Yan harbored feelings for Lu Xinyao. Should he act irrationally, they would simply strip him of his authority regarding this matter. However, it appeared that Qin Yan was behaving admirably, demonstrating that he understood the gravity of the situation. Lu Xinyao fell to the ground, her cheek reddened and swollen, her nose bleeding, presenting a stark contrast to her previous haughty demeanor. Not far away, Xiao Fan rushed over, concerned for Lu Xinyao's condition. "Xinyao, are you all right?" Stunned by Qin Yan's slap, Lu Xinyao slowly regained her composure, glaring fiercely at him and shouting, "Qin Yan, how dare you strike me? I swear, I shall never acknowledge you again." Xiao Fan also rose, directing his anger at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, what kind of man are you, striking a woman? If you have the courage, let us fight one-on-one. If you lose, you and your people will leave this place at once." Qin Yan regarded Xiao Fan as though he were a fool, mocking, "Xiao Fan, are you an orphan? Have all your family members perished? Otherwise, why would you be so obsessed with a one-on-one fight?" Furious, Xiao Fan retorted, "Qin Yan, you dare insult me. I will fight you to the death." With that, he unleashed a surge of power, charging fiercely at Qin Yan. Qin Yan remained seated, utterly unmoved, his eyes filled with disdain. As Xiao Fan approached Qin Yan, the latter's eyes widened, and an immense pressure crashed down upon Xiao Fan. It felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, causing his body to crash violently to the ground, creating a dent in the solid earth. Xiao Fan's bones shattered in multiple places, and his internal organs sustained severe damage. He coughed up blood, his momentum instantly deflating. The child of fortune suffers a grievous blow. Luck decreased by 300. Noticing the system's notification, Qin Yan frowned. There is no need for real-time updates. Once a night will suffice. I am currently dealing with the so-called child of fortune, and your interruptions are quite disruptive. Understood, host. The system will now report at 10 p.m. each night. Very well. Qin Yan concluded his conversation with the system and approached Xiao Fan, looking down upon him. "So, you are Xiao Fan. I offer you a chance. Summon Gao Wei immediately, or I will cripple you." Despite his injuries, Xiao Fan stubbornly retorted, "Qin Yan, you are merely a second-generation heir relying on your family. I will never submit to you." "Oh, is that so?" A cruel smile crept across Qin Yan's face. "I hope you can maintain that defiance." He then turned to the Qin family warrior who had escorted Lu Zhong and his daughter, Qin Kuang. "Go to Xiao Fan's home and bring his parents and sister here." Qin Kuang clasped his fists together and replied, "Yes, young master." He then turned and strode purposefully outside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's heart filled with panic. He struggled to rise, but his grievous injuries rendered him incapable of standing. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Qin Yan, if you possess any courage, come to me alone, and do not harm my family." Qin Yan sneered. "It appears you are unwilling to cooperate. Congratulations. You have forfeited the chance to save your loved ones." Xiao Fan was instantly engulfed by terror, exclaiming, "No, I will fight. I will fight." But it was too late. With a disdainful grunt, Qin Yan raised his foot and pressed it down upon Xiao Fan's head, then casually walked away. Xiao Fan found himself utterly powerless, enduring the full weight of Qin Yan's body. His face was pressed tightly against the ground, contorted in pain, while his skull throbbed with an excruciating sensation, as if it might shatter. Seeing her beloved suffer such humiliation and threat, Lu Xinyao was suddenly filled with a surge of strength. She stood tall and declared, "Qin Yan, you have truly crossed the line. I have misjudged you. I never expected you to be so malicious. I offer you one last chance. Kneel and apologize, then leave with your men. Otherwise, we shall become strangers." Qin Yan regarded the disheveled Lu Xinyao with disdain. "How many times have you issued that threat to me?" Lu Xinyao paused, perplexed. "What do you mean?" Qin Yan chuckled coldly. "It means nothing. Count how many members remain in your Lu family, and you will see how many more times you can threaten me." A sudden, ominous premonition gripped Lu Xinyao's heart. "What are you planning to do?" Ignoring her, Qin Yan addressed the warriors of the Qin family. "From this moment forth, for every minute that passes, execute 10 members of the Lu family until none remain." Chapter 6. Do you even deserve to enter the Qin family? Upon hearing Qin Yan's command, the fierce warriors of the Qin family swiftly extracted 10 individuals from the crowd. Terrified, these unfortunate souls struggled and cried out in desperation, "No, please don't kill me. Xin Yao, save me. Young Master Qin, I have never spoken ill of you. Spare my life." The Qin warriors, however, were unsympathetic, swiftly forcing the individuals to their knees and awaiting their fate. The rest of the Liu family, trembling with fear, began to plead for mercy. "Young Master Qin, please spare us. We won't dare cross you again. Xin Yao, please, beg him to let us go." Amidst their cries, Xin Yao realized that Qin Yan was resolute in his intentions. She rushed to his side, urgency lacing her voice. "Qin Yan, stop. You want me to marry you, don't you? I will marry you if you spare my family." Upon hearing Xin Yao's words, the Liu family felt a glimmer of hope, rallying around her. "Young Master Qin, Xin Yao is willing to marry you. Please spare us." "Indeed, young Master Qin, today is your engagement day. You can go back and proceed with the ceremony. We promise to ensure Xin Yao never associates with that scoundrel, Xiao Fan." Only Xiao Fan, lying prostrate on the ground, protested, "No, don't. Xin Yao, don't." He reached out desperately towards her, but the distance was insurmountable, leaving him to emit a pained cry of despair. It was a heart-wrenching sight, reminiscent of a loving couple being forcibly separated. Xin Yao's eyes welled with tears as she gazed at Xiao Fan, her heart breaking. She turned her gaze to Qin Yan, hatred simmering within her. "Qin Yan, you have achieved your objective. If you spare my family and Xiao Fan, I will become your woman today." Witnessing her reluctant compliance ignited a fiery rage within Qin Yan. He raised his hand and struck her face with such force that she stumbled back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Staring blankly at him, she implored, "Qin Yan, I've agreed to marry you. What more do you want from me? Is my consent not enough?" Qin Yan's eyes glinted with icy malice. "Do you believe a faded flower such as yourself is worthy to enter the Qin family?" Xin Yao felt as if struck by lightning, her mind blank with disbelief. How could he possibly know her secret? Rising to his feet, Qin Yan addressed the Liu family, his voice laced with menace. "Let me make this clear. Not a single person from the Liu family shall survive today. You have only yourselves to blame. Xin Yao has concealed her past with Xiao Fan from me, while simultaneously asking the Qin family for resources to support your clan. Today, you have dared to humiliate the Qin family. For all these reasons, your family must perish." Pale and trembling, the Liu family members collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. Even Liu Chong appeared stunned, glancing at Xin Yao in disbelief. He had been unaware of their intimate relationship, believing only that they were dating. Had he known, he would have rushed to the Qin family to apologize and annul the engagement. Now, due to Xin Yao's deceit, the Liu family faced annihilation. Furious, he turned to Xiao Fan, his eyes blazing with hatred. "Xiao Fan, you scoundrel, are you intent on destroying the Liu family?" Qin Yan glanced at the sky and coldly declared, "1 minute is up. Execute them." The Liu family members, now terrified, cried out in panic, "No, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Help me." Yet, the Qin warriors moved with ruthless efficiency, unsheathing their blades and swiftly ending their lives. They then forcibly dragged out another 10 individuals, awaiting the next minute's end. Xin Yao, stripped of all pride, crawled to Qin Yan, clutching his leg. "Qin Yan, soda. It was my fault. Please, spare my kin. I will do anything you desire if you just let them go." Qin Yan kicked her aside disdainfully. "You have no right to bargain with me." Stunned, Xin Yao collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by grief. She regretted fleeing to conduct business to escape Qin Yan a year ago, and even more so for keeping her relationship with Xiao Fan a secret. Most of all, she regretted the foolishness of today. Had she acted differently, perhaps the Liu family would have had a chance at survival. But now, that hope had vanished entirely. At that moment, Yin Zhenxiao stirred, groaning in pain. "Ah, Qin Yan, you wretched beast. How dare you harm my arm? I will break your legs and ensure Xin Yao is rid of you." Xin Yao trembled at her mother's words, hastily interjecting, "Mother, please stop." She turned to Qin Yan, pleading, "Qin Yan, my mother didn't mean it. Please, spare her." Yin Zhenxiao, seemingly losing her mind, shouted at Xin Yao, "Why are you begging this sycophant? If we don't teach him a lesson, he will continue to ride roughshod over us." Xin Yao, in anguish, shut her eyes, realizing the precariousness of their situation. Once more, Qin Yan kicked Xin Yao away and turned to Yan Zhenxiao. You still dare to threaten me? Someone break her teeth. A warrior approached Yan Zhenxiao silently, raising his foot and delivering a brutal kick to her mouth, shattering her lips and causing her teeth to scatter. Yan Zhenxiao shrieked in agony, rolling on the ground in torment. Qin Yan stepped closer, his voice low and chilling. Yan Zhenxiao, you have imparted many lessons on seduction to Xin Yao. The predicament we face today is partially your doing. Moreover, I trust you Haven T refrained from sending gifts to your family? With a fierce glint in his eye, he commanded, bring her family here. Not a single one is to be spared. Immediately, a dozen warriors stepped forward and swiftly departed. Terror etched on her face. Yan Zhenxiao yelled at Qin Yan, but he paid her no mind, instead dialing Gao Wei's number. The call connected quickly, and Gao Wei's deep voice resonated. Qin Yan, why are you calling instead of handling your family matters? Qin Yan chuckled coldly. Gao Wei, you are quite the hypocrite. You flaunted your power in the Qin family only to flee afterwards. Gao Wei's anger flared. Qin Yan, watch your tongue, or I will return and teach you a lesson. Unfazed, Qin Yan retorted, what? Are you angry now, hypocrite? If that is the case, then come find me. I am currently at the Lu residence, where I have nearly annihilated its inhabitants. Oh, and your esteemed disciple, Xiao Fan, is on the brink of defeat as well. Chapter 7. You kill Xiao Fan. I will spare your family. Gao Wei was immediately incensed by Qin Yan's provocations, roaring, Qin Yan, should anything happen to Xiao Fan, I will make you pay for it today. Unfazed by Gao Wei's threat, Qin Yan remained composed, bolstered by the presence of a martial saint and a half-step martial saint by his side. Why would he fear Gao Wei? Then you better act swiftly, or they shall truly perish. He laughed heartily before terminating the call. On the other end, Gao Wei's expression darkened as he crushed his phone, his face twisted with malice. Qin Yan, I will not let you off the hook. With that, he leapt from the window, his body suspended mid-air before soaring towards the Lu residence. Not long after his departure, Jiang Mingqing, the head of the Capital Martial Arts Academy, barged in, exclaiming, Old Gao, the second heir of the Qin family has returned. His words trailed off upon realizing the room was empty. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted the shattered phone on the floor and shouted, This is bad. He swiftly dialed on his phone while hastily giving chase. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, 5 groups had already been dispatched, resulting in the loss of 50 lives. This decimated the Lu family's population by half, and the toll continued to rise. The surviving members were in various states of shock. Some fainted, others cried out in despair, while many cursed Lu Xinyao. Qin Yan approached Lu Xinyao, crouching down to grip her chin. Do you see? These individuals perished because of you. Their deaths are the price of your actions. Lu Xinyao, teetering on the brink of collapse, trembled as if struck by lightning, her tear-streaked face pale. Qin Yan, please spare them. I will do anything you ask. With a sharp slap, Qin Yan struck her face again. Spare them? Impossible. Desperation flickered in Lu Xinyao's eyes. Qin Yan, must you be so ruthless? Ruthless? Qin Yan scoffed. Isn't what you did today at the Qin residence equally ruthless? He rose, gazing down at her with disdain. Lu Xinyao, you are no longer a child. You ought to consider the consequences of your actions beforehand. Lu Xinyao lowered her head, silently weeping, filled with regret unlike any she had ever felt. She wished desperately to return to the past and slap her former self. Suddenly, Qin Yan's voice broke through her thoughts. However, I might consider sparing a flicker of hope for the Lu family, depending on your performance. Lu Xinyao's head snapped up, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of light in the darkness. She clutched Qin Yan's pant leg, pleading, if you will spare my family, I will do anything you ask. A devilish smile crept across Qin Yan's lips. Very well, kill Xiao Fan, and I shall spare your family. What? Lu Xinyao's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of incredulity. Seeing her reaction, Qin Yan's expression darkened. What? Are you unwilling? It seems you were merely deceiving me. He turned to the Qin family's warriors. Proceed. Within less than a minute, the Qin warriors unsheathed their blades without hesitation, and yet again, 10 heads fell. Qin Yan turned to the still living members of the Lu family. Ah, I had intended to spare you, But it appears Lu Xinyao would rather see you perish than let her lover die. If you have any grievances, direct them towards her. As his words hung in the air, Lu Zhong stood up, shouting at Lu Xinyao, Lu Xinyao, what are you doing? Do you wish for our deaths to bring you joy? Another family member chimed in, Wretch, this calamity arose because of you. We don't care who you wish to be with. But why must we pay the price for your foolish love? No, I didn't, Lu Xinyao stammered, panic rising. I never wished for you to die. I truly didn't. Lu Zhong's eyes were bloodshot. Then why not kill Xiao Fan? Lu Xinyao turned to Xiao Fan, who was gazing back at her. Their eyes met, and her heart softened. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I can't do it, I can't. Qin Yan, standing nearby, applauded softly, remarking, what a love to be envied, willing to see her entire family perish rather than let her beloved die. In that case, it seems I must invite Mr. Lu Zhong to his demise. His voice turned icy. Subdue Lu Zhong and execute him in 1 minute. 2 Qin warriors advanced to seize Lu Zhong, but he suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, attacking fiercely. After all, Lu Zhong was a 7th grade master, and his strength was formidable. Just then, an 8th grade warrior from the Qin family let out a cold snort and, in a flash, dashed towards Lu Zhong with blinding speed. Qin Yan heard a dull thud, and then saw Lu Zhong collapse to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he cried out in horror, You have crippled my martial arts? The Qin warrior glanced at him, wordlessly dragging him aside to await his execution. Lu Zhong, pale as death, nearly wet himself as he roared at Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao, you ungrateful daughter. For a boy you have known for less than a year, you would forsake your father's life? After all these years of raising you, pouring my heart and soul into you, and yet I am worth less than Xiao Fan? No, I didn't. Lu Xinyao wept like a child. I never wished for you to die. I truly didn't. Lu Zhong bellowed once more. Then you must kill Xiao Fan. Lu Xinyao turned towards Xiao Fan again, biting her lip, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. Slowly, she began to move towards him. Seeing her approach, Xiao Fan panicked, exclaiming, Xinyao, do you truly intend to kill me? Have you forgotten our bond? At his words, Lu Xinyao hesitated. What bond? Lu Zhong screamed like a lunatic. You are merely taking advantage of Xinyao's innocence, deliberately deceiving her. I have never deceived Xinyao. You lie. Lu Zhong continued to rant. You claim to love Xinyao, yet what have you given her? Apart from sweet nothings, you have offered nothing, while constantly taking from her elixirs, weapons, spiritual liquids. What have you not taken? Young Master Qin expresses his love for Xinyao through actions, while you only speak empty words. Chapter 8. Do you think you're capable? Upon hearing her father's words, Lu Xinyao trembled all over. Her father seemed to be quite right. Qin Yan professed his love for her, and he genuinely provided various resources and channels, not just for her, but also for her family. Yet what had Xiao Fan ever given her? The most extravagant gift he had offered was a hairpin worth merely 10 yuan at a street stall. Nevertheless, she cherished it as if it were the most precious treasure, reluctant to use it. In contrast, Qin Yan had presented her with resources valued in the hundreds of millions, which she had dismissed without a second thought. Had she truly been deceived? Had she been blinded by Xiao Fan's sweet words? At that moment, Qin Yan suddenly spoke. Time is up. It appears that Miss Lu has chosen her lover. Then let us send Mr. Lu Zhong on his way. Lu Zhong was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. No! Lu Xinyao screamed, turning to kneel before Qin Yan. Please, grant me another chance, just one more chance. Qin Yan waved his hand, halting the advancing warriors. Very well, I will give you 1 more minute. Lu Xinyao expressed her gratitude profusely. Thank you, Qin Yan. Then she rose and resolutely approached Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's face paled in terror. Xinyao, don't be deceived by Qin Yan. Even if you kill me, you will not spare Uncle Lu. However, Lu Xinyao continued to advance towards Xiao Fan, murmuring, I'm sorry, but even if there is the slightest chance, I must save my father. Xiao Fan, enraged, shouted, Qin Yan, you despicable scoundrel. If you dare fight me. Qin Yan regarded him with disdain and signaled to a warrior, who swiftly drew a knife and tossed it before Xiao Fan. Lu Xinyao, slowly crouched down, picking up the knife from the ground, and said to Xiao Fan, to be honest, I can no longer distinguish whether you love me or the resources I possess. As my father said, you have given me nothing, while Qin Yan has offered me so much. Zul, Di. A sinister expression crossed her face as she raised the knife high above her head, aiming it at Xiao Fan with intent to stab. No. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in despair, letting out a cry of indignation. Just as the knife was about to descend upon him, a voice filled with murderous intent rang out, seeking death. A flash of purple light, like lightning, struck Lu Xinyao's shoulder, piercing through. She gasped and fell backward. Qin Yan then saw a figure dart past. Gao Wei appeared beside Xiao Fan. Assuming Xiao Fan was doomed, he felt a flicker of excitement upon seeing Gao Wei. Master, you've come. Gao Wei nodded and crouched down to support Xiao Fan, producing a healing elixir and placing it in his mouth. After consuming the elixir, Xiao Fan felt a surge of relief and exclaimed, "Thank you, Master. If you hadn't arrived, I might have perished here today." Gao Wei's gaze turned icy as he looked at Qin Yan. Xiao Fan, step aside and witness how I will cripple Qin Yan. Lu Xinyao, upon seeing Gao Wei, felt as though a savior had arrived and shouted, "Director Gao, quickly, kill Qin Yan. He has murdered many of our Lu family and intends to kill both me and Xiao Fan." Not only her, but the entire Lu family felt a glimmer of hope. Shouting in unison, "Director Gao, you've come just in time. This scoundrel Qin Yan is no human. You must avenge us." Hearing the Lu family's cries, Gao Wei scoffed. "Silence. You nearly killed my disciple not long ago. Yet you expect me to rescue you?" Lu Xinyao's heart sank at his words. At that moment, Xiao Fan began to defend Lu Xinyao. "Master, it's not her fault. That despicable Qin Yan threatened her with Uncle Lu's life." Lu Xinyao felt deeply touched by Xiao Fan's defense. Xiao Fan. She yearned to throw herself into his embrace and surrender to his every whim. Observing the Lu family's immediate change of attitude upon Gao Wei's arrival, Qin Yan found it utterly amusing. A wolf in sheep's clothing remains a wolf. Its true nature never changes. Gao Wei then turned his cold gaze upon Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, I never expected such a young heart to harbor such malice, taking so many lives. Today, I will ensure you can no longer harm others." He slowly raised his hand, gathering purple energy. Xiao Fan and Lu Xinyao felt a surge of excitement, urging him to act swiftly and eliminate Qin Yan. However, just as Gao Wei was about to strike, a fierce aura locked onto him. "Gao Wei, if you dare to move a finger, you will die here today." The pressure from this aura startled Gao Wei, causing him to halt and turn to face Qin Yan. Astonishment etched across his face. "Who are you?" A sinister smile crept onto Qin Yan's face as he slowly rose from his seat, emanating an oppressive aura that stifled the air. "It seems I've been away from the borders for too long. Many in the capital have forgotten me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Yan." In truth, Qin Yan had not been absent for long. He had simply returned without others being aware, for he despised the petty interpersonal relationships that plague society. It had been nearly a decade since he had openly appeared in the capital. Even at his wedding, he had merely shared a meal with family, excluding outsiders. "What?" Gao Wei exclaimed, his legs buckling as he staggered back 2 steps, pointing at Qin Yan. You are the brother of the current head of the Qin family, the martial sage Qin Yan?" "Martial sage?" Xiao Fan was taken aback by Gao Wei's words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Qin Yan. Until now, he had assumed Qin Yan was merely a high-ranking guard leader, but now he realized he was a martial sage. Instantly, darkness enveloped his mind. It was over. Gao Wei, just a half-step martial sage, stood no chance against Qin Yan. The Lu family shared Xiao Fan's reaction. Upon hearing the term martial sage, Lu Xinyao felt as if her mind had exploded, buzzing uncontrollably. Lu Zhong fainted outright, while the other Lu family members, like ducks with their necks grasped, stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. However, the day's surprises were not limited to Qin Yan alone. From another chair, Yun Lang also slowly rose to his feet. "I had thought the one who dared to bully my sister Yun Lang and my nephew was a hero. Turns out he is just a petty scoundrel." Chapter 9. The shame of the Qin family must be cleansed with blood. The names Qin Yan and Yun Lang resonate throughout the vast expanse of the Great Xia. Their legendary battles have even been inscribed in textbooks, albeit in mere sentences. Yet this brevity suffices to attest to their remarkable prowess. Most notably, both possess formidable strength. Qin Yan, a martial saint, and Yun Lang, a half-step martial saint. Neither of them is someone the likes of Gao Wei can contend with. Although Gao Wei has also reached the half-step martial saint level, he has only recently ascended to this status and spends his days as the vice president of a prestigious academy, far removed from the relentless battles faced by the fierce Yun Lang. As Gao Wei's face turned pale, Qin Yan let out a light chuckle and remarked, "Vice President Gao, did you not claim you would incapacitate me? What is preventing you from taking action?" Gao Wei, seething with frustration at Qin Yan's smug demeanor, longed to crush him but dared not act. He understood that should he strike, these two would swiftly render him a mere carcass. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Qin Yan, Yun Lang, you are both derelict in your duties. I shall report you." With disdain, Qin Yan scoffed, "Dereliction of duty pales in comparison to you, Vice President Gao. Bullying a woman and a child. I never imagined that while the men of the Qin family bleed and sacrifice at the borders, you scoundrels would dare to harass our families from the rear." He turned coldly to Gao Wei and asked, "Do you wish to say anything in your defense?" Gao Wei attempted to justify himself, stating, "Today's events stem from causes beyond my control. Lu Xinya does not harbor any affection for Qin Yan. She was coerced into this engagement." With a swift motion, Qin Yan struck Gao Wei across the face, roaring, "What does this have to do with you? This is a matter between the Qin and Lu families. Why do you meddle?" The force of the slap sent Gao Wei staggering back, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he retorted, "If I do not intervene, Qin Yan may resort to murder. As a student of the Capital Martial Arts Academy, he is not permitted to commit such heinous acts." Qin Yan struck him again, demanding, "Do not waste my time with your nonsense. I ask you, are you prepared to bear the consequences of trampling upon the dignity of the Qin family?" Gao Wei clenched his fists tightly and, gritting his teeth, replied, "If you believe my actions have insulted you, I am willing to humble myself and apologize. Will that suffice?" Qin Yan did not respond but turned to Qin Yan, for today it was Qin Yan who held the sway of judgment. Gao Wei and the Lu family members were taken aback by Qin Yan's gesture, astonished by the high regard in which Qin Yan was held within the Qin family. Even a martial saint like Qin Yan was obliged to heed his command. Qin Yan scrutinized Gao Wei and resolutely rejected his offer. "No, that punishment is far too lenient." Anger flickered across Gao Wei's face as he thought that as a half-step martial saint, offering an apology was already a significant degradation of his dignity. Yet this insufferable Qin Yan deemed it insufficient. A glimmer of approval crossed Qin Yan's eyes as he asked, "Then, Little Yan, what do you deem appropriate?" Qin Yan let out a cold snort. Under ordinary circumstances, minor conflicts could be overlooked. However, today marks my engagement as the heir of the Qin family. His actions clearly mock my lineage. Therefore, he must die. His blood shall cleanse the shame of the Qin family. Qin Yan's determination to eliminate Gao Wei stemmed from the fact that he was the greatest ally of Xiao Fan during the early stages of the narrative, and later played a significant role when the Qin family faced downfall. He distinctly remembered that Qin Yan's demise was intertwined with this man's actions. At that time, Gao Wei had successfully ascended to martial saint with Xiao Fan's assistance and had ambushed Qin Yan, leading to his tragic fall. Hence, how could Qin Yan possibly spare him? Upon hearing this, a wave of dread washed over Gao Wei, and he could not help but shout, "No, you cannot kill me. If you lay a hand on me, it will be an act of personal vengeance, and the Qin family shall not enjoy peace." Qin Yan cast a cold glance his way and said, "Fool." Qin Yan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, my Qin family heir possesses true resolve." He then fixed Gao Wei with a gaze as unyielding as death, commanding, "Prepare to die." "Gao!" With that, he bellowed and extended his right hand, summoning a colossal, shadowy palm that descended ominously upon Gao Wei. This was one of the Qin family's secret techniques, the Great Heavenly Devil Palm. Of course, with Qin Yan's martial saint prowess, The full force of his attack could have uprooted mountains and drained seas. But he was merely exerting a fraction of his strength. Otherwise, half the capital might have been obliterated. Gao Wei, seeing this, attempted to retaliate with a punch, only to discover that the great heavenly devil palm seemed to possess the ability to confine his movements. Even with all his strength, his strikes were half as swift as usual. He roared, unleashing a torrent of violet energy, retaliating with a massive fist against the descending palm. Yet, it was all in vain. The great heavenly devil palm effortlessly shattered his fist and crashed down upon him. This was the stark difference between a martial saint and a half-step martial saint, akin to an adult battling child. Gao Wei coughed up blood, his body sent sprawling to the ground. Qin Yan, with a cold snort, stepped forward, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to Gao Wei's head. Had he succeeded, Gao Wei would have surely met his end. However, at that moment, two voices rang out, "Stop!" A fierce sword aura sliced through the air toward Qin Yan with alarming speed, as if it were tearing through the very fabric of space, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Left with no choice, Qin Yan abandoned his intention to deliver a fatal blow to Gao Wei and swiftly evaded. The sword aura continued unabated, striking the structures of the Liu family, resulting in a resounding crash as dozens of their houses crumbled under the force. Witnessing the devastation, Qin Yan's fury ignited. It was evident that this attack was aimed specifically at him. He bellowed, "Who dares to launch a surprise attack on me?" Jiang Mingqing, the headmaster of the Capital Martial Arts Academy, strode into the courtyard wielding a fine sword. "It is I. I acted hastily in an attempt to rescue Vice President Gao and did not intend to target you." As Jiang Mingqing entered, a contingent of armored officers, akin to the police of a previous life, followed behind him. At the forefront was a bearded man in his 40s, the director of the Security Bureau and an 8th-grade martial artist. Upon seeing them, Qin Yan's mood soured instantly, and he coldly inquired, "Are you too intent on becoming adversaries of the Qin family?" Chapter 10. The Consequences of Heroism. Qin Yan slowly drew his battle knife from his waist, his expression transforming into one of ferocity. "So, you wish to defend Gao Wei, do you?" Beside him, Yun Lang also unsheathed his weapon, his demeanor dark as he regarded Jiang Mingqing and Wan Cheng. Subsequently, the other martial artists of the Qin family followed suit, their eyes icy and fixed on the two, ready to pounce at a moment's notice and rend them to pieces. Confronted by the predatory gazes of the Qin family, Jiang Mingqing hastily protested, "No, I do not intend to defend anyone. I merely wish to resolve this matter through legal means. If Gao Wei is at fault, he should be punished by the law, not by you." Qin Yan, this is an act of vigilante justice, and it is unlawful. Qin Yan regarded Jiang Mingqing with indifference, perceiving his words as blatant bias. If we were to follow the law, Gao Wei, Xiao Fan, and Lu Xinyao would face no consequences, for they have not broken any laws. Moreover, pursuing legal recourse would only subject the Qin family to ridicule from other prominent families, as they never resort to legal channels when troubles arise. Realizing this, Qin Yan's voice grew, tinged with anger. "Jiang Mingqing, Wan Cheng, should you choose to leave now, I might still extend you some courtesy. If you refuse to depart, do not be surprised when your faces meet the ground." Upon hearing Qin Yan's threat, Jiang Mingqing was consumed with fury. "Qin Yan, how can you, a student of the Capital Martial Arts University, not recognize that Gao Wei is the vice dean? Is this how you treat your elders?" Without hesitation, Qin Yan retorted, "Does his behavior today warrant him the title of my elder?" Jiang Mingqing's countenance darkened. "Qin Yan, I have made myself quite clear. If you feel wronged, you may file a complaint or seek legal action against him, but resorting to vigilante justice is unacceptable. You do not possess the authority to decide his fate." Seeing their unwavering resolve to shield Gao Wei, Qin Yan sneered. "Then there is nothing more to discuss. Uncle, let's take action." Qin Yan, having grown impatient, roared, "Jiang Mingqing, I shall end you." His battle knife flashed like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Jiang Mingqing, exuding an aura of murderous intent that enveloped the area, instilling fear in those of lesser strength. Jiang Mingqing, momentarily daunted by Qin Yan's ferocity, felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly raised his sword to parry the attack. Though he too was a martial saint, he was no match for Qin Yan. Upon collision, he was sent flying, crashing through the wall of the Liu family's estate and landing outside. Fortunately, the Liu family resided in a manor situated far from the city, sparing many buildings from destruction and preventing unnecessary casualties. Qin Yan, still seething with rage, charged at Jiang Mingqing once more, a massive blood-red crescent moon manifesting behind him, exuding an eerie and sinister presence. As Jiang Mingqing rose from the ground, he too unleashed a battle cry, summoning a celestial figure wielding a long sword, radiating an ethereal aura. One emanated a crimson glow while the other shone golden, their light illuminating the expanse for miles, as if a celestial being and a demon were at war. As they clashed, they moved further away from the Liu family manor, clearly unleashing their true powers, threatening to endanger others or even the capital itself if left unchecked. Meanwhile, Yunlang did not remain idle. He advanced aggressively towards Galway, as they were the only two half-step martial saints present. Their battle quickly escalated, drawing them in another direction, away from the conflict at hand. With Qin Yan and Yunlang occupied, Wan Cheng seemed to find his courage. He turned to Qin Yan, coldly declaring, "Qin Yan, I command you to release everyone here at once, or do not blame me for being unmerciful." Qin Yan regarded him with contempt, unable to suppress a laugh. "What a fool you are!" Wan Cheng bellowed, "You dare to mock me? Watch how I take you down today." With that, he lunged aggressively at Qin Yan, convinced that by subduing him, he could coerce Qin Yan and Yunlang into acquiescing to their demands. Qin Yan observed Wan Cheng's approach with disdain. Such a lowly opponent was hardly worthy of his attention. As Wan Cheng closed the distance, however, two martial artists from the Qin and Yun families surged forward, weapons drawn, and struck at Wan Cheng's arms with precision. In an instant, two gleaming blades flashed, severing both of Wan Cheng's arms, eliciting a horrific scream from him as he writhed on the ground in agony. Members of the Public Security Bureau, witnessing Wan Cheng's injury, instinctively grasped their weapons, preparing to advance. Yet Qin Yan merely shot them a cold glance. "If you wish to live, remain where you are." The Qin and Yun family martial artists advanced menacingly, their murderous intent palpable, prompting the Bureau members to retreat, fearful of the combatants who were far more formidable than they. Qin Yan, casting a slow glance at the stunned Xiao Fan and Lu Xinyao, stated casually, "Since Lu Xinyao spared Xiao Fan, it is time to see Lu Zhong off." A Qin family martial artist stepped forward, seizing Lu Zhong. Regaining his senses, Lu Zhong pleaded desperately, "No, young Master Qin, please don't kill me." Xinyao, please beg him for mercy." Lu Xinyao scrambled to Qin Yan's side, clutching his leg and crying, "Qin Yan, please, I beg you, do not kill my father." In response, Qin Yan kicked Lu Xinyao aside, stating, "I offered you 2 chances to eliminate Xiao Fan, yet you did not act. I shall not grant you a third." With that, a martial artist raised his blade and struck Lu Zhong's neck. Lu Zhong's terrified expression was frozen in place as his head rolled away. "That!" Lu Xinyao let out a heart-wrenching scream before fainting. Xinyao! Xiao Fan attempted to check on Lu Xinyao, but was met with a kick from Qin Yan, who placed his foot on Xiao Fan's head. "Xiao Fan, do you see? This is the consequence of your heroics." Qin Yan, as Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, declared, "You deserve to die. You truly deserve it. Whether I live or die is uncertain, but I know you'll die today." Qin Yan gradually lifted his foot, aiming to crush Xiao Fan's head. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Fan unleashed his latent potential, managing to shift his injured body a half-foot to evade Qin Yan's blow. With a resounding thud, Qin Yan's foot struck the ground, creating a crater a foot deep. Had he landed that blow on Xiao Fan's head, it would have surely been fatal. Seeing Xiao Fan evade, Qin Yan scoffed, "Let us see how many more times you can escape." He withdrew his leg, preparing to strike again, when suddenly a commanding voice rang out, "Stop." Chapter 11. The oppression of the martial god. The voice was resonant and penetrating, causing the energy within Qin Yan to surge uncontrollably. His legs turned weak, and he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, and with a wave of the hand, Qin Yan was sent flying crashing to the ground. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, as if all his bones were about to shatter and his internal organs suffered significant damage. He looked up at the newcomer and recognized Wang Chong, the martial saint guarding the capital. In the capital, a martial saint is stationed year-round, ready to provide support if a formidable foreign tribe infiltrates the country or if any anomalies arise at the borders, serving as a reserve force. The position of the martial saint is rotated among all the martial saints of the Great Xia. Upon witnessing Qin Yan's injury, the warriors from the Qin and Yan families instantly reddened with rage, charging towards Wang Chong with furious roars. To them, injuring their protector under their very noses was a disgrace. Wang Chong scoffed at the approaching warriors, his aura swelling as he unleashed a powerful force. With a wave of his hand, an enormous palm materialized, sending more than a dozen warriors flying, and with another motion, he dispatched another group. Soon, the elite warriors of the Qin and Yun families lay defeated on the ground. Seeing this, the Liu family rejoiced, embracing each other in tears, overwhelmed by a feeling of survival after calamity. After dispatching the warriors, Wang Chong immediately called out to the 4 individuals engaged in combat in the distance. Qin Yan, Yin Lang, cease at once, or I shall incapacitate Qin Yan. How dare you, Wang Chong? Qin Yan's furious voice echoed as he repelled Jiang Mingqing with a swift strike and hurried back. He and Yin Lang approached Qin Yan, whose face was pale, their fury directed squarely at Wang Chong. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yan declared, Wang Chong, dare to harm Qin Yan, and I shall kill you. Wang Chong, seasoned on the battlefield, was not intimidated and replied confidently, Qin Yan, your strength is waning. Do not cling to delusions. Stand down now. As he spoke, Jiang Mingqing and Gao Wei returned, both appearing battered, covered in wounds, blood streaming from their bodies. At that moment, Qin Yan rose from the ground, gritting his teeth. Wang Chong, I have long declared that I must take Gao Wei's life today, and no one shall impede me. Wang Chang's expression darkened. Youngster, do not overstep your bounds, or I will be compelled to act against you. With that, he released an overwhelming pressure. Jiang Mingqing and Gao Wei quickly joined him, unleashing their own formidable auras. They had lost all fear of their opponents, confident that Wang Chong could hold Qin Yan at bay, while Jiang Mingqing could defeat Yin Lang. As for the remaining members of the Qin and Yun families, Gao Wei alone could handle them. Go ahead, if you dare, Qin Yan retorted, slowly raising his right hand, revealing a mobile phone displaying a video call. On the screen was a stern-looking elder in his 60s, eyes sharp as lightning. This elder was Qin Yan's grandfather, Qin Shi. Just moments ago, when Wang Chong had struck him down, Qin Yan had initiated a video call with Qin Shi. Seeing the elder's face filled with murderous intent, Wang Chong felt his heart skip a beat. This man was one of the 3 war gods of the Great Xia, standing at the pinnacle of power. A single hand from him could spell death for Wang Chong. Not only he, but even Jiang Mingqing and Gao Wei felt their legs weaken. Wang Chong forced a smile, more painful than tears, and stammered, Qin, Elder Qin, how have you been? Qin Shi scoffed. How can I be well when my grandson is on the verge of being harmed? Wang Chong quickly responded, Elder Qin, it's a misunderstanding. I merely intended to intimidate Qin Yan, not to truly strike. You did not strike? Qin Shi's eyes flared with fury. Then how did my grandson sustain his injuries? Wang Chong nearly wept. Elder Qin, this is entirely my fault. I failed to hold back my strength. It is all my responsibility. With that, he slapped himself across the face in remorse. Qin Shi coldly replied, get out of my sight. Wang Chong hastily acquiesced. Yes, Elder Qin, I shall leave at once. He scurried away, not daring to utter another word. Qin Shi then turned his gaze to Jiang Mingqing. Jiang Mingqing, do you intend to take sides? Jiang Mingqing hastily explained. No, Elder, I do not. I merely wish for this matter to be handled justly. Justly? Qin Shi's anger flared. My grandson's method of handling this matter is the very definition of justice. Do you have any objections? Jiang Mingqing, feeling the heat of anger rise within, retorted Elder Qin. Qin Yan's handling of this matter lacks any semblance of justice. He is merely venting his emotions. Do you realize what he intends to do? He plans to annihilate the Liu family and kill Vice Dean Gao Wei, who is a half-step martial saint. Your Qin family has no right to deal with this privately. Oh, Qin Shi's voice turned icy. Are you suggesting that my family's honor deserves to be trampled upon? That our women and children should be subjected to humiliation? Jiang Mingqing replied, Elder Qin, had Qin Yan not sought to kill, Gao Wei would not have acted in such a manner. Qin Shi let out a heavy huff. So, it seems all of this is still the fault of my Qin family? The ruckus caused by that little girl Lu Xinyao and her suitor during the engagement banquet is also my family's fault? Jiang Mingqing sighed, Elder Qin. This matter is devoid of right or wrong. It is simply a conflict of emotions among the younger generation, and we should not interfere. Nonsense, Qin Shi exclaimed, lightning crackling around him. Jiang Mingqing, it seems your perspective is quite skewed. If that is the case, I shall not waste my breath on you any longer. I will personally return to the capital. With that, he took a few steps forward, declaring loudly, Qin family army, assemble. We shall return to the capital. We will not guard the borders any longer. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with fear. Wang Chong rushed over, exclaiming, Elder Qin, you must not act impulsively. Jiang Mingqing opted for moral coercion. Elder Qin, your actions will allow foreign tribes to infiltrate the heart of the Great Xia, leading to countless civilian casualties. In that case, your Qin family will be deemed the villains. And what of it? Qin Shi roared. All the men of the Qin family bleed and sacrifice at the borders. Yet our women and children are bullied and denied justice at home. What is the point of guarding the borders any longer? I tell you, if foreign tribes invade the heart of our land and cause devastation, the true culprits will be you. Chapter 12. The fall of the Lu family. Qin Shi's words sent a wave of panic through everyone present. Wang Chong nearly knelt in desperation, exclaiming, Elder Qin, please. It cannot be. Jiang Mingqing stood in a daze, feeling as though all his strength had evaporated. The thought of countless lives lost weighed heavily on him. Could he truly bear such a grave sin? The clatter of his sword falling to the ground echoed his despair. He understood he could not shoulder such a burden. Seeing this expression, Wang Chong sighed and turned to Qin Shi, saying, Elder Qin, let us depart at once and refrain from further involvement in this matter. What do you think? Qin Shi did not respond, but instead inquired of Qin Yan, Yinner, what are your thoughts? Qin Yan glanced at Wang Chong, contemplating the urge to eliminate him, for he too had been involved in the plot against the Qin family. However, he recognized the value of every martial saint in the Great Xia. Even his grandfather could not be executed without cause, let alone Wang Chong. Thus, he replied, Wang Chong has harmed many martial artists of the Qin and Yun families, and he must be held accountable. Wang Chong assured, rest assured, I will ensure their recovery. Qin Yan waved his hand dismissively, instructing, you may leave. Wang Chong, seeing Jiang Mingqing still lost in thought, seized him and departed. Gao Wei, witnessing the departure of his supporting dean, was suddenly gripped by fear, trembling uncontrollably, his heart racing with terror. He stammered Qin, but was cut off. Qin Zhan roared in fury, striking him in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into several buildings. Qin Zhan pursued him, lifting him effortlessly and bringing him back. At that moment, Xiao Fan felt a sense of numbness wash over him. He finally grasped the true might of the Qin family. This was a family so formidable that even nations yielded to them. He had unwittingly provoked such a powerful clan and even dared to insult them. An unprecedented fear gripped his heart, and tears streamed down his cheeks without his awareness. He understood that he might meet his end today. Yet, Qin Yan paid him no heed, turning instead to the Qin family warriors, commanding, kill everyone in the Lu family except Lu Xinyao and Yan Jinxiao. And do not forget to awaken Lu Xinyao. Although Wang Chong had sent the martial artists of the Qin and Yun families flying, he had not used his full strength, sparing them from harm to avoid making enemies. Two Qin warriors approached Lu Xinyao and delivered 2 resounding slaps to her face. She awoke from her stupor, crying out for her father. Qin Yan ordered, proceed. The Qin warriors raised their blades, mercilessly attacking the Lu family. Lu Xinyao screamed again, blood streaming from her eyes. Qin Yan, you beast! You will go to hell for this. Qin Yan sneered, what of hell? Even there, I shall reign supreme. Soon, the Lu family was nearly exterminated. Lu Xinyao, drained of all strength, collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of madness, alternating between laughter and tears. Yet Qin Yan remained relentless, saying, I said Lu Xinyao and Yin Jinxiao must endure, for the Yin family has yet to arrive. Upon hearing this, Yin Jinxiao fell to the ground, crawling towards Qin Yan, her toothless mouth howling in desperation. However, before she could reach him, two warriors crushed her hands and feet, rendering her unable to move, only capable of howling in agony. Ignoring her plight, Qin Yan nonchalantly took a seat beside the chair, exuding the aura of a youthful sovereign. Minutes later, the Qin family's returning warriors brought the Yin family with them. The Yin family, a small clan akin to the Lu family, numbered only in the hundreds. Many bore injuries, evidently having resisted and been subdued. As they arrived, they beheld the massacre of the Lu family and erupted in panic. What happened? Have all the Lu family been killed? Will we be next? I want to go back. I do not wish to die. Please, let me return. A few attempted to flee, but were swiftly executed, leaving the rest in despair, huddled together in tears. Qin Yan regarded them with indifference, stating flatly, I brought you here today to impart a singular truth. You are all destined to die. And the reason for your demise is your insatiable greed. The members of the Yin family, hearing this, began to plead for mercy. Young Master Qin, we have done nothing wrong. Please spare us. Young Master Qin, have mercy. I bow to you. Grant me my life. In response, Qin Yan scoffed, You claim innocence? Should I remind you of your transgressions? You have taken countless resources from me through the Lu family. You may have thought it inconsequential, but whenever your family faced shortages, you would turn to Yin Jinxiao to request more from me. Do you dare deny this? The Yin family fell silent, for nearly all had partaken in such actions. Ever since they learned of Qin Yan and Lu Xinyao's relationship, they had incessantly sought Yin Jinxiao's assistance in acquiring various resources from Qin Yan. It was evident that they had all benefited from the Qin family's resources, yet they had the audacity to mock Qin Yan as an unworthy sycophant, a true betrayal. Observing the hesitant Yin family, Qin Yan gestured, Act. The Qin warriors again sprang into action, swiftly decimating the Yin clan. Yin Jinxiao lay on the ground, shrieking and raging, desperate to intervene, yet powerless to stop the carnage. Watching her kin fall one by one, Yin Jinxiao coughed up blood and fainted. After annihilating the Yin family, Qin Yan rose from his seat and kicked Yin Jinxiao awake. He then approached Lu Xinyao, seizing her hair and pulling her face close to his. At that moment, Lu Xinyao appeared dazed, her eyes void of life, resembling a corpse. Qin Yan spoke languidly, Lu Xinyao, I am now going to kill your mother. A shiver ran through Lu Xinyao, her senses slowly returning. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, No, please, spare my mother. You can kill me instead. Qin Yan, I beg you. Chapter 13. Do you know what your son has done? With a cold sneer, Qin Yan released his grip, causing Lu Xinyao to collapse once more onto the ground. He then turned his gaze toward Xiao Fan and remarked, It has been quite some time. Why have Xiao Fan as parents and sister not yet arrived? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Xiao Fan pleaded fervently, Qin Yan, it is entirely my fault. You may do as you wish with me, but I implore you to spare my parents. Hearing Xiao Fan's desperate cries for mercy, Qin Yan scoffed derisively. So now you wish to plead for your life? Where was this sentiment before? Just wait patiently for your family's arrival. I want them to witness the deeds of their beloved son. At his words, despair engulfed Xiao Fan. Gritting his teeth, he growled in a feral tone, Qin Yan, you have gone too far. Qin Yan, no longer inclined to engage in conversation, regarded Xiao Fan as nothing more than a blatant hypocrite. Take, for instance, the incident at the engagement banquet where he had eloped with another's fiancé. Even if one were to overlook the norms of noble families like the Qin clan, such actions would surely breed enmity, even amongst ordinary folk. Yet, this absurd protagonist seemed to consider it a noble act, which was truly laughable. After approximately 20 minutes, two martial artists returned, having apprehended Xiao Fan's family. Trailing behind them were a seemingly ordinary, visibly anxious middle-aged couple, along with a young girl of 17 or 18, possessing an ethereal beauty that exuded freshness. This was indeed Xiao Fan's family. Upon sighting his family, Xiao Fan glared at Qin Yan with bloodshot eyes, exclaiming, "Qin Yan, you beast!" Qin Yan merely smiled faintly, remaining silent as he fixated on the trio before him. As they entered the courtyard, the first sight that met their eyes was the array of corpses strewn across the ground, instantly terrifying them. Xiao Fan's mother and his younger sister, Xiao Rui, screamed in horror, burying themselves in their father's embrace. Although Xiao Fan's father trembled with fear, wishing to faint, he nonetheless held the two women close and shielded their eyes with his hand. Observing Xiao Fan's father's reaction, Qin Yan nodded slightly, recognizing the man's fortitude. No wonder Xiao Fan often boasted about his own courage. It seemed he had been influenced by his father. While Qin Yan appreciated this display of masculinity, he felt no empathy, instead coolly inquiring, "You must be Xiao Fan's family?" Xiao Fan's father glanced at his son, then at the pitifully beaten Xiao Fan, confused about the nature of his son's involvement in such a grave incident, especially one that had provoked the ire of this apparently noble young man. He felt compelled to respond, "Yes, I am Xiao Fan's father. I am unaware of what he has done to offend you." Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Fan's mother and sister, trembling with fear, lifted their heads from his embrace. Xiao Fan's mother stammered, Sir, what has my son done?" Qin Yan turned his gaze toward Xiao Fan, asking, "Would you like to explain, or shall I?" With a resentful glare at Qin Yan, Xiao Fan turned to his family, asserting, "I did nothing wrong. It is he, the spoiled heir of a powerful family, who has coerced me." The three members of the Xiao family looked at Qin Yan, their eyes filled with skepticism, though they dared not voice their doubts. Noticing that Xiao Fan continued to defy him, Qin Yan grew weary of the exchange. He stood and approached the trembling Lu Xinyao, commanding, "Speak, wretched girl. Remember to tell the truth. If you utter a single lie, I shall flay you alive." Lu Xinyao trembled violently at his words. First, she cast a venomous glance at Xiao Fan, then turned to his family and shouted, "Xiao Fan deceived me." Xiao Fan's father, witnessing Lu Xinyao's frenzied behavior, felt a pang of pity. However, when it came to his son, that compassion quickly dissipated, and he furrowed his brow. "Miss, I know my son well. He is not a liar. What did he deceive you about?" Lu Xinyao suddenly erupted into a manic laughter. "What did he deceive me about? He took my innocence." The Xiao family was left utterly bewildered, their eyes fixed on Xiao Fan in disbelief. They could not fathom that he could commit such an act. Lu Xinyao continued to giggle. "A year ago, I visited your city for business, and your son took advantage of the situation to deceive me." "You lie!" Xiao Fan exclaimed, panic rising within him as he fought to preserve his good image in front of his parents. "I only did that to save you. Without me, you would have been humiliated by countless men." "You're full of nonsense," Lu Xinyao retorted through gritted teeth. "I had already conveyed my information. If you had delivered me to my family, do you think they would have been unable to rescue me? Even if they couldn't, the Qin family's influence would have sufficed." Xiao Fan opened his mouth to argue further, but found himself at a loss for words. Lu Xinyao continued, "In truth, I did not hold it against you for what happened, as I made it clear later that we had no future together. Yet, upon arriving in the capital, you became insistent. You knew I was Qin Yan's girlfriend and still pursued me. Not only did you deceive me, but you also sought resources from Qin Yan. Xiao Fan, can you claim none of this occurred?" Xiao Fan's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. "Those were given to me willingly." At this point, the Xiao family was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend that Xiao Fan had engaged in such behavior, meddling in others' relationships and seeking favors. Xiao Fan's father felt a sharp pain in his heart, questioning how his son could have become such a person. "Silence," Qin Yan interjected, turning to the Xiao family. "Now do you understand what your son has done? By the way, today was supposed to be my engagement day, but your son barged in and abducted my fiancé. As parents, how would you feel if your son caused a scene at a wedding, whisking away the bride?" Xiao Fan's father hesitated momentarily, then shook his head. The mere thought was infuriating. If such a thing truly occurred, he would be furious enough to strangle the perpetrator. However, given the current circumstances, they could not express such sentiments, as it was their son who had acted thus. All he could do was plead, "Young master, I know my son has committed a grave mistake. Please, I bow before you. I beseech you to spare him." Chapter 14, the female protagonist kills the male protagonist's parents, and the male protagonist, in turn, kills the female protagonist. As Zhao's father finished speaking, he prepared to kneel. However, Xiao Fan suddenly shouted, "Dad, no. Do not kneel to this scoundrel. He desires nothing more than to see you humiliate yourself. He is tormenting you." Furious at his son's words, Zhao's father glared at him. "Be quiet. If you had focused on your studies and not caused trouble, none of this would have happened." At that moment, Zhao's mother, filled with disappointment, chimed in, "Xiao Fan, how have you changed so much? It was one thing to meddle in others' relationships, but why did you have to stir up trouble at someone else's engagement party?" Xiao Rui, who had remained silent until now, looked at Xiao Fan with anger. Throughout her life, he had been her role model, and to discover that beneath his seemingly upright faade lay such moral depravity was devastating. In an instant, the brilliant image of Xiao Fan crumbled in her heart. Of course, image could be addressed later, but the immediate threat was dire. They could lose their lives. With this thought, Xiao Rui stole a glance at the deceased members of the Liu and Yin families, shivering involuntarily. Seeing that he had no more arguments to make, Xiao Fan could only utter in despair, "Please, stop asking. Just don't ask." Even now, he wished to maintain the faade of an honest and trustworthy son before his parents. Taking advantage of their distraction, Qin Yan quietly turned to Lu Xinyao, his cold gaze piercing. "I offer you a chance to survive. Kill Xiao Fan's parents, or you shall meet your own demise." Lu Xinyao, trembling under Qin Yan's predatory gaze, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. She had thought her fate sealed, yet here was an opportunity. It was akin to glimpsing a ray of light in the pitch-black darkness. She could not resist the urge to run towards it. Thus, she turned her gaze fiercely upon Zhao's father and mother and slowly advanced towards them. Qin Yan smiled as he observed Lu Xinyao, eager to witness how the destined female protagonist would deal with the male protagonist's parents. As Lu Xinyao neared the Xiao family, Xiao Fan's heart sank. Recalling Qin Yan's command for her to kill his parents, a chill coursing through him, he shouted vehemently, "Lu Xinyao, do not approach my parents. Stay away from them, or I shall kill you." The three members of the Xiao family turned to face Lu Xinyao, their expressions complex and uncertain. Suddenly, Lu Xinyao burst into tears. "Uncle, Auntie, you must help me. I am in this state because of Xiao Fan. He has ruined me. I have lost my boyfriend, my family. I have nothing left." Seeing her weep so pitifully softened Zhao's father and mother's hearts. They stepped forward, ready to offer comfort, but before they could speak, Lu Xinyao suddenly lashed out. She seized a knife from a nearby Qin family warrior and plunged it deep into Zhao's father's chest. The blade pierced through his heart, emerging bloodied from his back. Zhao's father's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted in agony as he looked at Lu Xinyao, gasping, "You." Lu Xinyao, now frenzied, her hair disheveled and face twisted in rage, cried out, "Xiao Fan has done this to me and killed my entire family. Why do you still live?" Zhao's mother gasped in horror, shouting, "Old Xiao." No, Xiao Fan, consumed by fury, resembled a raging bull, summoning the strength to rise. However, just as he lunged at Lu Xinyao, an unseen force struck his foot, sending him crashing to the ground once more. This fall granted Lu Xinyao the time she needed. She yanked the knife from Zhao's father and viciously aimed it at Zhao's mother. "Die. You all must perish." As an ordinary person, Zhao's mother stood no chance against the seasoned Lu Xinyao, who stabbed her in the chest. Trembling, she gazed at the blade embedded in her, then up at Lu Xinyao's devilish visage, pleading, "Please spare my daughter." Her words drew Lu Xinyao's attention to Xiao Rui, who was now terrified, collapsing to the ground, panicked. "No, don't come near me." Lu Xinyao withdrew the knife and approached Xiao Rui. "Little sister, do you know what your brother has done?" Xiao Rui hesitated, then nodded before shaking her head. "I just learned of it. Didn't he know before?" Lu Xinyao let out a chilling, mocking laugh. "Your brother is a hypocrite, a scoundrel, a foolish braggart. He deserves to die, and so do you." With that, she raised the knife to strike. But just as she lifted it, Xiao Fan's furious roar echoed, Lu Xinyao, you shall die. With a swift motion, a knife pierced Lu Xinyao's back, emerging from her front. Witnessing this, Xiao Rui screamed, unable to bear the weight of the horror before her, and fainted. At this scene, Qin Yan could hardly contain his applause. It was a splendid performance. The male protagonist's beloved had slain his parents, and he retaliated by killing her. Truly captivating. As the director of this grim play, Qin Yan gave himself a mental pat on the back. After slaying Lu Xinyao, Xiao Fan was overwhelmed by a profound emotional blow. Blood spilling from his lips as he weakened. Yet he summoned his remaining strength to turn towards Qin Yan, hoarsely vowing, "Qin Yan, I will kill you." He staggered forward, knife in hand, only to be met with a swift kick from a warrior that shattered his leg. Xiao Fan collapsed once more, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Qin Yan, brimming with hatred and murderous intent. Qin Yan merely cast a glance at him before turning his attention to Gao Wei. "Xiao Fan, next is your dear teacher, Gao Wei. I will ensure you witness every person who cared for you perish before your eyes." Then he addressed Qin Zhan, "Uncle, kill him." Qin Zhan grinned. "I've been waiting a long time for this." He unsheathed his blade and advanced towards Gao Wei. Just then, Gao Wei, gravely injured, stood up, his expression eerily calm. "Wait, I have a few words to say." Qin Yan scoffed. "Are you leaving a dying message?" "Sorry, I have no interest in listening." "Uncle, kill him." Qin Zhan raised his sword and swung it at Gao Wei. However, Gao Wei did not flinch. Instead, a strange smile crept across his face as his body began to swell rapidly. Seeing this, Qin Zhan was taken aback, shouting, "This man is going to self-destruct. Get back." Chapter 15. The half-step martial saint master who seeks to kill Xiao Fan. Qin Zhan seized Qin Yan and swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Gao Wei. Yun Lang and the other martial artists, being seasoned warriors, also hurriedly fled, keeping their distance from Gao Wei. Nevertheless, the anxiety in Qin Zhan's eyes was palpable. The self-detonation of a half-step martial saint possessed tremendous power, capable of obliterating an entire city in an instant. If not handled properly, it would surely impact the capital, resulting in significant casualties. Thus, after ensuring Qin Yan's safety and establishing over 10 protective measures around him, Qin Zhan charged once more towards Gao Wei, intent on minimizing the impending devastation caused by the explosion. As the crowd distanced themselves, Gao Wei turned to cast a final glance at Xiao Fan, then produced a palm-sized crystal from his hand. This crystal, reminiscent of a diamond, gleamed with an ethereal brilliance. With a firm squeeze, he fractured the crystal, then hurled it towards Xiao Fan. The crystal, already riddled with cracks, shattered upon striking Xiao Fan's forehead. In that instant, a pitch-black portal emerged behind Xiao Fan, slowly engulfing him. Witnessing this scene, a dangerous glint flickered in Qin Yan's eyes. The space origin crystal. This crystal, a core from an alien species known as the Void Dragon, contained unparalleled spatial power. Martial artists could absorb this power, granting them abilities related to space. Moreover, the space origin crystal served as a means of escape. When shattered, it created a spatial passage, transporting the individual miles away. Thus, Gao Wei was prepared to sacrifice himself to safeguard Xiao Fan's life. Gao Wei gazed at Xiao Fan, whose body was gradually vanishing into the spatial passage. A hint of relief gracing his features. "Xiao Fan, strive well. Do not disappoint my expectations." Xiao Fan, regaining his senses, shouted desperately, "No, master, don't. If you go, I go with you." Gao Wei, filled with a sense of fulfillment, replied, "Foolish child, your intentions alone satisfy me." At that moment, a youthful figure emerged in Gao Wei's mind, one that bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Fan. Young, spirited, and brimming with ambition. This was his disciple, a prodigious talent who had tragically perished at the hands of the alien race a decade prior. Gao Wei had watched helplessly from a distance, paralyzed by fear as his disciple met his demise. This guilt had haunted him for years, leading him to refrain from taking on new disciples until Xiao Fan appeared, reminding him of his lost pupil. A smile of liberation spread across Gao Wei's face. "I was once cowardly, hesitant to take that step. This time, I shall not falter. I will protect my disciple with my life." With that, he turned, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, and roared as he lunged towards Qin Yan like a cannonball, intent on taking him down with him, thereby significantly weakening the Qin family's power. He murmured to himself, "At least I can contribute to the greater good of the Great Xia. The world has suffered under the Qin family for far too long." Qin Yan sensed his intent and scoffed. "You wish to perish together? We shall see if you possess the strength for it." He produced a palm-sized, shuttle-shaped object from his spatial ring and bellowed, "Thunderlight shuttle, go." In an instant, the Thunderlight shuttle expanded to the size of a sword, hurtling towards Gao Wei. Though Gao Wei attempted to defend himself, the chaos within him rendered him incapable of exerting significant strength. He could only watch as the Thunderlight shuttle pierced through his garments, lifting him skyward until he vanished from sight. Moments later, a blinding light erupted in the sky, followed by the thunderous roar reminiscent of rolling thunder. A violent shockwave blasted the ground, akin to the ferocity of a 12th-grade typhoon. Qin Yan lamented, "I've wasted a Thunderlight shuttle. What a loss." Observing his uncle's expression, Qin Yan's lips twitched slightly. "Uncle, we still have dozens of Thunderlight shuttles at home." Qin Yan coughed lightly. "Ahem, I'm merely being frugal." With a brief smile, Qin Yan addressed the others. "Now that this matter is settled, we should take our leave." At that moment, a martial artist approached, inquiring, "Young master, what shall we do about that girl?" Qin Yan turned to see Xiao Fan's sister, Xiao Rui. Indeed, Xiao Rui was quite lovely, her fair skin and delicate features complemented by a graceful figure. Most importantly, she exuded a refreshing aura, reminiscent of a forest after rain. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yan decided, bring her along. A living Xiao Rui serves a greater purpose than a deceased one, for Xiao Fan treasures his family ties profoundly. With his parents gone, he will undoubtedly hold Xiao Rui in high regard. Keeping her close gives us an advantage against him. Should she perish, Xiao Fan would be utterly unrestrained. A martial artist stepped forward, hoisting Xiao Rui onto his shoulder as they followed Qin Yan back. At the Qin residence, Yun Qing paced anxiously, uncertain of how matters had unfolded. Yet, above all, she was concerned about Qin Yan's performance. She hoped her son would exhibit the qualities befitting the young master of the Qin family. Otherwise, they would surely face ridicule from other clans, and Qin Yan would bear the brunt of their scorn. Just as her worries heightened, Qin Yan's voice rang out from outside. "Mother, we have returned." A smile broke across Yun Qing's face as she hurried outside to find Qin Yan leading the way, flanked by Qin Yan and Yun Lang, who resembled loyal guardians. The trio wore expressions of relief, prompting Yun Qing to exhale, realizing that Qin Yan had handled the situation well. "You're back. Come in quickly," she exclaimed. Once in the hall, they settled down, and Yun Qing eagerly asked, "Yinner, how did you deal with the Liu family in that Gao Wei?" Qin Yan smirked coldly. "Naturally, I eliminated them." He proceeded to recount the events in detail to Yun Qing. Upon finishing, satisfaction illuminated her face. "Well done, my son. This is the assertiveness expected of a young master of the Qin family. It must be done, lest they think us easy prey." Yet, she lamented, "It's a pity that the wretched Xiao Fan managed to escape." Qin Yan reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. Xiao Fan is but a wounded dog now, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Should he dare to show himself again, I will ensure his demise." Yun Qing gazed at him with pride. "My son has truly matured." Qin Yan interjected, "Indeed, sister-in-law, young Yin can now uphold the family, allowing us to fight on the front lines without concern for home." Yun Lang nodded in agreement. "Yin is indeed impressive. I must inform Yun Lei about this so he can learn from him." Yun Lei was Qin Yan's cousin and a young master of the Yun family. They lavished praise on Qin Yan, showering him with accolades. Qin Yan remained silent, lost in thought. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Yun Qing asked, "Yin, what occupies your mind?" Qin Yan gazed at her, pondering how to deal with the old wretch, Jiang Mingqing. How dare he target the Qin family in such a manner? I shall ensure he is ousted from his position as the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. Qin Yan and Yun Lang immediately fell silent, turning to look at Qin Yan. Truth be told, Jiang Mingqing was a formidable opponent. Being a genuine martial sage and a member of the Great Xia Elder Council, it would not be an easy task to confront him. Qin Yan could not help but speak up. "Xiao Yan, this matter is quite complicated. Qin Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not easily managed. But I have devised a plan. Uncle, when will you be returning? Qin Yan scratched his head. The day after tomorrow, your grandfather has granted me a 3-day leave. A smile graced Qin Yan's face. With you by my side, this matter is bound to succeed. Chapter 16. Blood Profits, Abundant Rewards, Supreme Demon Body in the evening. After a long day of toil, Qin Yan returned to his chamber, eager to assess how much fortune he had extracted from Xiao Fan throughout the day. He anticipated a substantial amount, given that he had subjected the latter to considerable adversity. Although Qin Yan had set his system to report at 10 o'clock in the evening, that was only in the absence of his own inquiry. He could check at any moment if he so desired. System, display the interface. In the next instant, a semi-transparent blue panel materialized before him. Host, Qin Yan, physique, innate demon body, cultivation realm. Initial stage of 4th rank. Techniques, formless demon art, combat skills, great heavenly demon palm. 9-fold demon blade. Fortune value, 108,000. Rewards obtained, 9 patterned yuan dan 5. Source of the supreme demon body, 9 transformations of the heavenly demon art, imperial level technique. Blood soul, demon blade, holy level weapon, shattered star finger, holy level combat skill. The system shop is now open. The host may purchase items according to need. Upon seeing the details on the panel, Qin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. What was this? The source of the supreme demon body? An imperial level technique? And a holy level combat skill? These were indeed valuable treasures. The supreme demon body is a classification of physique, ranked as spirit, king, saint, supreme, and a legendary chaos physique. His innate demon body belongs to the saint level category, which is already considered top tier in this world. The supreme body is a rarity, appearing once in a century, while the likelihood of encountering a chaos physique is akin to winning the lottery. Xiao Fan, the fated child of this world, also possesses a unique physique, currently classified as a king body. However, through various fortuitous events within the narrative, he will eventually evolve into a chaos physique. If the source of the supreme body left him in awe, the imperial level technique completely rendered him speechless. This was a complete imperial level technique, and it is known that no complete volume of such exists in the entire world, limiting humanity's highest cultivation to the martial god level. Everyone is aware that levels beyond martial god exist, yet due to incomplete techniques, they are unable to reach that realm. With the acquisition of the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon art, the Qin family could ascend to the status of a martial emperor family, making the world grovel at their feet. As for the blood soul demon blade and shattered star finger, the brilliance of the source of the supreme body and 9 transformations of the heavenly demon art overshadowed these holy level weapons and skills entirely. What a tremendous gain! Qin Yan felt a surge of relief, grateful that Xiao Fan lacked a system. Otherwise, the outcome of their rivalry would have been uncertain. After all, the system operates beyond logic and can yield considerable advantages. An ordinary person could hardly compete. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, Qin Yan instructed, "Open the system shop." Upon entering the system shop, Qin Yan's breath quickened once more. There were simply too many treasures available. Chaos Creation Body, 100,000 Fortune Value. Chaos Demon God Body, 100,000 Fortune Value. God-Breaking Pill increases the probability of breaking through to Martial Emperor by 59,999. 999 Fortune Value. As this is the host's first purchase, a 90 discount applies. The top-ranking items were rare treasures. Acquiring even one would elevate a person's status for a lifetime. Naturally, the prices were equally staggering. Anything Qin Yan found appealing was beyond his financial reach, while the items he could afford were of no scarcity to the Qin family. Never mind, he thought. I shall save these fortune values for now. Once I accumulate enough, I will purchase a god-breaking pill for my grandfather, Qin Shi, enabling him to become a martial emperor. This will solidify my support and allow me to act with greater audacity. Qin Yan stored the system rewards in the system space, and once arranged, a prompt appeared. Would you like to fuse with the source of the supreme demon body? Without hesitation, Qin Yan selected yes. Holding on to such a treasure was of little utility. Using it directly to enhance himself was far more effective. In the next moment, a warm current surged through his body, merging with the source of his innate demon body. Not merely merging, but rather devouring it. The source of the innate demon body was consumed as if it were mere sustenance for the source of the supreme demon body. Subsequently, the source of the supreme demon body began to transform his physique. As the transformation progressed, a terrifying aura emanated from him, gradually spreading outward. A shadowy figure began to materialize, initially resembling a normal human, but growing larger until it towered at a height of 100 meters. The shadow let out a silent roar, producing a wave of energy that instilled a profound sense of reverence in anyone it touched, compelling them to kneel and worship. Above the shadow, a blood-red moon appeared, surrounded by various demon entities, all bowing in homage to the shadow, as if it were a demon king. Such a significant occurrence inevitably alerted the other members of the Qin family. Yuanqing rushed out, witnessing the scene, and inquired, "What is happening in Yenner's residence?" As her words fell, Qin Yan darted out like a flash of lightning. Upon seeing the spectacle, a glint of joy crossed his eyes. This little Yin has awakened the supreme demon body. The supreme demon body? Yuanqing was initially taken aback. She had not expected her son's physique to evolve from saint to supreme. However, her astonishment quickly transformed into elation. The supreme body guaranteed that, barring any unforeseen incidents, he would undoubtedly become a martial god. Qin Yan would face no obstacles on his martial journey. Just then, Qin Yan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. After all, aside from him, there were two other martial saints in the capital. The commotion caused by Qin Yan would surely draw their attention. If they discovered that Qin Yan had awakened the supreme body, they might resort to underhanded tactics against him. With this thought, he unleashed his martial saint aura, enveloping the night sky in a dazzling crimson light that concealed Qin Yan's manifestation. This way, any prying eyes would misunderstand the source of the disturbance, attributing it to Qin Yan's nocturnal frenzy rather than suspecting Qin Yan. Indeed, as Qin Yan's aura radiated, Wang Chong and Jiang Mingqing, who were approaching, halted in their tracks and retreated slowly. After more than 10 minutes, the extraordinary phenomenon caused by Qin Yan gradually dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes. As he assessed his body, Qin Yan discovered that his physical strength had vastly increased, his power enhanced significantly. Moreover, the capacity of energy he could harbor within had expanded considerably. It could be said that he was now several times stronger than before. In combat, he could effortlessly defeat 10 versions of his former self. The disparity was insurmountable. Having sensed the terrifying potential of the supreme body, Qin Yan's ambitions surged. He was determined to attain a chaos body, even more formidable than the supreme body. Chapter 17. Having conquered Xiao Rui, she develops hatred for Xiao Fan after merging with the supreme demon body. Qin Yan rose from his bed, intending to take another shower. Throughout the transformation process, his body had expelled numerous impurities, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. As he left his bedroom to wash up, he was surprised to find Yuanqing and Qin Yan waiting at his door. Qin Yan blinked at them, inquiring, "What brings you here? Why are you at my doorstep?" Without any concern for Qin Yan's disheveled state, Yuanqing eagerly grasped his hand and exclaimed, "Yenner, have you awakened the supreme demon body?" Qin Yan nodded, "Yes." "Wonderful, wonderful." Yuanqing spun in excitement, wishing to celebrate with someone, which startled Qin Yan, prompting him to retreat several paces. He then suggested, since Xiaoyan is fine, I shall take my leave. Observing his mother-esque exuberance, Qin Yan remarked, "Mom, can we discuss this tomorrow? I really want to take a shower." Suppressing her excitement, Yuanqing replied, "Of course, no problem. Go ahead, I'll take my leave." Once they departed, Qin Yan took a shower. Afterward, clad in a bathrobe, he emerged from the bathroom only to be approached by a maid. "Young master, the girl you brought back has awakened, but she is crying and shouting, insisting on finding her parents." Initially, Qin Yan had no intention of concerning himself with Xiao Rui, but a sinister smile crept onto his face as he thought, "Wait, I'll go see her." He opened the door and instructed the maid, "Lead the way." The maid guided him to Xiao Rui's quarters. Upon reaching the door, They heard her anguished screams from within. "Go away, I want to eat," followed by the sound of objects being thrown around. Qin Yan's calm demeanor darkened. This girl clearly had no understanding of her current situation, daring to act out in the Qin residence. He kicked the door open, only to find a maid drenched in soup, with shattered dishes and food strewn about the floor. Seeing Qin Yan, the maid hurriedly exclaimed, "Young master." Qin Yan acknowledged her with a grunt and approached Xiao Rui, fixing her with a cold stare. She shivered under his gaze. Memories of the deceased from the Liu family estate flooding her mind, leaving her terrified. Those maids posed no threat, but Qin Yan was different. He was capable of murder. She instinctively attempted to retreat, trembling as she stammered, "What do you want? Don't come near me." Without uttering a word, Qin Yan stepped closer, seizing her shoulders and dragging her out of the room. She screamed and protested, "What are you doing? Let me go. I want to find my mom and dad. Please, just let me go." Listening to her pleas, Qin Yan coldly replied, "Your parents are dead, killed by your brother." Xiao Rui froze at his words, tears streaming down her cheeks. Indeed, her parents were gone, and her brother Xiao Fan was the one responsible. Anger surged within her, directed at Xiao Fan. Her parents had sacrificed so much for his education, only for him to betray them, running off with another fiancé during an engagement ceremony. If not for those actions, her parents would still be alive. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yan pulled her into his room and shut the door. Once inside, Xiao Rui realized she was alone with Qin Yan, her heart racing with fear. What are you going to do?" Qin Yan stepped before her, gripping her chin, and said, "You claim your brother killed my fiancé. How shall we settle this debt?" Terror filled Xiao Rui's expressive eyes, resembling a frightened fawn. "And no, I don't know. I don't know." A smirk played upon Qin Yan's lips as he forcefully pushed her onto the bed. "If you're unaware, allow me to enlighten you. You shall repay me by becoming my substitute." With that, he extended his hands toward her, swiftly tearing her dress apart. The following morning, Qin Yan awoke to find something nestled in his arms. Looking down, he saw Xiao Rui curled up like a kitten, her tear-streaked face and reddened eyes evoking a sense of pity. However, Qin Yan felt no emotional stirrings. His actions the previous day were purely driven by her connection to Xiao Fan. In truth, he harbored no feelings for her. If anything, they were adversaries. Yet, the situation was undeniably thrilling. He wondered what expression Xiao Fan would wear upon discovering his sister in Qin Yan's bed. After contemplating for a moment, he gently pushed Xiao Rui away and sat up. Exhausted from the previous day's events and a restless night spent in Qin Yan's presence, Xiao Rui was both weary and drowsy. However, the shock of the previous day had rendered her sleep shallow. As Qin Yan nudged her, she instantly awoke. Sitting up in panic, clutching the blanket to cover her delicate figure, her eyes wide with fear. Ignoring her, Qin Yan dressed himself, then turned to her and stated, "What happened yesterday is behind us. Your brother is alive. He is merely left. From now on, you will stay here as my woman, and your needs will be well taken care of." Xiao Rui dared not defy Qin Yan, sniffling as she asked, Can I see my parents?" Qin Yan did not refuse, replying, "Yes, I will arrange for someone to take you." With that, he exited the room. Upon stepping outside, a maid greeted him, "Good morning, young master." Qin Yan glanced at the maid and said, "Prepare a suitable outfit for the girl in my room. Ensure her needs are met." The maid promptly acknowledged, "Yes, young master." As she prepared to leave, Qin Yan called out, "Wait a moment." The maid halted and turned to him. "Do you have further instructions, young master? Please fetch Aunt Lan from my mother's side and inform her that I require her assistance," Qin Yan instructed. The maid complied and hurried off. Soon after, a woman of similar age to Yun Qing, possessing a kind demeanor and striking beauty, approached him. "Young master, you called for me?" This woman, known as Lan, was a loyal servant and childhood companion of Yun Qing, being a hybrid of human and fox demon lineage, known for her persuasive speech. Qin Yan nodded. "Aunt Lan, the girl in my room is Xiao Fan's sister, Xiao Rui. I would like you to converse with her, instilling a deep-seated hatred for her brother, ideally to the point where she would desire nothing more than to kill him upon meeting." Chapter 18. The dismissal of Dean Jiang Mingqing after addressing Qin Lan. Qin Yan proceeded to his study, where he began to peruse the documents pertaining to the funding of the Capital Martial Arts Academy. The records indicated that 13 families collectively contributed to the academy, with the provisions encompassing martial arts techniques, weapons, elixirs, spiritual fruits, armor, and more. Notably, the Qin family's contribution constituted a staggering 60%, with the remaining support shared among the other 12 families, including the Yun family. Upon reading this, Qin Yan could not suppress a disdainful snort. He found himself perplexed by Jiang Mingqing's audacity to shield Gao Wei and to dare to criticize the Qin family. Did he truly believe that the fate of the Capital Martial Arts Academy did not rest firmly in the hands of these prominent families? This thought unsettled Qin Yan, prompting him to toss the documents onto the table and summon the butler. The butler approached Qin Yan, bowing respectfully. "Young master, how may I assist you?" Qin Yan rapped his fingers on the table and instructed, "Notify all families that sponsor the Capital Martial Arts Academy. Have their representatives convene in the Academy's conference room in 1 hour. Inform them it is a meeting of utmost importance. And do not forget to notify Jiang Mingqing. Today's assembly concerns him primarily." "Understood, young master. I shall inform them at once," the butler replied before departing. Once the butler left, Qin Yan exited the study and sought out Qin Zhan. Together, they made their way to the Capital Martial Arts Academy. Though they had already discussed the matter during their journey, Qin Zhan still harbored some reservations and furrowed his brow as he asked, "Xiao Yan, is this truly without risk?" A confident smile spread across Qin Yan's face. "Fear not, uncle. Today, whether Jiang Mingqing consents or not, he will be compelled to submit." Seeing Qin Yan's resolve, Qin Zhan ceased his inquiries, reassured by his presence. Soon, they arrived at the conference room, where a cacophony of voices could be heard from within. "Goodness, are you all aware of what transpired yesterday?" "Indeed, young Master Qin was publicly jilted at his engagement banquet. The Qin family has lost face." "Who told you that?" "Do you know how young Master Qin dealt with the situation?" "What else could he do?" "With the way he fawned over Lu Xinyao, he couldn't possibly take action against the Lu family." "Ah, your information is woefully outdated. Let me enlighten you. Young Master Qin annihilated the Lu family, leaving no survivors." "Seriously? Is young Master Qin truly that ruthless? Wasn't he quite fond of Lu Xinyao? Such is the nature of a family heir. They may act however they please in private, but when family interests are at stake, they become unyielding." As Qin Yan pushed open the door and entered, he interjected, "What are you all discussing? It certainly sounds lively." Upon his arrival, the representatives of the prominent families fell silent, gazing at him with reverence. This was the very epitome of a family heir, distinguishing clearly between personal matters and public affairs, ensuring that private emotions did not compromise family interests or honor. Jiang Mingqing was also present, albeit seated in a corner, his expression dark and silent. He had witnessed the events of the previous day, but felt powerless to intervene. For a martial saint, this was an exceedingly heavy blow. Qin Yan took his seat at the head of the round table, with Qin Zhan sitting beside him, arms crossed and silent. At this moment, Dongfang Bai, the young master of the Dongfang family, cleared his throat and inquired, "Young Master Qin, you summon us for a purpose, I presume?" Yun Lei, the young master of the Yun family, added, "Indeed, cousin, please feel free to speak. I shall be your first supporter, even if it means dismantling the Capital Martial Arts Academy." Others chimed in, expressing their unwavering support. "Young Master Qin, command us, and we shall comply. Your words are our decree." With a subtle smile, Qin Yan responded, "In that case, I shall be candid. I believe the capital requires but one martial saint to oversee it. Jiang Mingqing, as a martial saint, is far too accomplished to be confined to the management of a single academy. His true calling lies on the battlefield." Jiang Mingqing abruptly lifted his head. Incredulity etched across his face. "Qin Yan, are you suggesting that you will strip me of my position as dean? Do you possess the authority to do so?" "I was jointly recommended by the Elders' Council." Qin Yan scoffed. "If you refuse, then the existence of the Capital Martial Arts Academy becomes unnecessary." The Elders' Council was the apex authority in the Great Xia, housing all martial saints, including Jiang Mingqing himself. While these martial saints wielded considerable power and prestige, their influence within the council was limited. The true power was held by the three martial gods, each with their own supporters, other martial saints. It might appear as a balance of power, yet in reality, the Qin family dominated, controlling 2/3 of the Great Xia's military. This overwhelming influence led many other families and factions to lament their plight under the Qin family's rule. In the unfolding narrative, the death of Qin Yan's grandfather had seen the Jiang family's martial god play a role, thus placing the Jiang family among those targeted by Qin Yan's reckoning, though action against them was not yet feasible. However, that day would come, and when Qin Shi ascended to martial emperor, it would spell doom for the Jiang family. Yet, the immediate concern lay with Jiang Mingqing. The Qin family had refrained from direct action in the capital for many years, only to be challenged by a martial saint and a half-step martial saint. Thus, Qin Yan sought to seize this opportunity to showcase the Qin family's ferocity, making it abundantly clear what befell those who dared to provoke them. Jiang Mingqing dismissed Qin Yan's threat with a cold laugh. Qin Yan, grandiose words do not carry weight. The Capital Martial Arts Academy has existed for centuries. What gives you the right to threaten its dissolution? Not only Jiang Mingqing, but also the representatives from other families regarded Qin Yan with skepticism, finding his assertion somewhat presumptuous. The Capital Martial Arts Academy stood as one of the nation's premier institutions, directly overseen by the Elders' Council. No matter how influential Qin Yan might be, he could not surpass the authority of the council. Several members from the Jiang family faction openly scoffed at Qin Yan, believing that the events of the previous day had inflated his ego, leading him to lose sight of reality. Not even Qin Zhan was immune to concern, regarding Qin Yan with apprehension. This move might indeed be a grave misstep, observing the disbelief etched on their faces. Qin Yan let out a cold chuckle and produced a document. The contributions of my family to the Capital Martial Arts Academy encompass 60% of all elixirs, martial arts techniques, weapons, and battle attire. Jiang Mingqing, if I were to cease supplying these resources starting this month, what impact would that have on the Capital Martial Arts Academy? Chapter 19. Today, I come for you. Jiang Mingqing felt a surge of alarm upon hearing the words. If Qin Yan truly halted the resources, the repercussions for the Capital Martial Arts Academy would be profound, affecting everyone involved and having the resources available to students. Consequently, the pace of students' progress would diminish significantly, potentially rendering the current students ineffectual. The university years are a golden period for student development. Any disruption would be catastrophic. However, that was not the gravest concern. More pressing was the fact that in 3 days, various families were to deliver these resources, and in 5 days, the next month's resources were to be distributed to students. Such matters could not afford to be delayed. Jiang Mingqing fixed his gaze on Qin Yan, gritting his teeth. Qin Yan, your father signed a commitment at the elders' meeting to provide resources to the Capital Martial Arts Academy for 30 years. You do not possess the authority to make such decisions. Whether I have the authority or not does not impede my refusal to provide you with resources, Qin Yan retorted, casually propping his feet on the table. My grandfather and father are stationed at the border, and in 2 days, my uncle will return. At that point, the Qin family will be under my command. If I declare that the Capital Martial Arts Academy shall not receive resources, who would dare defy me? With that, Qin Yan turned to the others. The Qin family intends to sever the resources to the Capital Martial Arts Academy. What about you? Yin Lei was the first to respond. The Yin family will also cease support. The Dongfang family will likewise terminate all resource provision to the Capital Martial Arts Academy. So will my Zhu family. The Ming family will also cut ties. You all. Jiang Mingqing's heart sank as he listened, feeling an oppressive weight settle in his chest. Qin Yan's voice cut through the tension once more. Jiang Mingqing, choose for yourself. Will you depart, or will you witness the decline of the Capital Martial Arts Academy? Fury ignited within Jiang Mingqing as he clenched his jaw, growling. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? You will jeopardize the futures of tens of thousands of students at the Capital Martial Arts Academy, and you will undermine the foundation of our Great Xia. Your family has sacrificed for generations for the sake of Great Xia. How can you tarnish the Qin family's reputation? Does this honor your ancestors' bloodshed? At Jiang Mingqing's words, an intense anger surged within Qin Yan. He knew Jiang Mingqing spoke the truth. The Qin family had indeed shed blood for the sake of Great Xia, making many sacrifices for the so-called greater good. Yet, what was the ultimate outcome? The tragic end was the annihilation of their family, leaving no lineage behind. In a fit of rage, Qin Yan hurled his shoe at Jiang Mingqing's head, exclaiming, "Jiang Mingqing, you know the Qin family's sacrifices for Great Xia. Every man in my family meets his fate on the battlefield. After all we have given, why does Gao Wei still dare to insult the Qin family? And you, knowing our contributions, why do you protect him? Is this your attitude toward the family of merit? Jiang Mingqing, are you intentionally doing this to dishearten all families of merit? Your actions are no different from those of a traitor." Jiang Mingqing was momentarily stunned by the shoe striking his head, then a fiery rage ignited within him. He intended to retaliate against the Qin family, never imagining he would be burdened with such a grave accusation. He incredulously pointed at himself, his voice trembling. "Qin Yan, how dare you label me a traitor?" Indeed, Qin Yan rose, glaring fiercely at him. "The Qin family is a family of merit. Yesterday we were openly insulted and trampled, and not only do you remain indifferent, but you also choose to shield the offenders. You are attempting to fracture Great Xia. You are a traitor." This justification had dawned upon Qin Yan in a moment of fury. Initially, he simply intended to leverage the Qin family's influence to oust Jiang Mingqing from the Capital Martial Arts Academy. However, now armed with the title of traitor, he was determined to strip Jiang Mingqing of his dignity. "And no, that cannot be. You slander me." Jiang Mingqing erupted, standing defiantly. At this moment, Yun Lei spoke languidly. "I too believe Jiang Mingqing is a spy. Everyone here is a descendant of merit. Yet think of the treatment you received at school. For instance, during my first 2 years at the academy, Jiang Mingqing consistently targeted me. When I clashed with common students, it was often I who was wrongly blamed." Qin Yan nodded slightly at this. As a student of the Capital Martial Arts Academy himself, he had also experienced similar injustices. Whenever he clashed with common students, the blame always fell on him, leading to a situation where common students exhibited more arrogance than the scions of noble families. He harbored no disdain for the common students. Rather, he loathed those who intentionally favored one side and incited conflict. Yin Lei's remarks garnered support from others, who chimed in, "Yes, I too have faced such situations. Now, I dare not even approach those common students. The moment I do, they target me and spread tales of how noble scions bully them." All of this is Jiang Mingqing's doing. His aim is to instigate conflict between common students and our families of merit. We must report this. I will ensure this matter reaches the Elders' Council. A chill ran through Jiang Mingqing as he realized these individuals were indeed capable of such actions, for they were all heirs of prominent families, fearless and unyielding. At this moment, Qin Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. Originally, he had intended for Jiang Mingqing to resign on his own, but this unexpected turn of events delighted him. He regarded Jiang Mingqing with a leisurely gaze, declaring, "Jiang Mingqing, you're no longer fit to serve as the dean. Starting tomorrow, someone else will temporarily assume your position. You may return home and await your investigation." Jiang Mingqing's eyes reddened. "Qin Yan, I have stated it clearly. You lack the authority to dismiss me. If you refuse to leave, the Capital Martial Arts Academy shall receive not a single resource." Qin Yan's eyes gleamed with determination. "This is my decree, and you may test it if you wish. I am here today expressly to target you. Do not attempt to manipulate me with your hollow moralities regarding the future of students. I care not for such things. My goal is your downfall." With that, Qin Yan plopped back into his seat, while members of other families gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, young Master Qin is formidable, truly impressive. Yes, this is the idol I aspire to be like." It was high time someone took a stand. The previous days were intolerably stifling. Jiang Mingqing, trembling with rage, clenched his fists tightly, wishing to strike down the scions of these families. However, after a long moment, he relented, realizing he dared not act against them, especially with Qin Zhan watching him closely. In the end, all he could do was lower his head in defeat. "I shall submit my resignation today. From tomorrow onward, I will no longer appear at the Capital Martial Arts Academy." Chapter 20. The transformation of Xiao Rui After saying these words, Jiang Mingqing appeared to age several decades in an instant, slowly departing from the conference room, his back exuding an aura of desolation. Once Jiang Mingqing had left, Yin Lei turned to Qin Yan and asked, "Cousin, who do you think would be the most suitable candidate for the position of director?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yan's gaze settled on Dongfang Bai as he inquired, "I recall you have a cousin who's affiliated with the martial arts academy in the capital, correct?" Dongfang Bai nodded and replied, "Indeed, but he merely holds a minor logistics position. When Jiang Mingqing previously suppressed us aristocratic youths, he did intervene on our behalf. But he was met with a scolding from Jiang Mingqing." Qin Yan immediately made up his mind. Then he shall be the one. Furthermore, inform him that the resources for next month are not to be distributed to the students. Dongfang Bai was taken aback and asked, "Are you serious, Qin Xiao?" Yin Lei inhaled deeply, saying, "Cousin, if this is truly enacted, the repercussions will be significant. After all, in just a month, the global university elite competition will take place." "Umph," Qin Yan scoffed. "What does it matter how timid you all appear? So what if we proceed with it? I suspect there are accomplices of Jiang Mingqing within the martial arts academy, perhaps even spies he has cultivated. Even if questioned by the elder council, they will be at a loss for words." The others could not help but give Qin Yan a thumbs up. Such reasoning was undeniably powerful. Of course, the strength of the Qin family was the underlying reason for this matter. Pondering further, Qin Yan stated, "All the collateral descendants from your families studying at the martial arts academy in the capital should return home to cultivate. We cannot afford to lose face at the global university elite competition. This competition is held annually with the purpose of fostering exchanges among nations and inspiring students' ambitions. Each country carefully selects 30 students to compete in a secret realm, where those who rank well will receive generous rewards." In the narrative, it was during this exchange competition that Qin Yan met his demise at the hands of Xiao Fan and Lu Xinyao. Subsequently, the Qin family commenced an unrelenting pursuit of Xiao Fan. However, Xiao Fan was currently absent from the capital, and even if he were present, he would dare not show himself openly. It remained uncertain whether this individual could participate in the global elite competition. Yin Lei reassured, "Rest assured, we are preparing to do just that. It is a pity, however, that I have already graduated from university and cannot participate." Dongfang Bai chuckled. "I say, Lei Ge, not participating is a blessing, especially with Qin Xiao in attendance." Upon hearing this, Yin Lei patted Dongfang Bai on the shoulder, expressing a look of sympathy. "Do your best. I have high hopes for you." Qin Yan interjected, "All right then, do any of you have further matters to address? If not, you may return home and cultivate diligently, for there will be an internal selection in 3 days. Do not embarrass yourselves by being defeated." Dongfang Bai assured, "Do not worry, Qin Xiao. While I may not be your match, I am certainly confident against the others." Ming Yu from the Ming family added, "Exactly, Qin Xiao, rest assured. We are quite confident in securing our qualifications for the competition." Confidence is well and good, but returning home is essential. Qin Yan remarked, "Are you planning to stay here?" With that, Qin Yan was the first to exit the conference room, and the others hurriedly followed suit. On the way home, Qin Zhan kept glancing at Qin Yan. "Xiao Yan, I never expected you would truly bring Jiang Mingqing down." Qin Yan smiled slightly. "There is no individual in this world who cannot be defeated. One merely needs to identify their weaknesses and strike decisively. Ultimately, victory shall belong to us." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan felt as if a thunderclap had sounded in his mind. Those words greatly assisted his martial pursuits, leading him to ponder deeply. Upon returning to the Qin residence and arriving at his own independent villa, he saw Xiao Rui hurriedly approaching him, her expression serious. "Qin Yan, I wish to apologize to you." Qin Yan was somewhat puzzled by Xiao Rui's sudden apology. It was then that he noticed Qin Lan standing behind her, who wore a mysterious smile. Qin Yan could not help but admire Qin Lan. After all, he had only mentioned this matter to her that very morning. And within mere hours, Xiao Rui had exhibited such behavior. Observing Xiao Rui bowing in apology, he extended his hand to assist her upright. "Why do you wish to apologize to me? Have you done something wrong?" Xiao Rui straightened, gazing at the expressionless Qin Yan, feeling both anxious and frightened. Yet she managed to speak. I'm apologizing on behalf of my brother. Aunt Lan informed me that your previous relationship with Lu Xinyao was exceedingly good, and that you were very fond of her. If it were not for my brother, you two would have certainly found happiness together. Happy, my foot, Qin Yan internally scoffed. Considering Lu Xinyao and the Lu family's character, had he truly been with her, it was likely that he would have lost his position as the young master of the Qin family. Naturally, he would not voice such thoughts. He merely cast a faint glance at Xiao Rui. This is a matter between me and your brother. Xiao Rui, looking at Qin Yan, noticed he still wore a stern face and said, but I still want to apologize. Aunt Lan also told me that you were once a person with a pleasant temperament, very gentle, yet since yesterday, you have not smiled even once. I believe this matter has greatly impacted you. A glimmer of amusement appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. Is that truly how you feel? Xiao Rui nodded, yes indeed. Very well, Qin Yan replied. Then you shall remain by my side from now on, doing your utmost to mend my wounded spirit. Xiao Rui, taken aback, raised her head in disbelief. This. Qin Xiao, my identity. How could I possibly deserve to be by your side? Qin Yan's face was filled with jest. It matters not. You are not to be my wife. Merely a plaything at most. He then abruptly grasped Xiao Rui's chin. Remember your mission, and do not forget your identity. Having said that, he released Xiao Rui and strode towards the training room. As he passed by Qin Lan, he offered her a slight smile. Though he was aware of Qin Lan's persuasive capabilities, today's events had truly broadened his horizons. It was remarkably impressive. Most importantly, this was not deception or mental control, but rather a subtle transformation of a person's thoughts, which was quite formidable. Qin Lan nodded slightly, acknowledging that today was merely the initial success, and she would certainly train Xiao Rui well, ensuring she willingly became the young master's canary. Xiao Rui stood rooted in place, captivated by Qin Yan's upright figure. Observing this, Qin Lan approached her and said, Miss Rui, do not take the young master's attitude to heart. After all, such an incident just occurred yesterday, and his emotions are still quite unstable. Xiao Rui lowered her head, her expression dim. I understand, Aunt Lan. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to help Qin Xiao recover. Chapter 21. Xiao Fan's childhood sweetheart. After lunch, Qin Yan went directly to the training room. Once the resources needed for his cultivation were delivered, he immediately commenced his training. Today, Qin Yan intended to replace his current primary cultivation method, the Wuxiang demon art, with the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon technique. This decision, albeit seemingly reckless, was made in light of the imminent global university elite competition's internal selection in just 3 days. Changing his cultivation method at such a critical juncture could potentially lead to instability in his performance. Yesterday, Qin Yan would have hesitated to undertake such a risk. However, today was different. He possessed the supreme demon body. With his thought in mind, he began his practice. The 9 transformations of the heavenly demon technique, true to its name, consisted of 9 transformations. Mastery of the first transformation would elevate one to the rank of a 3rd-tier warrior, with each subsequent transformation leading to the pinnacle of martial prowess, the martial emperor, possessing not only a formidable physique, but also exceptional comprehension abilities. Qin Yan was among the elite few on the planet. After a single review, he grasped the essence of the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon and, within 3 minutes, had entered the initial phase of practice. Given that he was already a 4th-tier warrior and had a foundation in the Wuxiang demon art, he succeeded in reaching the perfected realm of the first transformation in just 5 hours. Upon completing the first transformation, he did not pause, but continued with the second transformation. After more than an hour, he brought the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon to a level befitting his own capabilities. Rising to his feet, Qin Yan sensed the changes within his body. He noticed that his meridians had widened and strengthened, and the demonic energy within him had significantly increased. This intrigued him, as the Wuxiang demon art was also an imperial-grade technique, albeit incomplete. Yet, the effects of the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon far surpassed those of the Wuxiang demon art, indicating a superior ranking. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yan felt an urgent desire to have his entire family practice the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. However, that was not feasible at the moment. He planned to reveal this technique publicly after participating in the national elite competition selection. Next, Qin Yan began to practice the star-shattering finger, a sacred-level combat technique that consisted of a single move, with its power increasing alongside the user's cultivation level. It was rumored that in its most potent form, the star-shattering finger could obliterate a planet. Qin Yan had previously inquired with his grandfather whether he could demolish a planet with his full strength, to which his grandfather had replied that it was his dream. The practice of the star-shattering finger was not particularly difficult. He quickly grasped the key and successfully entered its initial phase. After approximately 2 hours, he had cultivated the technique to a minor completion stage. However, he soon encountered a sharp increase in difficulty, indicating that this combat skill belonged to the category of easy to learn but challenging to master. With his eyes now open, Qin Yan exhaled deeply and stood up. He glanced at a machine in the corner, one he had custom-made to accurately test his combat power. Extending his right hand, he unleashed the star-shattering finger. A blood-red finger, 3 meters long and half a meter thick, materialized and struck the machine with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the blood-red finger dissipated, leaving the machine crumpled into a heap of scrap metal. Witnessing this outcome, Qin Yan's pupils constricted slightly. The power was astounding. Previously, he had been unable to damage this machine even with his full strength, yet now he had obliterated it in a single blow. A smile crept onto his lips. He was thoroughly pleased with the results. After assessing his combat power, Qin Yan exited the training room. It was now past 8 in the evening. After having dinner, he returned to his room, only to find Xiao Rui sitting on his bed. Surprised to see him, she quickly stood up. Qin Yan, you're back." Though Qin Yan felt a twinge of surprise, his expression remained composed and neutral. "What brings you here?" Nervously twisting her skirt, Xiao Rui replied softly. "I came to thank you." "Thank me?" Qin Yan raised an eyebrow. "I don't recall assisting you in any way." With her head bowed, she shyly continued. "I visited my parents' graves this afternoon. Thank you for permitting me to go." Realizing the reason for her gratitude, Qin Yan nodded. "You needn't thank me. It was a simple matter for me." Xiao Rui lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable emotion as she looked at the aloof Qin Yan. She felt a pang of sympathy. He had been betrayed by his girlfriend of many years. The hurt must be profound. His indifference was perhaps merely a shield for his heart. Fortunately, Qin Yan did not hear her unspoken thoughts. If he had, he would undoubtedly have demanded a raise for his mother, given her exceptional ability to brainwash. Observing the odd emotion in Xiao Rui's eyes and her delicate, rosy cheeks, he stated, "Since you're here, you might as well stay." "Huh?" Xiao Rui was momentarily taken aback, then flustered. "No, we already, yesterday. Do we have to again today?" Qin Yan stepped closer, gently pinching her cheek. "I am not asking. I am informing you. Do you understand?" With glistening eyes, filled with an unfamiliar light, she responded in a voice as soft as a kitteness. "Okay, all right." Seeing her obedient demeanor brought a slight smile to Qin Yan's lips. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Xiao Rui would turn against Xiao Fan. He wondered how Xiao Fan would react when that time came. In a hotel near the Southeast Province Martial Arts Academy, Xiao Fan sat with a grim expression. Just then, the bathroom door swung open, and a woman emerged. Wrapped in a towel, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her figure curvaceous, and her legs long and fair. She was Li Qingqing, Xiao Fan's high school classmate, and they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. However, they had parted ways upon entering university. Having seen Xiao Fan at the academy entrance the previous day, appearing injured, she had brought him to the hotel to recuperate and had provided him with some healing medicine. Looking at Xiao Fan, who sat lost in thought on the sofa, she asked, "Xiao Fan, why are you just sitting here? You should be resting." Xiao Fan shook his head. "I'm thinking about my parents." Li Qingqing, moving closer to him and wrapping her arms around him. "Your uncle and aunt have passed. You need to pull yourself together and strive to cultivate for their vengeance." Xiao Fan exhaled. "You're right, Qingqing. I shouldn't wallow in despair." A smile graced Li Qingqing's face. "That's the spirit. I spoke with the academy today, and they are willing to let you join. If you train well here, the Qin family's influence won't reach you." She added also, "The global elite selection is in 3 days. You must prepare diligently. I believe you will surely be selected. Xiao Fan nodded resolutely, hatred flickering in his eyes. He was determined to participate in the global elite competition. In the secret realm, he would exact vengeance on Qin Yan for his parents. Qin Yan, outside you may have the Qin family's power, but let us see who can save you in the secret realm. Chapter 22. All semi-divine warriors and divine warriors no longer engage in any conflicts on the following day. Qin Yan rose early to practice, determined to thoroughly solidify his mastery of the 9 transformations of the celestial demon technique, ensuring it became a skill he could wield with proficiency, thereby enhancing his performance in the upcoming competition. As time elapsed, Qin Yan became increasingly adept at the 9 transformations of the celestial demon technique, with his strength steadily growing. Originally at the initial stage of the 4th rank, he was now on the cusp of reaching the mid-stage. By noon, Qin Yan decided to pause his training and venture out for a meal and some rest. Upon exiting the training room, a maid approached him, holding his phone. "Young master, the elder patriarch called you 2 hours ago while you were practicing. He requested that you return his call once you finish." "Understood. Please prepare dinner for me," Qin Yan replied, accepting the phone before initiating a video call to Qin Shi. The call connected swiftly, revealing Qin Shi's visage on the screen. "My dear grandson, have you completed your training?" "Yes, Grandpa, I just finished," Qin Yan beamed. "Did you call me for something specific?" Qin Shi chuckled heartily. "Of course. I have matters to discuss, but first, allow me to commend you on your handling of Jiang Mingqing. Splendidly executed. I have long found that individual insufferable, but I lacked the opportunity to address it. Even if I had spoken up, that old coot Jiang Xia would have thwarted me. Who would have thought you would succeed where I could not?" Recalling the video conference with the elders of the Great Xia earlier that day, where Jiang Xia's face had been as dark as a pot's bottom, Qin Shi felt a surge of satisfaction. Jiang Xia, a martial god of the Jiang family, had always been at odds with Qin Shi, and in the narrative, he had even taken action during Qin Shi's demise. Thus, the Jiang family must be eradicated. Qin Yan smirked. "In ordinary times, I would struggle to find justification for confronting Jiang Mingqing, but this time, that scoundrel dared to target the Qin family, and I had to ensure his removal." Qin Shi looked at Qin Yan with pride. "Indeed, my eldest grandson has matured. However, the repercussions of this incident are only just beginning." Qin Yan's brow furrowed slightly. "Oh, what have the elders said?" Qin Shi nodded. "Today, we convened an internal video meeting of the elders and finalized 2 decisions. Firstly, within the borders of the Great Xia, aside from those guarding as divine warriors, no other divine warriors or semi-divine warriors are permitted to remain. All must head to the battlefield." Upon hearing this outcome, Qin Yan felt a twinge of surprise, though he wholeheartedly supported the decision. As the pinnacle of combat prowess, divine warriors and semi-divine warriors ought to contribute on the battlefield. What purpose do they serve loitering in tranquil domesticity? He then inquired, "What is the second matter?" Qin Shi's smile faded. "The second decision is that the Elder Council has resolved to initiate an investigation into Jiang Mingqing, primarily concerning the situation within the academy." "So, what exactly is happening at the Capital Martial Arts Academy?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yan recounted the situation, emphasizing the discord between the common students and the offspring of noble families. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi scoffed. "I have long known that the old coot from the Jiang family harbors ill will towards the Qin family. I never anticipated he would resort to such tactics. He aims to drive a wedge between us and the common students, hoping to recruit them into their ranks upon graduation." Qin Yan was already aware of this from the narrative. The Jiang family had meticulously prepared for the Qin family's downfall, infiltrating or bribing many within the nation's academies. Their goal was to ensure these students would join their forces after graduation, thus bolstering their power. In the story, their strategy indeed proved successful. Through such means, they amassed an army capable of contending with the Qin family within a decade or so. To be precise, the current situation of the Qin family within Great Xia was dire. Apart from their stronghold in the capital, nearly all other territories have been infiltrated by the Jiang and Ji families. Under the propaganda of the Ji and Jiang families, the Qin family had become the archetypal villain, arrogant, obstinate, and indifferent to the plight of the common people. It could be said that stepping outside the capital, any martial arts academy in the cities expressed a profound disdain for the Qin family. Despite these looming crises, Qin Yan remained unfazed, for he possessed a method to overturn the situation, his grandfather's impending breakthrough to martial emperor. With absolute strength, all conspiracies would crumble before him. However, that moment was near. He merely needed to wait another 10 days or so until the national elite selection competition concluded. At that point, he could legitimately present the 9 transformations of the celestial demon technique to Qin Shi, claiming he had discovered it within the secret realm, thereby avoiding any potential pitfalls. After exchanging a few more words with Qin Shi, Qin Yan ended the call. A while later, the butler approached Qin Yan. "Young master, second uncle is preparing to return to the border." Only then did Qin Yan recall that Qin Yan was set to depart for the battlefield today. Although he had entrusted his responsibilities to a capable deputy, a semi-divine warrior, the absence of a true divine warrior made for an unstable situation. If the foreign tribes realized the divine warrior was absent, they might launch a full-scale assault. Looking at him, Qin Yan stated, "Let us go. I shall see second uncle off." When Qin Yan found him, Qin Yan was readying his team for departure. Upon seeing Qin Yan approach, he expressed mild surprise. "Little Yan, what brings you here? Are you here to see me off?" "Indeed, but I also have a favor to ask of you, second uncle." Qin Yan smiled. "Feel free to speak. What is it?" Qin Yan pondered briefly before replying. "Please leave me a rank 8 warrior to remain by my side for protection." Although Qin Yan had protection when going out, it was merely a rank 7 warrior. This was not due to the Qin family's negligence regarding his safety, but rather because the capital was exceptionally secure, with over 10 divine warrior families stationed there, alongside the presence of Wang Chong, a divine warrior, ensuring unparalleled safety. It is worth noting that the strongest individuals among most divine warrior families stationed were only rank 7. The Qin family's unique status allowed for Qin Wu, a rank 8 warrior, to remain behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yan acquiesced to Qin Yan's request. "That is easily arranged." He then glanced at a warrior clad in battle armor. "Qin Yan, you need not go. Stay here to protect the young master." Qin Yan, expressionless, stepped forward and acknowledged. "Yes." A smile graced Qin Yan's face as he turned to Qin Yan. "Let me tell you, little Yan, the warrior I am leaving for you is undoubtedly a top-tier expert among rank 8 warriors. Given Qin Yan's prowess, he would not easily be bested, even by Gao Wei." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight appeared on Qin Yan's face. "I'm deeply grateful, second uncle." Qin Yan patted his shoulder. "You rascal, why the gratitude? Very well. I must take my leave now." Qin Yan accompanied Qin Yan to the gates of the Qin residence, watching as they departed before returning home. Chapter 23. Promoting Qin Yan is an irresponsible act in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly elapsed, and Qin Yan's prowess had ascended to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. It was also the time for the selection competition at the Martial Arts Academy in the capital. After 3 days of solitary cultivation at home, Qin Yan made his way toward the academy. Upon arriving at the entrance, he discovered Mingyu, Dong Fangbai, and others waiting for him, accompanied by several staff members clad in uniforms. These individuals were affiliated with the Elder Council's investigative agency, evidently there to inquire about Jiang Mingqing's matter. Qin Yan approached them directly and inquired, "What brings you here?" Mingyu chuckled and replied, "We are here waiting for you. Allow me to introduce my uncle." He gestured toward a middle-aged man in uniform. "He is here primarily to investigate Jiang Mingqing's actions of sowing discord between our noble families and the common students." Qin Yan smiled slightly at the man, saying, "Greetings. Thank you for your efforts." The man responded hastily, "You are too kind, Qin Yan. This is merely our duty. I wonder if you would be amenable to answering a few questions after today as events?" Qin Yan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This matter is one we noble heirs will not comment on. You may inquire with other students in the academy or observe their performances. You are equipped with recording devices, which should capture everything clearly." The man replied, "Understood, Qin Yan. As you wish, we shall proceed accordingly." He then led his colleagues into the academy. Qin Yan glanced at Mingyu and Dong Fangbai, saying, "Let us go." The two nodded and followed him into the academy. The group advanced directly toward the arena, encountering numerous students along the way. Upon seeing Qin Yan, the students remained silent, yet their disdainful glares and expressions spoke volumes. Mingyu, witnessing this, became quite incensed. Were they so proud of? Do they truly believe they can compete with us? Qin Yan felt no stirrings of emotion. Enough chatter. A hint of sarcasm returned to his features. Today, let them witness the strength of us heirs, forged through abundant resources. He shook his head, continuing, the Martial Arts Academy in the capital has only 30 slots for the National Elite Selection Competition, considering our group along with the collateral descendants of each family. How many slots will remain for the common students' talents to vie for? This was not a matter of prejudice on Qin Yan's part. It was simply the truth. The noble families have been established due to their exceptional ancestors, whose talents were undoubtedly remarkable. Consequently, their offspring typically inherited similar gifts, coupled with ample resources that made it difficult for them not to excel. Common students, unless they possessed extraordinary talents, would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with these heirs. Historically, noble heirs had dominated the elite selection, claiming 26 or 7 of the spots, leaving only 3 or 4 for common students. Laughter erupted behind Qin Yan as he approached the arena. The area was already filled with students, most of whom were merely there to observe, with few actually competing. The academy mandated that only those who had reached the 4th rank could participate in the selection, with only a little over 400 students possessing 4th rank abilities, and only a handful achieving the 5th rank. The majority were descendants of noble families or martial artists. In comparison, Qin Yan's apparent strength seemed unremarkable, solely based on rank. He would be positioned in the lower tier. Mingyu, Dong Fangbai, and others held higher ranks, especially Mingyu, who had already reached the 5th rank. This disparity was not due to significantly greater talent on their part, but rather Qin Yan's youth. He was merely a sophomore, while the others were upperclassmen. The newly appointed dean, Dong Fangbai's uncle, Dong Fankingsong, stood up as all the participants had gathered, announcing loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. I hereby declare the commencement of this year's Global University Elite Selection Competition." At his command, the academy erupted in excitement, with everyone cheering for their favored competitors. The large screen behind the podium displayed the matchups, and to Qin Yan's surprise, he was slated to compete in the first round against Yun Wei, a collateral descendant of the Yun family. Qin Yan chuckled and shook his head before lightly leaping onto the stage like a swift swallow. Yun Wei also ascended the platform, and before the referee could signal the start of the match, he raised his hand and said with a grin, "Referee, I concede." He then clasped his hands toward Qin Yan, saying, "Qin Yan, I acknowledge your strength and concede that I am not your match. I shall take my leave." With that, he dashed off the stage without a backward glance. The referee, accustomed to such occurrences, promptly declared Qin Yan the victor. This prompted discontent among the onlookers. "What is this? Yun Wei conceded voluntarily? How embarrassing." He was so frightened by Qin Yan that he didn't even dare to fight. Some murmured, "Yun Wei is from the Yun family, albeit collateral. Naturally, he would yield to Qin Yan." Others remarked, "If we were to rank by family background, the rest should simply forfeit and allow Qin Yan to compete in the global elite competition. I just fear Qin Yan, this sheltered young master, will soil himself at the global elite competition." Paying little heed to the murmurs around him, Qin Yan chose not to engage in self-defense, akin to a mighty dragon indifferent to the opinions of mere ants. After descending from the stage, he sent a message to Dong Fankingsong, requesting that after a few more rounds, he arrange for a formidable opponent, preferably one who might challenge him. Dong Fankingsong indicated he understood. In the subsequent rounds, Qin Yan faced only noble heirs, who, upon seeing him, immediately conceded without a word. This further fueled the dissatisfaction among the onlookers. What are they doing? Just conceding outright? I refuse to believe Qin Yan's strength is truly that formidable. They're simply sacrificing their own interest to allow Qin Yan to advance. This is an irresponsible act. It is utterly dark, a mockery of the Daxia's reputation. Soon, the competition reached the 4th round, where Qin Yan faced an ordinary genius student who had achieved the completion of the 4th rank, 2 minor levels above him. As the young man stepped onto the stage, he glared at Qin Yan in anger. Qin Yan, you have gone too far. Qin Yan regarded him coolly. Oh, in what way have I overstepped? The young man replied, you have coerced the previous students into conceding for the sake of your own reputation. This is irresponsible not only to the academy, but also to Daxia. As the accusation was laid upon him, Qin Yan coldly inquired, how do you know I am not their match? The young man retorted, you are merely at the initial stage of the 4th rank, while 2 of your previous opponents were at the completion of the 4th rank. How could you possibly be their equal? At this, Qin Yan felt a flicker of curiosity. Had these individuals not witnessed his match against Jiang Siki just days prior? Had his performance truly seemed so lackluster? Perhaps these students are overly arrogant, believing that Jiang Siki lacks the ability while they themselves possess it. Qin Yan, weary of such conjectures, retorted, since you were so eager to defend them, why not demonstrate your prowess and knock me off the stage? Chapter 24. The diligence and effort you take pride in our child's play. Perhaps it was Qin Yan's overly calm expression and indifferent demeanor that caused the young man to feel quite irked. With a disdainful snort, he declared, humph, I will certainly bring you down. I want you to understand that although we come from ordinary backgrounds, we are exceptionally diligent. Each step we take is solid and unwavering, unlike you, who are nothing but waste, constructed from various resources yet hollow within. Upon hearing the young man's words, Qin Yan could hardly contain his amusement. The true signs of noble families were not, as he had imagined, idly indulging in debauchery and bullying others. In fact, competition among prominent families was far more intense, as everyone sought to wield a degree of influence within their lineage. Therefore, the glamorous fiancé often presented to the outside world belied the immense effort and sweat exerted behind the scenes. Yet, to be called worthless was truly laughable. However, Qin Yan found no inclination to enlighten this fool, as human prejudice is a stubborn beast, impervious to reason. The most effective course of action at that moment was to decisively subdue this individual. Thus, he lifted his chin slightly, adopting an air of supreme arrogance as he gazed at the young man. Make your move. If you can make me budge even an inch today, I shall concede victory to you. The young man, feeling tremendously insulted, bellowed, are you looking down on me? Qin Yan replied with unwavering certainty, indeed, I'm looking down on you. Flames of fury ignited in the young man's eyes as he roared, you shall pay for this. With that, he charged at Qin Yan, raising his fist to strike his face. Humph. Qin Yan exhaled a sound through his nostrils and effortlessly raised a hand. Bang! A powerful collision echoed. The young man's forceful blow was effortlessly thwarted. Qin Yan's hand stood firm, like an impregnable fortress against the assault. The young man was left bewildered. You actually blocked it? Qin Yan mocked him. Did you forget to eat? You seem to lack the strength even to strike. The young man, feeling deeply insulted, roared, impossible. How could I possibly be inferior to you, a second-generation heir? After taking a step back, he shouted, Qin Yan, I will defeat you, with a ferocious expression. He charged at Qin Yan again, fists imbued with a faint echo resembling that of an elephant's trumpet. Qin Yan remained rooted in place, his expression a blend of derision and amusement. Pathetic, this punch was leagues weaker than that of Jiang Siki. He could easily block it without resorting to his formidable technique. As the young man's fists drew near, Qin Yan smirked, casually delivering a punch of his own. The two fists collided, producing a thunderous roar. Qin Yan felt a trivial force transmit from his fist to his arm. It was so feeble that it felt less than the effort required to push open a door. Conversely, the young man perceived Qin Yan's punch as immensely heavy, akin to a colossal beast crashing into him. The force sent a jarring pain coursing through his arm, and his body was propelled backward, crashing onto the arena floor. Qin Yan slowly retracted his fist, disdainfully remarking, Hey, why are you so weak? Did you not proclaim me a hollow waste? How is it that your steadfast diligence led to such a dismal defeat at the hands of this so-called waste? The young man stared at Qin Yan, his eyes ablaze with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will never concede to you. He brandished his weapon, a massive cleaver, and launched a frantic assault on Qin Yan. Observing the increasingly desperate young man, Qin Yan's gaze hardened, a glint of coldness emerging. This fellow bore an aura of malice. indicating a fragile psyche driven to kill. With a composed expression, he gathered a blood-red energy and struck forward with a palm, great heavenly demon palm. A colossal crimson hand, 5 meters in diameter, surged forth towards the young man. Gritting his teeth, the young man grimaced, exerting all his strength in a futile attempt to cleave through the enormous hand. However, as soon as the blade met the palm, it felt as though he had struck a mountain. The hand swatted the cleaver aside and then forcefully struck the young man, sending him tumbling off the arena. The young man's body slammed into the ground, feeling as if he had been shattered. The pain was excruciating, forcing him to roll in agony. Meanwhile, the other students were left in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Was this truly Qin Yan's strength? Were the rumors of him being a mere hedonistic scion unfounded? How could someone of his cultivation level so effortlessly defeat an opponent of greater mastery? One could only imagine the terror he would unleash if he were to unleash his full potential. The defeated young man, now coming to his senses, stared at Qin Yan in disbelief, muttering to himself, "I lost. I actually lost to a scion? All my years of effort have been eclipsed by a mere hedonist? I refuse to accept this." Qin Yan coldly regarded him. "Even now, do you still believe we are nothing but hedonistic wastrels? Cast aside your prejudices. The competition within noble families is far more brutal than you could ever conceive. Your pride in diligence and effort pales in comparison to the challenges we face." With that, he turned and leapt down from the arena. His words left the onlookers in shock. The students who had previously taunted them stood frozen, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Mingyu Dongfangbai and others approached with smiles. Young Master Qin is formidable. Truly, he understands how to strike at the heart of the matter. Young Master Qin, you are my idol. The other students observed the jubilant science, feeling a strange discomfort, unable to articulate their sentiments. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Humph, do not listen to Qin Yan's nonsense. He is merely trying to suppress us. Remember, these noble families possess advanced techniques." This statement jolted the other students back to reality as they echoed, "Indeed, even if they worked hard, the support from their families plays a significant role. I refuse to believe that without their family backing, they would possess such formidable strength. Had I been born into such a family, I would undoubtedly be far superior." Chapter 25. The disqualification of Qin Yan from the competition. Although Qin Yan had only participated in a single match today, he had undeniably secured a spot among the top 30 after 4 rounds. All that remained was to patiently await the announcement of the final list, followed by an ensuing challenge round. The challenge round allowed students who did not make the top 30 to contest against those who did, ensuring that only the most capable individuals remained in the competition. Soon, a stern-looking female teacher in her 40s, the newly appointed Vice Dean Chengxiu, stood up beside Dongfang Qingsong. With the authority reminiscent of a ruthless figure, she proclaimed, "Students, quiet down. I will now announce the names of the top 30 students. Mingyu, Zhang Cheng, Wenda, Wang Han." As the names were read one by one, Qin Yan's name failed to surface, and notably, neither did Dongfangbai's. Their brows furrowed in confusion. What could possibly be amiss? As they contemplated this mystery, Chengxiu halted her announcement, stating, "Congratulations to the 27 students who have advanced past the preliminary round and into the challenge phase." At this declaration, an air of bewilderment swept through the crowd. What was happening? Had it not been agreed that 30 students would advance? Why were there only 27? Dongfang Qingsong's expression darkened as he demanded, "Vice Dean Cheng, what is the meaning of this?" Yet, Chengxiu ignored him, fixated on the list in her hands. At that moment, Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. An unsettling premonition stirred within him that Chengxiu was up to something. Indeed, the very next moment, Chengxiu announced, "I must also declare that students Qin Yan, Dongfang Bai, and Zhu Hang are disqualified from the competition due to the use of unethical tactics, and they are barred from participating in the upcoming challenge round. The 3 vacant spots will be filled by Zhang Lu, Lin Yu, and Wang Wei." A wave of uproar ensued among the students, who began to fervently discuss the shocking news. What is happening? How can they disqualify Qin Yan and the others? They deserve it. Those 3 relied on their family backgrounds to force opponents into surrender, barely lifting a finger before securing their places in the top 30. Truly despicable. Chang Xiu's decisive action was met with approval from many, as she had long harbored disdain for the privileged offspring of powerful families. In a flurry of indignation, Dongfang Bai and Zhu Heng nearly leaped to their feet. What does this old hag intend to do? Those who surrendered did so because they recognized our strength. How can she claim coercion? Even Dongfang Qingsong on the podium wore a grim countenance, glaring at Chang Xiu. Vice Dean Cheng, what are you doing? Chang Xiu maintained her stern demeanor, unflinching as she retorted, I am upholding the integrity of this competition. Qin Yan and his companions lack the requisite strength to compete. Dongfang Qingsong struggled to contain his fury. Even if they have erred in the preliminary round, you could simply remove their names from the list. Why prohibit them from the challenge round? Chang Xiu scoffed, to prevent them from employing their crude tactics to intimidate other students into conceding. A flicker of lethal intent flashed in Dongfang Qingsong's eyes. Vice Dean Cheng, I command you to immediately reinstate the challenge qualifications for Qin Yan and the others. Cheng Qiu stood her ground, unwavering. I shall not comply, Dongfang Qingsong. You, too, hail from a powerful family, and thus, your threats hold no weight with me. Furthermore, do not think you can intimidate me with your strength. You are an 8th grade martial artist, as am I. Cheng Xiu felt emboldened, for she had received news the previous day that martial saints and those on the cusp of becoming martial saints would no longer hold positions within the Great Xia, instead being reassigned to military roles. Additionally, they were forbidden from engaging in conflicts within the Great Xia. This revelation had fortified Cheng Xiu's resolve to oppose the aristocratic families, and she had coordinated with other faculty members elevated by Jiang Mingqing to orchestrate today's events. Their aim was clear, to continue Jiang Mingqing's policies of suppressing the elite while encouraging the common students. At this juncture, the teachers allied with Chang Xiu stepped forward, confronting Dongfang Qingsong. His face turned a shade of deep anger as he gritted his teeth. Cheng Xiu, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions today? Cheng Xiu, brimming with arrogance, replied, whatever the consequences may be, we are unafraid. Dongfang Qingsong's expression morphed into a sinister smile. Very well. I hope you do not come to regret this. Cheng Xiu retorted, I shall never regret it. I would regret allowing someone like Qin Yan to compete. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong turned to Qin Yan, young Master Qin. Qin Yan nodded, then addressed Dongfang Bai and Zhu Heng. I will handle this matter. The two exchanged solemn glances and nodded in agreement. Qin Yan ascended the stage slowly, and Dongfang Qingsong promptly stepped aside to yield his position. Observing Dongfang Qingsong's submissive behavior, Cheng Xiu and the other teachers regarded him with disdain, their expressions betraying their contempt for his obsequiousness. The students whispered amongst themselves, is our new dean merely a sycophant? Indeed, he was a sycophant belonging to the Dongfang family and was rumored to be a cousin of Dongfang Bai. No wonder he groveled before Qin Yan. He was merely a pawn of the Qin family. It was utterly revolting to have such a person in a position of authority, standing in Dongfang Qingsong's place. Qin Yan ignored the students' murmurs and stated coldly, 60% of the resources consumed by all faculty and students at the Capital Martial Arts Academy are provided by my family, the Qin family. The remaining 40% comes from other aristocratic families. The battle armor, weapons, martial arts techniques, and elixirs you receive at this academy all originate from our resources. Now, due to Vice Dean Cheng's actions, you will lose all of these resources. In truth, Qin Yan had directed Dongfang Qingsong to implement this measure well in advance. Thus, the students would receive no resources this month. He had long intended to rectify the situation regarding these students. However, Dongfang Qingsong had not yet had the opportunity to announce this, leaving the teachers and students oblivious to the impending changes. Today provided the perfect opportunity to reveal this information while using Cheng Xiu as a scapegoat. The teachers and students, initially pleased with Cheng Xiu's decisions, suddenly found their expressions shifting to disbelief upon hearing Qin Yan's words. What? The resources we utilize are supplied by those aristocratic families? Is this true or merely a fabrication? If it is true, how will we receive even a single elixir in the future? This is unacceptable. How can we cultivate without resources? Cheng Xiu, visibly agitated, glared at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, do not spout nonsense. There is no way you could be supplying these resources. This information had never been disclosed to them by Jiang Mingqing, leaving them unaware of the truth. Of course, Jiang Mingqing had his reasons for withholding this knowledge, as he sought to prevent them from feeling indebted to families like the Qin family. Qin Yan's cold gaze met Cheng Xiu's as he declared, Vice Dean Cheng, I possess documentation, all duly signed. From this day forth, I shall no longer serve. And the resources for the tens of thousands of faculty and students at the Capital Martial Arts Academy will be entrusted to you all. Cheng Xiu and her colleagues' faces turned ashen in an instant. What a ridiculous jest. The resources required for so many students amounted to a staggering sum. Even if they toiled endlessly, they could never sustain such a demand. Chapter 26. Proud, yet humble, observing the grim expressions of Cheng Xiu and the students. Zhu Hang and Dongfang felt as exhilarated as if they had savored a popsicle on a sweltering summer day. Meanwhile, Qin Yan's onslaught against Cheng Xiu and her students showed no signs of abating. With a mocking smirk, he declared, Let me remind you, do not think for a moment that your resistance will prevent us from participating in the national elite selection competition. Cheng Xiu, incensed, retorted, As far as I'm aware, only students selected from within the academy can compete in a national elite selection. What means do you possess to circumvent this rule? She continued, I could extend a concession, allowing you to continue participating, but you must promise not to withdraw funding from the Capital Martial Arts Academy. Having worked in the academy for many years and having led students through numerous national elite selections, she had never heard of alternate channels for participation. This was the sole leverage she had over Qin Yan. She intended to use this condition to secure continued support for the Capital Martial Arts Academy, as they genuinely lacked the resources to procure such assistance. However, her pride would not permit her to admit defeat. Instead, she used the phrase extend a concession to negotiate with Qin Yan. Yet, Qin Yan remained unsparing in his derision. From her overconfident words, I detect a hint of ignorance. Cheng Xiu's anger flared once more. What do you mean, Qin Yan? Are you truly unconcerned about the possibility of being barred from the competition, bringing disgrace to the Qin family? With a derisive grunt, Qin Yan turned to Dongfang beside him. Dongfang Bai, enlighten her about our eligibility for the national elite selection competition. Dongfang Bai, with a sly grin, replied in a mocking tone, Vice Dean Cheng, you may be unaware, but in national competitions, every martial saint from the Great Xia can directly recommend one student for participation. Unfortunately for you, my grandfather is a martial saint, as is Zhu Hang's, and both Qin Xiao's father and second uncle are martial saints as well. We are all qualified for direct participation. However, we had chosen not to exploit these privileges, as it would render us too conspicuous. Hence, we have always participated through the academy selection. Cheng Xiu felt her heart race with panic, her mind spiraling into confusion. No, this cannot be true. Dongfang Bai, you are deceiving me. Not only did she find this hard to believe, but the students around her also stared in shock at the trio of Qin Yan, Zhu Hang, and Dongfang Bai. Could they truly be recommended for the national elite selection? This was profoundly unjust. Why should they, being scions of noble families, be afforded such privileges? Sighing, Dongfang Bai shook his head with a mocking tone. Vice Dean Cheng, it's perfectly understandable that you are unaware of this matter. After all, you are not a martial saint, and your family lacks such a lineage. It is only natural that no one has informed you. Seeing the confident expressions on Qin Yan and his companions, Cheng Xiu began to grasp the likelihood that this revelation was indeed true. If they could secure direct recommendations from martial saints for the national elite selection, what would become of her? What would happen to the resources for the tens of thousands of students in the academy? At that moment, a male teacher behind her spoke up, Vice Dean Cheng, you should contact Dean Jiang immediately to verify the truth of this matter. Cheng Xiu's eyes lit up as she responded, Yes, I will inquire with Dean Jiang. He is also a martial saint and should be aware of the veracity of this information. She hurriedly took out her phone, filled with hope, and called Jiang Mingqing. The call connected quickly, and Jiang Mingqing's weary voice came through. Cheng Xiu, what can I do for you? Cheng Xiu urgently asked, Dean Jiang. May I ask you a question? Can martial saints directly recommend participants for the national elite selection? Upon uttering those words, her heart raced, and she fervently prayed for the answer to be negative. However, Jiang Mingqing's response shattered her hopes. It is true. Each martial saint can recommend one participant, but I'm currently under investigation and temporarily lack the authority to do so. Clearly, he assumed Cheng Xiu was calling to request a recommendation for a student, and he swiftly dismissed her inquiry. Upon hearing Jiang Mingqing's words, Cheng Xiu felt as if she had been petrified by a gorgon, immobilized and dropping her phone to the ground. Fortunately, the durable device merely bounced twice before resting on the floor. After what felt like an eternity, Cheng Xiu regained her composure, her face pale as she turned to Qin Yan. Qin Xiao, I apologize for my previous assumptions. I hope you will not withdraw your support for the Capital Martial Arts Academy. I beg you. Witnessing Cheng Xiu's drastic change in demeanor, Qin Yan couldn't suppress his inner mockery. That is out of the question. What I, Qin Yan, have stated must come to pass. I hereby announce my official withdrawal from the internal elite selection of the Capital Martial Arts Academy. Vice Dean Cheng, farewell. With that, along with Zhu Heng and Dongfang Bai, prepared to depart. However, Cheng Xiu swiftly stepped in front of them, pleading, Qin Xiao, you cannot leave. I beg you, do not sever the resources for the Capital Martial Arts Academy. The other teachers and students present felt a sense of discomfort. They never anticipated witnessing a faculty member groveling before a student. Dongfang Qingsong, on the other hand, wore a smug expression, reveling in the situation. This is what you get. I warned you not to behave this way, yet you insisted. Now that it's spiraled out of control, you come crawling back to plead. Qin Yan remained unmoved by Cheng Xiu's supplications, his expression unchanging. Get out of my way. I am leaving. Then, as if recalling something, he added, oh, I almost forgot. Not only can I cut off your resources, but I could also take away a significant portion of the Academy's top students. Cheng Xiu was puzzled by Qin Yan's words, yet she sensed that it boded ill. Just as she was about to intervene, she heard Qin Yan call out to Mingyu. Mingyu, what are you standing there for? Are you enjoying the show? Hurry up and leave. With a grin, Mingyu replied, coming, Qin Xiao. He then announced loudly, Mingyu, hereby declare my withdrawal from the selection process of the Capital Martial Arts Academy. Following him, around 23 or 4 students who had secured spots in the top 30 also declared their withdrawals. These were all scions of noble families. Cheng Xiu felt her mind go blank upon witnessing this, nearly collapsing to the ground. They could not leave. If they did, the Capital Martial Arts Academy would become the laughingstock of the event. Gritting her teeth, she once more obstructed Qin Yan's path, insisting, Qin Xiao, you cannot leave. Qin Yan was done with his back and forth. Get out of my way. A fierce glint flashed in Cheng Xiu's eyes as she declared, Qin Xiao, if you do not announce the restoration of resources for the Capital Martial Arts Academy today, you shall not leave this place. As she spoke, she unleashed the formidable aura of an 8th grade martial artist, powerful and unyielding. Chapter 27. The demise of the Vice Dean upon hearing Cheng Xiu's words. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Yan's eyes. Is Vice Dean Cheng unwilling to allow us to depart? Cheng Xiu, meeting Qin Yan's gaze, felt a twinge of anxiety within. For after all, Gao Wei, a half-step martial saint, had been dispatched by this young man, and Dean Jiang Mingqing, a martial saint himself, had been ousted from his position. However, recalling that Gao Wei and Jiang Mingqing's dire fates were due to the return of the Qin family's martial saint, Qin Yan, her confidence surged back. It was important to remember that she was an 8th grade warrior, a pinnacle in the realm of Xia, and thus had little to fear. Her confidence restored, she declared, indeed, Qin Yan, should you choose not to rescind your previous orders today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Qin Yan's cold stare bore into her as he replied, Vice Dean Cheng, are you aware of the consequences of threatening me? Cheng Xiu, brimming with newfound arrogance, dismissed his words. What of it? As a half-step martial saint, I am not permitted to intervene in the conflicts within Xia. As an 8th grade warrior, I stand unrivaled. At that moment, Dongfang Qingsong stepped forward, placing himself in front of Qin Yan. Qin Xiu, I advise you to clear the way and refrain from self-sabotage. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Cheng Xiu regarded Dongfang Qingsong with disdain. You are merely a sycophant. What right do you have to shout in my presence? Incensed, Dongfang Qingsong raised his hand, preparing to teach Cheng Xiu a lesson. Yet, Cheng Xiu was unperturbed, threatening. Dongfang Qingsong, are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? As her words fell, her supporters, the other teachers, encircled them, glaring coldly at Dongfang Qingsong, ready to pounce at any provocation. Dongfang Qingsong was about to retort, but Qin Yan intervened. Enough, I will handle this. Reluctantly, he shot Cheng Xiu a fierce glare before stepping back to Qin Yan's side. Cheng Xiu cast a scornful glance at Dongfang Qingsong. What a fine dog you are. Qin Yan stepped back in front of Cheng Xiu, asking, Cheng Xiu, you are certain you will not allow me to leave? Cheng Xiu replied haughtily, correct. Qin Yan nodded. If I attempt to leave, you will strike at me, placing me in peril, will you not? Cheng Xiu sensed something amiss at Qin Yan's words, though she couldn't pinpoint the unease. Yet, bolstered by her status as an 8th-grade warrior, she nodded again, so what? Her intention was merely to intimidate Qin Yan. She lacked the courage to truly harm him. A peculiar smile crept across Qin Yan's lips, mirrored by the expressions of Dongfang Bai and others. Witnessing their demeanor, Cheng Xiu's anxiety escalated. What are you laughing at? Qin Yan, I warn you not to play tricks, otherwise I will end your life. Qin Yan merely nodded slightly, disregarding Cheng Xiu as he turned to the teachers allied with her, inquiring, You are with her, seeking to do me harm, are you not? The teachers exchanged glances, remaining silent. Finally, a male teacher spoke up, Yes, you must restore the resources to the Capital Martial Arts Academy today. Otherwise, you shall not leave the academy unscathed. His assertion was met with support from the others. If you do not acquiesce to our demands, we will be forced to take action against you. If you wish to avoid suffering, you should comply. Suddenly, Qin Yan erupted into laughter, a loud and boisterous sound. Cheng Xiu, infuriated, snapped, What is so amusing? Qin Yan ceased his laughter, fixing Cheng Xiu with an emotionless gaze akin to that of a corpse, and uttered, Qin Yan, take action. No sooner had Qin Yan's words fallen than a figure, like a specter, appeared beside him, a gleaming blade aimed for Cheng Xiu's throat. Startled by the sudden assault, Cheng Xiu attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The blade sliced through her neck, and terror etched across her face as she opened her mouth to speak, only for blood to erupt from her wound. She hastily tried to cover her neck with her hands, but to no avail. Soon, she succumbed to unconsciousness and collapsed. The sight of Cheng Xiu's demise left all the students and teachers paralyzed with shock. The teachers, in particular, paled at the realization that Qin Yan had commanded the assassination of Cheng Xiu before so many witnesses. They could scarcely believe that an 8th-grade warrior had been dispatched in a single blow. They pondered the strength of the robust man wielding the long knife. Qin Yan cast a cursory glance at Cheng Xiu's lifeless body before turning to the teachers who had threatened him, stating, Eliminate them. Leave no one alive. Qin Yan bowed respectfully, Yes, young master. He then brandished his long knife and advanced toward the group. The teachers recoiled in terror as one female teacher cried out, Qin Yan, how dare you? How dare you order our execution? This is a violation of the law. Qin Yan shrugged, glancing at Dongfang Bai. Explain it to them. Dongfang Bai stepped forward with a congenial smile. The Elder Council has decreed that direct descendants of martial saints may retaliate indefinitely when faced with danger. The retaliation encompasses not just the descendant, but all available forces within the family. You have threatened to act against young Master Qin, placing him in danger, thus meeting the criteria for unlimited retaliation. This revelation stunned everyone, as they had not anticipated such privileged treatment for the descendants of martial saints. The students felt a wave of injustice wash over them, murmuring among themselves, Why do they deserve such privileges? This is akin to granting them a death exemption. We have toiled for years without such benefits, yet they receive it effortlessly. It's utterly unfair. Qin Yan regarded the clamoring students with a disdainful snort, choosing not to justify anything. For while this regulation appeared to shield them, its primary intent remained the protection of the ordinary populace. There had been precedents, previously, when a martial saint's grandson was slain. The martial saint had gone mad, returning from the frontier to unleash a brutal slaughter on all suspected perpetrators, resulting in the loss of over 100,000 lives. To prevent a recurrence of such a calamity, the Elder Council had enacted this decree to safeguard the descendants of martial saints. Qin Yan, observing the panicked teachers, urged, "Qin Yan, do not delay any longer." At that moment, a teacher shouted, "Qin Yan, I will report your family. Great Xia has decreed that half-step martial saints and martial saints are not allowed to intervene in conflicts. Yet you allow a half-step martial saint to act here." Chapter 28. A rampage within the academy. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Qin Yan felt a sense of confusion. Half-step martial sage? Where did such a being come from at the scene? Yet, he realized that the half-step martial sage the teacher referred to was Qin Yan. With a bemused expression, he looked at the others and remarked, "What kind of eyes do you have? Qin Yan is clearly an 8th grade warrior. Why do you believe him to be a half-step martial sage?" The teacher persisted, "Vice Director Chung is an 8th grade warrior, and this fellow was able to effortlessly slay Vice Director Chung. He must be a half-step martial sage." Qin Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the statement. One had to admit, the teacher's imagination was quite vivid, believing Qin Yan to be a half-step martial sage. However, this only underscored the cowardice and incompetence of these educators. Faced with an opponent of equal standing, they were dispatched with a single strike and were too frightened to retaliate. Such spineless individuals could hardly nurture warriors with true mettle. Qin Yan chose to remain silent, while Qin Yan spoke for himself. "This fellow possesses a feeble energy flow, clumsy combat skills, and lacks vigilance. How could he possibly be my opponent?" As he spoke, a fierce aura radiated from him. "I have battled at the borders for many years. How can someone who has enjoyed peace compare to me?" With a roar, he charged at the teachers before him. A flurry of blades flashed, accompanied by cries of anguish as blood splattered. Some attempted to resist, but they were no match for Qin Yan and were swiftly sent to meet their end. The students were thoroughly terrified by the brutality displayed by Qin Yan, some retreating in fear, while the more timid fled entirely. At this moment, Dong Fangbai remarked, "Qin Xiao, you've already killed Qing Qiu. Why must you slay so many teachers? This will surely bring about significant trouble." Qin Yan replied with an air of defiance, "Who dares to seek trouble with me? My purpose in this world is to become a formidable force, not to cower before others. Anyone who dares to confront me shall face dire consequences." Since learning of the unfolding narrative, Qin Yan had completely abandoned his previous demeanor of humility, becoming exceedingly aggressive. Given that the Qin family had already been targeted by all, why should he endure? He intended to wield his blade and eliminate all who dared to oppose him. He sought to instill fear in them, compelling them to submit. The three powers of the Great Xia had been in a state of division for far too long. It was time for an absolute sovereign to seize control. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Dong Fangbai immediately gave him a thumbs up and said, "You speak wisely." He then fell silent, observing as Qin Yan continued his massacre of Cheng Qiu's associates. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Yan had dispatched all who stood against him and returned to Qin Yan, seething with intent. "Young master, I have fulfilled my duty." Qin Yan nodded in approval. "Well done, let us depart." The group swiftly exited, with no one daring to impede their passage. Upon returning to the Qin residence, Qin Yan entered his solitary villa. After taking a sip of water, the butler approached him. "Young master, we have located Xiao Fan. He is currently at the Southeast Martial Arts Academy and has secured first place in the Academy's elite selection competition. His strength is now at the mid-4th grade, yet his combat prowess rivals that of a 5th grade warrior." With a stoic expression, Qin Yan acknowledged, "I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, young master." Once the butler departed, Qin Yan narrowed his eyes. The Southeast Martial Arts Academy. Wasn't that where one of the female protagonists, Li Qingqing, resided? It seemed likely that she had aided Xiao Fan in becoming a member of the academy. Furthermore, Xiao Fan must have acquired some extraordinary boon. Otherwise, his strength could not have surged so rapidly. He recalled that this youth was merely at the late 3rd grade when he attempted to abduct a bride. Yet, only a few days had passed, and now he had reached the mid-4th grade, matching Qin Yan's realm. It appeared that Xiao Fan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, pursuing such reckless ambition without fear of unstable power. However, Upon reflecting that this young man was the chosen one, Qin Yan felt reassured. How could the chosen one suffer from unstable power? It seemed he would undoubtedly encounter Xiao Fan during the national elite selection competition. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon Qin Yan's face. Should he cross paths with Xiao Fan in the secret realm, he must eliminate him. Even if he could not kill Xiao Fan, he would ensure Li Qingqing's demise. He was eager to see how many women Xiao Fan could attract. Speaking of women, Qin Yan suddenly recalled Xiao Ruoyi, and a rather wicked plan began to form in his mind. He summoned Qin Lan to his side. Upon her arrival, she asked, "Young master, did you call for me?" Qin Yan regarded her and inquired, "Aunt Lan, how has Xiao Ruoyi been trained?" Qin Lan smiled softly. Xiao Ruoyi has developed a profound hatred for Xiao Fan and harbors deep admiration for you. If you were to show her even a hint of kindness, she would be utterly devoted to you. Show kindness? Qin Yan pondered for a moment. Then a sly smile appeared on his face. "Aunt Lan, I plan to publicly declare Xiao Ruoyi as my girlfriend." Qin Lan was taken aback. "Young master, is that appropriate? Is it too much?" Qin Yan waved his hand dismissively. "Not too much at all. Aunt Lan, please make the necessary preparations. I will soon approach Xiao Ruoyi." Was it too much? This was precisely the effect Qin Yan desired. He was indifferent to the title of girlfriend. What truly mattered was using Xiao Ruoyi to provoke Xiao Fan, drawing him to the capital, and ultimately witnessing the rift between the siblings. The mere thought of such a spectacle was exhilarating. If Xiao Ruoyi were to take action against Xiao Fan, intending to kill him, it would be even more entertaining. Qin Lan did not dwell on it further and agreed. "All right, I will prepare at once." After Qin Lan departed, Qin Yan summoned his diligent butler once more. "Butler, find me several photographers and makeup artists. I wish to shoot a series of couple portraits." The butler, puzzled, asked, "Young master, with whom shall we take these portraits?" Qin Yan replied, "The young lady currently in my room, Xiao Ruoyi, who happens to be Xiao Fan's sister." The butler was utterly perplexed, questioning whether his young master had lost his mind. Was he truly going to take couple portraits with the sister of his enemy? Noticing his confusion, Qin Yan offered a brief explanation. "Xiao Fan has fled, has he not? If he discovers that Xiao Ruoyi is with me, his great enemy, do you think he will not come to the capital to confront me?" The butler's eyes widened in realization, his gaze towards Qin Yan filled with admiration and excitement. Though he had always known his young master to be intelligent, he had previously thought him too young and inexperienced, as evidenced by his handling of Lu Exia. Yet, he was astonished at how exceptionally Qin Yan had matured in such a short time. The butler felt a surge of vigor and declared, "Rest assured, young master, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. By the way, should we invite a few media outlets as well?" Qin Yan replied, "Of course, the more commotion this causes, the better." Chapter 29. Xiao Fan was enraged to the point of bloodshed. After the steward departed, Qin Yan wasted no time and headed straight to find Xiao Ruoyi. He entered her room without knocking. Inside, Xiao Ruoyi was in the midst of changing clothes. Upon seeing Qin Yan, she gasped and hurriedly shielded her body with her garments. Although they had already spent many nights together, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she timidly asked, "Qin, young master, why are you here?" Qin Yan cleared his throat and turned away, stating, "I have come to invite you to take couple photos." Couple photos? Xiao Ruoyi was somewhat perplexed. "What kind of photos?" Drawing a deep breath, Qin Yan replied, "They are couple portraits. I plan to announce to everyone that you're my girlfriend." "What?" Xiao Ruoyi was taken aback, nearly losing her grip on the clothes she held. She looked at Qin Yan in disbelief. "Young Master Qin, are you serious? You said I was merely your plaything." The last word hung heavy in the air, as she hesitated to complete the thought, struggling to accept her own role in this scenario. Qin Yan gazed at the door, stating, "Initially, I was furious due to Xiao Fan's actions and mistakenly unleashed my anger on you. However, I have since calmed down and recognized that this matter does not involve you. Yet, time cannot be reversed. Since we have developed this relationship, I shall not act irresponsibly. Today, I, Qin Yan, will declare to the world that you, Xiao Ruoyi, are my girlfriend." As he spoke, Qin Yan's demeanor remained composed, for he did not speak from the depths of his heart. Nevertheless, Xiao Ruoyi took his words to heart, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Under the continuous persuasion of Qin Yan these past few days, she had firmly believed that Qin Yan was a sincere, infatuated man with a slight touch of possessiveness, qualities that were irresistibly attractive to a girl like her. Coupled with their intimate relationship, Xiao Rui quickly succumbed to her feelings and fell in love with Qin Yan. Yet, she was acutely aware of her position in his heart as merely a plaything, which brought her immense sadness. But who could have imagined that such a delightful surprise would come so swiftly? Qin Yan wanted her to be his girlfriend, and even wished to announce it to everyone. The sheer magnitude of her happiness nearly overwhelmed her. At that moment, Qin Yan stepped forward and said, "Miss Xiao, congratulations. I told you our young master is the most devoted. He would never let you down." With tears of joy on her face, Xiao Rui nodded. "Thank you, Sister Qin Yan." Qin Yan smiled gently. "Do not cry, Miss Xiao. We must showcase the most beautiful version of ourselves during the photo shoot today." A smile broke across Xiao Rui's face. "All right, Aunt Lan." Once Xiao Rui finished dressing, Qin Yan approached her and extended his arm. Confused by the gesture, she shyly reached for his hand. Qin Yan interjected, "Miss Xiao, it's not like that." She guided Xiao Rui to wrap her arms around Qin Yan's. After doing so, Xiao Rui timidly glanced at Qin Yan, noticing a faint smile on his face, accompanied by a hint of tenderness in his gaze. Her apprehension swiftly dissipated, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to being filled with honey. "Let's go," Qin Yan said. Xiao Rui nodded, and in a voice as soft as a kitten's, replied, "Okay." Together, they exited the room where the steward awaited them. Upon seeing them, he quickly announced, "Young master, Miss Xiao, the photographer, makeup artist, stylist, and media representatives have all arrived and are ready." Xiao Rui was taken aback by the number of people present. "Why are there so many?" Qin Yan playfully patted her head with his free hand. "You are my girlfriend. Naturally, I must provide you with the best." Xiao Rui was once again enchanted by Qin Yan's sweet words. Her cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "You are so kind." Qin Yan smiled and led her outside. The next 3 hours were filled with makeup, wardrobe changes, photography, and interviews. During this time, Qin Yan's mother, Yunqing, arrived. Having interacted with Xiao Rui over the past few days, she felt it essential to understand the girl who was her son's first love. Overall, Yunqing was quite pleased with Xiao Rui. However, she noted that due to Xiao Rui's lack of exposure to a large family's upbringing, her perspective on certain matters was somewhat limited, making her somewhat lacking as a potential young mistress of the Qin family. Still, she deemed her suitable as a minor wife. Yet, one detail that troubled Yunqing was that Xiao Rui was actually Xiao Fan's sister. After the steward had explained the situation to her, she chose not to dwell on it, reasoning that as a young girl, she posed no significant threat to the Qin family. Once everything was complete, the morning had nearly passed. Qin Yan shared a meal with Xiao Rui before retreating to train. Understanding his need for focus, Xiao Rui refrained from disturbing him and instead wandered about the Qin residence with Qin Yan. The news of Qin Yan's new girlfriend, Xiao Rui, quickly spread through the media, reaching the trending topics in no time, with 8 out of the top 10 trending searches featuring the words Qin Yan's girlfriend. That afternoon, at the Southeast Martial Arts Academy, Xiao Fan was practicing combat techniques when Li Qingqing approached him with a serious expression. Seeing her, Xiao Fan paused and smiled. "Qingqing, what's wrong? Who upset you?" Li Qingqing took a deep breath and replied, "I'm fine, but there is something concerning you that you need to manage your emotions over." Xiao Fan chuckled. "What could possibly require me to control my emotions?" Li Qingqing pulled out her phone, unlocked it, and handed it to him. Curiously, Xiao Fan took the phone and glanced at it, his eyes widening in disbelief. As he scrolled down, his expression grew increasingly furious, his body trembling with rage as he felt like crushing the device. He had not anticipated that his sister, Xiao Rui, had become Qin Yan's girlfriend, especially given that their parents had been killed by Qin Yan, and this shocking development had occurred mere days after their parents' demise. How could Xiao Rui be with Qin Yan so quickly? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Xiao Rui and confront her about her choices. Seeing Xiao Fan tremble with rage, Li Qingqing's heart ached. She stepped forward and embraced him, saying, "Xiao Fan, you must remain calm. In 3 days, The national elite selection competition will take place. You cannot afford to make any mistakes. Xiao Fan's eyes reddened. But my sister is with that bastard Qin Yan, the very one responsible for my parents' deaths. Li Qingqing replied with a steady demeanor, I understand. Which is why I suspect that Qin Yan may have coerced Rui into this situation. Suppressing his voice, Xiao Fan growled, Then I must rescue my sister. Li Qingqing took a deep breath. What can you accomplish by confronting her now? What can you do? Xiao Fan faltered at her question, realizing the truth. Faced with the powerful Qin family, what could he truly achieve? Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingqing urged, What you need to do now is to perform well in the elite competition. This will draw attention to you, and the Qin family will hesitate to harm you. Then, you could devise a plan to rescue Rui. Listening to her words, Xiao Fan calmed down but remained uneasy. I fear for my sister's safety. Li Qingqing did not fully comprehend Qin Yan, nor could she assure whether he would act against Xiao Rui. She could only state, at the very least, Rui is safe. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and rescue Rui at the earliest opportunity. Qingqing, I am grateful for all that you have shared with me. I vow that I shall never let you down in this lifetime. Li Qingqing's face flushed suddenly. I have faith in you. Chapter 30. Your sister is now my girlfriend. On the morning 3 days later, Qin Yan awoke, gently pushing aside the soft figure of Xiao Rui before sitting up. Ever since they had taken couple photos together, Xiao Rui had grown particularly affectionate towards him, clinging to him each night. This had caused Qin Yan to rise much later than usual these past few days. However, he could not afford to be lazy today, for it was the day of the national elite selection competition. After dressing, he turned back to glance at Xiao Rui, and suddenly his brow furrowed. Although her eyes were closed, he could sense her disordered breathing, indicating that she was indeed awake. After a moment's thought, he returned to the bed, placing a gentle kiss on her delicate forehead and lightly caressing her cheek before finally leaving. After all, it was merely a performance, and he had nothing to lose. Once he departed, Xiao Rui opened her eyes, her sparkling gaze filled with sweetness. He truly loves me. Upon exiting, Qin Yan immediately took Qin Yan and left the Qin residence, setting off towards the secret realm of the national selection competition. This particular secret realm was named the Black Dragon Realm, said to have been created by a powerful black dragon that ultimately perished within it. The realm was rife with danger, teeming with various ferocious beasts, and also home to formidable dragon species, all bearing the bloodline of the Black Dragon, exhibiting astonishing combat prowess. Yet, the realm was not solely perilous. Alongside danger lay opportunity. The greatest fortune within this secret realm was the treasure left behind by the Black Dragon after its demise. In the narrative, the fated one, Xiao Fan, had obtained the realm's most significant treasure, the Black Dragon's Dragon Pearl and True Blood. This Dragon Pearl had evolved Xiao Fan's physique, transforming him into the Black Dragon's sacred body and significantly enhancing his strength. It was precisely due to this enhancement that Xiao Fan was able to slay Qin Yan in the global elite competition. However, Qin Yan was now a supreme body, and thus he had no fear of the mere Black Dragon sacred body. He would not allow Xiao Fan to acquire the Dragon Pearl and True Blood. Instead, he would seize them himself, creating a sacred body for the Qin family. In less than half an hour, Qin Yan arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. A crowd had already gathered outside, as there were numerous martial arts academies across the nation. Although the number of participants varied from one academy to another, the total exceeded 1,000. As soon as Qin Yan arrived, he spotted Mingyu waving at him. Qin Xiao, over here. Mingyu's voice was not soft, drawing the attention of many students nearby, who turned to look at Qin Yan. Yet, their gazes were devoid of kindness, filled instead with wariness, anger, indifference, and even murderous intent. It must be acknowledged that the tactics employed by the Jiang and Ji families had proven quite effective. Over the years, these families had disseminated various rumors about the Qin family, glossing over their achievements while portraying their actions in a negative light. After years of relentless effort, the reputation of the Qin family had plummeted in the Great Xia, with many wishing for their complete eradication. While there had been individuals who attempted to bring this matter to the Qin family's attention, they had always dismissed it. The Qin family stance was that as long as they were strong enough, no one could challenge them. While this mindset held some merit, as strength indeed grants one a voice, the emergence of the variable Xiao Fan altered the narrative. He first killed Qin Yan and then repeatedly survived the Qin family's pursuits, leading everyone to realize that the Qin family was not invincible. Thus, the downfall of the Qin family was set in motion. Currently, Qin Yan had no intention of overturning the Qin family. In the narrative, their defeat stemmed from a lack of ruthlessness and insufficient strength. As long as he was powerful enough, no one would dare to act against the Qin family, and with a touch of ruthlessness, all would bow before them. At that moment, a familiar voice filled with fury rang out. "Qin Yan, what have you done to my sister?" Turning to see Xiao Fan striding towards him. Seething with anger, Qin Yan allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "You mean Xiao Rui? She is now my girlfriend. We sleep in the same bed every night. Is there a problem with that?" Xiao Fan nearly coughed up blood in his fury, glaring at Qin Yan as he exclaimed, "Damn it, I will kill you." With that, he drew his long knife from his waist and charged at Qin Yan. The onlookers' faces lit up with excitement, some whispering eagerly, "Look, Xiao Fan is making a move against Qin Yan. It would be best if he could kill Qin Yan. I've never liked him. The Qin family deserved to perish. They should never have existed." Xiao Fan was at the late stage of the fourth rank, while Qin Yan was at the mid-stage. He was certainly no match for Xiao Fan. Raising his long knife above his head, Xiao Fan shouted, "Sea Splitter!" A blade of energy, measuring over 10 meters, cleaved down towards Qin Yan's forehead, the immense pressure causing those nearby to instinctively retreat. "Qin Yan, you shall die." Qin Yan coldly regarded Xiao Fan's assault, scoffing as he retrieved his reward, the Blood Soul Blade, from the system's space. The blade, entirely blood-red and translucent, resembled a crystal forged from blood, exuding a thick aura of killing intent that sent shivers through those who beheld it. Raising the Blood Soul Blade, a glimmer of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Ninefold Demon Blade, second layer. The Ninefold Demon Blade was a sacred level technique of the Qin family, comprising 9 strikes, each exponentially more powerful than the last. Currently, Qin Yan had mastered only the 4th layer, yet it posed no challenge for him to overwhelm Xiao Fan. With a fierce swing of his blade, a blood-red blade of energy erupted forth, resembling a blood dragon as it tore through the air, clawing its way toward Xiao Fan. A thunderous crash ensued as the blood-colored blade easily shattered Xiao Fan's attack, charging ferociously towards him. Startled, Xiao Fan let out another roar, striking out with his own blade to shatter Qin Yan's assault. Fixing his gaze on Qin Yan, he taunted, "Is this all you are capable of?" Qin Yan scoffed, "You falter after receiving just 1 strike. Who granted you the audacity to continue provoking me?" With that, he raised the Blood Soul Blade once more, Ninefold Demon Blade. 3rd layer. The Blood Soul Blade emitted a sharp cry as an even more ferocious blade of energy surged toward Xiao Fan, seemingly entwined with countless demons. Releasing a piercing wail, sensing the imminent danger, Xiao Fan hastily roared, "Sea Splitter!" A colossal blade of energy emerged, attempting to counter Qin Yan's onslaught. Yet, it was all in vain. The blood-colored blade effortlessly tore through Xiao Fan's defense, crashing down upon him. "No!" Xiao Fan screamed in despair. Chapter 31. The Shameless Double Standard. Just as the deadly blade was about to descend upon Xiao Fan, a figure suddenly interposed itself between them, emanating a radiant glow that effortlessly shattered Qin Yan's attack. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yan recognized her as Su Xia, the instructor from the Southeast Martial Arts Academy. A woman in her 30s, strikingly mature and voluptuous. Su Xia lowered her hand and coldly regarded Qin Yan, her voice laced with anger. "Qin Yan, you have gone too far. Xiao Fan merely wished to engage in a friendly spar, yet you seek to harm him?" Qin Yan, incredulous, vetotit, spa. "Did you not witness Xiao Fan's earlier threats? He came at me with the intent to kill." Su Xia scoffed. Xiao Fan's full force was a response to your overwhelming strength. He knew that without it, he had no hope of victory. Once again, Qin Yan was confronted with the depths of human shamelessness. Before he could respond, Dong Fangbai erupted in anger. "Are you exhibiting double standards? Xiao Fan can unleash his full power, yet when it comes to Qin Xiao, it is deemed unacceptable. Moreover, Qin Xiao has yet to unleash his full strength. His inability to defend himself is a reflection of his own weakness, not a fault of Qin Xiao. This sentiment was echoed by Ming Yu and Zhu Hang, with Ming Yu asserting, "Indeed, if you cannot bear to lose, then do not embarrass yourself here." Xiao Fan, seething with rage, glared at Ming Yu and Dongfang Bai. His eyes filled with venomous hatred, as if he wished to devour them whole. Su Xia maintained her composure, stating, "Xiao Fan is not like Qin Yan. His intent is to spar, while Qin Yan aims to kill." Zhu Hang chimed in sarcastically, "Oh, do you possess mind-reading abilities? How do you know Qin Xiao's intentions? If he truly wished to kill, he would have exerted his full strength rather than merely using a fraction of it." Silence. Su Xia shot them a glare, then turned her attention back to Qin Yan. "Your malice knows no bounds, and today I will ensure you are taught a lesson." With that declaration, she lunged toward Qin Yan, her hand radiating lethal energy. Should this strike land, while it would not end Qin Yan's life, it would undoubtedly leave him grievously injured, rendering him incapable of participating in the elite selection competition. The faces of Dongfang Bai and the others paled as they instinctively turned to summon their guards. However, before they could utter a word, a figure appeared before Qin Yan, intercepting Su Xia's strike with a powerful palm. Su Xia felt an overwhelming force surge through her, sending her sprawling backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing to the ground. "Teacher Su, are you all right?" Xiao Fan and several other students from the Southeast Martial Arts Academy rushed to assist her. Su Xia regained her footing and shook her head. "I am unharmed." She then eyed Qin Yan warily. "An 8th-rank martial artist?" Qin Yan slowly raised his head, his voice low and gravelly. "Those who dare harm the young master shall face death." Su Xia clenched her teeth, realizing that with Qin Yan present, she could not act against Qin Yan. She instructed her students, "Let's go." As they prepared to leave, Qin Yan's voice rang out once more. "You come and go as you please, treating me, Qin Yan, as if I am inconsequential. Su Xia Holti, Yan. You have already won. What more do you desire?" Qin Yan regarded her with indifference. "I may overlook Xiao Fan's aggression, and, as a teacher, you meddling in our duel could be disregarded. However, an aura of insurmountable malice emanated from Qin Yan. It is unforgivable that you dared to strike me." Su Xia replied defiantly, "I merely intended to teach you a lesson, and besides, you seem unscathed now. Do you not?" "Preposterous," Qin Yan countered. "I am unharmed solely because Qin Yan is present. Had he not been here today, I might have lost half my life." Su Xia's anger flared again. "So what do you intend to do?" "What do I intend?" A cruel smile crept across Qin Yan's face. "My request is simple. I demand that Qin Yan spar with you." Qin Yan stepped forward, his eyes devoid of emotion as he slowly drew his battle blade. "What?" Su Xia recoiled, fear etched on her face. "No, this is unfair. He is an 8th-rank martial artist while I am merely 7th rank. Qin Yan scoffed. "You recognize the disparity? Yet, when you attacked me, you said nothing of fairness." He then turned to Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, Teacher Su is formidable. I insist you use your full strength without holding back." This was an implicit command for Qin and to unleash his full power against Su Xia. A sinister grin crept across Qin Yan's lips. "Rest assured, young master, I will extend the utmost respect to this teacher." Su Xia's face drained of color, panic overtaking her. "No, you cannot do this, Qin Yan." At that moment, the instructor from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy stepped forward. "Qin Yan, mercy is a virtue." Teacher Su acted impulsively. "Moreover, you have not sustained any injuries. Why persist in this vendetta?" This instructor, also an 8th-rank martial artist, was unafraid of Qin and thus spoke up in defense of Su Xia. Other instructors from various academies joined in, rallying for her. "Indeed, Qin Yan, you have suffered no harm. Why not let it go?" Such narrow-mindedness among the offspring of prominent families was appalling. They were relentless over trivial matters, emboldened by their lineage. Reassured by the support, Su Xia regained her composure. She addressed Qin Yan. "Though I am not your teacher, reprimanding you is warranted. Do not overstep." Unmoved by the collective reproach, Qin Yan's expression remained unchanged. He was resolute that Su Xia must perish. He spoke again, his tone icy. Qin Yan, why do you hesitate? Do not delay any further. Yes, young master, Qin Yan replied promptly, raising his battle blade and charging towards Su Xia. Su Xia hastily drew her weapon to defend herself, shouting for help. Teachers, come quickly. Seeing her distress, Dongfang Bai, Ming Yu, and the others grunted, eager to send their guards into the fray. However, Qin Yan's cold voice cut through the air. Qin Yan is an 8th-rank consummate martial artist. He has previously slain 12 8th-rank foes in battle, along with a half-step martial saint adversary. Stunned by his words, those who had intended to assist faltered, gazing in shock at Qin Yan, their hearts gripped by awe. Meanwhile, Su Xia felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over her. In a state of panic, she cried out, "No, please, Qin Shao, spare me. I do not wish to die." Yet, her plea was barely uttered before Qin Yan had closed the distance, swinging his long blade with lethal intent. A chilling sensation swept across her neck as she instinctively clutched at it, blood seeping through her fingers as her vision began to fade to darkness. Chapter 32. Jiang family's Jiang Liani, the terror frozen on Su Xia's face, was a haunting sight as her body rigidly collapsed to the ground. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, their astonishment directed at the lifeless Su Xia. Time seemed to stretch infinitely before they regained their senses, turning their furious and hate-filled gazes toward Qin Yan. "I will kill you, Qin Yan." Xiao Fan's enraged voice pierced through the air as he lunged at Qin Yan. His features contorted with fury. Energy surged around him, and the blade in his hand gleamed ominously as he swung it fiercely at Qin Yan. A fierce and domineering wave of sword energy sliced through the air, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. How dare he? How dare he take Su Xia's life? She was his mentor at the Southeast Martial Arts Academy, a woman of beauty and grace, endowed with gentle wisdom, one of the chosen candidates for Xiao Fan's harem. And now, she lay dead at the hands of Qin Yan's subordinate. How could he possibly endure such an affront? Leaning nearby, Li Qingqing clenched her teeth in anger and charged toward Qin Yan. However, Qin Yan dismissed them with indifference, casually uttering, Qin Yan grinned malevolently, a sinister expression crossing his face as he extended his hand. A colossal palm, spanning nearly 100 meters, materialized above the two attackers and came crashing down upon them. Like swatting a fly, the palm crushed them into the ground. Qin Yan glanced at Qin Yan with dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you just kill them outright?" "Young master," Qin Yan replied, "there are too many students present. If I were to kill them, it would undoubtedly affect more innocent lives." Qin Yan scoffed, "Let them die." He held no affection for the students before him. They were mere puppets, devoid of independent discernment, and their existence was nothing but a waste of air. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out, "Qin Yan, that is enough." Turning to face the source, he beheld a young girl clad in specialized battle attire, her slender figure and delicate features framed by a neat ponytail. It was as if she radiated a halo, capturing the attention of countless onlookers as she advanced toward him. Qin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's Miss Jiang Liani." Jiang Liani, the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family, shared Qin Yan's age and possessed remarkable talent, endowed with the heavenly fire sacred body. Through rigorous training, she had ascended to the early 4th rank of martial practitioners. But her combat prowess was comparable to that of an average 5th rank warrior. Her cold gaze bore into Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, you have already taken a life. What more do you desire? Do you intend to slaughter everyone present?" Qin Yan sneered. "Are you truly that dim-witted?" At his words, Jiang Liani's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you mean, Qin Yan?" His demeanor turned icy. "I came here merely to converse with my friends, yet that fool Xiao Fan couldn't wait to provoke me. Did you not witness any of this?" Xiao Fan, still sprawled on the ground, lifted his head in fury. "You kidnapped my sister and imprisoned her in your Qin family, preventing her from leaving." The crowd's faces twisted in disdain upon hearing Xiao Fan's words. Some students, emboldened by Jiang Liani's presence, began to denounce Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, you have crossed the line. You abducted Xiao Fan's sister and now wish to kill him too? What you're doing is inhumane. You are truly a monster, using your family's influence to commit such heinous acts. Why do you still exist in this world? As the students grew increasingly agitated, their desire to confront Qin Yan surged. Yet fear of Qin Yan, who stood nearby, restrained their actions. Jiang Liani frowned at Qin Yan. You truly are a malevolent fool. Qin Yan's expression darkened. He fixed his chilling gaze on Jiang Liani. Do you genuinely believe you are unaware of the enmity between Xiao Fan and me? Or are you deliberately misleading the masses, inciting bias and hatred against me and the Qin family? A flicker of panic flashed in Jiang Liani's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am merely speaking the truth. There is no intent to mislead. Qin Yan scoffed. You know perfectly well the deeds your Jiang family and the Ji family have committed over the years. Do not presume we are ignorant. I hope you understand the consequences of provoking us. Otherwise, no one will escape unscathed. Jiang Liani, let me make this clear. The Qin family possesses the power to overturn the table. At his words, Jiang Liani's complexion paled slightly, and she took a step back, her resolve hardening. Do not divert the conversation. I am here solely to prevent you from senselessly slaughtering the innocent. Qin Yan cast a glance at the guard behind Jiang Liani, a battle-hardened 8th-rank martial artist, and realized that a confrontation with him would be unpredictable. He coldly remarked, just do not provoke me. With that, he turned his attention to Li Qingqing, who stood beside Xiao Fan. So, you are Xiao Fan's new romantic interest? Allow me to share a revelation. Xiao Fan's former girlfriend was brutally killed by him, and this occurred merely 3 or 4 days ago. Who would have thought he would move on so swiftly? Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing froze momentarily, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded Xiao Fan, struggling to comprehend the gravity of his actions. The other students, too, cast skeptical glances in his direction. Seeing their reactions, Xiao Fan hastily explained, Qingqing, this was not my choice. Qin Yan threatened the lives of the entire Lu family to coerce Lu Xinyao into murdering my parents. I had no choice but to act against her. I swear I never intended to kill her. Li Qingqing's eyes filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Xiao Fan. I was wrong to doubt you. The other students echoed their outrage. This Qin Yan deserves punishment. How could he commit such atrocities? The Qin family is becoming increasingly outrageous. This is just what we know. Who knows what other heinous acts they have committed in secret? The Qin family is indeed a scourge upon the Great Xia. Encouraged by their fervent response, Xiao Fan felt a surge of confidence regarding the upcoming elite selection competition. Once he entered, he could incite the students against Qin Yan, and then they would witness his downfall. With a gaze filled with hatred, he directed his thoughts toward Qin Yan. Your time is nearly up, Qin Yan. Once we are in the secret realm, devoid of your guards, let us see how you withstand the onslaught of so many. Meanwhile, Jiang Liani observed Xiao Fan's predatory glare and then glanced at Qin Yan, a sudden idea blossoming in her mind. Between the two, perhaps she could orchestrate a scenario that would lead Xiao Fan to eliminate Qin Yan. In that case, the wrath of the Qin family would be directed solely at Xiao Fan, allowing the Jiang family to pursue their own agenda. Jiang Liani's eyes glimmered as she contemplated the feasibility of her plan. Chapter 33. Entering the Secret Realm, Dragon Blood Fruit after a brief interval of around 10 minutes. A resounding whistle pierced the air. The crowd lifted their eyes to behold a towering figure clad in metallic armor, with a long spear slung across his back, standing majestically in the sky. Most of the students and faculty gazed upon him with a mixture of reverence and awe. To possess the ability to soar through the skies is a hallmark of a martial saint, a beacon of aspiration and motivation for them all. Yet, a few scions from prominent families, including Qin Yan, wore expressions of indifference. After all, a mere martial saint was hardly a rarity among them. The figure was none other than Wang Chong, the martial saint stationed in the capital, who would be unveiling the secret realm for this year's elite selection competition. Addressing the students below with an air of authority, he stated, "Prepare yourselves, for I shall now activate the secret realm. Let me reiterate the rules of this competition. Each participant will receive a token that records the number of ferocious beasts you slay, which will subsequently translate into your score. The top 30 scorers will earn the opportunity to partake in the Global University Elite Competition. It is also crucial to note that scoring is not solely reliant on killing beasts. The tokens in the possession of others are fair game for you to seize. His final words were a blatant encouragement for the students to engage in fierce combat. A slight smirk graced Qin Yan's lips. He found this approach rather appealing. After all, to claim another score necessitated conflict, and with conflict came the inevitability of casualties. He then turned his gaze towards the throng of excited students, perceiving them not as competitors, but rather as a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Upon concluding his address, Wang Chong produced a small, black token resembling dragon scales. He cast it into the air, infusing it with a surge of potent energy. In an instant, a small dot emerged in the atmosphere, expanding rapidly until it transformed into a portal with a diameter of over 100 meters. "Students, you may now enter," he proclaimed. The students surged forward like a herd of sheep drawn to the fold, and Qin Yan followed closely behind. Upon entry, each student was issued a token by the guards. Qin Yan received one as well, which resembled a wristwatch. It was capable of scanning slain beasts, marking them to prevent anyone from exploiting the opportunity to scan previously marked creatures. Once he secured his scoring device, Qin Yan stepped confidently into the secret realm. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he experienced a momentary sensation of weightlessness. In the next instant, he found himself within the secret realm. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings, orienting himself before hastening towards the site of the fallen black dragon. He was determined to ensure that Xiao Fan did not acquire the black dragon's pearl or blood. Having traversed less than a kilometer, he encountered an adversary, a towering wolf, approximately 2 meters in height, adorned with black scales and sporting 2 sharp horns atop its head. This creature possessed the bloodline of the black dragon and was currently at the 2nd tier of strength. Annoyed by the obstruction, Qin Yan furrowed his brow and commanded, "Get out of my way." The black wolf snarled menacingly at him before lunging forward with its jaws agape. Qin Yan merely scoffed, extending his hand and invoking Great Heavenly Demon Palm. A massive blood-red hand, 10 meters in diameter, materialized in the air and came crashing down upon the wolf. With a thunderous roar, the black wolf was forcefully driven into the earth, rendered into a mere pancake. After scanning the creature with his wrist device and noting his score had increased to 2, Qin Yan continued on his path. He pressed forward for the better part of the day, dispatching a dozen or so beasts with little difficulty, each falling to his singular strike. Approximately 20 minutes later, he was abruptly alerted by the cacophony of beastly roars and human shouts ahead, indicating a clash had ensued. Swiftly advancing, he soon beheld a massive, muscular black-scaled ape, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, engaged in combat with 4 or 5 students. This beast was at the mid-tier of the 4th rank, and its innate strength far surpassed that of the students, especially given its black dragon bloodline. The students, all of 4th tier strength, 2 at the initial stage, 1 at mid-tier, and another at the late stage, surrounded the black ape, their attacks futilely striking against its resilient scales. Only the late-stage student posed a genuine threat, while the relentless assaults from the black ape left the students scrambling in disarray. While Qin Yan had initially intended to ignore them and depart, his attention was suddenly drawn to a small tree nearby, standing 3 to 4 meters tall. Its leaves shimmered with a translucent brilliance reminiscent of the finest imperial jade, and upon it hung 3 crimson fruits, dragon blood fruits, a rare specialty of the black dragon's secret realm. These fruits were known to significantly enhance one's strength, and when combined with the dragon pearl, could even transform one's body into that of a black dragon. This fruit piqued Qin Yan's interest. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand, invoking Great Heavenly Demon Palm. Instantly, a colossal blood-red hand appeared above the combatants, poised to descend. The students and the black ape, sensing a change in the atmosphere, looked up in alarm. One student exclaimed, "Damn it, retreat. That's the Qin family's Great Heavenly Demon Palm." They hastily retreated, narrowly escaping the strike. Only the black ape remained, rooted in place, bellowing defiantly at the impending doom. It was not that the beast lacked the will to flee. It was ensnared by the palm and realized that abandoning its position would mean relinquishing the dragon blood fruits. With a cold snort, Qin Yan pressed down with his hand, and the Great Heavenly Demon Palm crashed down upon the black ape. The ground shook with a resounding thud, creating a pit nearly 2 meters deep. While the once mighty black ape lay prostrate, its bones shattered and blood oozing from its body. Approaching the wounded creature, Qin Yan glanced at its labored breaths and scanned it with his device before turning his attention to the dragon blood fruits. Observing his intent, one student could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Hey, those dragon blood fruits were discovered by us. You owe us 2. Qin Yan turned his head, a smirk gracing his lips. 2 for you? I'd rather give you 2 slaps. With that, he raised his hand once more, summoning the blood-red, great heavenly demon palm above the heads of the students, and brought it crashing down. Chapter 34. The Slaughter of 4. The Black Dragon. Upon witnessing Qin Yan's sudden aggression, the students were taken aback and hurriedly attempted to evade his onslaught. However, Qin Yan's speed was astonishing. Of the 4 students, only 2, possessing a slightly stronger prowess, managed to escape, while the remaining 2, both in the early stages of the 4th rank, were ruthlessly struck down. Their battle garments were rendered into mere scraps of metal, and their bones shattered, leaving them lifeless on the ground. A late 4th rank student, enraged by the scene before him, glared at Qin Yan and bellowed, "Qin Yan, what are you doing? If you do not wish to part with the dragon blood fruit, then so be it. Why resort to murder?" Qin Yan's icy gaze turned towards them, and he retorted, "I had not forgotten about you." With that, he drew the blood soul blade from his spatial ring and swung it towards the questioning student. The crimson blade energy exuded a thick aura of death, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. The student, realizing the imminent danger, screamed defiantly, "Bastard, I will kill you." He summoned all his strength, raising his weapon to counter the blade energy. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. His feeble attempt at retaliation was effortlessly obliterated, and the blade struck him down with devastating force. A resounding clang echoed as the student, along with his battle attire, was cleaved in 2, his life extinguished. The last surviving student, witnessing the gruesome fate of his companions, panicked and exclaimed, No, please don't kill me. I don't want to die." Turning on his heel, he fled with a speed that far exceeded that of a typical 4th rank mid-level warrior. It seemed that facing the threat of death had ignited his latent potential. However, since Qin Yan had chosen to engage, he would not allow this individual to escape. With a slight bend of his legs, he surged forward, propelling himself from the ground with the force of a cannonball, creating a deep crater beneath him. Soaring through the air like an eagle, he swiftly descended upon the student. Lowering his head with a chilling smile, he aimed the blood soul blade at him once more. A wave of destructive energy surged forth, cleaving towards the student. Terrified, the student shouted and raised his weapon in a desperate defense. Yet, compared to Qin Yan, he was akin to an ant confronting a dragon. His feeble counterattack shattered like glass struck by a stone, and the razor-sharp blade energy struck him down. A piercing scream erupted as the student, too, was severed in half. Qin Yan landed with unwavering steadiness, casting an emotionless glance at the corpses strewn about. He bore no psychological burden for having slain these individuals, for they would ultimately become enemies of the Qin family. Apart from steadfast allies like Ming Yu and Dongfang Bai, the rest harbored animosity towards the Qin clan. If it were within his power, he would eliminate them all. Approaching the dragon blood fruit, he retrieved 3 jade boxes from his spatial ring and carefully stored the 3 fruits within. He then continued his urgent journey towards the site of the black dragon's demise. The secret realm was vast, and he was still quite distant from the location where the black dragon had fallen. Even with his utmost effort, it would take him approximately 2 days to reach it, so he could not afford to waste a single moment. After running for less than half an hour, he heard a roar nearby that bore a resemblance to a dragon's cry. Stopping in his tracks, he looked up to behold a massive black dragon, its wings beating powerfully. Soaring into the sky, under the sun's rays, the dragon's scales shimmered with a metallic luster. A flicker of joy crossed Qin Yan's face upon seeing the black dragon. It was indeed impressive, possessing a rich bloodline and formidable combat strength, with the added ability of flight. With this creature at his side, his movements would be significantly more convenient. Soon, he observed a brilliant beam of light shoot into the sky, piercing through the black dragon's body. The dragon let out a thunderous roar before plummeting to the earth like a meteor, creating a tremendous impact. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Qin Yan raced towards the fallen dragon. Upon arriving, he discovered a gathering of over a dozen students, some of whom were familiar faces. Among them was Dongfang Bai, who was currently being targeted by others. Two of the leading figures were notably recognizable to Qin Yan. One was Ji Yunyao, the eldest daughter of the Ji family, who, at the same age as Qin Yan, was strikingly beautiful, with large, expressive eyes, willow-like brows, a petite nose, and lips as red as rose petals. Her figure was graceful, curvaceous yet not excessively so, exuding a youthful athleticism. Additionally, Ji Yunyao was known for her keen intellect. In a narrative, upon encountering Ji Yunyao, Xiao Fan was captivated by her beauty and grace, desiring to include her in his harem. Yet Ji Yunyao, burdened with the aura of the destined child, remained unyielding. Moreover, while Xiao Fan and the Jiang family conspired against the Qin clan, Ji Yunyao forbade her family from intervening, instead seizing the opportunity to strengthen her own position during their conflict. Had it not been for Xiao Fan's ascension to the martial emperor realm, the Jiang family and Xiao Fan might not have been able to suppress the Ji family. Beside Ji Yunyao stood a tall, robust man wielding a golden spear. This was Wu Cheng, the heir of the Wu family, a clan aligned with the Jiang family. The sight of the Ji family's eldest daughter alongside the Jiang faction hinted at a burgeoning alliance between the two families. Wu Cheng, accompanied by a dozen students, addressed Dongfang Bai coldly. Dongfang Bai, do not push me to take action against you. Just leave. Dongfang Bai scoffed defiantly. I contributed to the hunt for this black dragon as well. On what grounds do you dismiss me? Wu Cheng stepped forward, disregarding Ji Yunyao, and replied, on the grounds that you are merely Qin Yan's lackey. You are unworthy to stand with us. The students behind Wu Cheng echoed his sentiments with indignation. Get lost. Qin Yan's dog, you are nothing but an eyesore here. Leave now, or we shall unite against you. Why waste words on him? Let us deal with him directly. Dongfang Bai's expression darkened as he retorted, Wu Cheng, watch your tongue. You ought to relay your words to young Master Qin. Wu Cheng smirked. What if Qin Yan were here? Even if he stood before me, I would dare to accuse him to his face. At this, Dongfang Bai's countenance shifted, his grip tightening around his weapon as veins throbbed visibly. He grit his teeth and declared, Wu Cheng, you seek death. Wu Cheng chuckled derisively. It appears you prefer punishment over courtesy. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. With a fierce cry, he brandished his golden spear and charged at Dongfang Bai. Gritting his teeth, Dongfang Bai seized his weapon and launched a fierce attack against Wu Cheng. However, his strength was merely at the late 4th rank, while Wu Cheng was at the early 5th rank. As their weapons clashed, Dongfang Bai was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground with a spatter of blood at the corner of his mouth. Glaring at Wu Cheng, he vowed, Wu Cheng, you will pay for this. Once I find young Master Qin, you will regret this day. Wu Cheng laughed heartily. Qin Yan, do not speak as if he is here. Even if he were, I could turn him into a dead dog. The students behind him erupted into laughter, reveling in their mockery. Just as their laughter reached a crescendo, Qin Yan's towering figure emerged, his voice icy and laced with murderous intent. Oh, is that so? Chapter 35. The Grandmaster's Grandson? Kill. Eastern White was overjoyed upon hearing Qin Yan's voice. He turned sharply to see Qin Yan striding toward him with a vigorous gait, wielding the blood soul blade. With a look of grievance, he shouted, Young Master Qin, you've come. These ruffians are bullying me with their numbers and have been insulting you. You must avenge me. Qin Yan approached him, retrieved a healing pill from his spatial ring, and said, Enough of your lamenting. Take this healing medicine, stand behind me, and witness how I seek retribution. Eastern White took the pill and quickly swallowed it before retreating, exclaiming, All right, young Master Qin. With a slight smile, Qin Yan adopted a serious expression and coldly addressed Wu Cheng. Did you not just say that you would dare to insult me, even in my presence? A hint of disdain appeared on Wu Cheng's face as he replied, Indeed, I said that. What of it? Do you truly believe you are my match? With your mid-stage 4th-tier martial prowess, had it not been for the Qin family backing you, you would have met your end countless times by now. As he finished speaking, His dozen or so students began to chant loudly. Exactly. If he weren't a member of the Qin family, he wouldn't be so arrogant. This guy was quite brazen outside the secret realm and even killed someone. Kill him. After all, this is the secret realm. As long as we don't speak of it when we leave, no one will know. Yes, eliminate him to prevent him from causing harm to others. Hearing the support from the students, Wu Cheng's face gleamed with arrogance. You see, Qin Yan, you understand how much hatred your Qin family incurs, don't you? Do you know how many people across the nation long for your family's downfall? Qin Yan's expression remained utterly unchanged, and he coldly responded, if that is the case, then come at me. Let me see if your rage can obliterate me. Wu Cheng, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Very well, Qin Yan. Since you are so intent on seeking death, do not blame me. With that, he shouted fiercely, brandishing his spear and lunging toward Qin Yan. The students eagerly watched the unfolding scene, wishing fervently for Wu Cheng to pierce Qin Yan through. Only Ji Yun Yao, standing silently, observed Qin Yan with a grave expression, for his performance was utterly abnormal. Despite being merely a mid-stage, fourth-tier martial artist, even if he possessed exceptional talent, Wu Cheng was no pushover. He too boasted formidable strength and combat ability. Was Qin Yan overly arrogant, or did he possess genuine confidence? As Qin Yan watched Wu Cheng's spear, he flicked the blood soul blade upward, effortlessly deflecting the spear, and then countered with a swift strike aimed at Wu Cheng's forehead. Wu Cheng, seeing this, roared in anger, retracting his spear to block Qin Yan's attack. He felt a tremendous force surging toward him, causing his arms to go numb and forcing him several steps back. Eastern White, witnessing Qin Yan's initial advantage, shouted excitedly, "Well done, young Master Qin." Ji Yun Yao's eyes darkened. It seemed her worst fears were being realized. Qin Yan was immensely confident in his abilities, having been pushed back by Qin Yan's strike. Wu Cheng felt humiliated before Ji Yun Yao and yelled furiously, "You fool, seeking your own demise." A blazing golden light enveloped him as he charged toward Qin Yan with a furious roar. Qin Yan snorted coldly, raising his long blade, and unleashed a crimson blade of energy that collided with Wu Cheng's assault, creating a thunderous sound. This time, Qin Yan took a step back, while Wu Cheng stumbled back 5 or 6 steps. It was evident even to the dullest observer that Qin Yan's strength far surpassed Wu Cheng's. The students behind Wu Cheng were left speechless, as if a chokehold had silenced them. Impossible. You are merely a mid-stage, fourth-tier martial artist. How could you possibly be my match? Damn you, Qin Yan. I will kill you. He raged, the golden aura around him condensing into a tangible form. Unyielding, Qin Yan emanated a blood-red radiance, the crimson and golden lights dominating half the sky. Wu Cheng brandished his spear, unleashing a massive beam of light. Heaven-piercing spear. Qin Yan scoffed at the name, finding it quite impressive yet curious about its actual might. He lifted the blood soul blade, declaring, 9th layer demon blade, 4th layer. He held no contempt for Wu Cheng, recognizing him as a genuine 5th-tier martial artist. Raising the blood soul blade high above his head, he struck down upon the heaven-piercing spear. The crimson blade light cleaved through the blood-red aura with a wailing sound akin to vengeful spirits, crashing violently against Wu Cheng's attack. A resounding boom echoed as the blade light shattered Wu Cheng's assault and forcefully struck him. Wu Cheng was taken aback, hastily lifting his spear to block the attack. The blade collided with the spear and then slammed into Wu Cheng's body. The battle attire he wore erupted with a brilliant glow, managing to mitigate the blow. Yet, despite this, Wu Cheng was hurled backward, crashing into the ground as he coughed up blood, his insides racked with intense pain. With a look of horror, he raised his head to gaze at Qin Yan, shouting in panic, "Impossible! This cannot be! How could you be this strong?" Qin Yan coldly regarded him and replied, "True strength does not breed ignorance. Only ignorance leads one to believe they are strong." With that, he lifted his long blade once more, aiming it at Wu Cheng with deadly intent. Let us see how many of these attacks your battle attire can withstand. With this strike, he poured all his strength into it, seemingly intent on ending Wu Cheng's life. Pale with fear, Wu Cheng realized that although his battle attire could absorb much of the damage, Qin Yan's relentless style could still shatter his internal organs, leading to his demise. Desperate, Wu Cheng shouted, "Qin Yan, you cannot kill me. My grandfather is the Grandmaster Wu Di. Invincible?" Qin Yan sneered. "Then let your grandfather come and challenge mine. Let's see who truly holds the title of invincible," he bellowed, unleashing a blood-red blade of energy that seemed poised to cleave the earth in two, descending upon Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng's eyes widened in terror, his face stricken with fear as he cried, "Yun Yao, save me." Just as the blade of energy was about to strike Wu Cheng, Yun Yao shouted, "Stop." She swiftly drew a long sword, unleashing a narrow yet razor-sharp beam of sword energy that collided with the blade of energy. A violent explosion rang out as the sword and blade energies shattered simultaneously, dissipating into the air. Seeing his attack thwarted, Qin Yan turned to Yun Yao, his eyes filled with a savage fury. "Yun Yao, do you dare to obstruct me?" Chapter 36. The unyielding spirit Yun Yao felt a sudden chill as she caught sight of Qin Yan's ferocious gaze. The calm demeanor she had maintained until now was shattered by a flicker of terror. She hastily stepped back, her voice tinged with panic. "Qin Yan, do not act recklessly. Wu Cheng's grandfather is a martial saint. If you kill him, you will invite great trouble upon yourself." Qin Yan replied coldly, "I have stated my intentions. If he possesses the courage, let him send his grandfather to confront mine. But now I am intent on ending his life. If you interfere again, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, he raised his long blade once more and aimed it at the incapacitated Wu Cheng. Seeing this, Yun Yao gritted her teeth and brandished her long sword, unleashing a sword energy that stretched over 10 meters, colliding fiercely with the blood-red blade aura. A thunderous roar erupted as the sword and blade energies shattered together, dissipating into nothingness. Qin Yan abruptly turned to Yun Yao, declaring, "This is your own doing." He lifted his sword and struck at her with a brutal force, the blood-red blade energy seeming to split the heavens. Witnessing his attack, Yun Yao's heart raced with dread. "Qin Yan, have you lost your mind?" she exclaimed, quickly swinging her long sword and shouting, "Great River Sword Aura!" A transparent, river-like sword energy surged forth, clashing against the blade aura with a resounding boom. This time, however, the blade energy did not shatter as it had before. Instead, it resembled a colossal blood dragon, tearing through Yun Yao's Great River Sword aura. The reason her previous attacks had succeeded was due to her assaulting from the side. Yet, facing a direct attack from Qin Yan, even Yun Yao, a consummate fourth-tier martial artist, could only manage to disrupt the energy rather than overpower it. As the blood-red blade energy bore down upon her, Yun Yao's usual composure faltered, a flicker of panic crossing her face. How dare Qin Yan attempt to kill her? Did he not fear the repercussions from her grandfather, one of the three great martial gods of the Great Xia? But there was no time for contemplation. She swung her sword again, sending forth a crescent-shaped sword energy that met the blade aura head-on. A deafening crash echoed, and finally, her sword energy shattered the assault. Yet, before she could catch her breath, Qin Yan's voice rang out again, "Great heavenly demon palm." A foreboding sense washed over Yun Yao as she looked up to see a colossal blood-red hand descending upon her with lightning speed. She realized too late that there was no time to defend herself, and could only watch as the massive hand struck her down. A thunderous impact resonated, leaving a 2-meter-deep imprint in ground. Yun Yao lay within the palm, gasping for breath, her body racked with pain and rendered immobile. Witnessing her plight, the onlookers were once more engulfed in shock. The students gaped at Qin Yan, realizing he had become even more ruthless since entering the secret realm, mercilessly slaying all in his path. Dongfangbai was paralyzed with fear, nearly collapsing as he thought, "Heavens, what are you doing, young Master Qin? Do you realize who that is?" Yun Yao, granddaughter of one of the three martial gods of the Great Xia. Killing her could cost you dearly. However, Qin Yan remained unfazed, turning his gaze to Wu Cheng and coldly stating, "You can perish now." Wu Cheng, shaken back to reality, was overwhelmed with panic. If Qin Yan was capable of killing Yun Yao, what was to stop him from doing the same to him? "No, please don't kill me," he pleaded in terror. Qin Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile. What happened to your bravado, Wu Cheng? Did you not vow to eliminate me? Wu Cheng shook his head frantically. I'm sorry, I apologize, I was wrong. If it will appease you, I will bow in supplication. Please spare me. He dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing. Sorry, Qin Yan. Please do not kill me. Lying motionless in the palm print, Ji Yao felt a pang of disappointment at Wu Cheng's cowardly pleas. This boy, who had previously displayed such bravado before her, now cowered in fear. Despite the overwhelming threat posed by Qin Yan, she had chosen to intervene on his behalf. Yet, in the face of adversity, he had surrendered so shamefully. Qin Yan regarded Wu Cheng with disdain. I never promised to spare your life. With that, he raised his blade and brought it down upon Wu Cheng with force. Wu Cheng, momentarily stunned by Qin Yan's words, abruptly looked up, only to be met with a torrent of blood-red blade energy. He felt a sharp pain in his neck, and the world around him spun into darkness. Wu Cheng was dead, his body severed. Dong Fangbai was left in utter shock, paralyzed by the realization that the same Qin Yan who had just dealt a lethal blow to Ji Yao had now slain Wu Cheng as well. This was no mere misstep. It was as if he had torn a hole in the very fabric of their reality. The remaining students, witnessing this grim spectacle, felt their hearts plummet into despair, chilled to the bone. If Qin Yan had killed Ji Yao and Wu Cheng, would he spare them? In a collective panic, the group shouted run and turned to flee. Yet, would Qin Yan allow them to escape? The answer was clear, no. With a swift motion, he raised his blade, sweeping it toward the fleeing students. Ninefold demon blade, 4th layer. A blood-red blade aura, stretching over 10 meters, surged forth. And piercing screams filled the air as several students were cleaved in two, leaving only a handful scrambling for their lives. Qin Yan snorted, propelling himself forward with a powerful push from the ground. Great heavenly demon palm, a massive hand, over 10 meters in diameter, loomed above the remaining students and descended with lethal force. With a deafening crash, 5 more students were reduced to mere pulp. The last survivor, paralyzed with fear, stumbled and fell. Qin Yan approached him slowly. The trembling student implored, Qin, please do not kill me. Qin Yan's voice was frosty. I never intended to unleash such carnage. But if I do not eliminate you, you will seek to end my life, to extinguish the Qin clan. The downfall of the Qin family had been a collective effort, a dark chapter in the history of the Great Xia. He was determined to prevent history from repeating itself, and thus, he had no inclination to show mercy. With a cold snort, he swung his long blade lightly, unleashing a blade energy that obliterated the last student in an instant. Chapter 37. I want you to be my woman after eliminating everyone. Dong Fangbai cautiously approached him, trembling as he asked, Qin Shao, what shall we do next? Qin Yan glanced at him and replied with a smile, we shall proceed as necessary. Do not fear. I will bear the brunt of this matter. It does not concern you. No, Dong Fangbai shook his head. It's not that I'm afraid of this. Well, let's just say we did it together when the time comes. Qin Yan chuckled and patted Dong Fangbai's shoulder. This fellow was loyal to the core. Even when the Qin family was on the brink of collapse, he never entertained thoughts of betrayal, instead choosing to confront that scoundrel Xiao Fan until his demise at Xiao Fan's hands. Thus, he would surely protect Dong Fangbai. Qin Yan approached the injured black dragon, whose massive body stretched nearly 30 meters in length, wings folded tightly. A gaping wound marred its belly, blood seeping slowly from it. This black dragon was a 5th-grade ferocious beast, not weak in strength, yet still no match for Wu Cheng, who had wounded it in a single strike. Qin Yan looked at it and asked, do you wish to live? The black dragon opened its eyes, meeting Qin Yan's emotionless gaze. Within Qin Yan's eyes lay indifference, a profound disregard for life. Yet the dragon valued its existence, realizing its imminent death. Thus, it nodded vigorously, a desperate yearning for life reflected in its eyes. Qin Yan retrieved a vial of healing elixir from his spatial ring and tossed it to the dragon, saying, this contains a superior healing potion. Consume it and recover swiftly. Then you shall serve as my mount. Should you refuse, I will end your life. You witnessed how Wu Cheng, who could have slain you, posed no threat to me. The black dragon nodded again, opening its mouth wide to inhale the vial, shattering it as the shards and potion entered its body. The ample medicinal energy surged within, initiating its healing process. Qin Yan observed the black dragon and stated, "You have 2 hours to recover. We depart thereafter." Turning to Dongfang Bai, he instructed, "Keep an eye on it. Do not let it play tricks." Dongfang Bai replied eagerly, "Understood, Qin Xiao. Rest assured, I won't let it escape. Although I am no match for you, vanquishing this little dragon should be a simple task." The black dragon trembled at his words, casting a glance at Dongfang Bai that hinted at a desire to appease. Ignoring the two, Qin Yan moved to Ji Yunyao, who lay on the ground, unable to rise. He expressed no sympathy, stating bluntly, "I know you are not dead. Open your eyes and speak." Hearing this, Ji Yunyao slowly opened her eyes and looked at Qin Yan, weakly asking, "What do you wish to say?" Qin Yan, eschewing any pretense, declared, "Become my woman." Ji Yunyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Yan. "Are you serious?" Qin Yan nodded affirmatively. "I am quite serious." Upon encountering Ji Yunyao and recalling her displayed wisdom, he was struck by the desire to take her as his wife. Such a woman by his side would be of immense assistance. Moreover, marrying Ji Yunyao would sow seeds of suspicion between the Ji and Jiang families. What was there to lose? Ji Yunyao pondered momentarily before cautiously inquiring, "Am I allowed to refuse?" Qin Yan's cold gaze met hers, "Of course, but should you decline, be prepared for death. I will not permit you to live after witnessing me slay so many." A chill coursed through Ji Yunyao at his words, realizing the ruthlessness and decisiveness he possessed. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she asked, "Do I have any room to refuse?" Qin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Excellent. You have made a wise choice. Rest assured, with your intelligence and talent, you will undoubtedly be the young mistress of the Qin family." He then produced a pristine healing pill from a spatial ring and placed it into Ji Yunyao's mouth. This was an exceptional healing elixir. As long as she drew breath, it would completely revive her, far superior to the potion given to the black dragon. As Ji Yunyao felt the pill forcefully enter her mouth, she wanted to voice her protest, but warmth surged through her, permeating her limbs and beginning to mend her injuries. In mere moments, her wounds had healed significantly. At that moment, Qin Yan's voice pierced her thoughts once more. "You have half an hour to recover. In 1 hour, I require your body." Ji Yunyao's eyes widened in shock as she abruptly sat up, staring at Qin Yan in disbelief. "Are you insane? You're being too hasty. We have only verbally agreed. The Qin family hasn't even proposed to the Ji family, and you expect me to offer you my body?" Qin Yan turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, "Yes, I desire your body. Within this secret realm, I can threaten you with my strength, compelling you to comply with my terms. But once we exit, your Ji family possesses martial gods. What if you decide to renege? Furthermore, you witness me slaughter Wu Cheng and so many others. Our positions would completely reverse. I will not allow others to hold my life in their hands." Ji Yunyao inhaled sharply, studying Qin Yan's expression, realizing his keen insight into her thoughts. This man was not the tyrant of rumor, but rather astute and meticulous. Should anyone underestimate him due to hearsay, they would surely meet their demise. His true depths were well concealed. Although Qin Yan exceeded her expectations, the thought of relinquishing her pristine body to him ignited resistance within Ji Yunyao. A hint of conflict and embarrassment flickered in her gaze as she looked at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, must we proceed with this?" Qin Yan responded resolutely, "Yes. There is no room for negotiation unless you possess the confidence to evade my pursuit within this secret realm." Ji Yunyao fell silent at his words. Glancing at Qin Yan, she contemplated fleeing, but her injuries had yet to heal. Escape was futile. Even if she regained her strength, she would still be unable to evade his grasp. Was there truly no alternative to surrendering her body to him today? Noticing the turmoil in Ji Yunyao's eyes, Qin Yan grew impatient and grasped her hand, leading her toward a nearby grove. Startled, Ji Yunyao exclaimed, "Qin Yan, what are you doing? We haven't even reached half an hour." Qin Yan gazed at her with a light laugh. "I believe your injuries have recovered sufficiently." He then firmly guided Ji Yunyao into the grove. Chapter 38. Forcibly subduing Ji Yunyao as Qin Yan approached with determination. A flicker of panic surged within Ji Yunyao. She desperately sought to withdraw her hand from his grasp. Qin Yan, please, I truly am not prepared for this. Qin Yan abruptly halted, turning to gaze at Ji Yunyao with a glint of ferocity in his eyes. The sight of his intense gaze sent a tremor through her heart, prompting her to take a cautious step back. Qin Yan, what do you intend to do? Qin Yan remained silent, his expression stern, as he drew forth the blood soul blade and swung it menacingly towards her forehead. The sudden movement startled Ji Yunyao, who hastily brandished her long sword to defend herself. The sharp clash of metal resonated, and she felt an overwhelming force propel her backward, her slender frame crashing against the ground. Yet, Qin Yan showed no signs of mercy. He leaped high into the air, the blood soul blade poised for a fierce strike. Ninth layer demon blade, fourth strike. A blood-red blade of energy, nearly 20 meters long and exuding a deadly intensity, descended upon Ji Yunyao. Terror gripped her heart as she realized the gravity of the situation. This man was truly intent on ending her life. In that moment, fear overwhelmed her, and she screamed, wildly swinging her sword in a frantic attempt to counter the blade's assault. However, the indomitable crimson energy effortlessly shattered her defenses, continuing its relentless descent. Fortunately, Ji Yunyao's feeble sword strikes momentarily slowed the blade's approach, giving her the chance to roll aside. Just as she managed to escape a mere 2 meters, the blade struck the ground where she had lain, creating a deafening roar and splitting the earth open with a deep fissure. The force of the impact sent Ji Yunyao tumbling, but before she could catch her breath, Qin Yan's demonic voice echoed once more. Great heavenly demon palm. She quickly glanced upward, only to see a massive blood-red hand hurtling towards her from above. Despair washed over her. If that palm were to connect, survival would be nearly impossible. Desperate to evade, she realized it was too late. Her injuries from their earlier confrontation had yet to heal, and the thought of the impending strike filled her with dread. Closing her eyes, she cried out, I agree. From a distance, Qin Yan scoffed, manipulating the great heavenly demon palm to strike just shy of her, landing with a thunderous crash on the ground less than half a meter away. The ground shook violently, sending Ji Yunyao rolling several times before she came to a halt. As the dust settled, Qin Yan strode toward her, looking down from his imposing height. Get up and follow me. A profound terror gripped Ji Yunyao as she regarded his expression anew. Her perception of him had shifted drastically. He was no longer merely a man, but a madman, utterly devoid of sanity. Fearful of defying him, she mustered the strength to rise, her body still aching from their earlier encounter, and fell in a step behind him. She understood that entering the woods with Qin Yan meant surrendering herself completely. Yet she dared not challenge him further. This time, he had granted her a chance, but what about next time? She could not assure herself that he would spare her life again. Upon reaching the woods, Qin Yan halted, casting a sharp look at Ji Yunyao. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and undress. Ji Yunyao bit her lip, a wave of humiliation washing over her, yet she found herself unable to disobey his command. With trembling hands, she slowly unfastened her battle attire, revealing a fitted outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Though her physique was not overly voluptuous, it was defined by elegant lines, exuding an athletic allure. Qin Yan let out a scoff before sheathing his blood soul blade and stepping forward to tear apart Ji Yunyao's fitted clothing. She gasped in shock, instinctively crossing her arms to shield herself. But Qin Yan swiftly forced her arms aside. Time passed, and over an hour later, a neatly dressed Qin Yan emerged from the woods alongside Ji Yunyao. He appeared rejuvenated, while she struggled with discomfort, her movements awkward and unsteady. Her complexion had paled, lips pressed tightly together, casting resentful glances at Qin Yan. This man showed no regard for her dignity. After a few steps, Qin Yan abruptly halted, turning to face her. You must have brought healing elixirs when you entered, right? Take one. Your minor injuries will heal swiftly. Ji Yunyao felt a surge of indignation at his words, akin to a callous man instructing a woman he had just been intimate with to tend to her own wounds. The worst part was that he had provided her with the elixirs before entering the grove, but now he expected her to self-administer. What a hypocritical man! Despite her resentment, She retrieved a pale, blue healing pill from her spatial ring and swallowed it without hesitation. The premium elixir began to work almost immediately, alleviating her discomfort. Just then, Qin Yan halted once more, saying, "Oh, there is something I need to tell you. I recorded a video earlier." Ji Yunyao's eyes widened in shock. "When did this happen? How was I unaware?" A mischievous smile crept across Qin Yan's face. "It was while you had your back to me, just now." A mix of embarrassment and fury surged within her, her face flushed and her neck burning. "Why would you do such a thing?" Qin Yan coldly scoffed. "I merely wanted to secure a safeguard for myself." "Ji Yunyao, I recognize your intelligence and your formidable spirit. Although we have shared a moment, I cannot guarantee it will sway you entirely to my side. After all, even couples can part ways, and even spouses can divorce. Therefore, I must hold something over you." Her face reddened further, a wave of shame and anger washing over her. Yet, she felt a deeper apprehension towards Qin Yan, as she had contemplated denying their relationship once they left, reasoning that no one would believe him. But now, with the video in his possession, she was bound to him. With a long sigh, she admitted, "Qin Yan, I thought I was fairly clever, but compared to you, I feel utterly foolish. You have me completely at your mercy." Qin Yan chuckled. "In truth, I admire your intellect. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly be the future mistress of the Qin family. While I cannot guarantee love, I assure you of mutual respect, provided you do not betray me." Chapter 39. Erasing evidence. The final words of Qin Yan were imbued with a profound threat. Although Ji Yunyao had been subjected to Qin Yan's menacing remarks several times before, her heart still raced violently. She hurriedly replied, "I understand. If I marry you, I will be a good wife." A smile finally graced Qin Yan's face as he gently pinched her delicate, fair cheek and said, "Not bad. But there is no need to be overly anxious. I treat my own people exceptionally well." With that, he grasped Ji Yunyao's tender hand and walked towards the distant Black Dragon and Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai, upon witnessing the two approaching hand in hand, was utterly bewildered. How could these two, who were just moments ago at each other's throats, now appear like a couple? And why did Qin Xiao's expression seem so, lecherous? With 100 questions swirling in his mind, he approached them and inquired, "Qin Xiao, Miss Ji, what is going on here?" Ji Yunyao felt a twinge of discomfort at Dongfang Bai's words, a blush creeping across her cheeks once more. She gently tugged her hand in an attempt to free it from Qin Yan's grasp, but his hold was firm, leaving her with no choice but to relent. Qin Yan, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "From now on, don't call her Miss Ji. Simply refer to her as sister-in-law." Despite having his suspicions, Dongfang Bai was still taken aback by Qin Yan's declaration. His eyes widened in shock as he thought, "Heavens, Qin Xiao has actually taken the Ji family's little princess?" It was well known that the three great martial god families had never intermarried. Qin Xiao had shattered that tradition, truly remarkable. Thus, he revealed a somewhat obsequious smile and addressed Ji Yunyao, "Greetings, sister-in-law." Ji Yunyao pressed her lips together and softly replied, "No need to be so formal." Qin Yan turned to Ji Yunyao and said, "Dongfang Bai is one of my closest brothers. He would never betray me." Upon hearing this, Ji Yunyao glanced at Dongfang Bai and gave a slight nod. Qin Yan's words carried a dual meaning. First, that this younger brother was exceptional, and he would take good care of him. Second, that this brother could be trusted without hesitation, as he would never divulge his secrets. Dongfang Bai took pride in Qin Yan's praise, thumping his chest and declaring, "Of course, my loyalty to Qin Xiao is unwavering. Even if he asked me to eliminate a martial saint, I wouldn't bat an eye." Qin Yan chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, enough of that. How is Black Dragon's injury?" Dongfang Bai turned to respond, "I just checked. He has recovered about 80%. He can move freely and is definitely fit for battle." "Good. Then let us depart," Qin Yan said, preparing to approach Black Dragon. Dongfang Bai quickly interjected, "Qin Xiao, we need to deal with the bodies. Otherwise, if someone investigates, it could be detrimental for us." The style of this battle was far too conspicuous. Anyone could deduce from the evidence that it was Qin Yan who had engaged in combat. Ji Yunyao chimed in, "Yes, Qin Yan, if we don't handle this, it will be troublesome, especially with Wu Cheng's death." Qin Yan's eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction as he turned to the now awake black dragon, its large, dark eyes wide open. You consume all these bodies and destroy the scene. Upon hearing this, Black Dragon immediately rose, unfurling its massive wings, revealing its true form. This dragon was indeed majestic, with a robust, crocodile-like body, and its limbs were not short like a crocodile's, but rather long and powerful, reminiscent of a tiger, suggesting formidable combat strength. Though Black Dragon could not yet speak, it possessed considerable intelligence. It charged towards the scattered bodies, opening its mouth wide to devour them all. With a crunch, the armor of the corpses shattered like candy being crushed. Dongfangbai observed Black Dragon and remarked, "Impressive. He has a great partner for erasing evidence. But can he digest all that armor?" Qin Yan turned to him with a smile, saying, "That is not something you need to worry about." Dongfangbai withdrew his neck, falling silent. After consuming the bodies, Black Dragon let out a thunderous roar, then unleashed a torrent of purple flames from its mouth, scorching the earth beneath. Subsequently, it stomped around with its massive body, leaving destruction in its wake. Once finished, Black Dragon trotted back to Qin Yan's side, lowering its body and repeatedly nudging Qin Yan with its head, resembling an eager puppy. Qin Yan patted its large nose and said, "Well done." Then, he leaped onto Black Dragon's back, followed by Ji Yunyao and Dongfangbai. Black Dragon spread its enormous wings, measuring over 50 meters, and with a powerful flap, stirred up clouds of dust and debris. They began to ascend slowly, and without concern for direction, Qin Yan instructed Black Dragon to the Black Dragon Temple. The Black Dragon Temple was the palace of the ancient master of this secret realm, the abode of the Black Dragon, and the site of its demise. With a triumphant roar, Black Dragon swiftly flew in a designated direction. Its speed surpassed Qin Yan's utmost efforts by more than tenfold, transforming a journey that would typically take 2 days into a mere 3 to 4 hours. Indeed, a sharp blade makes for efficient woodcutting. As they soared through the skies, Qin Yan turned to Ji Yunyao and said, "Once we exit, if anyone inquires about Wu Cheng's demise, I will claim that he was slain and devoured by the Black Dragon, and you were with him, nearly becoming a meal yourself. It was I who intervened and saved you, leading you to develop feelings for me, due to my heroic act." Ji Yunyao's eyes widened slightly as she gazed at Qin Yan in disbelief. Was he truly so shameless? Heroic rescue? She had been coerced? For goodness sake. Just then, Dongfangbai interjected, "Rest assured, Qin Xiao, I will corroborate your account." Ji Yunyao turned in shock to Dongfangbai, who wore an expression of righteous determination, exuding an air of justice. In that moment, Ji Yunyao comprehended why Qin Yan held Dongfangbai in such high regard. In his eyes, Qin Yan could do no wrong, even if it meant turning black into white. Qin Yan, noticing Ji Yunyao's hesitation, asked, "What is wrong? Are you unwilling?" Ji Yunyao quickly shook her head. "No, I am willing. I am willing." Qin Yan nodded approvingly. "That is more like it." He then fell silent, directing his gaze ahead. After a short while, a towering mountain came into view, atop which stood a grand palace reminiscent of a city. They had arrived at the Black Dragon Palace. Chapter 40. The revelation of Xiao Fan's secrets outside the Black Dragon Palace. A multitude of individuals had gathered, drawn by the knowledge that this was the site of the Black Dragon's demise. Many sought to chance upon some valuable treasure. Curiously, despite the countless students who had previously scoured the area, including Qin Shi, who had even brought a martial saint along, no one had ever discovered the fallen Black Dragon's remains. Yet, it was Xiao Fan who stumbled upon it, acquiring the most precious Black Dragon's essence and dragon orb. It truly seemed as though fate favored him disproportionately. Reflecting on this, Qin Yan could not suppress a scornful spit. Damn that fate. After a prolonged silence, the system suddenly emitted a crisp chime. "Host, do take heed, lest fate turn against you." With a scoff, Qin Yan retorted, "What? Are you implying that fate has yet to target me? If it hadn't, I wouldn't have met my end in the Global University Elite Competition." The system, at a loss for words, fell silent. The colossal Black Dragon drew nearer, carrying Qin Yan, Ji Yunyao, and Dongfangbai. Many students, taken aback by the majestic creature, prepared for battle. How did such a large black dragon suddenly appear? This beast surely possesses the bloodline of a black dragon, and its combat prowess must be formidable. Stay vigilant. If it attacks, we must confront it together. As the black dragon approached, many spotted the trio atop its back, disbelief washing over them. What am I witnessing? Qin Yan is atop that black dragon? It must possess fifth-tier strength, and yet it willingly bears him? Surely, the Qin family bestowed some extraordinary boon upon him. Otherwise, how could a mid-fourth-tier individual tame a fifth-tier dragon? Nearby, Xiao Fan and Li Qingqing had also discerned the true location of the black dragon's fall. It turned out that rather than seeking refuge, the dragon had coiled its massive body into what appeared as a small mountain, its flesh merging with stone, rendering its remains undetectable. However, the dragon orb and essence still resided within its body, offering a chance for those who could find a way inside to obtain them. Xiao Fan had discovered such a method and was in the process of unlocking it, though it required time. Upon hearing the students' exclamations, Xiao Fan abruptly looked up, spotting Qin Yan standing tall on the dragon's back like a spear. His eyes reddened with fury as he muttered, "Qin Yan," trembling with rage. He longed to strike him down immediately. This man had forced Lu Xinyao to cause the death of his parents, coerced his sister into a relationship, and, prior to entering the secret realm, had slain his mentor, Su Xia. Such deep-seated enmity could not help but ignite Xiao Fan's fury. At that moment, a delicate hand grasped his, soothingly saying, "Xiao Fan, do not act rashly. We are no match for him now. We must devise a plan to acquire the dragon's essence and orb if we are to have a chance for revenge." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan cast a resentful glance at Qin Yan, replying, "Understood." He resumed his efforts to open the passage into the dragon's body, determined to suppress his hatred until he could elevate his strength. However, Qin Yan was unwilling to let him be. The enormous black dragon soared over the heads of the students, halting approximately 50 meters from Xiao Fan before descending slowly. As he witnessed Qin Yan approach, an unsettling premonition gripped Xiao Fan. He sensed that Qin Yan was coming for him. Indeed, the sixth sense of the Chosen One proved remarkably accurate. Brandishing the Blood Soul Blade, Qin Yan advanced toward Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, you truly possess remarkable luck. On 2 prior occasions when I sought to end your life, someone intervened. Let us see who will save you now." Xiao Fan's anger surged, yet a hint of anxiety crept in, for he recognized that he was no match for Qin Yan. He resorted to stalling for time. "Qin Yan, the rules of this competition prohibit students from killing one another. While there were regulations encouraging competition, direct murder of opponents was indeed forbidden." Ji Yunyao, trailing behind Qin Yan, shook her head slightly, thinking how naive Xiao Fan was. Qin Yan had already killed over 10 students, one of whom was the grandson of a martial saint. What did it matter if he killed again? Qin Yan let out a derisive laugh. "Regulations? Those are merely constructs of man. You are bound by them because you lack the strength to defy the consequences. Unlike you, Xiao Fan, even if I were to slay you in front of all these witnesses, there would be no repercussions for me." Xiao Fan's fury intensified, overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. The truth of Qin Yan's words was undeniable. Whether it was the annihilation of the Lu family, the murder of his master, or the slaying of his mentor, any individual without backing who committed such acts would face countless deaths. Yet, Qin Yan faced no punishment, remaining brazenly unrepentant. With his grip tightening around his weapon, Xiao Fan's veins bulged with anger. He silently vowed that once he grew stronger, he would eradicate all prominent families, obliterating these privileged tyrants. After mocking Xiao Fan, Qin Yan turned his gaze to Li Qingqing, sneering, "Xiao Fan, when I was engaged to Lu Xinyao, you caused a scene at my engagement banquet and eloped with her. I thought you were a man of deep feelings, yet merely days later, you found another?" Li Qingqing paused, her eyes widening in disbelief, for she had been completely unaware of these events, as Xiao Fan had never confided in her. She turned to him incredulously. "Is what he says true?" "No, he's lying," Xiao Fan instinctively retorted. "Qingqing, do not be deceived by him." "Am I lying?" Qin Yan laughed heartily. "Xiao Fan, do you think fabricating such tales would benefit me in any way?" It would only bring disgrace upon myself and my family. Do you believe I would bother to concoct a falsehood to smear your name? Have you forgotten how your parents perished? It was your former girlfriend, Qin Yan, who killed them with her own hands, and she met her end at your hands as well. Surrounding students reacted to Qin Yan's words with a myriad of expressions, some astonished by the explosive revelations, others looking at Xiao Fan with contempt. Wow, is what Qin Yan said true? This is beyond shocking. You may not be from the capital, but I assure you, it's all true. I never imagined such events transpired between Qin Yan and Xiao Fan. No wonder they wished to kill each other upon meeting. Xiao Fan is quite the scoundrel, unable to protect the woman he loves while provoking a powerful family like the Qin. Enough. Provoked by the surrounding chatter, Xiao Fan lost all sense of reason. Roaring with fury, his eyes ablaze. Qin Yan, I will kill you. With that, he lunged towards Qin Yan, a primal scream escaping his lips. Chapter 41. The Death of Li Qingqing. Xiao Fan's collapse at this moment. Xiao Fan had completely disregarded whether he was a match for Qin Yan. All he desired was for Qin Yan to silence himself and cease recounting their past. Brandishing his long blade, he roared, Qin Yan, I will slay you. Like a frenzied bull, he charged at Qin Yan with a deafening bellow. A cold smile crept across Qin Yan's face as he raised the blood soul blade, delivering a ferocious strike aimed directly at Xiao Fan. The clash of their weapons produced a piercing sound, and the immense force emanating from Qin Yan was immediately unleashed upon Xiao Fan. Overwhelmed by an insurmountable power, Xiao Fan felt an agonizing pain in his arm before being hurled backward, soaring over 100 meters before crashing violently to the ground. The impact felt as though it would shatter his very organs, engulfing him in excruciating pain. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he gazed in horror at Qin Yan. Was this truly the extent of his power? Despite possessing considerable talent, he had been defeated by Qin Yan in a single move. How could Qin Yan be so formidable? Suddenly, Xiao Fan recalled what Qin Yan had once told him, that Qin Yan was a sacred body. Yes, that must be the reason for his overwhelming combat prowess. He was a sacred body, while Xiao Fan was merely a king body. How could he possibly contend with him? Thus, he resolved to obtain the Black Dragon's essence blood and the Black Dragon Orb, which would elevate his physique to that of sacred body, enabling him to rival Qin Yan. With urgency, Xiao Fan cast his gaze toward the still unopened entrance, his heart racing. He understood that the entrance required time to activate, but he had not anticipated such a prolonged delay. Unfazed by Xiao Fan's thoughts, Qin Yan propelled himself toward him, legs pushing off the ground with great force. The long blade raised high above his head. He bellowed, ninefold demon blade, slash. A crimson blade aura, extending 20 meters, descended upon Xiao Fan with deadly intent, showing no mercy. Feeling an overwhelming terror, Xiao Fan stifled his pain and shouted, "See Splitter Blade." A similarly fierce blade aura emerged, colliding with Qin Yan's attack. However, his strike shattered effortlessly against the crimson blade aura, akin to glass breaking upon contact with steel. The blood-red aura, having obliterated Xiao Fan's counter, surged forth like the claws of savage beast, aiming directly at him. Paralyzed by fear, Xiao Fan stood frozen, eyes wide as he beheld the impending doom. His heart raced, and he feared for his life. Just as he believed his end was nigh, a sudden light enveloped him, propelling him far away. The crimson blade aura crashed down where he had just stood, creating a massive rift in the earth, shaking the mountain and sending rocks tumbling down. Turning his head, Qin Yan noticed Li Qingqing, her hand outstretched, her face pale as she gazed at Xiao Fan. It was evident that she had intervened to save him, indicating Xiao Fan held a significant place in her heart. Despite Qin Yan having exposed Xiao Fan's secrets, she had still chosen to rescue him. A cold smirk appeared on Qin Yan's lips. "Foolish creature, you may save him once, but do you believe you can save him twice?" With that, he raised his long blade once more, preparing to strike Xiao Fan again. Seeing this, Li Qingqing cried out sharply, "You shall not harm him." Drawing her long sword, she attacked Qin Yan with furious precision, unleashing a flurry of fierce sword auras that surged toward him. Qin Yan halted, turning to face her onslaught. However, An enraged voice suddenly pierced his ears. Brash fool! How dare you ambush young Master Qin? A fierce blade aura appeared, shattering Li Qingqing's attack. In an instant, Dongfang materialized before Qin Yan, glaring at Li Qingqing. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. As he prepared to strike Li Qingqing, Qin Yan seized his shoulder. Let me handle this. Dongfang turned to him, reassured, rest easy, he is no match for me. Qin Yan slowly shook his head. She is Xiao Fan's new girlfriend. It is my duty to deal with her. The underlying reason was more profound. Qin Yan feared that if Dongfang were to strike Li Qingqing, Xiao Fan might unleash a surge of power beyond his limits. His unique ability as the Chosen One, which activated in moments of peril, granting him overwhelming strength while nullifying all pain. Such a scenario would spell disaster for Dongfang Bai. Understanding this, Dongfang Bai chuckled and stepped aside, casting a glance back at Xiao Fan. Hey, are you a man or not? If you are, stand up and don't let your woman take the blows for you. His behavior epitomized the archetypal villainous sycophant. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan was engulfed in turmoil, his energy spiraling chaotically within him, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Yet he still shouted, if you have any courage, come at me, not her. Qin Yan scoffed, Xiao Fan, do you not relish in stealing my girlfriends? Then I shall slay every woman by your side, ensuring you regret it until your dying breath. His icy gaze turned to Li Qingqing. Are you prepared to meet your end? Li Qingqing's face drained of color. Her lips pressed tightly together as her hand trembled around her sword. She recognized her earlier recklessness in confronting Qin Yan, fear creeping in, yet she held no regrets. After all, had she not acted, Xiao Fan would have perished. Observing her expression, Qin Yan sneered, it seems you are ready. In that case, prepare to die. With a swift motion, he swung his long blade, executing a powerful strike aimed at her. A crescent-shaped blade aura, over 20 meters long, surged toward Li Qingqing. Gritting her teeth, she shouted defiantly, I shall fight you. Swinging her sword, a silvery, sharp aura erupted forth, clashing against Qin Yan's deadly strike. Their attacks collided like two ferocious beasts, one red and one white. Yet Qin Yan's strike brimmed with lethal intent, while Li Qingqing's bore a tinge of despair. With a deafening crash, the crimson blade aura shattered Li Qingqing's sword aura and struck her directly. She was pierced through by the sharp energy. A look of disbelief etched across her stunning face as blood flowed from the fissures in her battle attire. Raising her gaze to Xiao Fan, tears welled in her eyes. Her expression filled with fear and reluctance. Xiao Fan, I am dying. With that, her body began to slump downward. Seeing this, Xiao Fan felt as though his world was collapsing. Tears streamed down his face as he opened his mouth, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. No, Qingqing, please don't. Chapter 42, The Treasure Here. I claim it all upon witnessing the heart-wrenching and excruciatingly painful expression on Xiao Fan's face. Qin Yan felt an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. A sinister smile graced his lips as he taunted Xiao Fan. Hey Xiao Fan, did you see? Your second girlfriend has perished. Xiao Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring like a wounded beast. Qin Yan, I will fight you to the death. Rising to his feet, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. Qin Yan raised an eyebrow, amused. Was Xiao Fan about to unleash his full potential? Yet, what did it matter? Before him, he was merely an insignificant insect. Just as Xiao Fan prepared to confront Qin Yan, the mountain trembled violently, and a cascade of stones fell away, revealing a colossal dragon-shaped stone sculpture. No, it was not merely a sculpture. It was the very essence of the fallen black dragon, transformed into stone. The deceased black dragon was an Eastern dragon, its elongated and powerful form exuding an air of majesty even in death, its mouth agape, as if still commanding respect from beyond. Qin Yan's steed, a massive black dragon, immediately crouched down upon seeing the stone likeness, emitting mournful sounds. The gaping mouth of the black dragon, wide enough to be several meters across, served as an ominous entrance. The surrounding students gaped in astonishment at the sight of the dragon sculpture. My goodness, is this the fallen Black Dragon King? Countless sought him, yet none succeeded. Who would have thought he would become stone? This revelation implied that all the treasures left behind by the Black Dragon King lay within his corporeal form. Indeed, those treasures must remain inside the Black Dragon, they reasoned. What are we waiting for? Let's enter. If we can find anything left by the Black Dragon King, we will be immensely fortunate. In a frenzy, countless students surged towards the gaping maw of the Black Dragon. Even Xiao Fan, who was previously consumed by rage, regained his clarity. He cast a glance at the lifeless Li Qingqing on the ground and vowed silently, "Qingqing, wait for me. Once I obtain the Black Dragon Pearl and its essence, I shall avenge you." With newfound determination, he dashed towards the dragon's mouth. Fueled by his explosive power, his speed surged, allowing him to surpass all others and reach the forefront. Observing this, Qin Yan called out to Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao, "We should follow." The trio quickly pressed forward, with Qin Yan soon overtaking the other students and claiming second place. Xiao Fan remained ahead, his wrath propelling him with remarkable speed, leaving Qin Yan struggling to catch up. As Xiao Fan entered the Black Dragon's mouth first, Qin Yan remained unperturbed. Obtaining the Black Dragon Pearl and its essence would not be an easy feat soon. He stood before the dragon's mouth, halting to brandish his blood soul blade, coldly addressing the other students. "All of you, stop right there." However, the students paid him no heed, driven by the allure of the Black Dragon King's treasures. Witnessing their disregard for his command, Qin Yan sneered and raised his blade, launching an attack at the foremost students. The blade's fierce aura sliced through the air like a celestial river, descending upon the throng with overwhelming force. Startled, the students halted in their tracks, retreating in haste. Even Ji Yunyao, who had been running swiftly, skidded to a stop, casting a resentful glare at Qin Yan. What was his game, turning against even his own? Only Dongfang Bai, familiar with Qin Yan's temperament, remained calm despite his slower pace. With a thunderous roar, the blade struck the ground, cleaving a substantial fissure into the stone surface, debris flying in all directions and striking some onlookers. Qin Yan coldly surveyed them, declaring, "The treasures within the Black Dragon's body are mine to claim." Outrage rippled among the students as they confronted him. "Qin Yan, what are you playing at? Why won't you let us in? Indeed, the treasures within this secret realm do not belong solely to you. By what right do you make such claims? Qin Yan, do not overstep your bounds. We shall confront you together, if necessary." With a mocking tone, Qin Yan replied, "You wish to challenge me? Very well, come at me, but I cannot guarantee my restraint. Should any of you perish, do not blame me." At his words, the students were reminded of the gruesome scene of Li Qingqing's demise. A chill ran down their spines. Before them stood a lawless tyrant, a man who wielded his family's influence to commit atrocities without remorse. Though they loathed Qin Yan, none dared to confront him, fear of death paralyzing them. Seeing their silence, Qin Yan reveled in their dismay before turning to Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao. "You too, come here." Of course, young Master Qin, Dongfang Bai hurriedly complied, appearing the very image of a sycophant. After a moment's hesitation, Ji Yunyao followed suit. As they arrived at the entrance, Qin Yan led them into the Black Dragon's maw, leaving the other students standing there like statues. They exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. Eventually, someone voiced, "They've all entered. Should we not follow suit?" Another voice chimed in, "What good will it do us to enter now? Perhaps there are riches within, and Qin Yan may overlook some." "Indeed, let's proceed." The crowd surged once more towards the dragon's mouth, quickly disappearing into the stone maw. Little did they realize that fortune favors the swift. Having lagged behind, their chances of claiming any treasures dwindled significantly. Upon entering the Black Dragon King's interior, Qin Yan reached the throat of the dragon, where he discovered two identical passageways, one ascending and the other descending. Dongfang Bai, observing the two indistinguishable paths, inquired, "Which passage should we take, young Master Qin?" Well aware of the unfolding narrative, Qin Yan pointed to the upper passage and declared, "We shall take the upper route." Without delay, he leapt into the upper passage, with Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao hastily following. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Yan glanced around, mildly astonished. He had expected a cavern resembling a smooth tunnel. Instead, he found a staircase fashioned from stone, with egg-sized orbs adorning the ceiling, radiating light. This revelation was astonishing. Who had the audacity to construct a passage within the petrified remains of the Black Dragon? However, Qin Yan brushed aside his curiosity and instructed the others. Remove the orbs above. His intention was to shroud the area in darkness, preventing the pursuing students from following them. Although he had instilled fear in them moments ago, he was certain they would not easily relent. By extinguishing the illuminating orbs, he could hinder many from entering the passage. Chapter 43. Xiao Fan's mental breakdown. As Qin Yan and his companions walked, they fiddled with the beads above them, maintaining a swift pace. By the time other students rushed in, the interior had become enveloped in darkness, the light entirely obscured. Many chose to abandon their quest, while a few stubborn souls pressed on. Along the way, Qin Yan navigated several forks in the path, quickly discerning the correct direction. Ji Yao was filled with doubt, questioning whether Qin Yan truly knew the right way. Yet she remained silent, simply following along. On the other hand, Dongfang held unwavering faith in Qin Yan, harboring no doubts whatsoever. After roughly 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at the final opening, which had but a single exit devoid of any branching paths. This made Qin Yan wonder if they had stumbled upon the foul entrance of the Black Dragon King. However, there was no time for contemplation as he plunged headlong into the cavern. Upon emerging, the environment transformed dramatically. The previously narrow cave expanded into a vast space. In this expanse stood a palace, not ostentatious, yet grand and imposing. This palace was the true dwelling of the Black Dragon King, an extraordinary artifact forged within him. The space itself was a dimension within the Black Dragon King's body. Qin Yan found himself somewhat envious of the Black Dragon King's innate talent for possessing such an internal space. It was truly remarkable. Without further ado, he made his way into the palace, only to discover that its interior held even greater wonders. The palace's chamber was vast enough to encompass an entire mountain. Scattered throughout were the remains of numerous ferocious beasts, appearing as if they were merely slumbering. The moment they stepped inside, Qin Yan felt the malevolent aura emanating from the corpses. Had an ordinary person entered, they might have succumbed to madness at that very instant. Even Dongfang and Ji Yao felt a twinge of fear, though they managed to suppress it. Only Qin Yan, possessing the supreme demon body, felt no pressure whatsoever. He strode deeper into the palace, noting that the malevolent aura intensified with each step. The arrangement of the beast corpses reflected their strength and life, with the weakest near the entrance and the mightiest further within. Among them were two ninth-grade beasts, their power comparable to that of a martial saint. This realization ignited a fervor within Qin Yan. He was determined to claim this palace, which held the potential to animate the remains of the beasts within for his own purposes. In the storyline, Xiao Fan had evaded the Qin family's pursuit time and again after slaying Qin Yan, all thanks to the power of this Black Dragon Palace. As they delved further inside, even Qin Yan began to feel a weighty pressure. With a cold snort, he activated his supreme demon body, and a faint crimson demonic aura enveloped him, causing the malevolent energy to retreat as if it had encountered its nemesis. Feeling liberated from any pressure, Qin Yan turned to Dongfang and Ji Yao, instructing them to follow at their own pace. "Do not worry, Qin Xiao," Dongfang replied confidently. Ji Yao cast a glance at Qin Yan, resembling a demonic deity, her eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration. She nodded in silence. Qin Yan resumed his stride into the depths, as the pervasive malevolence parted before him like water meeting a boulder. After traversing for over 10 minutes, he beheld hundreds of beast corpses, ranging from those that measured 5 or 6 meters to those exceeding 100 meters in length, exuding an aura of ferocity and might. At the end of the path stood a high platform, upon which rested 3 items. A massive black dragon pearl the size of a room. A similarly sized blood-red crystal formed from the essence of the black dragon's blood, and the reverse scale of the black dragon, noted for its unparalleled hardness and defensive prowess, capable of withstanding even a martial saint's strike. In addition to these treasures, the platform also supported a figure, Xiao Fan. His condition was far from optimal, having sustained injuries outside. He had forced himself to endure the onslaught of malevolence just to reach this point. He appeared disheveled, his complexion pale, exuding a sense of weakness. Nevertheless, excitement surged through him as he gazed at the dragon pearl, the essence, and the reverse scale, compelling him to approach eagerly. Just as he was about to touch the black dragon pearl, Qin Yan made his move. With a swift flick of his blade, a slender, sharp wave of energy sliced through the air toward Xiao Fan's arm. A piercing whistle echoed, and Xiao Fan turned in alarm, swiftly retracting his hand. The blade energy grazed his fingertips, striking the nearby wall with a metallic clang. Observing the wall in scathe, Qin Yan noted the exceptional quality of the palace's materials. Xiao Fan's fury reignited upon seeing Qin Yan, yet he was acutely aware that he was currently no match for him. He needed to seize the dragon pearl and essence quickly. As he prepared to retaliate, 3 more waves of slicing energy surged toward him, targeting his arm, neck, and torso. Reluctantly, Xiao Fan retreated to evade Qin Yan's strikes. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yan reached the high platform, standing directly opposite Xiao Fan with a mocking smile. "Xiao Fan, fortune seems to favor you," he taunted. Xiao Fan felt a wave of despair wash over him, with Qin Yan present. He could not hope to claim the treasures before him, and his only chance to surpass Qin Yan had vanished. His mental state shattered completely. He screamed in desperation. "Qin Yan, how long will you continue to target me? Did I not merely pursue your girlfriend? At that time, you were not even married. I had every right to court her. Besides, if she prefers me, what is wrong with that?" Qin Yan was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Fan's audacity. Indeed, it was remarkable how he could brazenly justify his interference in another's romance. However, Qin Yan was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. "Xiao Fan, let me make this clear. What I have always desired is your life." With that, he raised the blood soul blade, aiming a vicious strike at Xiao Fan's neck. Chapter 44. The Conspiracy of the Black Dragon. Rebirth through possession. Although Xiao Fan's heart was collapsing, he was still unwilling to embrace death. As he noticed Qin Yan charging towards him, he hastily raised his blade to defend himself. A sound akin to metal striking metal resonated, and Xiao Fan felt as if he had been struck by a locomotive, his body hurtling backward. He crashed into the nearest corpse of a ferocious beast, the immense force causing the lifeless body to sway precariously, almost toppling over. Once again, Xiao Fan suffered a grave injury, staggering as he rose from the ground. His eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Qin Yan. He realized he could not possibly defeat this adversary. Qin Yan, determined not to let him escape, understood that Xiao Fan was the chosen one, who knew what other extraordinary fortunes the heavens might bestow upon him in the future. Thus, it was better to eliminate him outright. With his blade raised high, a sinister crimson glow emanated from the blood soul blade, casting an eerie light. "Today marks your demise, Xiao Fan," Qin Yan declared, aiming for Xiao Fan's neck. Once more, Xiao Fan struggled to raise his weapon in defense, but the outcome was identical to before. He was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing into another beast's carcass. Perhaps the impact was too great this time. A beast measuring over 70 or 80 meters in length was actually overturned, its rigid form collapsing to the ground. Xiao Fan, devoid of strength, lay on the ground, his eyes fiercely fixed on Qin Yan, his weapon nowhere to be found. Seeing this, Qin Yan prepared to approach and deliver the final blow to Xiao Fan. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted, infused with a ferocious and brutal killing intent. This presence exerted tremendous pressure on Qin Yan, compelling him to glance at the fallen beast's corpse. To his astonishment, the massive carcass began to emanate dense malevolence, and a dry, raspy voice emerged from within. Soon, the beast's body began to tremble, as if on the verge of revival. This signified the corpse's impending resurrection, devoid of any consciousness. It would attack any living creature in its proximity unless controlled by the Black Dragon Palace. Thus, Qin Yan knew he must swiftly devise a method to dominate the palace. Otherwise, he too would be in peril. However, this meant he could no longer pursue Xiao Fan. Damn it, he cursed, recognizing that Xiao Fan, the chosen one, had managed to survive even when cornered by him. After cursing, He immediately dashed towards the high platform. Upon reaching the platform, he quickly stowed the black dragon orb, his blood, and the reverse scales into his spatial ring. The platform featured ascending steps, and without hesitation, Qin Yan charged up the stairs. As he ascended, he felt a subtle pressure settle upon him. This pressure was light and posed no significant hindrance, enabling him to swiftly ascend over 20 steps in the blink of an eye. However, the weight of the pressure increased with each level. By the time he reached the 20th step, it had multiplied several times over. Yet, this remained inconsequential to him. He continued his rapid ascent. Soon, he reached the 60th step, where his speed began to wane, the pressure now akin to a small mountain resting upon his shoulders. No longer could he dash upward as before. He was forced to climb one step at a time. Upon reaching the 90th step, the pressure intensified threefold, and Qin Yan felt immense strain. It reminded him of his early training days, where he would collapse from exhaustion. However, the current Qin Yan was no longer the timid youth of yore, ready to give up at the slightest fatigue. Now, his thoughts were solely focused on enhancing his strength to conquer the world. With determination, he lifted his leg and ascended another step, the weight upon him increasing yet again. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he maintained a disdainful expression. He continued his ascent, reaching the 92nd step, not pausing as he pressed on to the 93rd, then the 94th. When he arrived at the 98th step, he felt he was on the brink of collapse. The pressure was unbearable, 3 times heavier than at the 90th. His supreme demon body was fully activated, enveloped in swirling crimson mist, resembling a veil of blood. He was drenched in sweat, his face flushed, and his body trembled. Glancing upward, he beheld the end of the staircase, where a grand and exquisitely crafted dragon throne awaited. Upon the throne rested a square seal carved from dark jade, featuring a coiling black dragon. This seal was the key to controlling the entire palace. Once he possessed it, he could command the beasts. A resolute expression crossed Qin Yan's face. This palace would undoubtedly belong to him. He lifted his leg and placed it heavily upon the 99th step. At that moment, the pressure surged nearly double, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Alongside the pressure, a force seemed intent on bending his knees and spine, compelling him to kneel. Yet, Qin Yan was a proud individual. His knees and spine were forged from the finest metal and could not be bent. Gazing at the seal, a flicker of arrogance gleamed in his eyes. "You are but a deceased black dragon king. What right do you have to demand my submission?" With that, he raised his leg once more and stepped onto the 100th level. In an instant, the pressure dissipated entirely, flooding his body with a sense of relief. He twisted his stiff neck and strode purposefully towards the dragon throne, seizing the seal and plopping down onto the throne. He immediately drew the blood soul blade and sliced his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the seal. Feeling the sting of his injury, Qin Yan found it rather absurd that such a primitive item required blood for recognition. The blood absorbed into the seal, causing the eyes of the black dragon sculpture to glow a faint red. Soon, a black dragon, approximately 1 meter in length and exuding an aura of authority, emerged from the seal. Upon witnessing this dragon, Qin Yan felt no surprise. It was the dragon soul of the Black Dragon King, lingering here since its demise. Its intent was simple: to seek a new vessel. The corpses of the beasts, the dragon orb's blood, and reverse scales within the palace were all preparations for the Black Dragon King's resurrection. Once it acquired a body, it would utilize the dragon orb and blood to transform itself into a half-dragon humanoid form, maximizing compatibility with its dragon soul. One could not deny the Black Dragon King's patience and cunning. However, he was unfortunate enough to encounter Qin Yan. The dragon soul regarded Qin Yan with an open mouth. "Boy, your body is quite suitable. I shall take it." A slight smirk curled Qin Yan's lips, revealing a hint of disdain. "If you possess the ability, then come and try to seize it." Chapter 45. Divine Powers. The destruction of catastrophe despite the formidable strength of the Black Dragon's soul. Qin Yan regarded it with utter disdain. After all, to possess his body, it would have to consume his soul, yet he was a supreme sacred body. His soul was unyieldingly robust. How could he possibly fear a black dragon that had been dead for countless years? Seeing Qin Yan's expression, the black dragon seethed with anger. "What does that look, boy? Do you belittle me?" Qin Yan retorted with a cold smirk. "Indeed, I do look down upon you." Infuriated, the black dragon unleashed a roar. A majestic dragon's cry that resonated far and wide. Within the grand hall, the awakening beasts trembled at the sound, hastening their revival. It would not be long before they fully awakened. The black dragon, gazing upon Qin Yan, proclaimed with arrogance, "Today, I shall claim your body and reclaim my former glory." With that, it transformed into a streak of black light, surging toward Qin Yan's forehead and vanishing within. Qin Yan smirked, then closed his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, a massive black dragon, coiling like a mountain, regarded him intently. Anyone afflicted with a fear of colossal beings would likely faint at the sight of it. In contrast to the dragon's gargantuan form, Qin Yan stood at just over 1.80 meters, appearing as mere gravel before the mountain-like creature. The black dragon's eyes glinted with contempt. "You look feeble, boy. A single breath from me could extinguish your life." Qin Yan furrowed his brows slightly. "Show me your abilities. But know this, you shall have but one chance. Should you fail to kill me, it will be you who meets your demise." The black dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, and a thunderous voice erupted. "I will slay you." With that, its colossal body surged, emanating a cascade of black light, and it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a black beam of destruction that surged toward Qin Yan. Qin Yan stood motionless as the beam approached. Though it appeared formidable, it was merely a spiritual attack, and his soul was steadfast. With a resounding crash, the entire sea of consciousness quaked, yet Qin Yan remained firmly planted. The destructive beam passed through him as if it were mere sunlight, leaving no effect. "How can this be?" The black dragon's eyes bulged with disbelief as it bellowed. "Who are you? How is your soul so unyielding?" Qin Yan chuckled coldly, slowly lifting himself until he was eye level with the dragon. He extended his hand. "I told you, you have but one chance. Now it's my turn." With that, his fingers curled, forming a fist. As he did so, the space surrounding the black dragon seemed to freeze in an instant, collapsing and distorting around it. The dragon's immense form began to distort as well. It struggled to escape, but found itself utterly immobilized, unable to move even an inch. In that moment, panic seized it, and it cried out, "Wait, wait!" Ignoring its pleas. Qin Yan continued to clench his fist, the space around them shrinking further, compressing the dragon's essence. "Please do not kill me. I will serve you faithfully." The black dragon pleaded desperately. "I can offer you all my possessions, this palace, the corpses of the beasts for battle, even the entire secret realm." Yet Qin Yan appeared unmoved, relentlessly manipulating the space to constrict the dragon's soul. "Stop. I will sign a contract to become your servant. Please spare my life." The black dragon cried frantically. Qin Yan sneered. "I have no need for you, worthless creature." With that, he clenched his right fist vigorously, causing the space before him to contract instantaneously, silencing the dragon's cries as its essence was nearly crushed to dust. After vanquishing the black dragon, Qin Yan activated the 9 Revolutions demon art, devouring the remnants of the dragon's soul. With the black dragon's essence consumed, he gained complete control over the black dragon seal and the entire palace. Peering into the grand hall, he observed that the smaller beasts had revived, launching frenzied attacks against Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao. Within the Black Dragon Palace, even the weakest among the beasts were of 5th rank. Their strength was formidable, and having already perished, they feared neither injury nor death, launching relentless assaults. Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao were unable to retaliate, barely defending themselves back-to-back, relying on their exceptional talents to survive. Yet, the situation remained dire, for the larger, more powerful beasts were gradually awakening, their bodies beginning to move. Once they could act freely, it would spell doom for Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao. With the Black Dragon seal in hand, Qin Yan infused it with energy, declaring loudly, "Cease at once." His voice, accompanied by the dragon's roar, echoed throughout the hall, causing the beasts to halt immediately and turn their gazes toward him. In unison, the beasts prostrated themselves before him, lowering their heads as if in the presence of their emperor. Even the colossal beasts, still stiff from their earlier demise, gradually bent their legs to bow. Qin Yan was exceedingly pleased with this display. With control over the palace and its inhabitants, he could now undertake many endeavors that had previously been inconvenient. He then commanded the beasts, "Return to your positions." The creatures rose and resumed their former stances, returning to their role as lifeless guardians. After completing this, Qin Yan prepared to leave the platform, when suddenly, a surge of information flooded his mind. He halted, examining the information, a smile spreading across his face. He had struck gold. After consuming the black dragon's soul, he had acquired a divine power known as the destruction of catastrophe, the very black beam he had faced earlier. This power bore a destructive attribute, its potency astonishing, and it would only grow stronger as his own strength increased. Although currently a mid-level 4th rank warrior, Qin Yan's prowess was comparable to that of a perfected 5th rank. He could contend even against early 6th rank warriors, and with the destruction of catastrophe, he could easily slay those at the pinnacle of the 6th rank. However, there was a prerequisite for mastering this skill. One must possess the black dragon's physique or be a black dragon themselves. Upon realizing this, he resolved to consume the dragon's orb and its blood, granting himself the ability to transform into a half-dragon being. The destruction of catastrophe was simply too extraordinary. Once mastered, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card. Chapter 46. Only one of the Qin family and the Jiang family can survive. Qin Yan concealed the black dragon imperial seal within his consciousness and then gazed toward the Grand Hall, intent on locating Xiao Fan. Today presented an excellent opportunity to eliminate this individual. He could not afford to let it slip away. Thus, he hastily leaped down from the high platform and inquired of Dongfang Bai, "Have you seen Xiao Fan?" Dongfang Bai nodded. "Indeed. Just moments ago, while I was fending off those ferocious beasts alongside Ji Yunyao, he managed to slip away." Slipped away? Qin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of agitation brewing within him. Truly, he was deserving of the title Child of Destiny, with so many awakened beasts besieging Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao. They had completely disregarded Xiao Fan. Having grown up alongside Qin Yan, Dongfang Bai recognized his friend's foul mood and quickly offered, "Qin Xiao, I apologize. I couldn't stop him." Qin Yan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "It's not your fault. I merely find Xiao Fan's luck excessively fortunate." Dongfang Bai exhaled in relief. "He's just an ordinary person with a bit of luck. We can easily find an opportunity to eliminate him." Taking a deep breath, Qin Yan declared, "Let us pursue him. Today is the day to severely wound this fellow. It is a prime chance to end his life." Suddenly, Yiyun Ypsilona o interjected, "Qin Yan, have you found the treasures within the palace?" A smirk crept upon Qin Yan's lips. "Indeed, I have. Let us hurry." The trio dashed toward the exit of the Grand Hall, but upon exiting, Qin Yan came to a halt. Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao followed suit, with Dongfang Bai asking, "Qin Xiao, what is the matter?" Qin Yan remained silent and withdrew the black dragon imperial seal from his consciousness, infusing it with energy. A dark radiance emanated from the seal, causing the entire palace to shrink, ultimately transforming into a stream of light that entered the black dragon imperial seal. Once again placing the seal within his consciousness, he turned to Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao, urging, "Let us go." They resumed their pursuit of Xiao Fan, and along the way, Dongfang Bai queried, "Qin Xiao, what is happening? How did you manage to take the Black Dragon Palace with you?" Even Ji Yunyao regarded Qin Yan with curiosity, eager to understand the reason behind this occurrence. Qin Yan casually explained, "I discovered the key to controlling the Black Dragon Palace, so it now belongs to me." Dongfang Bai nodded in understanding and refrained from further questions, focusing instead on keeping up with Qin Yan. Before long, they encountered a student who had come searching for treasures. Upon spotting Qin Yan, the student's eyes widened in terror, and he hastily sought refuge against the wall, fearing Qin Yan's wrath. However, the passage was too narrow for him to evade. Qin Yan swiftly approached the student, grasping his neck and demanding, "Have you seen Xiao Fan?" The student, trembling, nodded rapidly. He just ran out. Qin Yan did not immediately release the student, but instead inquired, "Which academy do you belong to?" The student stammered in fear. The Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy. The Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy served as a reservoir of talent for the Jiang family, where all graduates were conscripted into the military controlled by the Jiang family. Becoming its backbone, these students would inevitably become adversaries of the Qin family. "Then you shall die," Qin Yan declared without hesitation, crushing the student's neck. A sickening crack echoed as the student's head fell at an unnatural angle, his face frozen in a visage of terror and panic, lifeless. Ji Yunyao frowned at the sight and questioned, "Qin Yan, did he commit any offense? Why must you kill him?" Qin Yan turned to her, his voice icy. "Every graduate from the Magic Capital Martial Arts Academy becomes part of the Jiang family's faction. All individuals from the Jiang family are enemies of the Qin family. Let me make it clear. The Qin and Jiang families are at odds, and a confrontation between our two houses is inevitable. Only one family can prevail, and I shall employ every means necessary to weaken the Jiang family's strength." Seeing the madness in Qin Yan's eyes, both Dongfang Bai and Ji Yunyao were taken aback, their hearts racing with fear. Ji Yunyao's beautiful eyes widened as she trembled. "Qin Yan, have you lost your mind? If the Qin family and the Jiang family go to war, regardless of who emerges victorious, it will severely diminish the strength of the Great Xia. Many martial saints may perish. Even martial gods could fall. How then shall we defend against foreign threats or confront other nations?" Her words were heartfelt, revealing her deep love for the Great Xia. A flicker of savagery crossed Qin Yan's face as he seized her shoulders. "Ji Yunyao, this conflict is unavoidable. I care not how many lives are lost or what becomes of the Great Xia. I only desire the Jiang family's annihilation." Ji Yunyao forcefully shook off Qin Yan's grasp, exclaiming, "No, we cannot agree to this. If you pursue this course, the Ji family will undoubtedly ally with the Jiang family against you." Dongfang Bai's complexion drained of color, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. "Heavens, what have I just heard? The Qin family intends to battle the Jiang family, and the Ji family will unite with them against the Qin family. If this truly transpires, it would be akin to the end of the world." He stammered, "Qin Xiao, please do not jest about this matter." Qin Yan cast a disdainful glance at him before returning his gaze to Ji Yunyao. "I am not jesting, Ji Yunyao. Do not threaten me with your family's alliance. Do you think I am unaware? Your families have long since allied and are maligning the Qin family throughout the Great Xia. I know well the phrase. The world has long suffered under the Qin family." Qin Yan's eyes turned crimson, exuding a faint aura of demonic energy. "Let me tell you, every male member of the Qin family is destined for the battlefield. Their ultimate fate is to perish there. Even the old, weak, and ill will choose to die on the battlefield as their final act. What have we done to wrong the Great Xia? Yet you believe our strength is too great, our military too formidable, and seek to eliminate us? Ji Yunyao, this war is not of my choosing. It is your families that instigated it. The Qin family is merely retaliating against being cornered." Confronted with the almost deranged Qin Yan, Ji Yunyao was filled with dread, her body rigid, as if her heart had plunged into an icy abyss. Dongfang Bai, shedding his previous terror, adopted a grim demeanor and spoke resolutely. "Qin Xiao, if they truly pursue this path, then we shall fight them." Qin Yan once again patted Dongfang Bai's shoulder, then continued to address Ji Yunyao. "Upon your return, discuss this matter with your family. After the global elite tournament, you shall be betrothed to me. Otherwise, your Ji family will also become a target of the Qin family. We shall wage war on both your families simultaneously. I assure you, I will not hesitate to reduce the Great Xia to ruins." A cold smile crept upon Qin Yan's lips. "Moreover, the videos of you and me will circulate throughout the Great Xia." The reason Qin Yan pressed Ji Yunyao so forcefully was to draw the Ji family closer. He could not ascertain how long it would take Qin Shi to break through to the martial emperor level after imparting the 9-turn celestial demon technique to him. During this interval, he needed the Ji family on his side, even if he failed to secure their allegiance. He aimed for the Jiang and Ji families to remain wary of one another. Ji Yunyao trembled at his words, nodding slowly. I understand." Seeing her acquiescence, Qin Yan swiftly dashed outside in pursuit of Xiao Fan. Little did he anticipate that despite his injuries, Xiao Fan was remarkably swift. Having escaped from within the black dragoness body, the trio emerged outside, where they beheld Xiao Fan, disheveled and despondently slumped beside a girl. The girl in question is none other than Jiang Liani from the Jiang family. Chapter 47. The confrontation between Qin Yan and Jiang Liani. Upon seeing Jiang Liani, Qin Yan furrowed his brow. What brings this woman here? If she is present, my plan to eliminate Xiao Fan will require additional effort. In the narrative, Jiang Liani is one of the protagonists. Initially, Lu Xinyao provided substantial assistance to Xiao Fan, facilitating his growth. However, as Xiao Fan's strength increased, Jiang Liani became the leading female character, given that the Jiang family possesses formidable influence, capable of aiding Xiao Fan. To put it bluntly, Xiao Fan is entirely dependent on women. He is the quintessential kept man. At this moment, Jiang Liani stepped forward and fixed her gaze on Qin Yan. Qin Yan, how dare you kill Li Qingqing from Southeast Academy within the secret realm? You are in violation of the rules. Do you not realize that? Qin Yan regarded her coldly. And what of it? He had no way to refute this allegation, as many had witnessed him slay Li Qingqing. However, he could not admit this to others, especially not to Wu Cheng. Xiao Fan, upon hearing Qin Yan's indifferent tone, erupted in a furious scream. Qin Yan, you have caused Qingqing's death. You deserve to die. He then clung to Jiang Liani's leg, pleading, Miss Jiang, please kill him. I beg you. Jiang Liani, hearing Xiao Fan's words, frowned, feeling a surge of annoyance. Although she too wished for Qin Yan's demise, she dared not act on it. Should she kill him, her own life would be forfeit. Lowering her head, she intended to chastise Xiao Fan. Yet, upon witnessing the profound sorrow etched on his face, her heart was unexpectedly stirred. This boy cried so heart-wrenchingly. He must be deeply affectionate. The stern reprimand she had prepared evaporated, and instead, she softly uttered, I am sorry, but I cannot assist you in this matter. The Qin family wields too much power. If I were to kill him, I would also meet my end. Those surrounding Jiang Liani were taken aback by her words, as if they were encountering her for the first time. Good heavens, this little princess actually uttered the words, I am sorry? This was the same girl who had previously been arrogant and unruly, committing numerous misdeeds, shielded by the Jiang family, with no one daring to confront her. Now, she was apologizing to an ordinary boy? Surely, the heavens must have been intoxicated. Xiao Fan trembled at Jiang Liani's words, gradually releasing her, his face a mask of despair and helplessness. I am sorry, I acted rashly in this matter. Seeing Xiao Fan's expression, Jiang Liani felt an unexpected discomfort within her. Yet, she refrained from saying more, her gaze turning angrily towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan, how dare you commit murder? Today, I shall break your hands and feet. At this moment, Jiang Liani's personal motives began to surface. Originally, she had planned to leverage the conflict between Xiao Fan and Qin Yan to severely injure Qin Yan, enticing Xiao Fan to kill him. In that scenario, should the Qin family pursue retribution, she could easily cast Xiao Fan as the scapegoat. However, she no longer wished for Xiao Fan to undertake this task. She would personally subdue Qin Yan. While she could not kill him, crippling him was still within her grasp. Qin Yan scoffed at her. Jiang Liani, do you believe you possess the capability to capture me? Jiang Liani retorted angrily. Qin Yan, do not be so arrogant. Though others may be powerless against you, I am not. Impatient, Qin Yan unsheathed his blood-soul blade. If you wish to fight, then let us commence without further ado. Qin Yan, your arrogance knows no bounds. Allow me to teach you a lesson today. At his side, a tall young man stepped forward, brandishing a broadsword. Glaring fiercely at Qin Yan, Dongfang Bai quickly approached, declaring, You dare to challenge young Master Qin? Allow me to gauge your abilities. The young man shot Dongfang Bai a disdainful glance, retorting, Then I shall incapacitate you first. With that, he charged fiercely at Dongfang Bai. Unyielding, Dongfang Bai engaged in battle with him. Just then, another student emerged, stating, Qin Yan, I shall administer punishment to you. As Qin Yan prepared to respond, a voice rang out. You, insolent fool, if you have the courage, face me in combat. Mingyu, accompanied by a dozen individuals, approached Qin Yan. Mingyu addressed him. Young Master Qin, I apologize for my tardiness. Qin Yan smiled and shook his head. You arrived just in time. Mingyu was also a staunch ally of Qin Yan, having met his demise at the hands of Xiao Fan in the narrative while seeking vengeance for Qin Yan. However, Mingyu was undeniably formidable, though slightly older. He was at the peak of the 5th rank. Before Qin Yan acquired the supreme demon body, he held the top position among the second-generation heirs in the capital. Now, it was evident that Qin Yan had surpassed all. Mingyu glared at the brash individual from earlier. Is it you who barks here? Watch as I render you powerless. With that, he charged at the student. Qin Yan did not remain idle either. He seized his blood soul blade and advanced towards Jiang Liani. Jiang Liani, let me see if you truly possess the capability to subdue me. Unfazed, Jiang Liani drew a long sword, proclaiming, Qin Yan, others may fear you, but I am not intimidated. With a fierce swing of her sword, she charged at Qin Yan. Qin Yan coldly snorted, raising his long blade, aiming directly for Jiang Liani's forehead. Jiang Liani lifted her sword in defense. The clash of metal echoed, piercing the air with a sharp sound. Qin Yan's robust form remained steadfast, unmoving, while Jiang Liani was forced back 2 or 3 meters, her footing unsteady. To observers, it appeared that Jiang Liani was at a disadvantage. However, Qin Yan understood that this was merely the prelude. Qin Yan sneered. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim. With that, he raised his long blade once more, fiercely swinging it down, unleashing a torrent of blood-red blade energy laced with a violent aura, as if intent on tearing Jiang Liani asunder. Jiang Liani bellowed, her long sword sweeping fiercely, conjuring a fiery red, crescent-shaped blade energy that collided with the blood-red blade energy, producing a tremendous roar. The ensuing shockwave surged outward, prompting those nearby to retreat hastily. Seeking safety, Jiang Liani glared at Qin Yan, shouting, Is this all you are capable of, Qin Yan? If so, you should surrender yourself obediently. With a swift motion, she waved her sword again, unleashing a searing, crimson blade energy that was so intense it warped the very air around it. This was the manifestation of the heavenly fire, sacred body's might. Qin Yan snorted derisively, raising his long blade, the blood-red, demonic energy swirling around him. 9th layer demon blade. 4th layer. An even more ferocious and sharp blade energy clashed with Jiang Liani's sword energy, resulting in an even more violent explosion. As the blade and sword energies dissipated simultaneously, Qin Yan realized that determining a victor through this method would prove challenging. Thus, he sheathed his blood soul blade and slowly raised his right hand. Seeing this, Jiang Liani's face broke into a triumphant smile. Qin Yan, it appears you recognize me as your superior and are preparing to surrender. A hint of disdain crossed Qin Yan's face. Foolish ignorance. Star Shatterfinger. Chapter 48. The first strike, a blood-red finger, stretching over 10 meters long and resembling a towering pillar, seemed to have traversed the eons, exuding a potent aura of destruction as if it intended to shatter the very heavens and earth. Upon witnessing this ominous digit, a tremor of despair and helplessness coursed through the hearts of all present. For Jiang Liani, the intended target of this formidable attack, the weight of pressure was even more profound. She felt like an insignificant ant before this sanguine appendage. Yet, she swiftly dispelled such thoughts. As the princess of the martial god clan, when had she ever feared anyone? Resolutely, she drew her sword, igniting crimson flames that danced around her. Qin Yan, I shall not cower before you. Raising her sword high, she bellowed, phoenix wing slash. A fiery sword energy erupted forth, seemingly intent on setting the sky ablaze. Qin Yan scoffed, overestimating herself. With a forceful press of his hand, the blood-red finger descended like a celestial pillar to meet the sword energy. A thunderous clash resonated as the sword energy struck the finger, creating an overwhelming sound. However, it proved utterly ineffectual. The finger merely quivered slightly before easily obliterating the sword energy and barreling toward Jiang Liani with ferocity. Jiang Liani summoned every ounce of her strength to resist, yet she was effortlessly sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into a boulder that shattered upon impact. Gasping for breath, She coughed up blood and fainted, her vision fading to black. At that moment, Qin Yan also felt the toll of his attack. Despite the immense power of the blood-red finger, it had drained a third of his energy. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze to Xiao Fan, only to find the spot where Xiao Fan had stood now empty. Clearly, that rascal had fled once more. It was undeniable that Xiao Fan possessed a keen sense of danger. He had astutely realized that Jiang Lianyi was not his match and had made a hasty escape. This infuriated Qin Yan. The audacious Jiang Lianyi had dared to delay him from executing Xiao Fan. He glared menacingly at the unconscious Jiang Lianyi, yearning to eliminate her on the spot. However, he suppressed his fury, recognizing that he could not act against her at this moment, lest he provoke a confrontation between the two martial god clans. Nonetheless, it was impossible for him to swallow his anger. He unsheathed the blood-soul blade, shouting, "Damn it! Everyone shall die!" He charged toward Jiang Lianyi's companions, swinging his blade toward a nearby young man. The boy, upon seeing this, shouted in defiance and raised his weapon to block Qin Yan's assault, but he stood no chance against Qin Yan's might. The resounding clash of metal echoed as Qin Yan severed the boy's weapon, simultaneously cutting through his neck. The young man fell lifelessly to the ground, severed from his head. Witnessing this, the others engaged in combat with Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, and others abandoned their opponents, rushing toward Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, how dare you kill again? Prepare to die!" Mingyu shouted. "Don't let him escape!" They cried as they rushed forward, but Qin Yan raised a hand to halt them. "Stop! I am here to take lives today." He surveyed the approaching assailants with a sinister smile. "Embrace your doom." A plume of crimson smoke rose from his form, revealing a shadowy, demonic figure behind him. He lunged at the nearest targets, his blood-soul blade radiating a fierce crimson glow, seemingly infused with its own spirit. A robust young man clad in black charged at Qin Yan, but Qin Yan swung his blade, striking the man's weapon with devastating force. The young man emitted a muffled grunt before being sent sprawling backward. Qin Yan continued his onslaught, dispatching another girl with a single blow, quickly injuring 5 or 6 students. These individuals were all direct descendants of prominent families or martial saints, and although Qin Yan refrained from killing them for now, his restraint would not extend to the other students or collateral branches of those families. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a sweeping arc of blade energy over 20 meters long, surging forth toward the terrified crowd. They were taken aback, hastily attempting to defend against his frenzied assault. But their resistance was futile, collapsing like fragile balloons under the onslaught. The blade energy tore through them as if they were mere paper, leaving devastation in its wake. As Qin Yan continued his rampage, Jiang Lianyi's allies were left stupefied by his madness. How could he dare to kill once more before so many witnesses? In that last strike, he had claimed at least 3 lives and severely wounded 2 more. Dongfang Bai nervously licked his lips and turned to Mingyu, saying, "Brother Yu, what will we say about Qin Xiao's actions when we leave?" Mingyu glanced at him, reassuringly replying, "Do not worry, it will be fine. Did you not see? Qin Xiao did not harm any direct descendants of the martial saints. He is only targeting collateral branches and ordinary students." With that, Dongfang Bai sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Ji Yunyao, who had refrained from intervening, cast a glance at the two before returning her gaze to Qin Yan, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. On the battlefield, Qin Yan had succumbed to a frenzy of bloodlust. He resembled a ferocious tiger, and those before him were akin to helpless lambs, utterly defenseless. Each strike he made claimed 1 or 2 lives. In a mere 5 minutes, over 20 souls had perished at his hands. The remaining opponents, stripped of any courage to resist, turned and fled. The descendants of the Jiang clan and other martial saint families hastily retreated, though they did not forget their intent to rescue the gravely injured Jiang Lianyi. However, when they sought her out, they found her mysteriously vanished. Panic ensued as they scoured the vicinity, for while they had felt some trepidation at the recent deaths, it was Jiang Lianyi's disappearance that truly terrified them. Realizing Jiang Lianyi was gone, Qin Yan's expression darkened. Damn it, this must be Xiao Fan's doing. He was certain that Xiao Fan had whisked Jiang Lianyi away to a secluded place for her recovery, where they would share tender moments and develop mutual affection in a clitch melodramatic fashion. Qin Yan scoffed, refusing to pursue Xiao Fan. While his might overshadowed that of Xiao Fan, he could not secure a guaranteed kill, which allowed Xiao Fan to escape multiple times. Therefore, he resolved to merge the Black Dragon Pearl and his essence blood, seeking to comprehend the divine technique of destruction calamity light, thus gaining the power to eliminate Xiao Fan in one decisive blow. Chapter 49, Dragon Man Form. Supreme Demon Dragon Body Ming Yu approached Qin Yan, his eyes glimmering with concern. Qin Xiao, although those you have slain are merely students, many of them are offshoots of prominent families. They are unlikely to let this matter rest easily. Qin Yan scoffed, "What of it? Am I to fear them?" Ming Yu replied, "While you may not be afraid, they lack the capability to retaliate. However, my concern lies with Wang Chong. As you know, he is the only martial saint within the Great Xia, and his disposition is inherently treacherous. This is a matter we must take heed of." Qin Yan nodded slightly. "I understand. You need not worry about that. Now, I must absorb the Black Dragon Orb. Guard this place for me until I emerge." Ming Yu, Dongfang Bai, and the others quickly clasped their fists. "Rest assured, Qin Xiao, with us here, no one shall pass." Qin Yan gave a slight nod, then turned to Ji Yun Yao. "I was quite displeased by your inaction earlier. You will remain here with them. Should you fail to act in the face of danger again, you may never have the chance to do so again." Ji Yun Yao bit her lip and murmured, I understand." At that moment, Ming Yu glanced at Ji Yun Yao with surprise. He was not unfamiliar with the young princess of the Ji family, though their acquaintance was limited. Yet, now she appeared akin to Qin Xiao's timid spouse, enduring indignities without protest. It seemed there had transpired something between them. Qin Yan arrived at a secluded valley, retrieving the Black Dragon seal from his sea of consciousness, followed by the emergence of the Black Dragon Palace. The palace itself was vast, yet it possessed the ability to shrink, creating its own spatial environment. Thus, regardless of the beings placed within, the palace could expand or contract without affecting them. Qin Yan manipulated the palace to a size comparable to his villa before stepping inside, sealing the doors behind him to prevent any intrusion. Inside the palace, he approached the Grand Hall, producing the Black Dragon Orb and the essence of the Black Dragon, along with the Dragon Blood Fruit. The essence was ferocious and challenging to control, while the Dragon Blood Fruit would temper its wildness. Aside from the Dragon Blood Fruit, both the orb and essence were substantial in size. However, Qin Yan found this not to be a significant challenge, as he could refine them gradually. He consumed a Dragon Blood Fruit, then drew a blade to cut his right palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the essence crystal. He placed his left hand upon the orb, beginning to absorb its energy. Within the obsidian orb, something began to flow, akin to water. Simultaneously, the essence crystal emitted waves of crimson light, transforming into essence that coursed into Qin Yan's body, reshaping it. Initially, he felt warmth and slight swelling, but soon, pain surged through him, as if his very form were being torn apart. The agony intensified until it felt as though countless blades were raking across his body, a true torment of 1,000 cuts. Qin Yan gritted his teeth, remaining silent as his body trembled violently, enduring the excruciating pain without uttering a sound. Yet, the pain surged like a tide, relentlessly assaulting his nerves. With no alternative, he bore it, beads of sweat cascading down like streams, quickly soaking his garments. However, his trembling gradually subsided, not due to the absence of pain, but rather a numbing sensation. Time passed, and Qin Yan felt himself drifting into a haze, his consciousness dimming. The pain ebbed, replaced by a warm energy circulating through him, healing his injuries and replenishing his vitality. This restoration was fleeting, yet soon he felt an explosive power surging within him. He retracted his hands, standing abruptly, and summoned the power of the dragon blood. In an instant, he transformed into the Dragon Man form, his entire body, including his face, cloaked in a layer of black scales that shimmered like black gold. His hands morphed into formidable dragon claws, radiating immense, destructive potential. From his forehead, 2 dragon horns erupted, and his eyes glowed a blood red, filled with the essence of slaughter and destruction. Qin Yan assessed his newfound strength. It was significantly greater than before. and his supreme demon body had undergone a subtle transformation after absorbing the black dragon essence. His physique had evolved into the supreme demon dragon body, still a supreme form, but markedly superior to the mere supreme demon body. Additionally, his power had dramatically escalated, advancing from mid-grade to peak grade, just a step away from perfection. In truth, the enhancement he experienced paled in comparison to the vast energy contained within the orb. However, he refrained from fully absorbing the orb and essence, for his body had reached a state of complete transformation and saturation, rendering further absorption futile. Most of the energy had been utilized for his bodily refinement, leaving little for raw power augmentation. Gazing at the remnants, approximately half of the orb and the black dragon essence, he waved his hand to collect them. These could be employed to transform another into the black dragon sacred body. His cousin, a boy born with only the lowest level spirit body and lacking martial talent, would serve as an excellent candidate for this transformation, a gesture of gratitude for his uncle's unwavering support over the years. Having completed these tasks, he began to explore the destruction calamity, light, divine ability. The primary reason for his absorption of the orb in essence was to acquire this technique. Upon examination, he was delighted to discover that he had indeed mastered it, achieving a highly proficient level. However, to employ this ability, he must assume his fully powered Dragon Man form, and the method of release differed. The black dragon emitted it directly from its mouth, whereas he could release it from his hands, allowing for a more graceful execution. These revelations filled Qin Yan with exhilaration. The National Elite Selection Competition had proven immensely rewarding. He retracted his Dragon Man form and swiftly exited the Black Dragon Palace. Outside the palace, Ming Yu, Dongfang Bai, and the others were in a state of anxious anticipation, their nerves fraying. Dongfang Bai glanced at the tightly shut palace doors. Why has Qin Xiao not yet emerged? Today marks the 9th day, and we must depart the secret realm tomorrow. Ming Yu took a deep breath. If Qin Xiao does not appear by tomorrow, I shall inform my father and have him summon Qin Xiao's grandfather. Just as their anxiety peaked, the palace doors suddenly creaked open, and Qin Yan strode out with a confident gait. The sight of him brought an audible sigh of relief from all present. Ming Yu hurried forward, inquiring, Qin Xiao, are you unharmed? Qin Yan shook his head. I am fine. By the way, how long have I been inside? Dongfang Bai interjected swiftly. Qin Xiao, you have been inside for 8 days. Today is the 9th day, and we must leave tomorrow. The 9th day, indeed. Qin Yan glanced at his wristwatch, noting the meager points accumulated, and nodded slightly. It is not too late. Let us proceed to the exit and intercept others to seize their points. Chapter 50. The price worth paying to slay Qin Yan. As they approached the exit of the secret realm, it was clear that walking was not an option, given the considerable distance involved. Qin Yan couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. When they entered, they had appeared randomly in a location within the realm, and now they were required to hasten to the exit. What an inconvenience. Looking around, Qin Yan noticed the absence of the black dragon he had previously tamed and inquired, where has the black dragon I captured gone? No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar emanated from the rear mountain. Turning around, he beheld the magnificent sight of the black dragon, over 40 meters in length, unfurling its enormous wings as it soared towards them. It halted a mere 10 meters away from Qin Yan, gracefully descending to the ground and lying prostrate, its gaze filled with reverence. This deference stemmed from Qin Yan's body being transformed by dragon pearls and dragon blood, which exuded an overwhelming aura of the Dragon King. The Dragon King was an ancestor of the Black Dragon before him, thus establishing a natural hierarchy in their bloodline that the fierce beast could never transcend. Observing the dragon's expression, Qin Yan nodded slightly. Henceforth, this creature would undoubtedly remain fiercely loyal to him, a bond forged in the essence of their lineage. Turning to the others behind him, he beckoned, come aboard. He was the first to ascend, standing atop the dragon's head, followed by Ming Yu, Dongfang Bai, Ji Yunyao, and several other young heirs from the Qin family. Qin Yan glanced at Ji Yunyao and imperiously commanded, come here. She hesitated momentarily before nodding and gracefully traversing along the dragon's neck to stand beside Qin Yan. With a pat on the dragon's head, he ordered, take off. Obeying, The black dragon flapped its massive wings, ascending steadily before swiftly flying towards the exit of the secret realm. Ji Yuan Yao glanced at Qin Yan, biting her lip, saying, "Qin Yan you." However, before she could finish, Qin Yan waved his hand. "Do not ask anything now. I shall reveal nothing. Just follow my instructions. If you wish to know my intentions, wait until after our engagement, when you move to the Qin residence." Ji Yuan Yao nodded slightly, refraining from further comment as she contemplated how to persuade her family elders to approve her union with Qin Yan, a daunting task indeed. Throughout the journey, silence reigned, and after a considerable time, they finally arrived at the entrance, where a throng of individuals awaited the opening to depart. Among them, Qin Yan quickly spotted Jiang Liani. After nearly 10 days, her injuries had fully healed, and she appeared to have regained her former vitality. Beside her stood Xiao Fan and other young heirs from the Jiang family, along with students from the Magic City Martial Arts Academy and the Southeast Martial Arts Academy. Observing this scene, Qin Yan lightly tapped the dragon's head with his foot, instructing, "Create a stir." The black dragon understood immediately, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp fangs and unleashing a resonant roar. Everyone turned to look upon seeing the imposing black dragon and Qin Yan perched atop its head. Many faces paled. The impression Qin Yan left was overwhelmingly negative, as he was known for his willingness to kill. The black dragon swept over the heads of the students, its powerful wings generating winds strong enough to make it difficult for them to keep their eyes open. As it descended slowly before the gathering, Qin Yan leapt down from the dragon's head, followed by Ji Yuan Yao, Ming Yu, Dongfang Bai, and others. With all eyes upon him, Qin Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. He proclaimed, "Listen closely, everyone. Surrender half of your accumulated points. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." His words ignited a wave of discontent among the crowd, who voiced their grievances. "Why should we? We earn these points through hard work." "Exactly. I was already robbed once. If I give away half, I'll be left with nothing. If we can't fight him, we'll just have to see how many of us he can take on." Even Jiang Liani and her companions wore grim expressions, their eyes filled with rage directed at Qin Yan, though a sliver of reason held them back. After all, the outcome of their previous encounters with him lingered in their minds. At that moment, Xiao Fan surveyed the agitated students and quietly remarked to Jiang Liani, "Miss Jiang, Qin Yan has now stirred the wrath of the masses. I believe we can stoke the flames further and rally these students to confront him alongside us." Jiang Liani frowned. "Is that wise? You must realize that Qin Yan is truly capable of murder. Many students have witnessed it. Will they really join us?" Xiao Fan cast a glance at Qin Yan, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. "Miss Jiang, not everyone is aware of Qin Yan's murderous deeds. We do not require the entire student body to act. A portion will suffice. We can ambush him and eliminate him." Jiang Liani's face reflected her inner turmoil. She hesitated to agree immediately. Sensing her reluctance, Xiao Fan pressed on, "Miss Jiang, consider this. Eliminating Qin Yan is worth any price we must pay. Think of his talent and combat prowess. Once he matures, who will dare oppose him?" A flicker of steely resolve flashed in Jiang Liani's eyes, clearly stirred by Xiao Fan's words. She coldly regarded Qin Yan and declared, "Let's proceed with this plan." With that, she led Xiao Fan and several formidable young heirs from the Jiang family forward, raising her voice, "Qin Yan, your actions are utterly excessive. Those points were earned by our collective effort. What right do you have to seize them?" Some students scoffed at her words, retorting, "As if you didn't take any." Qin Yan regarded Jiang Liani with disdain. "Because I choose to. Do you have any objections, defeated foe?" Her fury ignited. Jiang Liani shouted, "You scoundrel! I shall ruin you." She lunged forward, but Xiao Fan restrained her, shouting to the assembled students, "Let us unite. No matter how powerful Qin Yan is, he is but one man. I refuse to believe we cannot handle him together." His words resonated with many, prompting them to focus their attention on Qin Yan, preparing to strike. Ming Yu and the others braced themselves, drawing their weapons and readying for battle. Qin Yan, however, let out a cold laugh, a rabble. He took a few steps back before leaping once more onto the black dragon's head. "Take off." The dragon soared into the sky, and Qin Yan transformed into his dragon human form, his body clad in formidable scales, horns protruding from his head, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. He gradually raised both hands to his chest, forming a trumpet shape, as a dark sphere coalesced within. Destruction Calamity Light. Chapter 51. The Despairing Power of Qin Yan. As the crowd beheld Qin Yan mounted atop the black dragon, transforming into his dragon human form, their eyes widened in disbelief and horror. Even Jiang Lianyi and the others were taken aback, while Xiao Fan bit his lip in frustration, feeling that everything should have belonged to him. It was Qin Yan who had forcibly seized it all. He truly deserved to perish. Only a few, positioned farther away and lacking in intellect, continued to jeer. Is Qin Yan trying to flee? Is he afraid to face us? They chuckled, convinced he was not as formidable as rumored. Pathetic Qin Yan, merely arrogant due to the support of the Qin family. He is nothing but a waste. Unperturbed by the students' reactions below, Qin Yan held a black orb that pulsated with an otherworldly darkness, seemingly from another dimension. He raised his gaze toward a nearby hill, approximately 100 meters high, and with a voice laced with a hint of dragoness roar, intoned, Annihilation Calamity Light. A surge of black light erupted from the orb, soaring over the heads of the crowd, as if splitting the sky in two. The overwhelming aura of destruction sent tremors through everyone present, leaving the weaker ones pale and trembling. When the Calamity Light was in Qin Yan's grasp, it was the size of a basketball, but upon reaching the hill, it expanded into a massive beam with a diameter of 100 meters. The Calamity Light struck the hill with a deafening roar, reminiscent of the earth shattering, threatening to rupture eardrums. The ground trembled violently, fissures appearing beneath. When the light dissipated, the once towering hill had vanished without a trace, reduced to mere powder. Yet, the true terror did not cease. After obliterating the hill, the Calamity Light surged forward, creating a gaping hole in the ground, 100 meters wide and nearly 30 meters deep. Witnessing the spectacle, every student, including Jiang Lianyi, Xiao Fan, Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, and Ji Yunyao, stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their mouths agape, their faces a canvas of shock. Their breaths hitched, and their hearts seemed to cease beating, as the scene before them struck their souls with an overwhelming force, threatening to shatter their very beings. After an indeterminate time, they collectively turned to gaze at the proud figure standing atop the black dragon, reminiscent of a majestic pine, instantly surrendering all thoughts of resistance. Their confidence had been utterly obliterated, and Qin Yan had become an inescapable shadow in their minds. How is this possible? Jiang Lianyi's body swayed, nearly toppling over, her eyes vacant as she murmured, "How can we confront him? How can he be our adversary?" A profound sense of despair enveloped her heart, as she felt an insurmountable chasm separating her from ever catching up to Qin Yan. Xiao Fan trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering in fear. It was terrifying, truly unimaginably terrifying. He had felt a deathly suffocation moments ago. He gazed at Qin Yan, adorned in dragon scales, consumed with the conviction that all of this should have been his. Rightfully his. Qin Yan was a thief, robbing him of his rightful possessions. Dongfang Bai and Mingyu, while equally astonished, found themselves infused with excitement amidst their shock. This was their Qin Xiao, their leader, the person they would follow for a lifetime. They felt immense pride in being subordinates to someone so formidable. Ji Yunyao regarded Qin Yan with newfound warmth in her eyes. Perhaps he truly was her destined match. Qin Yan, feeling a slight alleviation of the emptiness within him, let out a breath of relief. To instill fear in everyone, he had unleashed his most potent attack, depleting his internal energy entirely. He had nearly lost his balance and fallen from the black dragon's head. Fortunately, the crowd had been engrossed in the chaos caused by the Annihilation Calamity Light, allowing him to hastily consume a few energy-restoring pills to replenish his reserves. Had he toppled from the dragon, it would have been a most embarrassing spectacle. Dismissing his dragon human form, he looked down at the students and coldly declared, "All of you, surrender half of your points." This time, no one dared to refuse. They obediently relinquished half of their points to Mingyu and Dongfang Bai. Once all points were collected, Qin Yan would redistribute them, observing the students submit their points. Qin Yan commanded the black dragon, descend. The dragon cautiously folded its wings and landed gently. At that moment, he caught sight of Xiao Fan approaching Mingyu to hand over his points, though his expression betrayed a deep-seated resentment. A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Yan's lips as he quipped, Xiao Fan, if you don't take your sister away soon, she might just have my child. Xiao Fan's countenance darkened instantly, his fury palpable as he glared at Qin Yan, his eyes ablaze. Clenching his fists until his nails pierced his palms, he gritted his teeth. Qin Yan, if you dare to touch my sister, I will kill you. Qin Yan responded with a cold laugh. I'll give you 3 days. Previously, he had harbored a strong desire to eliminate Xiao Fan. Now, while still intent on his demise, he felt less urgency. He was curious to witness the reaction of Xiao Rui after being brainwashed by Qin Lan upon seeing her brother. Would her fury compel her to confront Xiao Fan? If she did, it would certainly be a spectacle worth watching. After collecting the points, Qin Yan retained 1/5 for himself, enough to secure the top position in the selection competition. The remaining points were distributed among Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, Ji Yunyao, and others. Shortly thereafter, the exit of the secret realm was opened, drawing the attention of numerous faculty members and the entourages of various young lords and ladies. Soon, a tall and imposing figure emerged, Qin Yan. Behind him, the head of the black dragon followed. Qin Yan, upon seeing this, initially mistook the dragon for a threat and drew his sword, but Qin Yan intervened. Do not act rashly. This is my mount. Only then did Qin Yan lower his weapon, though he remained wary of the dragon. Wang Chong, chuckling nearby, remarked, Qin Yan, come here to register your points. Understood. After checking in at the exit, Qin Yan called for Qin Yan, mounting the black dragon as they swiftly departed, heading straight for the Qin family. Watching Qin Yan depart, Jiang Liani clenched her fists tightly. She could no longer allow Qin Yan to continue his ascent. She must devise a way to eliminate him, or at the very least, cripple him. Otherwise, once he seized control of the Qin family, they would be subjected to a lifetime of oppression. After flying a distance, Qin Yan glanced back and took out his phone, dialing a video call to Qin Shi. The call connected swiftly, revealing Qin Shi's face on the screen. Haha, Xiao Yan, I heard the Great Xia elite selection has concluded. How'd you fare? Qin Yan smiled. The results were certainly satisfactory. However, grandfather, there is something of utmost importance I wish to discuss with you. Qin Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what is the matter? Qin Yan took a deep breath, glancing cautiously around him before whispering, I have obtained the inheritance of the Black Dragon from the Secret Realm, which contains a complete martial emperor's technique. Chapter 52. A second scheme against Qin Yan outside the exit of the Secret Realm. All the students appeared to be in a stupor, still reeling from the devastating cataclysm they had just endured. Their teacher mistook their silence for disappointment over their performance and hurriedly approached to offer words of comfort. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency and panic pierced the air. Where's my young master? Why hasn't he emerged? Everyone was drawn to the source of this distress cry, and upon looking up, they recognized it as Wu Kuan, the bodyguard of Wu Cheng. Wu Kuan had searched the crowd for a long time, yet he could not find any trace of Wu Cheng. Could it be that his young master had met with some misfortune within the secret realm? The thought of such a calamity was too much for Wu Kuan to bear, and he shouted louder in his desperation, but no one responded. Not far away, Jiang Liani, who had been observing Qin Yan depart, snapped back to reality upon hearing the commotion. She turned her gaze towards the frantic Wu Kuan, furrowing her brow as she approached him. What has happened? Wu Cheng hasn't he come out? Seeing Jiang Liani was like a ray of hope for Wu Kuan. He replied hastily, Miss Jiang, have you seen my young master within the secret realm? Before Jiang Liani could respond, a male student behind her interjected. I saw him on the first day I entered. I was with Wu Cheng, but then we encountered Ji Yunyao, and Wu Cheng teamed up with her while I went to find Miss Jiang. After that, we only saw Qin Yan together with Ji Yunyao, but no sign of Wu Cheng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liani's pupils contracted slightly, and she turned to Wu Kuan, stating, I fear that Wu Cheng may have been killed by Qin Yan. What? Wu Kuan's voice rose sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. Miss Jiang, You cannot speak such words lightly. Jiang Liani retorted with a cold scoff. I speak not in jest. Are you aware of how many lives Qin Yan has claimed within the secret realm? From what I personally witnessed, it exceeds 20. If he quietly eliminated Wu Cheng somewhere, it wouldn't be surprising at all. As her words fell, Xiao Fan stepped forward hastily. I believe there is truth to this. On my first day in the secret realm, I was near the Black Dragon Palace, and within a short time, Qin Yan arrived with Ji Yao. There was only one other person with them, a man named Dong Fangbai. I suspect he may have attacked your young master. Listening to their account, Wu Kuan was already convinced, for the Wu family was allied with the Jiang family, and there was no reason for them to deceive or harm Wu Cheng. Moreover, the Ji family and the Jiang family had a cooperative relationship. Ji Yao would not dare to act against Wu Cheng. With all possibilities considered, the truth was evident. Wu Cheng had been slain by Qin Yan. Wu Kuan's eyes reddened instantly, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding from his forehead as he yearned to tear Qin Yan apart. Yet, the thought of the Qin family's power plunged him into despair. He turned to Jiang Liani, his tone imbued with a plea. Miss Jiang, our Wu family has always been loyal to the Jiang family. We have rebuffed the Qin family's advances repeatedly. Please, I implore you to help restore justice for my young master. Jiang Liani's brow furrowed slightly. She had intended to inform Wu Kuan to have the Wu family confront the Qin family, yet she found herself caught in the dilemma. At that moment, Xiao Fan leaned closer to Jiang Liani, whispering, Miss Jiang, I believe we can seize this opportunity to take action against Qin Yan. Jiang Liani tilted her head slightly, inquiring, What do you propose? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes as he replied, We could enlist the aid of Wang Chong, the martial saint, as he is responsible for the opening and closing of a secret realm. We can have him detain Qin Yan for an investigation. Given that Qin Yan has taken so many lives, we have ample evidence, and with the death of the Wu family's young master, it would be entirely justifiable to apprehend him. Jiang Liani furrowed her brow in contemplation, but this one eliminate Qin Yan. If we were to kill him over this, the Qin family would surely retaliate fiercely. Xiao Fan smirked coldly. Miss Jiang, we need not kill him. We simply need to cripple him. We can extract a significant portion of his innate essence, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Jiang Liani pondered this for a moment before a satisfied expression graced her features. Your idea is indeed commendable. With that, she strode towards Wang Chong, who had just stepped out of the secret realm, and addressed him, Wang Chong, martial saint. I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Wang Chong looked at Jiang Liani, a smile spreading across his face. Miss Jiang, please, do not hesitate to let me know what you need. Jiang Liani gestured towards the despondent Wu Kuan, stating, Wu Cheng was killed by Qin Yan within the secret realm. What? Wang Chong's expression turned to one of shock as he gazed at Wu Kuan, his face a mask of disbelief. He had just come from checking for students who might have been trapped inside the secret realm, unaware of the events that had transpired outside. Jiang Liani's face flushed with anger. Not only Wu Cheng, but he has also killed many of our collateral descendants, totaling more than 20 lives. Qin Yan has severely violated the rule against infighting, and this matter falls under your jurisdiction, Wang Chong, martial saint. Thus, I implore you to take action. Wang Chong recalled the incident with Qin Yan at the Liu family, where he had nearly faced the wrath of Qin Shi, the elder. His expression turned troubled as he replied, Miss Jiang, this matter may be difficult to handle. Jiang Liani countered, Wang Chong, martial saint. I do not wish to complicate your position. Simply bring Qin Yan out from the Qin family. I will immediately contact my grandfather, and this matter will not concern you further. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong felt a weight lift from his heart. That is not a problem. Given so many deaths, an investigation is inevitable. A smile illuminated Jiang Liani's face. Then let us set forth. Wang Chong replied, There is no rush. I must first attend to matters here before accompanying you to the Qin family. With Wang Chong's agreement, Jiang Liani felt elation swell within her. With the martial saint's intervention, capturing Qin Yan would be a simple endeavor. In her joy, she refrained from urging him further, instead agreeing, very well. As she turned, her gaze met Xiao Fan's, and they both revealed a shared glint of determination, smiling knowingly at one another. They silently acknowledged that such ruthless decisiveness suited them both. Meanwhile, as they conspired against Qin Yan, he had already returned home atop his black dragon. Upon landing in the courtyard of the Qin residence, the steward and guards approached him. The steward greeted, "Young master, you have returned." Qin Yan dismounted from the dragon's head and commanded, "Take the black dragon away and tend to its care." "Steward, prepare a change of clothes for me." "Yes, young master." After a brief wash and changing into fresh attire, the steward returned, "Young master, the old patriarch has returned." Qin Yan responded promptly, "Let us go. I wish to see grandfather." Chapter 53. Dare you touch my grandson? Qin Yan arrived at the entrance of Qin Shi's study and called out loudly, "Grandfather, I've come." A voice from within responded, "Come in." Qin Yan pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of Qin Shi, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Qin Shi appeared to be in his 60s, with graying hair and slightly darkened skin, yet his stature was tall and robust, and his spirit was exceedingly vibrant. Upon seeing Qin Yan, a smile spread across Qin Shi's face. "It has indeed been a long time since I last observed you closely. You look splendid. Your vitality is abundant, and your progress is remarkable." Qin Yan pulled out a chair and sat down, responding, of course, as a descendant of the Qin family. "I must never bring shame upon our name." After a few casual exchanges, the conversation shifted to the topic of the martial emperor's techniques. Qin Shi's expression grew serious as he asked, "Xiao Yan, have you truly obtained the complete martial emperor's technique?" Qin Yan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I discovered the Black Dragon's palace. Though the Black Dragon King has perished, his soul endures, and it was from his essence that I acquired the technique." He then recounted the events in the secret realm, not shying away from mentioning the killings. Upon hearing that Qin Yan had taken lives, Qin Shi's expression remained unchanged. In his heart, nothing was more important than his grandson. Those who had perished were inconsequential. Once he finished to validate his claims, Qin Yan produced the remaining dragon pearls and essence blood from his spatial ring. "Grandfather, look, these are the dragon pearls and essence blood. I intend to gift them to Xiao Lei to help enhance his physique." Xiao Lei was the son of Qin Yan, merely 3 or 4 years old. Qin Shi gazed at the dragon pearls and essence blood, nodding with satisfaction. "It's delightful that you think of Xiao Lei. Our Qin family must remain united. However, if these items are beneficial to you, feel free to take them. Among the younger generation of our family, you are the acting head. You hold the foremost position." Qin Yan smiled and replied, "I have already utilized half of it, as I acquired a divine ability from the Black Dragon Soul that requires the Dragon Man form to manifest." "Very well then," Qin Shi said, not pursuing the matter further. "You may bestow these items upon Xiao Lei later." Qin Yan understood the elder's intentions. By doing so, he would earn the gratitude of Qin Zhan's family, ensuring their unwavering support in the future. He collected the dragon pearls and essence blood, intending to deliver them to Qin Lei later. Qin Shi then inquired, "Can you recite the martial emperor-level techniques now?" Qin Yan responded, "Certainly, I can write them down." "Grandfather, you can take it with you for my father and second uncle to review." Qin Shi took out a piece of skin, as white as snow and thin as paper, yet remarkably resilient, and handed it to Qin Yan. "Write on this." Without hesitation, Qin Yan accepted it and began to write while Qin Shi observed intently. As he progressed through about a third of the text, Qin Shi suddenly darkened in expression and raised his head to gaze in a particular direction. Although the study door was closed, his hawk-like gaze seemed capable of piercing through walls. Moments later, a resounding voice echoed across the Qin estate. "Qin Yan, step out here." Just as Qin Yan finished writing a character, he paused and furrowed his brow. "Who dares to shout above my Qin family?" Qin Shi scoffed coldly, his face devoid of emotion. "It is Wang Chong. You should go out and speak with him. I am curious to see what he intends. Daring to fly over my Qin family." Martial gods represent the pinnacle of combat power in this world, holding the highest status. Aside from themselves, no one else is permitted to soar above them, not even martial saints. Observing the elder's expression, Qin Yan realized his anger. Wang Chong was undoubtedly in for a difficult time. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "Very well, grandfather. I shall step out and see." He set down his pen and stood, moving towards the door. Upon exiting the study, Qin Yan noticed several individuals approaching from outside. He looked up to find Wang Chong accompanied by Jiang Liani, Xiao Fan, and Wu Kuan, a total of 4 people hovering in midair. On the ground, Qin An and Qin Wu led the Qin family's guards, prepared for battle, their eyes fixed intently upon them. Qin Yan regarded Wang Chong, his expression frosty. Who gave you the audacity to fly above my Qin family? Wang Chong did not answer directly. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Qin Yan. Qin Yan, you have killed multiple students in the secret realm, a serious violation of the rules. I am here to take you for an investigation. At his words, Qin Yan's countenance grew colder. This wretched individual had clearly stated before that martial saints were not to interfere in any conflicts within the Great Xia domain. Yet he had turned around and come to trouble him, indicating that they held neither the regulations nor the Qin family in high regard. Qin Yan's face remained impassive. The reason I killed them was that they attacked me first. I felt my personal safety was under severe threat. Is that a fault? Wang Chang's expression flickered with disdain at Qin Yan's reasoning. Qin Yan, what nonsense are you speaking? I have stated that students are not permitted to kill one another. They were merely sparring with you and would not have killed you. Can you guarantee they wouldn't kill me? Qin Yan retorted mockingly. Look at me. I have killed in the secret realm, haven't I? I am human, and so are they. What basis do you have to assure me they wouldn't kill me? Wang Chong could not provide any guarantees, for the human heart is the most unpredictable of things, and human nature is ever-changing. However, he was unwilling to voice this in front of Qin Yan, so he could only maintain a stern faade. Qin Yan, you have taken so many lives without a shred of remorse. I must take you for an investigation today. With that, he slowly descended to the ground and strode towards Qin Yan. The guards of the Qin family, witnessing this, drew their weapons and surrounded the intruders. Qin Wu stepped forward. Wang Chen, halt. This is the Qin family, not a place for your reckless behavior. Wang Chong shot him a glance, anger flaring. You wish to stop me? Qin Wu's expression showed no sign of fear. Stop advancing, or we shall take action. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong laughed derisively. Haha, you, a mere 8th-grade warrior, dare to challenge a martial saint, truly overestimating your abilities. With that, he raised his hand and struck toward Qin Wu. Qin Wu roared in defiance, drawing his blade to block Wang Chang's attack, but the disparity in strength was too great, and he was sent flying. Seeing this, Qin Yan led the Qin family guards to charge at Wang Chong, only to be effortlessly repelled as well. With no obstacles remaining, a cruel smile spread across Wang Chang's face as he approached Qin Yan. Qin Yan, let us see who can come to your aid today. Behind him, Jiang Liani, Xiao Fan, and Wu Kuan all wore expressions of excitement, eager to finally capture this individual. While their expressions were identical, their thoughts differed. Jiang Liani was solely focused on crippling Qin Yan, cutting off his path in martial arts. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, harbored sinister thoughts about how to eliminate Qin Yan without anyone noticing, for the harm Qin Yan had caused him was immeasurable. Wang Chong reached Qin Yan, reaching out to grasp his shoulder. Qin Yan, come with me. Yet Qin Yan showed no hint of panic, his expression remaining unchanged. Just as Wang Chang's hand was about to land on his shoulder, the study door swung open once more, and Qin Shi emerged. Wang Chong, dare you lay a hand on my grandson? Chapter 54. Shattering the limbs of the martial saint the moment Wang Chong laid eyes on Qin Shi, darkness enveloped him, and his legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. He hastily withdrew his hand that had reached for Qin Yan's shoulder. Good heavens! When did this esteemed gentleman return? Had he known Qin Shi was at home, he would have never come. Qin Shi was notorious for his ruthless nature. He cared not for one's identity, offend him, and one could expect dire consequences. Qin Yan observed Wang Chang's reaction, a hint of mockery gracing his features as he spoke in a sarcastic tone. Wang Chong, martial saint, weren't you intent on capturing me? What has caused you to pause? His words served as a wake-up call for Wang Chong, who, like a drowning man grasping at a straw, turned to Qin Shi and stammered, Master Qin Yan has killed many students in the secret realm, including the young master of the Wu family, Wu Cheng. I had no choice but to seek his return for investigation. Qin Shi stood silently behind Qin Yan, his gaze icy and unyielding as he regarded Wang Chong. offering no words. At present, he was merely providing support for Qin Yan, allowing him to extricate himself from these accusations before he turned his attention to Wang Chang. Wang Chang's mind buzzed with dread. The demeanor of Qin Shi indicated his ire was simmering just below the surface. Qin Yan seized the moment, adding, "Wang Chang, martial saint, I have indeed taken lives within the secret realm, but it was purely in self-defense. As for Wu Cheng, I did not slay him. He was killed by a black dragon. Yes, the very one I rode." At this juncture, Wang Chang was far too preoccupied with devising a means to justify himself and mitigate Qin Shi's impending wrath to discern the veracity of Qin Yan's claims. Nearby, Jiang Liani inhaled deeply, stepping forward. Though she felt trepidation in the presence of Qin Shi, she was not afraid, for her grandfather was also a martial god. She first bowed respectfully to Qin Shi, saying, "Liani pays her respects to Master Qin." Qin Shi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Jiang Liani then turned her gaze to Qin Yan, stating, "Master Qin, Qin Yan has inexplicably killed many of our people, 20 or 30 in total. You cannot shield him from this." Qin Shi ignored her, instead focusing on Qin Yan. The latter smirked slightly. "Jiang Liani, do you possess no sense of shame? You claim I killed without reason, yet I ask you, how many were present when I took action, and how many did I face alone?" Jiang Liani's expression faltered. She had been unconscious during Qin Yan's rampage and was unaware of the specifics, but others had informed her that he had acted alone, having driven away Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, and the others. She contemplated fabricating a lie, but she knew it would be futile. Qin Shi would see through it instantly. Qin Yan sneered. "It appears you were aware. At that time, you had approximately 30 individuals, while I was but a solitary figure. If so many of you attacked me, could it not be said I was merely defending myself? As for their deaths, it is merely a reflection of their weakness. Had my strength been even slightly diminished, it might have been I who perished." Jiang Liani seethed with frustration, yet she found herself unable to refute him, resorting to a huffy silence. Fear evident in his demeanor. Though he too feared Qin Shi, the death of Wu Cheng left him with little choice. Returning to the Wu family would lead to his demise. He resolved to clarify matters first. "Qin Xiao, did you truly not kill our young master?" Qin Yan offered no reply. Instead, he produced his phone and dialed Ji Yunyao. The call connected after 2 rings, and her melodious voice came through. "Hello, Qin Yan." Qin Yan's tone was devoid of emotion as he inquired, "How did Wu Cheng die?" After a moment of silence, Ji Yunyao responded, "He was killed and devoured by a massive black dragon." Without further questions, Qin Yan ended the call and turned to Wu Kuan. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" Wu Kuan clenched his jaw, asking, "Qin Xiao, might you entrust that black dragon to the Wu family for resolution?" He hoped to return with the beast responsible for Wu Cheng's demise, perhaps salvaging remnants or belongings from its belly, thereby alleviating his own punishment. However, Qin Yan merely cast him a cold glance. "Get lost." Wu Kuan trembled, silenced by fear, retreating in a daze. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan opened his mouth, wishing to interject, but found his throat constricted, unable to utter a word. Qin Yan glanced at him before instructing a guard, "Fetch Xiao Rui." The guard acknowledged and swiftly departed. Observing this, Qin Shi interjected, "Have you concluded your matters? It is now my turn." He advanced a few paces, his formidable presence enveloping Wang Chang. "Kneel." Wang Chang's body felt as if struck by a mountain, and he crumpled to the ground. He hastily raised his head to Qin Shi, imploring, "Master Qin, this matter is my fault. I acted without understanding the situation, and I admit my error." Qin Shi regarded him coldly. "Is this the sole mistake you made today?" Wang Chang's heart quaked, and he stammered, "Master Qin, I should not have acted against Qin Xiao." Good. Qin Shi replied, his anger barely contained. "It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of your misdeeds. You clearly hold me." Qin Shi, in utter disdain. A flicker of lightning flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand and struck Wang Chang across the face with a force that shattered his facial structure. Wang Chang's body was propelled like a cannonball, soaring over 100 meters before crashing against a boulder, which shattered upon impact. Yet Qin Shi was not finished with him. In a flash, he appeared beside Wang Chang, placing a foot upon his right arm, exclaiming, "Today, I shall teach you where you went awry." First, the elder council clearly stated that flying above the martial god families is prohibited, and yet you audaciously soared above my Qin family, bellowing your demands. With that, he pressed down hard, shattering Wang Chang's right arm. The latter emitted a grotesque scream, his broken jaw distorting his voice. He sought to plead for mercy, but words escaped him. Only desperate eyes remained, pleading for Qin Shi's clemency. Yet Qin Shi feigned ignorance, his expression darkening further as he lifted his leg and placed it upon Wang Chang's left arm, declaring, "Secondly, it is forbidden to engage in violence within the martial god families. If you wish to take Xiao Yan for investigation, you could have stated your intentions, and we would have cooperated. Instead, you brazenly assaulted him within my Qin family." With a crunch, Wang Chang's left arm was crushed, and he let out another inhuman cry, writhing in agony on the ground. Though his plight appeared dire, Qin Shi, seasoned by countless battles, remained unmoved. He lifted his leg once more, placing it upon Wang Chang's right leg. "Thirdly, you sought to see Xiao Yan without ascertaining the truth. Should I interpret this as a deliberate act against my Qin family? An attempt to harm the next head of the Qin family?" Wang Chang's throat emitted muffled sounds, his head shaking fervently in denial. This was a truth he could never concede, otherwise his life would be forfeit. A chilling glint appeared in Qin Shi's eyes as he stated, "Regardless of your intentions, your actions speak for themselves." He pressed down once more, crushing Wang Chang's robust leg until the bones were reduced to splinters. Wang Chang's vision dimmed, and he seemed on the brink of unconsciousness, his eyes rolling back in pain. Just when he believed the punishment had concluded, Qin Shi proclaimed, "What you just experienced was merely a consequence for your wrongdoing. Now, I shall ensure that this lesson is indelibly etched in your memory." He once again lifted his foot and forcefully brought it down upon Wang Chang's final leg. Chapter 55. Xiao Rui strikes. Xiao Fan Wang Chong was truly unable to endure any longer. He fainted on the spot. Qin Shi, however, felt no sense of anger dissipating within him. As a seasoned guardian stationed at the borders, he was not one to possess a gentle temperament. Moreover, Wang Chang's recent actions had directly crossed his threshold of tolerance. He would not easily forgive him. With a swift motion, he pressed his foot against Wang Chang's chest, shattering several of his ribs in the process. Neglecting the gasping Wang Chang, Qin Shi turned to the steward and commanded, "Fetch some rope and hang Wang Chang at the entrance of the Qin residence for a month. Additionally, prepare a sign detailing his crimes and affix it around his neck. I want everyone to know that anyone daring to insult the Qin family, even a martial sage, will pay a heavy price." The steward promptly agreed and, accompanied by 2 guards, hoisted Wang Chang away. Nearby, Jiang Liani, Xiao Fan, and the others were engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread, particularly Xiao Fan, who felt a veil of darkness descend before his eyes, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. The pressure exerted by a martial god was indeed terrifying. Although Qin Shi had not directed his wrath at him, Xiao Fan sensed he could perish at any moment. At that moment, Qin Shi suddenly turned his gaze towards Jiang Liani and said, "Little girl from the Jiang family, return and inform Jiang Jia that if he wishes to confront the Qin family, he should come with genuine weapons and not resort to such despicable tactics. Should there be a next time, I will personally lead my men to assault the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liani's face turned pale, and she stammered, "I understand. Grandfather Qin, if you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave." Qin Shi coldly acknowledged her with a grunt, for he truly found it beneath him to engage with these younger generations. Jiang Liani tugged at Xiao Fan's arm, preparing to depart. Just as they took a few steps, Xiao Rui's soft yet venomous voice called out, "Xiao Fan, stop right there." Startled by her words, Xiao Fan halted and quickly turned around, only to see Xiao Rui, clad in a light blue dress, striding towards him. A look of joy spread across his face as he jogged to meet her, exclaiming with excitement, "Rui, I'm so glad you're all right." However, just as he reached her and prepared to embrace her, Xiao Rui abruptly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sound of the slap echoed loudly, clear for all to hear. Observing this scene, Qin Yan's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The anticipated drama had finally arrived. At this moment, Qin Shi's anger had nearly subsided, and he watched with keen interest. Having spent too long in the tense atmosphere of the border, he relished the entertainment unfolding before him. Xiao Fan appeared momentarily dazed by Xiao Rui's slap, staring at his sister in disbelief as he stuttered, "Rui, did you just hit me?" With fury etched on her face. Xiao Rui shouted back, "What of it? Shouldn't you be hit? You meddled in someone else's relationship, played the third wheel, and caused chaos at the engagement banquet of young Master Qin, ultimately leading to the demise of our parents. Why do you have to feel wronged?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Shi slightly furrowed his brow and questioned, "Xiao Yan, is this the little lover of Lu Xinyao?" Qin Yan nodded slightly. Qin Shi, perplexed, remarked, "Why haven't you killed him? He dared to humiliate the Qin family. He deserves death." Qin Yan longed to express that he had wanted to kill him for quite some time, yet the man's luck had been unusually good, having evaded him several times. However, he swallowed his words, opting instead to say, "Killing him would be too easy. I want to torment him thoroughly." Qin Shi offered no comment, simply stating, "As long as you know what you're doing." He resumed watching the spectacle, feeling as though he only needed a small stool and some seeds to snack on. A look of anguish crossed Xiao Fan's face as tears welled in his eyes. He attempted to explain, "Rui, this isn't as you think. I genuinely love Xinyao. It was Qin Yan who forced her into an engagement. I couldn't stand by and watch her leap into the flames, so I had to take her away." Xiao Rui's anger intensified upon hearing this, and she yelled, her voice cracking, "You're full of nonsense. If you truly wanted to take Lu Xinyao away, why didn't you do so earlier? Why choose the day of young Master Qin's engagement?" Xiao Fan stammered. "That's because Xinyao was afraid Qin Yan would harm the Lu family. She didn't dare to leave." Seeing that Xiao Fan continued to shift the blame, Xiao Rui felt deep disappointment. With venom in her voice, she shouted, "Enough, Xiao Fan. What you're saying is merely an excuse for your own mistakes. You're a despicable coward, shifting your faults onto others. Are you even a man?" Her words struck a chord within Xiao Fan. As the saying goes, lies do not wound, but the truth cuts like a knife. Xiao Rui's statements stripped away his facade, leaving him exposed to the gaze of all around him. Anger simmered in his eyes as he clenched his teeth and fists tightly. Noticing his expression, Xiao Rui sneered, "What's this? Did I hit the nail on the head? Are you angry and want to strike me?" Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Xiao Fan replied, "Rui, there's much you don't understand. Come with me, and I will explain everything to you." With that, he reached for Xiao Rui's hand, but she recoiled, saying, "Don't touch me. You ungrateful wretch who caused our parents' deaths. Having you as a son is a curse." Xiao Fan's anger erupted uncontrollably as he retorted, "Xiao Rui, I'll say this once more. I did not cause our parents' deaths. It was Qin Yan who did. And you, instead of hating him, keep calling him young Master Qin. Were you a fool? Do you wish to be his woman?" Xiao Rui felt a chill run through her at Xiao Fan's accusation. She had never imagined he could be so despicable, even though she had successfully learned to despise him under Qinglan's influence. She still harbored a glimmer of hope that he would face his mistakes like a true man. Now, it became clear that she was gravely mistaken. Xiao Fan was merely a fool, adept at shirking responsibility. In an instant, her heart sank, and she looked at Xiao Fan coldly, declaring, "You are mistaken. I do not wish to be young Master Qin's woman. I already am his woman. Let me tell you, young Master Qin possesses far more responsibility than you do. Compared to him, you are but a clown, unworthy even to carry his shoes." Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Fan, with reddened eyes, erupted in rage, shouting, "Enough!" He raised his arm and struck Xiao Rui's fair face with a fierce slap. A vivid red imprint appeared on Xiao Rui's cheek as she covered her face, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Xiao Fan. "You hit me?" This slap jolted Xiao Fan back to reality. He stared at his hand in disbelief before stepping forward to embrace Xiao Rui, whispering softly, "Rui, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I should have hit you. Come with me, and I will surely provide you with an explanation." However, in the next moment, he felt a searing pain radiating from his chest. Subsequently, Xiao Rui broke free from his embrace. Her face twisted with hatred as she slowly retreated. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he lowered his head, only to discover a dagger embedded in his chest. Chapter 56. A severed arm of Jiang Lianyi Xiao Ruoyi did not pierce Xiao Fan's heart. Thus he did not succumb to death. Yet, the reality was still unbearable for him. He lifted his gaze, disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Xiao Ruoyi, his voice trembling with anguish. Ruoyi, are you truly intent on killing me? Xiao Ruoyi's eyes were ablaze with hatred. Her expression twisted. I want nothing more than to see you perish. 1,000 deaths would be too few. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth as he painfully inquired, why? Is it merely because I struck you that you wish to take my life? Xiao Ruoyi's hatred only intensified, her voice seething with rage. Xiao Fan, you still fail to recognize your transgressions. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge that your affair with Lu Xinyu was wrong? Can you not admit that it was your actions that led to our parents' demise? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Fan's face flushed crimson. No, I am not at fault. My love for Xinyu is genuine. What have we done wrong? Had Qin Yan not pursued the matter after I took Xinyu away, neither she nor our parents would have perished. Therefore, the blame lies with Qin Yan. This assertion left everyone astounded. Even Qin Yan found himself shaking his head in disbelief. What a ludicrous line of reasoning. Qin Shi scoffed derisively. You are incapable of shouldering responsibility. Yet there was one who wholeheartedly agreed with Xiao Fan's perspective, Jiang Lianyi. In the secret realm, after sustaining injuries, she was rescued by Xiao Fan, whose meticulous care allowed her to recover swiftly. During this time, he confided in her about many matters, including the deaths of Lu Xinyu and their parents. However, it was evident that Xiao Fan's narrative was colored by his subjective emotions, leading Jiang Lianyi to erroneously believe that Qin Yan was entirely to blame, while Xiao Fan emerged as the hero saving Lu Xinyu from peril. Alas, this solitary hero ultimately found himself unable to overcome the arch-nemesis and was nearly cornered by the Qin family. Given these circumstances, coupled with the enmity between the Jiang and Qin families, it was only natural for her to side with Xiao Fan. Witnessing Xiao Fan's continued evasion of responsibility, Xiao Ruoyi's expression suddenly calmed. At this moment, her heart had turned to stone. She coldly regarded Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, since you remain steadfast in your beliefs, why not descend and inquire of Lu Xinyu and our parents to discern who is truly at fault? As she spoke, she flipped her palm, producing another dagger, which she thrust viciously towards Xiao Fan's neck. Should she succeed, Xiao Fan would indeed meet his end. Naturally, Xiao Fan had no desire for death. He roared in defiance, effortlessly dodging Xiao Ruoyi's assault, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at her chest. Simultaneously, Jiang Lianyi's figure appeared beside Xiao Fan, delivering a palm strike toward Xiao Ruoyi's head. The simultaneous assault from both Xiao Fan and Jiang Lianyi sent Xiao Ruoyi hurtling into the air, blood spewing from her mouth before she crashed heavily to the ground. Her fate uncertain, Xiao Fan stood frozen, staring at the lifeless form of Xiao Ruoyi, a flicker of panic igniting within him. What had he done? He had struck at his own sister with all his might. Knowing that Xiao Ruoyi was merely a first-tier martial artist, how could she possibly withstand his full force? At that moment, a guard approached Xiao Ruoyi, checked her condition, then rose swiftly to report to Qin Yan. Young Master Qin, Miss Xiao is dead. She suffered 2 fatal wounds, one from a shattered heart, the other from a crushed brain. Before Qin Yan could respond, Xiao Fan erupted in a heart-wrenching wail. No, no. He dashed toward Xiao Ruoyi's body, cradling her lifeless form, shaking her fervently as he cried out, Ruoyi, please wake up. Don't frighten me. Brother begs you awaken. I was wrong. I should not have struck you. Please come back to me. Meanwhile, Jiang Lianyi stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the weeping Xiao Fan, then lowering her gaze to her own hands. A wave of panic washed over her. She had become one of the instruments of Xiao Ruoyi's demise. How would she face Xiao Fan henceforth? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yan's expression darkened as he approached Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, how dare you murder my girlfriend? Xiao Fan, still in tears, abruptly lifted his head to glare at Qin Yan, fury igniting within him. Qin Yan, It is you. Were it not for you, Ruai would not have died. Qin Yan was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity of Xiao Fan's blame shifting. He regarded him with contempt. Xiao Fan, do you truly wish to hear your own words? It was you and Jiang Liani who killed Xiao Ruai. How can you possibly attribute the blame to me? Xiao Fan's eyes burned with rage, his teeth clenched. Yes, it is you. You sowed discord between us, inciting Ruai's hatred toward me. Were it not for your meddling, she would not have attempted to kill me, and she would still be alive. Qin Yan realized that no matter the circumstances, Xiao Fan would never concede his wrongdoing. His actions were perpetually justified, and even when he erred, it was always due to external influences. No longer wishing to engage in futile dialogue, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Xiao Fan, regardless of your reasoning, you humiliated my Qin family during my engagement, and now you have killed my girlfriend. Thus you must die. He withdrew the blood soul blade from his spatial ring, aiming it menacingly at Xiao Fan's neck. Just as the blade was about to descend, Jiang Liani's voice pierced the air with a shriek. Stop. Do not kill him. In an instant, a wave of sword energy surged toward Qin Yan, sharp and piercing, accompanied by a chilling whistle. Qin Yan scoffed. Although he intended to slay Xiao Fan, he remained wary of Jiang Liani. As she launched her attack, he deftly sidestepped her offensive. His expression darkened as he addressed her. Jiang Liani, you dare to harm my girlfriend and then turn your hand against me? You are truly courting death. With that, he transferred the blood soul blade to his left hand and extended his right, star-shatter finger. A deafening boom resonated in the sky as a massive, blood-red finger materialized, bearing down upon Jiang Liani. Jiang Liani felt a surge of dread at the sight of that crimson digit. It was this very technique that had defeated her in the secret realm. Yet, retreat was not an option. With a fierce cry, she declared, Qin Yan, I will fight you. A thin layer of flames enveloped her as she swung her sword, unleashing a crimson blade of energy over 20 meters long toward the blood-red finger. Yet again, the outcome mirrored her previous encounter. The star-shatter finger effortlessly crushed her sword energy, colliding heavily against Jiang Liani. She coughed up blood, her body propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Every bone in her body felt shattered, pain coursing through her, rendering her utterly immobile. Qin Yan's face remained cold as he advanced with the blade raised. Jiang Liani, you have slain my girlfriend and dared to strike me. Today, I shall sever your arm as punishment. He approached Jiang Liani, lifting his blade to deliver a fatal blow. Jiang Liani gazed at the descending sword, terror flashing in her eyes. No, please no. Ignoring her pleas, Qin Yan's blade descended swiftly. Just as it was about to cleave her arm, an overwhelming sense of impending doom gripped him, accompanied by a powerful aura that pressed down upon him. In that moment, a furious voice echoed, You dare. The voice thundered like lightning, reverberating in his ears, causing his mind to spin and his vision to dim. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Liani's face, for she realized that her grandfather had come to her rescue. Grandfather, please save me, hurry. However, this feeling vanished in an instant, as Qin Shi's voice rang out, Jiang Zhe, you are courting death. Once clarity returned to Qin Yan's mind, fury surged within him. He pressed his foot firmly against Jiang Liani's chest and declared, Today, no one shall save your arm. With that, he struck down with his blade upon Jiang Liani's arm. Chapter 57. The execution of Xiao Fan. A flash of blood-red light sliced through the air, severing Jiang Liani's left arm at the root, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Jiang Liani emitted a heart-wrenching and desperate scream, writhing on the ground, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Jiang Zhe, who was in a standoff with Qin Shi, appeared as if flames would erupt from his eyes. He bellowed, Qin Yan, I will ruin you. With that, he prepared to strike at Qin Yan, but Qin Shi interposed himself, coldly stating, Jiang Zhe, should you dare to lay a finger on my grandson, our families will plunge into war. Jiang Zhe halted, his fury boiling over as he pointed at Jiang Liani. Qin Shi, did you not see that Qin Yan severed my granddaughter's hand? Qin Shi retorted, Your granddaughter murdered my grandson's girlfriend in our house. Jiang Zhe was momentarily silenced, his gaze seething with rage directed at Qin Shi, as if he were ready to clash. Qin Shi dismissed him with a cold laugh. Jiang Jia, if you take your granddaughter back now, her arm can still be reattached. Delay any longer, and even if reattached, it will be affected. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jia snorted disdainfully and flew towards Jiang Liani. Qin Yan, perceiving the situation, quickly retreated, distancing himself from Jiang Liani, wary of Jiang Jia's potential madness. Qin Shi, equally concerned, stayed close to Jiang Jia, prepared to intervene with all his might. Jiang Jia's mounting fury was palpable. I demand you both cease this. Am I a thief that you would guard against me so? Qin Shi scoffed. That remains uncertain. Jiang Jia, his rage rendered speechless, could only resentfully scoop up Jiang Liani and carry her away, severed arm in hand. After Jiang Jia's departure, Qin Yan turned his gaze toward Xiao Fan. Earlier, while Qin Yan battled Jiang Liani, Xiao Fan attempted to sneak away with Xiao Rui, but was intercepted by the guards of the Qin family. The guards, all at least 6-tier warriors, would not allow his escape, forcing him back. Qin Yan regarded Xiao Fan. This place shall be your grave. He raised his blade and advanced towards him. Xiao Fan sensed a chilling aura of death. Though he had faced peril before, he had never felt such impending doom. A wave of panic surged within him, spreading throughout his body, making him acutely aware that he might truly perish today. In desperation, he pleaded, Qin Yan, I apologize for my past misdeeds. Please spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I shall never oppose you again, and I will gladly serve you as your dog. As he spoke, he prostrated himself on the ground, begging, I beg you, spare me. Qin Yan regarded the abject Xiao Fan, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Many wish to serve me as dogs, yet you are the least deserving, for you shall never be a dog, merely a treacherous wolf. With that, he launched a fierce attack on Xiao Fan. In a mix of astonishment and fury, Xiao Fan roared, Qin Yan, I will fight you. He drew his weapon, clashing it violently against Qin Yan's blade. The clash of metal rang out, and Xiao Fan was sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground. He spat blood again, rising from the earth to scream frantically, Qin Yan, I have humbled myself before you, even bowing my head in apology. I have repented. Why must you still kill me? I know I was wrong, but I am prepared to change. Do you not possess a shred of mercy? Qin Yan's gaze darkened as he replied, some mistakes are forgivable. Others are not. Xiao Fan, we are adults. Errors must bear their consequences. He charged again, his blade gleaming with a sinister red light. Xiao Fan unleashed a roar, a powerful aura erupting from him, surpassing even Qin Yan's might. This was the innate skill of the Chosen One, an explosive surge of strength in the face of life-threatening danger. Unfazed, Qin Yan summoned the primal power of his supreme dragon form. Instantly, black scales enveloped him, shimmering under the sun like glass, his eyes resembling red crystals. Simultaneously, dark red, demonic energy radiated from him, a spectral, demonic figure materializing behind him. His speed doubled, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that appeared before Xiao Fan in an instant. He swung his blade violently towards Xiao Fan's neck. Xiao Fan, too, roared in defiance, raising his weapon to clash against Qin Yan. The sound of metal striking metal echoed like the ringing of hammers on iron, and Xiao Fan's body was again sent flying, crashing into a rockery, shattering it to pieces. Qin Yan did not pursue further, but instead halted, sheathing his bloodthirsty blade. His hands clasped before him as a sphere of black light coalesced in his grasp. Compared to before, Qin Yan wielded less force this time, tempering the intensity of his attack. Gasping for breath, Xiao Fan emerged from the rubble, battered and bruised, racked with pain and devoid of strength. Under normal circumstances, he would have surrendered, yet today was different. If he did not fight, he would surely die. He raised his gaze toward Qin Yan, only to be paralyzed by terror. Qin Yan was preparing to unleash the destructive calamity light against him. He had witnessed its power. It was insurmountable. Frightened, he stumbled backward. No, you cannot kill me. You cannot. Desperately, he turned to flee, but it was too late. A black beam, imbued with a sense of annihilation, shot forth, landing squarely upon Xiao Fan. The destructive calamity light obliterated him in an instant, evaporating him as if he had never existed in this world. In truth, Qin Yan could have slain Xiao Fan without resorting to the destructive calamity light, but as the chosen one, who knew what means of resurrection he might possess. Thus, he chose to utterly annihilate Xiao Fan, leaving no room for revival. Following Xiao Fan's demise, the destructive calamity light did not cease. It surged toward a nearby villa. At that moment, Qin Shi intervened, waving his hand to conjure an energy that effortlessly dispelled the destructive beam. Qin Yan reverted to his human form, glancing at Xiao Rui's lifeless body. Had she still been alive, he would not have minded keeping her as a delicate bird at his side. Alas, she was gone, rendering all such thoughts moot. He instructed the steward nearby, "Steward, arrange for Miss Zhao's burial alongside her parents." The steward acknowledged and departed with a team to carry Xiao Rui away. Subsequently, Qin Yan directed others to tend to the battlefield. Qin Shi observed the meticulous manner in which Qin Yan managed the situation, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Once the tasks were complete, Qin Yan approached his grandfather. "Grandfather," Qin Shi, unable to contain his delight, replied, "Xiao Yan, you have truly brought me immeasurable joy." Qin Yan smiled. "This is merely my duty as the young master of the Qin family." Nodding, Qin Shi urged, "Come, continue your studies of the martial emperor's techniques. By heaven, once I ascend as a martial emperor, the Zhang family shall be the first to face my wrath." Chapter 58. Seizing control of the entire world in the study. Qin Yan meticulously inscribed the complete 9-turn heavenly demon technique onto a piece of animal hide. As soon as he set down his pen, Qin Shi eagerly seized the technique and began to examine it earnestly. His expression was solemn, with a slight furrow in his brow and his eyes fixed intently upon the text, as if discerning the authenticity of the martial arts formula. Meanwhile, Qin Yan reclined leisurely against the back of his chair, reassured by the fact that this was a technique rewarded by the system, and thus unlikely to be flawed. Speaking of the system, a realization struck Qin Yan. He had indeed slain Xiao Fan, which should mean a significant increase in his fortune points. He pondered how many points he would ultimately possess, and whether it would suffice to procure a breaking divine pill for his grandfather. As he was lost in thought, Qin Shi's voice broke through. "Xiao Yan." Snapping back to reality, Qin Yan looked at his grandfather and asked, "Grandfather, what is it?" With a smile on his face, Qin Shi replied, "This 9-turn heavenly demon technique is indeed a complete martial emperor-level technique, and it surpasses our Qin family's wuxiang demon technique." Qin Yan responded with a compliant smile. "That is splendid. As long as it is genuine, it signifies that my efforts have not been in vain." Taking a deep breath, Qin Shi expressed his excitement. Having lingered in the martial god realm for many years, he had long yearned for a complete martial emperor-level technique to break through. In recent years, he had even begun to devise his own methods to forcibly enter that domain, a venture fraught with peril that could have easily led to the ruin of his cultivation. Now, however, with the 9-turn heavenly demon technique in hand, he was confident he could attain the status of a martial emperor. Gazing at Qin Yan with satisfaction, he inquired, "Xiao Yan, if your grandfather becomes a martial emperor, what do you wish to achieve?" The old man was probing into Qin Yan's ambitions. Qin Yan had given this matter considerable thought and asserted, "Annihilate the Zhang family, and then seize control of the Great Xia." Curiously, Qin Shi asked, "And what the Ji family? Will you not deal with them?" Qin Yan chuckled lightly. "Grandfather, Ji Yao has already pledged herself to me. Henceforth, the Ji family will be my in-laws. We cannot engage in such actions, or we will be ridiculed." Qin Shi's eyes brightened with curiosity and anticipation as he looked at Qin Yan. "Xiao Yan, is what you say true? Have you truly won over that little phoenix of the Ji family?" With pride, Qin Yan declared, "Is there any doubt? We have agreed that after the global university elite competition, we shall become engaged." "Excellent, excellent." Qin Shi laughed heartily. "It seems I shall soon be cradling my great-grandchild." Ha ha ha. At that moment, Qin Yan chose not to dampen his grandfather's spirits. After all, a child is merely a child. The Qin family could certainly afford to raise one. As for education and upbringing, the Qin family possessed ample expertise in that realm, just as Qin Yan had been nurtured. Since his earliest memories, he had seldom seen his father. Had he not become the young master of the Qin family? At this juncture, Qin Shi stroked his chin and remarked, "Xiao Yin, there is something I find rather unsatisfactory." Surprised, Qin Yan queried, "Oh, I am unaware of any misstep. Please enlighten me." Grandfather, rising to his feet with vigor, Qin Shi exuded a youthful exuberance, lifting his gaze toward the ceiling of the study. "If I become a martial emperor, I shall be the strongest in the Earth Star. Merely controlling the Great Xia will not satiate my ambition. I intend to grasp the entire world in my hands." Upon hearing Qin Shi's words, Qin Yan nearly burst forth in applause for his grandfather. Truly, he was the quintessential villainous overlord, possessing an ambition and spirit that far surpassed his own. Yet, for Qin Yan, this was a fortuitous development. The more determined his elder was, the more comfortable his own life would be. Once Qin Shi ascended to the martial emperor realm, Qin Yan would be able to act without restraint, free from the concerns of that old fogey Jiangxia. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Shi urged Qin Yan to depart, expressing his eagerness to begin practicing the 9-turn heavenly demon technique. Returning to his own room, Qin Yan accessed the system to review his recent rewards. Host, Qin Yan, Physique, Supreme Demon Dragon Body, Martial Realm, 4th rank completion, Technique, 9-turn Heavenly Demon Technique, Combat Skills, Great Heavenly Demon Palm, 9-fold Demon Blade, Star-Shattering Finger, Divine Ability, Destruction Calamity Light, Fortune Points, 1, 0, 80, 0, 0, 0, Rewards obtained, Martial Saint 1-minute Experience Card X8, Martial God 1-minute Experience Card X2, Saint Level Combat Skill, Netherworld Reincarnation Fist, Martial God-level Black Dragon Battle Guard, 1% discount card for any item. Upon viewing these rewards, Qin Yan felt less exhilaration than he anticipated. Although the rewards were commendable, they fell short of his expectations. After all, he had vanquished the Child of Destiny, yet had received only this meager recompense and fortune points. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding whether the system was withholding his rewards. Sensing his thoughts, the system promptly explained, "Host, I have not withheld your rewards. These are all fair compensations. It is true that the fortune points are somewhat lacking, but that is because there are other great fortune bearers in this world." Furrowing his brow, Qin Yan retorted, "System, are you jesting with me? In the narrative I know, there's only one Child of Destiny, Xiao Fan. How can there be others?" The system, feeling quite aggrieved, replied, "Host, I assure you I speak the truth. In any world, there cannot be just one great fortune bearer. However, Xiao Fan is the leader among them. In the normal narrative, he must eliminate these great fortune bearers to seize their fortune and secure his title as the Child of Destiny." Nodding in understanding, Qin Yan acknowledged the logic. Although Xiao Fan was the Child of Destiny, each of his stepping stones was a prodigy in their own right. Before encountering Xiao Fan, these individuals had already made their names known, many even undefeated geniuses. While not children of destiny themselves, their abundance of fortune was undeniable. Otherwise, they would not serve as stepping stones for Xiao Fan. Now that Xiao Fan was dead, his brilliance extinguished, the other stars previously overshadowed would begin to shine brightly. A smirk played upon Qin Yan's lips. Interesting. So, the upcoming developments will involve numerous great fortune bearers vying for the title of Child of Destiny. The system confirmed. Indeed, it is akin to a dynasty. When the crown prince dies, the other princes will naturally covet that position, engaging in ruthless competition for it. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Qin Yan's eyes as he remarked, "I see now. Henceforth, the system requires me to continue plundering fortune from these other great fortune bearers, correct?" "Yes, host." Qin Yan had no objections to this. After all, his and his grandfather's goal was to seize control of the entire world, and they would inevitably encounter these so-called great fortune bearers. Even without the system's urging, they would naturally become adversaries. With this thought, a smile crept onto Qin Yan's face. It seems that without Xiao Fan, this world has become even more intriguing. The system fell silent, and Qin Yan paid it no mind. He opened the marketplace and searched for the breaking divine pill. The price was set at 999, while his current fortune point stood at 1,080,000, quite a significant shortfall. However, Possessing a 1% discount card would suffice for him to purchase the Breaking Divine pill. Without hesitation, Qin Yan clicked to buy the item. A prompt appeared asking if he wished to use the 1% discount card. Qin Yan clicked yes. Upon confirming, a substantial portion of his fortune points was deducted, leaving him with only 80,001 points. Immediately, a pill the size of a pigeon's egg, entirely pale white and adorned with unique cloud patterns, emanating a distinctive fragrance, materialized in his hand. Qin Yan carefully stored the pill away, then rose to seek out Qin Shi. This particular elixir could only unleash its utmost potential in Qin Shi's possession. Chapter 59. Half-step martial god Qin Yu once again. Qin Yan arrived at Qin Shi's study. He knocked on the door and inquired, "Grandfather, may I come in?" A voice from within responded, "Come in." Qin Yan pushed the door open and observed Qin Shi intently studying the 9 transformations of the celestial demon technique, meticulously analyzing each character. Upon hearing the door creak, he lifted his head and said, "Xiaoyan, what brings you back? Is there something else you need?" Qin Yan nodded slightly and produced a divine pill, presenting it to Qin Shi. "Grandfather, this is the Breaking Divine pill I discovered in the Black Dragon Palace after refining the Black Dragon soul. It is said to enhance the success rate of breaking through to Martial Emperor by 50%. It was originally intended for the Black Dragon, but I managed to acquire it." He had prepared this explanation in advance, attributing everything to the Black Dragon. After all, the dragon's soul had been absorbed by him, leaving no one able to contest the truth of his claims. Qin Shi appeared taken aback. A 50% increase in success rate? This pill is truly remarkable. He accepted the pill, examining it closely and occasionally inhaling its scent. Qin Yan elaborated. This pill was crafted by the dying Black Dragon with its final strength, intended to bolster its power upon resurrection. Qin Shi nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the value of the Breaking Divine pill. He did not dwell on it further and stowed the pill away, stating, "I shall accept this. I am also eager to experience what it feels like to become a martial emperor." Qin Yan smiled. "Then I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave." After exiting Qin Shi's study, he clenched his fists tightly. Soon, if his grandfather became a martial emperor, the entire world would be at the feet of the Qin family. Not wasting any time, Qin Yan proceeded to the training chamber. With only a few days remaining until the global university elite competition, he aimed to elevate his strength further during this period. Upon entering the training room, he commenced his practice with the system-rewarded Nether Reincarnation Fist, a technique on par with the Star-Shattering Finger. After a brief moment of comprehension, he grasped the essence of the technique, bending his legs slightly to establish a firm stance, lifting his arms to shoulder level, and gradually rotating his waist to draw his arms back. Finally, he opened his eyes wide and thrust a punch forward. A burst of dark crimson light erupted, and a shadow of destruction manifested as his fist struck the puppet made of various hard alloys and alien bones. With a thunderous roar, the puppet, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a perfected 5th-grade warrior, shattered into countless fragments. Observing this spectacle, Qin Yan estimated that the combat power unleashed through the Nether Reincarnation Fist equated to the early stages of a 6th-grade warrior. This was despite his still nascent familiarity with the technique. Should he master it fully, its might would undoubtedly increase further. Determined to train rigorously, he recalled that the global university elite competition would feature several exceptionally strong opponents from other nations. In the narrative, these adversaries had mercilessly tormented the students of the Great Xia until the arrival of Xiao Fan, the fated child, who ultimately triumphed over them. Now that Xiao Fan was deceased, Qin Yan stood as the leader of the Great Xia students. He resolutely refused to allow himself to be outdone by those barbaric challengers. Time swiftly passed, and the day before the global elite competition arrived. Stepping out of the training room, Qin Yan prepared to embark on the journey to the competition venue. After half a month of training, his strength had progressed significantly, nearing the completion of the 4th grade. He had entirely mastered the Nether Reincarnation Fist, and his 9-fold Demon Blade had reached the 5th tier. Currently, even without relying on the Star-Shattering Finger or the Nether Reincarnation Fist, he could easily defeat an average perfected 5th-grade warrior. The steward, who had been waiting in the training chamber, approached promptly. "Young master, the head of the family has returned. He wishes for you to see him once your training is complete." Qin Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, father has returned?" The steward confirmed, "Yes, young master. Wang Chong has been dismissed from this year's Great Xia's martial saint position, which has now been assumed by the head of the family. Not only has he been dismissed, but he is also currently displayed at the entrance of the Qin residence." Nodding, Qin Yan replied, "Very well, lead the way." The steward guided him to the detached villa where his parents resided. Upon entering the living room, he found a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, perusing several sheets of paper. This man bore a resemblance to Qin Yan, albeit not as robust, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. This was Qin Yan's father, Qin Yu, a top-tier figure concealed in the shadows. The world believed the Qin family to possess one divine and two saints, yet this assertion was misleading. For Qin Yu had long concealed his strength, having attained the status of half-step martial god, merely a step away from officially breaking through. This did not imply that Qin Yu's martial talent surpassed that of Qin Yan, but rather that he had encountered an opportunity that propelled him to this level. Moreover, he was a father who deeply cared for Qin Yan. In the narrative, after Qin Yan's demise, Xiao Fan received protection from the Jiang family. Qin Yu made several attempts to storm the Jiang residence, seeking vengeance against Xiao Fan. Had it not been for Jiang Xia, Xiao Fan would have met his end multiple times. During those moments, Qin Yu exhibited the prowess of a half-step martial god. It was precisely this power that compelled Xiao Fan and the Jiang family to hasten their actions against the Qin family, fearing that should Qin Yu ascend to martial god, their plans would be irrevocably thwarted. In the storyline, as one of the primary antagonists, Qin Yu ultimately met his demise. Yet he claimed the lives of 3 martial saints and severely injured Jiang Xia, leaving a trail of terror in his wake. Approaching Qin Yu, Qin Yan greeted, "Father." Qin Yu looked up, a warm smile gracing his face. "Xiao Yan is here. How goes your training?" A confident smile appeared on Qin Yan's face. "I have no doubt I will secure the top position in the global elite competition." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Just as I expected from my son," Qin Yu exclaimed, rising to hand him an invitation letter. "This is the invitation to the Global University Elite Competition, which arrived a few days ago and has been resting here with me." Qin Yan accepted the letter and casually stored it in his spatial ring before curiously asking, "Father, when shall we depart?" "We shall set off now. Others should be waiting. Have you packed everything?" "If so, we shall leave," Qin Yu replied. Qin Yan nodded. "I am ready. By the way, where is Mother? Are we not to bid her farewell?" Qin Yu cleared his throat. "Your mother is resting. Let us go." Qin Yan instantly understood, casting a glance at his father, realizing he was preparing to welcome another sibling. However, he refrained from commenting, maintaining his stance. Regardless, the Qin family could certainly afford to raise another child. Exiting the villa, Qin Yu took hold of Qin Yan and soared into the air, heading towards the outskirts of the capital. Upon arrival, Qin Yan beheld a silver-white airship, 100 meters long and over 20 meters wide, resting there. The students participating in the global elite competition had already gathered aboard, including Dongfang Bai, Mingyu, and Ji Yunyao. However, the absence of the Jiang family's faction indicated their protest through this means. Qin Yan paid them no mind, allowing them to act as they pleased. Mingyu and the others were thrilled to see Qin Yan, yet out of respect for the martial saint presence of Qin Yu, they quickly quieted down. Qin Yu escorted Qin Yan onto the spacecraft and turned to the official on the side, inquiring, "Is everyone present?" The official promptly responded, reporting to the martial saint, "All are accounted for." With a grand gesture, Qin Yu commanded, "Let us depart." The spacecraft ascended swiftly yet smoothly, navigating through the clouds. After more than half an hour of flight, they arrived at the venue for the Global University Elite Competition, Gambling City, under the protection of Qin Yu and the other guards. All the students disembarked from the spacecraft. As they stepped down, they overheard a rather clumsy remark in the Great Xia dialect. "Oh, the students from Great Xia participating this time are quite weak." Chapter 60. A Clash of Titans. Qin Yan turned to the sound, discovering a towering figure over 2 meters tall, a robust Caucasian man in his 40s, resembling a bear in stature. Behind him trailed a young man and woman, both in their early 20s, their faces adorned with haughty expressions typical of privileged students. Qin Yu squinted slightly at the imposing man and remarked with a smile, "I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's Mr. Rod. Your tongue remains as detestable as ever." Rod shrugged and replied, "Qin, I merely speak the truth. I sensed just moments ago that the strongest among your students barely reached the late 5th rank, while these two behind me boast one at the pinnacle of the 5th rank and the other at a considerable 5th rank. Additionally, we have 3 more 5th rank late-stage students yet to arrive. Comparatively, the strength of your students appears quite lacking. In terms of visible prowess, it was undeniable that the students from the Great Xia were significantly inferior, with the most formidable among them, Mingyu, only at the late 5th rank. This situation was orchestrated by the heavens to underscore Xiao Fan by belittling others from Great Xia. Even though Xiao Fan had perished, the circumstances would not immediately shift, leaving Great Xia in a position of apparent weakness. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu let out a cold laugh, taunting Rod, "It seems your memory is rather short. Have you forgotten our previous encounter?" Rod's face flushed with embarrassment at the recollection, and he shot a vexed glance at Qin Yu. "That was merely a lapse on my part, compounded by your ambush. Had you not resorted to such tactics, victory would have been mine." Curiosity piqued. Qin Yan observed the interaction between Qin Yu and Rod, sensing a history of discontent between them. In the face of Rod's ire, Qin Yu merely responded with a dismissive chuckle, which only fueled Rod's anger, turning his face crimson. However, as a martial saint, he swiftly regained his composure and devised a counter. Adopting a congenial demeanor, he said, "Qin, we are old friends, and I trust our students will forge a strong bond as well. Allow me to introduce them." Without waiting for Qin Yu's consent, he pulled forward the young man, proclaiming, "This is Alec, a 5th rank adept." Alec, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed figure, stood proudly before Qin Yan and his peers. Rod then presented the young woman with an air of pride, stating, "This is Desley, who has attained the pinnacle of the 5th rank." Desley possessed long, flaxen hair, fair skin, and striking features, especially her voluptuous figure, which exuded an aura of vitality characteristic of martial artists. The duo stepped forward, closing the distance to Great Xia students, and unleashed their formidable auras. The overwhelming pressure instantly cast a pall over the students from Great Xia, their expressions shifting to one of concern. Alex sneered, his command of the Great Xia language as clumsy as Rod's. What a pitiful bunch. Is there no one left in Great Xia, resorting to sending such novices to compete? Desley echoed his arrogance, her Great Xia language surprisingly fluent. "Poor souls, I hope you don't cross paths with me. Otherwise, you'll regret entering this competition." Their taunts ignited fury among the Great Xia students, their eyes blazing with indignation, wishing to tear the two asunder. As members of Great Xia, they could accept defeat or even death, but they would never tolerate humiliation. Observing their ire, Desley smirked disdainfully. The anger of the weak merely amuses the strong. Faced with such provocation, Qin Yan furrowed his brows and coldly commanded, "Step aside." The students of Great Xia, invigorated by his words, swiftly parted to create a path. Qin Yan strode forth, positioning himself before Desley and Alec. Desley, initially taken aback, had assumed Qin Yan to be a concealed powerhouse, but upon discerning his 4th rank prowess, she couldn't suppress her laughter. "Huh? You entered with such bravado, and yet you are merely a 4th rank? How utterly laughable." Alec, grinning broadly, added, "Goodness, he must be the son of some official in Great Xia. I've heard they enjoy such theatrics." Qin Yu, overhearing, cast a sidelong glance at the two, pondering if they were indeed discussing him. A cold smirk graced Qin Yan's lips as he retorted, "Is that so?" With that, he unleashed his aura, a swirling tempest of dark red energy enveloping him, accompanied by an illusory visage of a demonic deity rising behind him. The immense pressure bore down upon Alec and Desley like a mountain, causing their laughter to fade, replaced by a look of apprehension. Not only they, but competitors from other nations were also drawn to the spectacle, their gazes fixated on the unfolding confrontation. Alec, astonished, exclaimed, "He is merely a 4th rank martial artist. How can he exude such an intimidating presence?" Desley, speechless, pressed her lips together, her bright brown eyes reflecting shock and confusion. Beyond the palpable power, she sensed a profound confidence emanating from Qin Yan, an unwavering assurance that suggested he could easily vanquish both her and Alec at will. Witnessing the once arrogant Alec and Desley now visibly shaken, the student from behind Qin Yan felt a surge of exhilaration. Mingyu grinned. Just a moment ago, you were so boastful. Why the sudden meekness? Dongfang Bai chimed in. Let them come here pretending to be superior. Now, they see the truth, don't they? Ji Yun Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Yan, whose tall and imposing figure stood like a bastion against the biting winds of adversity. There was an undeniable allure about him. Qin Yan then addressed the two challengers. Shall we engage in a duel? I assure you, I will methodically shatter every bone within you. His words dripped with bravado, yet no one doubted his capability to fulfill such a promise. Alec's complexion darkened, his voice laced with fury. You insolent brat. I'm not afraid of you. Desley, equally incensed, declared, I am eager to see how you intend to defeat me. Qin Yan raised his chin slightly, exuding an even greater air of superiority than before. Let us see, then. This match will determine not just our strengths but our fates. The declaration sent Alec and Desley staggering back, their hearts now in disarray, tinged with an inkling of trepidation. Only a fool or someone with absolute confidence would speak of life and death in such a manner. Clearly, Qin Yan was no fool. His confidence in his ability to overpower them was palpable. Spectators from other nations began to murmur amongst themselves, Goodness, this student from Great Xia is brimming with confidence. I admire such self-assurance. He must possess a formidable inner strength. Yet, he appears merely a fourth-rank martial artist. Can he truly defeat the two before him? Have you forgotten the traditions of Great Xia? They are notorious for concealing their true capabilities. He must be hiding his strength. As the crowd around them swelled, Rod felt increasingly uneasy. If he lingered any longer, the confidence of the two students he accompanied might be utterly shattered. He hurriedly stepped forward and grasped their arms, urging, Let us not waste time with them. We must depart at once. Alec and Desley, momentarily taken aback, did not protest and followed Rod away. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, with a cheerful smile, inquired, Rod, why are you leaving? We haven't seen each other in so long. Shall we not chat a bit more? Rod merely snorted in response, not bothering to look back as he walked away. Chapter 61. The Duel, Life and Death Uncertain. After Rod led his two students a certain distance, he halted and turned to face them, his expression grave as he inquired, What do you think of that young man from earlier? A flicker of apprehension crossed Alec's eyes as he replied, He is formidable. His presence exerts a pressure even greater than that of Desley. Rod then turned his gaze to Desley, asking, And you, Desley, what is your take? Desley's countenance was solemn as she stated, He is an exceedingly powerful adversary. Upon hearing their responses, Rod shook his head slightly, saying, You are both mistaken. You fail to see the essence beneath the surface. Desley and Alec exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his meaning. A smile crept onto Rod's face as he continued, You see, while that student from the Great Xia may exude an overwhelming aura and possess notable talent, these are mere facades that cannot conceal the fact that he is merely a fourth-tier martial artist. Both of you are advanced fifth-tier warriors. Your raw strength is evident, and thus you ought not to be influenced by him. He is intentionally attempting to undermine your confidence. Rod's words illuminated their understanding, akin to parting the clouds to reveal the moon. That student from Great Xia is truly despicable, Alec seethed. Desley, though silent, wore a hint of a smile that masked her determination. That audacious student from Great Xia dared to intimidate her in such a manner. Once they entered the secret realm, she would ensure he knelt and confessed his wrongs. Rod turned and began leading them back, stating, We should later send someone to gauge this fellow's strength. After all, hasn't the White Elephant Kingdom always harbored grievances against Great Xia? Let them test him. Alec and Desley had no objections to this suggestion. They too wished to ascertain Qin Yan's true capabilities. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the staff, Qin Yu and his companions arrived at their lodgings, a row of hastily constructed temporary accommodations. Upon arrival, Qin Yu addressed the students, Each of you may select your own room. Remember, you should choose the middle rooms. The ones at the ends are reserved for myself and the other instructors. This arrangement was made to prevent any disturbances or more malicious ambushes, as such incidents had occurred in the past. Years ago, during a global collegiate elite competition, a small nation had attacked another with whom it had enmity, resulting in heavy casualties. Although security measures had been strengthened since that incident, caution was still imperative, for they were not on their own territory and numerous methods could be employed to cause harm. The students nodded in agreement and began to select their rooms. Afterward, they meticulously inspected their quarters to ensure that the shameless individuals from the White Eagle Kingdom had not planted any contraband within. As noon approached, Qin Yu and the other protective instructors took Qin Yan and the others out for a meal, leaving 2 individuals behind to watch over the premises, preventing anyone from sneaking in to tamper with their rooms. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, they spotted Rod, who was present but without any students in tow. Rod, noticing Qin Yu, remarked, "Qin, you're being excessively cautious. Even going out for a meal requires a coordinated effort." Qin Yu maintained a gentle smile, yet his words were rather blunt. "We must indeed be vigilant, for the last ambush incident transpired in your White Eagle Kingdom." Rod's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a flicker of anger as he glared at Qin Yu. "Then enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." Qin Yu observed Rod with a bemused shake of his head, muttering, "Some people truly lack substance. Unable to best me in combat, they cannot even best me in words." Before Rod could distance himself, Qin Yu's voice rang out once more, audible enough for Rod to hear, causing him to pause momentarily, his body trembling slightly as he appeared to suppress his fury. He quickly inhaled deeply and departed in haste. Qin Yan regarded this scene with curiosity. He had never witnessed this side of Qin Yu, and it was indeed infuriating. Inside the dining hall, the meals had been prepared in advance, with each individual receiving a substantial portion, befitting their status as martial artists. Each serving consisted of a large bowl filled halfway with rice and the other half with meat. As they dined, they gathered around a few tables, with Qin Yu and his group seated nearby. Qin Yan, Yiyun Ypsilonao, Ming Yu, and Dong Fong occupied one table at the periphery of the student assembly. While they were enjoying their meal, a few individuals approached them, speaking in a heavy accent of Great Xia. "Beautiful lady, you are stunning. I am Naxini. May I befriend you?" Ji Yao frowned at the words and raised her head to find 3 students from the White Elephant Kingdom standing before her. Unable to contain her disdain, she coldly retorted, "Leave." At this moment, Qin Yan also lifted his gaze to assess the trio, noting that they were quite formidable. The leader, Naxini, was a 5th-tier master, while the other 2 were at the late 5th tier. Seeing Ji Yao's rejection, Naxini's face flushed with indignation. "Woman, do not be ungrateful. I am a prince of the White Elephant Kingdom. To be chosen by me is your fortune." With that, he reached out to grasp Ji Yao's hand. A cold glint flashed in Ji Yao's eyes as she prepared to retaliate, but Qin Yan was swifter. In a flash, he seized Naxini's wrist and stood, declaring coldly, "You despicable lot. Even lizards are not spared by you. It is truly repugnant." Naxinti, incensed, shouted, "Release me, you bastard." Qin Yan retorted, "Release your mother." And before Naxini could respond further, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent Naxini flying over 10 meters, crashing into a table and shattering it to pieces. On the other side, Qin Yu and the others remained unfazed, having discerned that Naxinti and his companions were deliberately provoking them, undoubtedly at the behest of someone behind the scenes. He was curious to see who was orchestrating this scheme. After being struck, the other 2 individuals erupted in fury, cursing as they prepared to retaliate against Qin Yan. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Qin Yan extended his right hand and commanded, "Great Heavenly Demon Palm." A massive, crimson-black hand, 2 meters in diameter, materialized and struck the 2 assailants, sending them sprawling. The 2 tumbled across the ground, disheveled. Yet since he had not used his full strength, they sustained no injuries. They rose, glaring malevolently at Qin Yan. Naxini bellowed, "Bastard! You dare strike me? I challenge you to a duel. At this moment, Qin Yan comprehended that Naxini's true intention was not to confront Ji Yao, but rather to challenge him directly. His purpose was to test Qin Yan's strength, likely instigated by the White Eagle Kingdom. Since they sought to gauge his abilities, he decided to oblige them. He was no coward and had no intention of feigning humility. With a cold smirk, he replied, "If you wish to duel me, so be it. However, I have one condition. Life and death shall be disregarded." Chapter 62. Naxini. The king of elephants Qin Yan's voice was as frigid as the wind that blows from a cavern of eternal ice, penetrating to the very core. However, Naxinti paid little heed to his words. The kingdom of the white elephant prided itself on an unwavering, albeit blind, confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I accept your challenge, but remember, boy, if you lose, do not shed tears." Qin Yan, weary of further discourse, turned and strode towards the exit of the dining hall. All the students of the Great Xia promptly rose to follow, while Qin Yu and the other instructors also exited, remaining vigilant for any unforeseen developments. In the open space outside the dining hall, Qin Yan stood tall and composed, his expression impassive, his gaze distant. Opposite him, Naxinti engaged in a peculiar series of movements, akin to a warm-up or perhaps a theatrical display. Within a 50-meter radius of the two, not a soul lingered, as Qin Yu ensured the safety of the Great Xia students while allowing ample room for the competitors. As the duel drew the attention of students and teachers from other nations, they gathered, forming a dense crowd that buzzed with anticipation and speculation about the confrontation. Among them were Rod, Alec, and Desley, their eyes fixed intently on the unperturbed face of Qin Yan. Alec, brimming with excitement, remarked, "That Great Xia fellow, Qin Yan, is he? I am eager to witness whether he is truly as formidable as he appears." Desley, casting her gaze towards Naxini, responded, "Naxinti possesses the king of elephants' physique, endowing him with immense strength. His true combat prowess rivals that of a mid-level 6th-tier warrior. Qin Yan stands no chance." Rod interjected, "Rest assured, this Qin Yan is merely here for show. I have ascertained that he is the biological son of Qin Yu and the grandson of the martial god Qin Shi. Surely, he possesses some treasure that grants him such an imposing presence, yet his true strength is rather lacking." Desley, a hint of disappointment coloring her features, replied, "I had hoped he was a genuine prodigy. It seems he is merely well-connected." Alex sneered, "Isn't this the usual state of affairs in Great Xia? If I am not mistaken, the points earned by those students will eventually be redistributed to Qin Yan, aiding him in securing a favorable ranking." Desley furrowed her brow slightly. "Then let us see Naxini tear away his facade and witness whether he retains the audacity to engage in such manipulations." In the arena, Naxinti concluded his bizarre antics and stood, glaring fiercely at Qin Yan. "You, the boy from Great Xia, shall face my wrath today." Qin Yan, now growing impatient, retorted coldly, "You have squandered enough time." Naxini replied, "Since you are so eager for your demise, I shall oblige." With a roar, his already towering form seemed to inflate as if filled with air, ultimately swelling to 3 meters in height. His physique was robust, his skin resembling white jade, his ears expanding like fans, and his nose elongating, transforming him into a creature that seemed a manifestation of a white elephant. Noticing Naxinti's transformation, Qin Yan's eyelids lifted slightly, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Rod's assessment was indeed accurate. Despite his unparalleled talent, capable of battling across multiple tiers, his raw strength was somewhat deficient. Naxinti's nominal prowess already surpassed his by a full tier, and with the augmentation of the king of elephants' physique, he posed a genuine threat to Qin Yan. Seeing Qin Yan remain motionless, Naxini assumed he had been intimidated. With a disdainful huff, he produced his weapon from a spatial pendant, a 5-meter-long pestle. He slammed it against the ground with a resounding thud, the earth resonating beneath the impact. With a smug expression, Naxini taunted, "Are you stunned, boy from Great Xia? Here's your chance. Kneel and apologize and relinquish your girlfriend to me, and I shall spare you." Qin Yan smirked coldly. "Your kind are only worthy of consorting with lizards." With that, he drew forth his blood soul blade, a weapon as translucent as red crystal, exuding a palpable aura of menace that sent chills down the spine. Naxini's eyes gleamed upon seeing the blade. A fine weapon indeed. I shall take it. With a furious roar, he brandished his pestle and swung it forward, unleashing a colossal golden phantom of the pestle that hurtled towards Qin Yan. The surrounding students gasped in awe. Wow, Naxini is incredibly powerful. Is that Great Xia's Qin Yan really his match? Preposterous. Our Naxinti is the strongest. How could that mere Qin Yan stand against him? Though I harbor disdain for the kingdom of the white elephant, I must concede the disparity in strength is evident. Qin Yan is merely a fourth-tier warrior, while Naxini stands at fifth tier. Even Alec appeared taken aback. Is Naxini's strength truly this formidable? I feel he is nearly my equal. Deslay, unreservedly, remarked, he has surpassed you. You are quite similar in strength, but should a battle ensue, your chances of victory are greater. Alec shrugged, naturally, yet Qin Yan is in for a world of hurt. It would be best if all his bones were shattered. The thought of having been intimidated by a mere fourth-tier warrior ignited a flicker of indignation within him. In the center of the arena, as the golden pestle descended upon him like a pillar of doom, Qin Yan's lips curled into a cold smile as he swung his blood-soul blade with fervor, invoking star-shattering finger. The blood-soul blade surged upward, a nearly 30-meter-long crimson blade of energy colliding with the golden pestle, resulting in a thunderous explosion akin to thunder cracking over parched earth, erupting violently and sending shockwaves radiating outward. The onlookers squinted against the forceful blast, shielding their faces as their garments billowed in the wake of the powerful shockwave. As the disturbance subsided, Naxinti stood unfazed, a broad grin upon his face. It seems you are not as impressive as I had anticipated. If this is your full strength, you are destined to lose today. He raised his massive pestle once more, bellowing, perish, boy. Divine elephant annihilation. A golden giant elephant materialized from the pestle, trumpeting fiercely as if to rend the earth asunder, thundering towards Qin Yan. In response, Qin Yan transferred the blood-soul blade to his left hand and extended his right index finger. Baffled, the spectators murmured among themselves, what is he doing? Is he mad? He isn't resisting Naxini's assault? Is he truly from Great Xia? The Great Xia, I know, is filled with valiant warriors who fight to the last breath, regardless of the odds. Why is this Qin Yan so timid, entirely unlike a typical Great Xia warrior? This lad knows he is about to lose. Hence he is not even attempting to defend himself. Deslay shook her head in disbelief. I was so tense earlier, but it appears I overthought it. Qin Yan is truly insignificant. In stark contrast to the others, the students from Great Xia bore no signs of despair. Instead, they exhibited a subtle thrill, as if anticipating something momentous. In the next instant, Qin Yan's icy voice resonated, star-shattering finger. Chapter 63. Dare to touch my son. You shall not live. A thunderous sound resonated as a hand, resembling a celestial pillar, emerged, its fingers entwined with dark red demonic energy, akin to the finger of an apocalyptic demon. The shattered star finger descended like a meteor from the heavens, carrying with it an aura of boundless destruction and slaughter, hurtling towards the golden giant elephant. The two colossal entities collided with a violent roar, sending forth a shockwave, even more powerful than before, radiating outward. The golden giant elephant emitted a shriek, attempting to annihilate the shattered star finger, yet the latter unleashed an even more formidable force, progressively assaulting the golden giant. After a brief stalemate, the golden giant elephant let out a wretched cry, its form beginning to fragment before ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the shattered star finger bore numerous cracks. Still propelled by its residual might, it surged towards Naxini. Witnessing this, Naxini roared in fury, impossible! How could my divine elephant of annihilation be vanquished by you? In a fit of rage, he raised his colossal mace and struck fiercely at the shattered star finger. The immense golden mace's illusion descended upon the shattered star finger, causing it to tremble and the cracks to widen, yet it did not shatter. Instead, it collided violently with Naxini. Naxinti screamed in agony, his body flung away like a mere insect, hurtling over 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. He coughed up blood, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered and his internal organs were ablaze with pain. Those who had previously doubted Qin Yan were rendered speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that Qin Yan, possessing only the strength of a fourth-tier warrior, had transcended a significant realm to defeat Naxini, who bore the physique of an elephant king. This display of combat prowess was astonishing, highlighting the terrifying nature of Qin Yan's innate talent. Alec and Desley exchanged glances, their earlier nonchalance replaced by solemnity. Desley remarked, "It seems our previous assessment of Qin Yan was gravely inaccurate. His true combat strength slightly surpasses Naxini's, approaching that of Alec, yet he remains inferior to me." Alec, though equally astonished, maintained a bravado, asserting, while he has bested Naxinti, it is evident that he has exhausted all his strength. Should he encounter me, he would certainly not stand a chance. Rod remained silent, his gaze cast downward, lost in thought, his expression shifting between conflict and, moments later, a fierce resolve, as if he had made a pivotal decision. In stark contrast, the students from the Great Xia erupted in jubilant cheers. It was exhilarating to witness a formidable victory in the face of provocation. Such triumph was uplifting and would undoubtedly bolster their confidence. Qin Yu's face also broke into a smile, reflecting on how he had scarcely involved himself in his son's upbringing. Yet here was Qin Yan, flourishing beyond expectation. A sense of pride welled within him, mingled with guilt for having invested so little in his son amidst the struggle against foreign adversaries. As the crowd reveled in their emotions, a furious roar cut through the air. "Who dares to injure Naxinti? I will kill him." A man, clad in the traditional attire of the White Elephant Kingdom, his head wrapped in a scarf and appearing to be around 60, stormed towards them, his eyes ablaze with rage as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Yan. "You boy, you are the one who harmed Naxini. I will incapacitate you." Just as Qin Yan was about to respond, a figure materialized before him, and the icy voice of Qin Yu resonated. "Emir, this duel was consented to by Naxini himself. Qin Yan has violated no rules. If you dare lay a finger on my son, you will not leave here alive." Upon hearing Qin Yu's declaration, many in the crowd realized that Qin Yan was his son. It was no wonder he possessed such extraordinary talent. It was hereditary. Emir, confronted by Qin Yu's frigid gaze, felt his face flush with humiliation, refraining from uttering another word, for he knew he was no match for Qin Yu. Their previous encounter had left him utterly defeated. Ultimately, he could only utter a venomous threat. "You will regret this." As Emir departed, Qin Yu turned to Qin Yan with a smile. "Well done." Qin Yan, brimming with confidence, replied, "Of course." Nodding in approval, Qin Yu led them back to their quarters. The remainder of the day passed without incident, as everyone awaited the dawn of the following day. The next morning at 9, in an open wilderness outside the gambling city, an area spanning approximately 10 miles was encircled by fully armed soldiers. Within this expanse gathered students from various nations, along with their leaders and instructors, totaling around 6,000 to 7,000 individuals, nearly 5,000 of whom were competitors, representing close to 300 nations. Most of these nations were present merely to observe or partake in the excitement, with only a select few great powers possessing students capable of contending for the top ranks. In addition to the participants, there were over 1,000 journalists from around the globe, for the Global University Elite Competition was a momentous event capturing worldwide attention, being the most highly anticipated competition globally. At the center of the clearing, a high platform had been erected where Rod, as the host, stood passionately addressing the crowd. "Esteemed geniuses from all corners of the world, welcome to the annual Global University Elite Competition. Allow me to outline the rules. This competition will span 15 days, utilizing a point elimination system. The more points you accumulate, the higher your rank. The top 10 will receive the rewards we have prepared. The rewards are exceptionally generous. The first place winner will receive all resources necessary to cultivate to the 8th tier of warrior, accompanied by an 8th tier weapon and an 8th tier battle skill. The second place will receive similar resources, an 8th tier weapon, and a 7th tier battle skill. The third place will receive resources for the 8th tier, a 7th tier weapon, and a 7th tier battle skill. The fourth place, upon hearing the rewards, The students could not suppress their gasps. The prizes for this competition were far more lavish than those of previous years. Only Qin Yan stood composed, his expression unchanging. The organizers were offering such substantial rewards due to their belief in the strength of their students, particularly Alec and Desley, who were expected to secure the top 2 positions. Thus, it made sense to offer generous rewards, as they would ultimately benefit their own students. Moreover, they sought to attract attention through these lavish prizes, encouraging more spectators. Once the competition concluded, they could boast about their students' achievements while belittling those from other nations, thereby amplifying their influence and showcasing their power. It must be said, while this tactic was straightforward, it was indeed highly effective. The elite combatants of various nations, such as martial gods and saints, rarely engaged in direct conflict. Even if they did, the outcomes remained obscured. Thus, the global university elite competition became one of the few opportunities to demonstrate their prowess. And they would undoubtedly seize this chance. Rod observed the students' reactions with satisfaction, having achieved the response he desired. He continued, during the first 10 days of the competition, students will have the freedom to explore and accumulate points. They are permitted to spar with one another, but the theft of points is prohibited. We have established this within the system. After 10 days, point theft will be allowed. Moreover, in the realm of points plundering, one may seize no more than half of an opponent's points at any given time, and each student may only be plundered a maximum of 3 times daily. Upon reaching this limit, the system will lock the points until the next day. Have you all comprehended this? The students responded in unison, proclaiming their understanding. Rod appeared quite pleased, nodding in approval before addressing Qin Yu and another formidable man. He stated, "Now, let us welcome Martial Sage Qin Yu and Martial Sage Jelfsky to jointly unlock the secret realm for this competition. The keys to the global collegiate elite competition's secret realm are jointly managed by the 3 most powerful nations to prevent any underhanded tactics by the organizers." Qin Yu and a massive man, resembling a polar bear, stepped forward and simultaneously produced a token from their belongings. Rays of light emanated from the 3 tokens, intertwining to form a triangle. Within this triangle, the fabric of space shifted, revealing a portal to another dimension. Once the secret realm was opened, the students lined up to receive their wristbands, which would record their points before entering the realm. Qin Yan and his companions also took action. He advised Mingyu and Ji Yunyao, upon entering, prioritize searching for treasures to enhance your abilities. Do not rush to acquire points. After 10 days, we can collectively seize points. They all nodded in agreement. Soon, it was their turn to obtain the wristbands. The individual responsible for distributing them cast a peculiar glance at Qin Yan and inquired, "Qin Yan?" Qin Yan nodded in response. "What is it? Is there an issue?" "Nothing at all," the person replied, producing a wristband and handing it to Qin Yan, a smile creeping onto his face that was unsettlingly ambiguous, tinged with a hint of pity. This expression deeply unsettled Qin Yan, provoking a sense of revulsion. Nevertheless, he accepted the wristband and proceeded into the realm. Behind him, Ji Yunyao observed the scene, her brow furrowing slightly. Being perceptive, she discerned that the individual harbored ulterior motives. The wristband must hold some hidden danger. They intended to target Qin Yan. With this thought lingering in her mind, she prepared to warn him, but just as she opened her mouth, Qin Yan had already dashed into the secret realm. Chapter 64. Seizing the ice crystal snow lotus, strength enhanced as Qin Yan stepped into the passage. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he felt his body lifted by an unseen force. Once the brilliance faded, he found himself firmly standing atop a snow-capped mountain. This majestic peak soared over 10,000 meters high, its surface blanketed in pristine snow, while the biting cold winds sliced through the air like a razor against skin. Before his arrival, Qin Yan had conducted some research and was vaguely aware of the terrain within the secret realm. Therefore, he recognized that he stood at the northernmost point of the entire secret realm, the North Domain Plateau, known for its towering snow mountains. It must be said that Qin Yan's fortune was rather unfortunate. The North Domain Plateau, with its extreme altitude, was barren of resources and inhabited by few creatures, rendering it a desolate wasteland compared to other areas of the realm. Moreover, The vast expanse of the North Domain Plateau stretched over 300,000 square kilometers, meaning that to leave this plateau, he would have to traverse more than 2,000 kilometers. If he were to rely solely on his own legs, it would take him at least 2 days, a waste of precious time. If only he could find a flying mount. Akin to the black dragon he had tamed in the Black Dragon's secret realm, he could cover that distance in merely half a day. Unfortunately, there appeared to be no flying beasts available for taming in this desolate place. With a sigh, Qin Yan began his descent down the mountain. Just as he neared the foot of the mountain, a series of roars pierced the air. He abruptly halted, turning towards the source of the commotion. Soon after, another roar echoed, reminiscent of 2 ferocious beasts engaged in a fierce battle. A flicker of excitement crossed Qin Yan's face as he hastened towards the sound. After traversing over 1,000 meters, a massive snow-white yak came into view. This yak was extraordinarily large, measuring 10 meters in length and standing 6 or 7 meters tall. Its fur, as white as snow, glistened like silk, while its 2 formidable horns extended 2 to 3 meters, exuding an air of majesty. Opposite the yak stood a snow leopard, also of considerable size, measuring 8 meters long, excluding its tail, and standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Both of these creatures were formidable at the peak of the 5th rank, likely to be apex predators at the foot of this snow mountain. Under normal circumstances, creatures of such strength would possess a modicum of intelligence, striving to avoid conflict to prevent injury. However, the 2 beasts, with their eyes ablaze, bore numerous wounds, locked in a seemingly unending struggle. This scenario could only indicate one thing. There was something here that both desired, something of great value to them. Qin Yan squinted slightly. Within this secret realm, the treasures that grew upon the snow mountains could only lead him to one conclusion. His gaze meticulously scoured the surroundings, particularly near the 2 colossal beasts. Before long, his eyes fell upon his target. There, nestled amidst the chaos, bloomed a lotus flower, adorned with 2 emerald-green leaves that sparkled as if sculpted from jade. Atop the leaves rested a fully blossomed flower, its petals resembling ice, the fabled ice crystal snow lotus. A surge of fervor ignited within Qin Yan. Indeed, it was the coveted ice crystal snow lotus, the premier treasure of the entire secret realm and the sole gem of the North Domain Plateau. To his astonishment, he had encountered it. Now that he had laid eyes upon it, it was rightfully his. Securing this ice crystal snow lotus would render his 10 days spent on the North Domain Plateau far from a waste. Leaping down from the boulder, he strode purposefully towards the ice crystal snow lotus, not bothering to conceal his intentions. Consequently, he quickly attracted the attention of the 2 beasts. The once hostile creatures turned their gaze towards Qin Yan, emitting deep, menacing growls. Qin Yan merely cast them a cold glance before stating, "If you wish to live, I suggest you leave." The 2 beasts, endowed with considerable intelligence, comprehended his words and erupted in furious roars, charging towards him. The snow leopard was exceptionally swift. In a flash, it closed the distance to within 20 meters of Qin Yan before leaping toward him with ferocious intent. Its claws, sharp as curved blades, extended threateningly, poised to rend Qin Yan asunder. However, Qin Yan would not allow such a thing to transpire. He retreated a half-step with his right leg, raising his right fist and shouting, "Netherworld Reincarnation Fist." A black-red light burst forth from his fist, and a shadow of desolation and slaughter descended upon the snow leopard. With a dull thud, the snow leopard's body was obliterated, blood splattering across the ground, with chunks of flesh and bone scattered everywhere. The white yak, which had been poised to attack, halted in its tracks, terror coursing through it as it turned to flee. It was no fool, witnessing the snow leopard, a creature of similar prowess, being dispatched in a single blow. It knew its fate would be no different. Though the ice crystal snow lotus was precious, it paled in comparison to its own life. As it bolted away, Qin Yan unsheathed his blood soul blade and swung it fiercely towards the yak's path. A blade of energy, spanning 20 meters, sliced through the ground before the yak, creating a wide fissure. Seeing this, the white yak skidded to a halt, turning to face Qin Yan. Suddenly it knelt, its massive head bobbing up and down as if in reverence. Qin Yan sheathed his blood soul blade and spoke coldly. You will serve as my mount for 2 days, transporting me to the edge of the North Domain Plateau. Afterward, you shall be free, refuse, and face death. Do you understand? The white yak nodded vigorously, acknowledging its comprehension. With that, Qin Yan approached the ice crystal snow lotus and grasped its stem, wrenching it free. Though the flower was its most valuable part, it would wither if harvested alone. Retaining a portion of the stem would allow it to endure for some time. He returned to the side of the ice crystal snow lotus and patted the yak's massive head, saying, If you perform well, I shall grant you the leaves once we reach the edge of the North Domain Plateau. Upon hearing this, the yak's eyes sparkled with delight, its entire being brimming with excitement. While the leaves were far less valuable than the flower, they were still a rare treasure. Qin Yan smiled faintly before vaulting onto the yak's back, commanding, Let us depart. With a resounding bellow, the white yak surged forward, galloping swiftly. Qin Yan nodded in approval. Although the yak's speed could not rival that of the snow leopard, it was significantly faster than his own pace. He estimated that they would reach the edge of the North Domain Plateau in just a day. Looking down at the ice crystal snow lotus in his hand, he bit into one of the petals. A chilling sweetness exploded in his mouth, and as he swallowed, a powerful surge of energy coursed through his limbs. Quickly, he retrieved a jade box exuding an icy aura from his spatial ring, placing the ice crystal snow lotus within and sealing it inside. After completing these tasks, he closed his eyes to refine the energy flowing within him. In less than an hour, his strength surged, breaking through to the pinnacle of the 4th rank. Yet, the energy within him remained abundant, continuing to enhance his power. Such was the potency of one of the most esteemed treasures in the entire secret realm. Just a single bite yielded such formidable effects. Another 2 hours passed, and Qin Yan continued to absorb the energy. Just then, the white yak let out an enraged roar as it galloped forward. Qin Yan abruptly opened his eyes, only to behold a sharp sword aura piercing toward him. Chapter 65. You all shall perish. The sword energy glimmered with a crystalline brilliance, exuding a chilling aura that caused the air in its wake to crystallize into numerous tiny ice shards. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Qin Yan's throat. With a furrowed brow, Qin Yan swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. The frigid air brushed against his skin, sending shivers down his spine. A surge of fury ignited within Qin Yan. He sprang to his feet and bellowed, Show yourself. You coward. His voice resonated with a hint of dragon's roar, imbued with formidable pressure that nearly caused the legs of the white yak beneath him to buckle. Leaping off its back, he scowled, Useless creature, get away. The white yak hurriedly turned and galloped off, stopping at a distance of approximately 1,000 meters. Too fearful to venture further. At that moment, a familiar yet irksome voice pierced Qin Yan's ears. It seems I failed to kill you after all. What a pity. Qin Yan turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a dozen individuals approaching him. Both men and women, their skin tones and appearances varied. Clad in battle garb and wielding weapons, they regarded Qin Yan with cold, piercing gazes. Their strength was commendable. Most were late-stage 5th-tier practitioners, with 2 having reached the pinnacle of 5th tier. Among them was Nashin Ti, whom Qin Yan had defeated just the day before. Accompanied by a woman of about 1.5 meters in height, her form voluptuous. Nashin Ti glared at Qin Yan, eyes brimming with hatred. Qin Yan, your time has come. Qin Yan looked back, a scornful smile gracing his lips. I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just a fool I bested like a dog yesterday. Nashin Ti, enraged, retorted, I was careless yesterday, but today I will surely kill you and feed your corpse to the wolves. Qin Yan scoffed, You are unworthy. Fuming, Nashin Ti trembled with rage and prepared to charge at Qin Yan, but the woman beside him restrained him. Nashin Ti, calm yourself. He is merely hoping for a duel. Upon hearing this, Nashin Ti regained his composure, expressing gratitude to the woman. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Fong. Qin Yan, surprised to discover she was from the island nation, felt an overwhelming anger rise within him. It was undoubtedly the machinations of the White Eagle Nation. the only entity capable of uniting so many nations against him. Nashin Ti, observing Qin Yan's increasingly cold demeanor, suddenly burst into laughter. Qin Yan, I admit your strength. Alone I'm no match for you. However, today I have brought many to ambush you. Your death is assured. With that, he roared, his body rapidly swelling into a small giant, standing 3 meters tall, wielding a 5-meter-long colossal mace. He turned to the woman beside him. Miss Fong, let us strike together. Fong nodded slightly, gripping her long sword tightly as an aura of chill enveloped her. She possessed the Ice King physique, which greatly enhanced her combat effectiveness in cold environments. The sword energy that had previously attacked Qin Yan was undoubtedly her doing. Nashin Ti roared, lifting his giant mace high and bringing it down upon Qin Yan with ferocity. A 20-meter-long golden mace shadow manifested, crashing down towards him. Concurrently, Fong unleashed her assault, ice sword energy. With a sweep of her arm, a more massive and sharper sword energy surged toward him. The other 10 individuals did not remain idle, each unleashing their signature techniques with fervent cries. A cacophony of diverse attacks converged on Qin Yan, intent on obliterating him in a single strike. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed with seriousness. Though he could overpower any one of them individually, the combined assault posed considerable pressure. In light of this, he resolved to unleash his utmost combat prowess. With a thunderous roar, an abundance of black and red demonic energy surged forth from him, dragon scales rapidly enveloping his form. 2 dragon horns sprouted from his head, his eyes gleaming crimson, radiating an aura of intense malevolence. This was his most formidable Dragonman form, significantly amplifying his strength. He was determined to eradicate them all here. He drew forth the Blood Soul Blade and unleashed a sweeping strike. 9-fold Demon Blade, 5th layer. A fierce blade energy erupted, its blood-red glow obscuring half the sky. The malevolent aura seemingly freezing the hearts of those who beheld it. The blade energy collided with the oncoming attacks, accompanied by a series of thunderous booms. Nashin Ti's golden mace shattered, Fong's icy sword energy fragmented, and the other attacks crumbled like fragile glass, obliterated by the blade's might. This strike was exponentially stronger than the one he had employed against Nashin Ti yesterday, bolstered by his heightened power and transformation into Dragonman form, roughly doubling his combat prowess. As Nashin Ti sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Qin Yan, his pupils constricted in shock. Your strength has reached the pinnacle of 4th tier? Qin Yan replied coldly. Indeed. I had no intention of killing you, yet you have come to your own demise. He shifted the Blood Soul Blade to his left hand and raised his fist, roaring, Netherworld Reincarnation Fist. A fist shadow, akin to a demon god wrapped in black and red demonic energy, surged forth to meet their assault. Nashin Ti, aghast, bellowed, swinging his colossal mace once more, Divine Elephant Annihilation. A massive golden elephant, over 10 meters tall, trumpeted as it charged towards the fist shadow. Fong gritted her teeth, raising her long sword above her head, shouting, Ice 1 Yuan slash. A formidable sword energy erupted, even more terrifying than before, distorting the surrounding air with its icy grasp. The others, witnessing the unfolding scene, roared as they unleashed their most powerful attacks. The golden giant elephant, sword energy, and a multitude of blade energies converged upon the fist shadow, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated like a violent tempest. Both Nashin Ti and Fong instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces, while those of lesser strength stumbled back in retreat. Soon, as the chaotic force dissipated, both sides' attacks extinguished, yet before Nashin Ti and Fong could breathe a sigh of relief, Qin Yan's voice, echoing like a demon god, resounded once more, star-shattering finger. A finger, akin to a celestial pillar of black and red, seemed to tear through space, radiating immense pressure as it surged towards them. Nashin Ti's heart raced at the sight of the finger. He had been defeated by this very technique the day prior. Now it was even more potent, and he knew he could not withstand it. He shouted to Fong, Miss Fong, we must combine our efforts to block his attack, or we shall surely perish. Fong's eyes were filled with dread. Truthfully, She had not anticipated Qin Yan's strength to be so formidable. Had she known, she would have declined the mission. But given the circumstances, retreat was no longer an option. She could only muster her full strength to eliminate Qin Yan. Nodding in agreement, she replied, "Very well, let us unite." However, before she could finish her sentence, a piercing scream echoed through the air. She turned in haste to witness two of her companions being obliterated by a blade energy, black and red, imbued with a sense of annihilation. Meanwhile, Qin Yan's chilling voice penetrated her ears. "All of you shall perish. Every contestant from your nation shall meet the same fate." Chapter 66. The Slaying of Assassins in the Recent Assault. Qin Yan cleverly utilized a powerful attack to stall Naxini and Fangzi, while swiftly eliminating those of lesser strength. His intention was to annihilate everyone with a single devastating blow. However, the attack required a brief moment to charge, during which his adversaries could have struck him down. Thus, he resorted to a rapid-fire technique instead. He initiated an offensive against Naxini and Fangzi with the star-shattering finger, an attack that could only be withstood by the two of them joining forces. If either one attempted to absorb it alone, they would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. As anticipated, Naxini was filled with trepidation upon witnessing the oncoming assault and urgently called for Fangzi to join him in defense. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Yan turned his attention to the others. The blood soul blade in his grasp shimmered with a blood-red, otherworldly glow, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of black-red blade aura towards the two assassins. Driven by murderous intent, Qin Yan spared no effort, unleashing the fifth tier of his ninefold demonic blade. None expected Qin Yan to expend his own vitality so recklessly, launching successive killing strikes. Thus, when the two assassins beheld the intense killing aura surging towards them, they were momentarily struck dumb. In their panic, they uttered their native tongue and hastily attempted to defend themselves. Yet, their efforts were in vain. The blade aura sliced through their defenses as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, resulting in their immediate demise. Blood sprayed forth, and flesh was scattered. Fangzi and Naxini were momentarily stunned by the sight, a grave error in the midst of life and death combat. Where the battlefield's dynamics shift with alarming rapidity and unwavering focus is essential. The overwhelming pressure jolted them back to reality as they saw the star-shattering finger barreling towards them. Naxini let out a heart-wrenching roar. The divine elephant destroys the world. A colossal golden elephant, bellowing to the heavens, materialized before him, its powerful legs seemingly poised to shatter the ground. As it charged towards the star-shattering finger, Fangzi's expression twisted in desperation as she screamed, "Divine might." 1 yuan slash. A frigid sword aura, imbued with a potent sense of annihilation, surged towards the star-shattering finger. The collision of their attacks erupted violently, akin to a meteor striking the earth, producing a deafening sound that threatened to rupture eardrums. The fierce shockwave swept across the surroundings like a tempest. Even Naxini, with his formidable physique, found himself retreating step by step, while Fangzi was forced to hastily back away several dozen meters before regaining her footing. The other assassins, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hastily retreated to escape the storm at the heart of the battlefield. The sounds of violent collisions echoed continuously under the impact of the star-shattering finger. The golden elephant emitted a mournful cry, fissures appearing across its form, quickly spreading like a spider's web before erupting as if struck by a hammer. Fangzi's strike shattered like rotting wood, dissipating into nothingness. The star-shattering finger was similarly marred with cracks resembling a spider's web, yet the murderous aura it radiated remained formidable. Sensing the imminent threat to their lives, Naxini bellowed, "Get away from me." He hoisted his colossal staff above his head and struck down towards the star-shattering finger. Fangzi, in a similar frenzy, unleashed her most potent attack. The 20-meter-long golden staff and the sword aura collided with the star-shattering finger, producing a resounding roar. However, the golden staff and sword aura met the star-shattering finger as if porcelain had struck an iron pillar, producing a sharp, shattering sound. In the next instant, the cracked star-shattering finger collided with the two, sending them soaring through the air like flies swatted down, before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from their mouths and noses, and they were engulfed in excruciating pain, feeling as if their bones had shattered and their insides were aflame. Naxini struggled to rise, but found himself unable to stand after multiple attempts. Desperate, he quickly retrieved 2 healing potions and swallowed them. Fangzi mirrored his actions, hastily consuming her own healing and energy-restoring potions. If they could not regain their mobility swiftly, their fate was sealed. Seeing that Naxinti and Fangzi were incapacitated, Qin Yan paid them no heed and instead retrieved an ice crystal snow lotus from his spatial ring, taking a bite. Maintaining his dragon form while continuously unleashing powerful attacks was taxing. Fortunately, the energy contained within the ice crystal snow lotus was abundant and easily absorbed. As a surge of revitalizing energy coursed through him, Qin Yan's weary body was once again invigorated. Surrounded by a swirling black-red demonic aura, he turned his gaze towards the remaining assassins, charging towards them with his blade raised high. "Fools, prepare to meet your end," he declared. A fierce blade aura erupted from the Blood Soul Blade, ripping through the air with a haunting whistle, aimed at the remaining 7 or 8 adversaries. The assassins were instantly gripped by fear, their hair standing on end. One, in a moment of desperation, shouted in his native tongue, raising his broadsword to strike down fiercely. A massive and sharp sword aura materialized, carving deep grooves into the ground as it hurtled towards the black-red blade aura. The others, snapping back to reality, roared in unison, unleashing their strongest attacks in a futile effort to counter Qin Yan's assault. However, their strength paled in comparison to that of Naxinti and Fangzi. While the latter 2 were at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, the rest were merely in the later stages of the 5th tier. Moreover, Naxinti and Fangzi possessed royal physiques, while the 7 or 8 remaining assassins were merely endowed with spiritual bodies. Thus, despite their desperate attempts to withstand Qin Yan's onslaught, they were utterly ineffective. Their attacks were like a dog facing an elephant. The blade aura effortlessly shattered several of their defenses before howling towards them. Panic-stricken, they cried out and scattered in all directions. Yet, it was too late. The blade aura surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing them, with 3 particularly unfortunate souls being reduced to mere fragments, while the others sustained injuries. Even so, they dared not linger, knowing that remaining would only lead to their demise. Dragging their wounded bodies, they fled swiftly into the distance. However, Qin Yan's devilish voice echoed once more, "Great Demon Palm," a massive black-red demonic hand, nearly 30 meters in diameter, materialized above them, descending with lightning speed. A thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the earth and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a colossal handprint, over 3 meters deep, was revealed on the ground, with 5 assassins lying within it, barely clinging to life. Qin Yan approached the first assassin, inquiring, "Which country do you hail from?" The assassin opened his mouth slightly, but offered no answer, instead pleading, "Please, don't kill me." An evasion of the question. Such insolence. Qin Yan replied, lightly swinging the Blood Soul Blade, delivering a fatal thrust. He then moved to the next assassin, asking, "Which country do you belong to?" The assassin hurriedly responded, "I am from the Coal Nation." Qin Yan's expression hardened. "Ah, the second son of the White Eagle Kingdom. Then you too shall perish." With that, he struck down once more, ending the assassin's life. Subsequently, Qin Yan approached the other 3 individuals, posing the same question. Overcome by terror, they trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces as they pleaded for mercy. "I beg you, please do not kill me. I'm willing to give you everything. Just spare my life. Please let me go. I was wrong. I truly was." Qin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. "You claim to have erred? No, you are merely aware that death is imminent." With that, he swung his gleaming blade, a crimson arc slicing through the air. In an instant, a line of blood appeared across the throats of the 3. In the next heartbeat, blood gushed forth, and the light faded from their eyes as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After eliminating these wretches, Qin Yan turned to Naxinti and Fangzi. "Are you two prepared to meet your fate?" Chapter 67. a reunion. You may go to your death with the aid of medicinal pills. Naxinti and Fangzi had made some recovery from their injuries, enabling them to move slightly. Yet engaging in combat was entirely out of the question. They had initially believed that Qin Yan would require at least 10 minutes to eliminate the others, during which time they would have had a chance to escape. However, to their dismay, these individuals proved utterly inept, being slain by Qin Yan in less than a minute, a considerable portion of which was squandered on his inquiries. Now, as they observed Qin Yan approaching, a profound sense of dread gripped their hearts. Naxinti, in a state of panic, shook his head repeatedly, pleading, "No, you cannot kill me. I am a prince. Slaying me will bring you trouble." Fangzi, her complexion ashen, adopted a pitiful demeanor, her eyes brimming with desperation. "Qin Yan, I implore you, spare me. If you do, I will comply with your every request. I am willing to do anything for you." In that moment, she feigned vulnerability, evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Clearly, she intended to use her beauty to entice Qin Yan, begging him to show mercy. Yet, Qin Yan remained unmoved by their words. He retrieved his phone from his spatial ring and activated the recording function. "This is a new device, devoid of any footage from my previous encounter with Ji Yunyao," he mused, directing the camera towards them. "Now speak. Who sent you to kill me?" Fangzi hesitated, uncertain of Qin Yan's motives, and did not respond immediately. In contrast, Naxinti hastily interjected, "I will tell you everything. Can you spare my life?" Qin Yan replied coldly, "If you divulge the truth, I may grant you a chance to survive." Instantly invigorated, Naxinti, disregarding all else, exclaimed, "It was the White Eagle Kingdom. Lord Rod found me yesterday morning and instructed me to test your abilities. That is why I sought you out for a duel at noon. Later that night, Lord Rod approached me again, demanding that I assassinate you. I initially refused, but they threatened to kill us all if I did not comply. I had no choice but to agree." Raising his hand, he implored, "Qin Yan, please believe me. I swear I speak the truth." "Very well, I believe you," Qin Yan responded, then turned to Fangzi. "And you? What is your involvement in this plot against me?" Tears welled in Fangzi's eyes as she trembled slightly, exuding an aura that begged for protection. "Qin Yan, I am truly sorry. I was coerced into this. You know our island nation has always been under the control of the White Eagle Kingdom. They forced me into compliance, and I had no means to refuse." Qin Yan was not surprised by her explanation, considering their interactions in the gambling city had only involved individuals from two nations, the White Eagle Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom. The latter lacked the influence to maneuver the Island Nation and the Cold Nation, both of which disregarded the White Elephant Kingdom. Thus, it was evident that the White Eagle Kingdom was the orchestrator. However, a new question arose in Qin Yan's mind. What reason did Rod have for ordering your assassination? Typically, during the annual Global College Elite competition, the Daxia and White Eagle Kingdoms would attempt to undermine each other, especially when hosted in their own nations. Yet, they had never contemplated the murder of each other's students. The revelation that Rod had dispatched assassins against him was perplexing. Fangzi cast a timid glance at Qin Yan and stammered, "Qin Yan, Lord Rod stated that you possess a supreme physique with immense potential. He deemed you a significant threat and resolved to eliminate you before you could fully develop." Qin Yan snorted disdainfully, truly shameless. "One final inquiry. How did you locate me?" Naxinti was quick to respond, fearing Fangzi might say something that could jeopardize their chances of survival. "Lord Rod installed a tracker in your scoring wristband, allowing us to pinpoint your location." Qin Yan nodded slightly. "I accept your account. One last question. From which nations do the assailants hail?" Fangzi hurriedly answered, "They come from our island nation, the Cold Nation, the Philippine Nation, and the White Elephant Kingdom. Only these four, no others." Upon hearing this, a frigid murderous intent radiated from Qin Yan, sending chills down the spines of both Naxinti and Fangzi, a shiver racing up their backs. Naxinti quickly pleaded, "Qin Yan, you promised that if we spoke the truth, you would spare us." Fangzi echoed his sentiment. "Qin Yan, if you let me go, I will comply with your every wish." As she spoke, she tugged at the collar of her garment. However, Qin Yan, a man of unwavering resolve, did not even glance at Fangzi's fair skin. He simply stowed his phone and declared, "I am a man of my word. I will spare your lives this time, but should we meet again, I shall undoubtedly kill you." With that, he turned off the recording and put the phone away. His intention to record was driven by the necessity of self-preservation. The competition forbade murder, and should he take a life, he would face severe repercussions. The footage on his phone served as evidence to exonerate him post factum. As Qin Yan departed, both Naxinti and Fangzi exhaled in relief, their bodies relaxing as they caught their breath. Naxinti glanced at Fangzi's delicate neck and the skin exposed at her collar, swallowing hard. "Miss Fangzi, let us leave. This place is no longer safe." He stepped forward, intending to assist her. Yet, before his hand could touch her, she slapped his hand away, glaring at him coldly. "Do not presume. I am unaware of your intentions. Keep your vile thoughts to yourself, you disgusting man." With that, she stood and briskly walked away. A flicker of anger crossed Naxini's face as he watched her retreat. "Damn woman, just wait. I will find the opportunity to make you kneel before me." Meanwhile, Qin Yan had not strayed far. He approached the bodies of the assassins he had dispatched, removing their scoring wristbands for inspection. Upon closer examination, he indeed found a small red indicating his location. With a sardonic smile, he stowed the wristbands in his spatial ring. Each had undergone real name authentication, corresponding to their respective owners, making tampering impossible unless the system was reset. Thus, these wristbands constituted evidence against those who had conspired against him, and he intended to safeguard them. When the time came for vengeance, none would be able to hold him accountable. Next, he turned his gaze towards the distant figure of the white yak that had been observing him. "Why are you standing so far away? Come here at once." The white yak responded with an excited moo, galloping towards Qin Yan and affectionately nudging him with its large head. Perhaps it sensed the aura of the black dragon emanating from Qin Yan, for it appeared unusually docile. Qin Yan patted the yak's head, then mounted it, pointing towards the retreating figures of Naxini and Fangzi. "Pursue them." With a snort, the white yak exhaled 2 plumes of vapor and took off at full speed, quickly closing the distance to the injured pair, who were now visibly anxious. Qin Yan chuckled as he observed them. "Ah, we meet again, my esteemed guests." Naxini and Fangzi exchanged awkward smiles. Indeed, it appears so. At this moment, Qin Yan's expression drastically altered, and the blood soul blade materialized in his hand. He declared, "I previously mentioned that our next encounter would herald your demise." With that, he raised the blood soul blade, and a blade of dark crimson demonic energy surged forth, accompanied by a piercing howl as it cleaved towards the 2 adversaries. Chapter 68. Ji Yunyao under siege. Upon witnessing Qin Yan's assault, Naxini and Fangzi were rendered pale with fear. They were already no match for him, and their injuries only compounded their helplessness. In that moment, Fangzi suddenly exclaimed, "Naxini, let us unite our strength and confront him, with no path of retreat." Naxini roared in defiance. "Charge!" He unleashed a cry reminiscent of a wounded beast, summoning every ounce of potential within himself as he lifted the massive mace, striking fiercely at the oncoming blade energy. However, all his efforts proved futile. His counterattack was effortlessly shredded like parchment by the violent blade energy. The raging force surged forth like a colossal wave, swiftly tearing Naxini into fragments. After dispatching Naxini, Qin Yan's gaze shifted toward Fangzi, who was lurking not far away. That cunning woman had deceived Naxini, claiming they would withstand his assault together, only to seize the opportunity to flee when Naxini engaged. Yet Fangzi did not run far, for she understood that her grievous wounds rendered her incapable of escaping Qin Yan's pursuit. Rather than be cleaved into pieces by him, she resolved to fight for her survival. Noticing that Fangzi had ceased her flight, Qin Yan urged his white yak forward, inquiring, "Have you come to your senses, wishing for an early demise?" In response, Fangzi fell to her knees, pleading, "Qin Yan, I beg you, spare my life. If you let me go, I am willing to relinquish everything to you, including myself." As she spoke, she began tearing at her tattered battle attire, exposing large swathes of her fair skin to the air. While she undid her garments, she seductively murmured, "Qin Yan, I can be yours whenever you desire." Fangzi possessed a youthful visage, her petite stature concealing a curvaceous form, particularly her face, which exuded an air of innocence and naivety, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, Qin Yan's heart was as unyielding as the blood-soaked blade in his hand. He was forged from the strongest of alloys. Coldly, he replied, "I have no interest in gas canisters." With that, he slowly raised his blade, preparing to strike. Terrified, Fangzi hastily interjected, "Qin Yan, I have an elder sister named Xinyuan Suko, who is even more beautiful and slender than I." Qin Yan's heart remained unmoved, not interested. Given his status, beautiful women were never in short supply, and his interest in them was minimal. Without further ado, he swung his blade downward, unleashing a blade energy that surged toward Fangzi like a tsunami. As she beheld this, a multitude of emotions flooded her mind: regret, terror, and panic. Unable to contain her despair, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. No. The furious blade energy swiftly engulfed her. After eliminating the two, Qin Yan patted the white yak's head. "Let us depart." The white yak raised its head, emitting a low moo, and then galloped forth, continuing on its path. Seated upon the yak's back, Qin Yan produced an ice crystal lotus, taking a bite before commencing his cultivation. The petals of the ice crystal lotus were substantial, with a single petal sufficient for Qin Yan to enjoy multiple bites, and the entire flower comprised 108 petals. This alone underscored the rarity of the ice crystal lotus, not to mention the even more precious ice crystal snow lotus seeds within. Rich in energy, the ice crystal snow lotus seeds were exceptionally gentle and easily absorbed, their potency surpassing that of conventional elixirs. Thus, Qin Yan's ascent was rapid. By the time the white yak reached the edge of the northern plateau, he had already stepped into the 5th tier. At this rate, even if he did nothing, merely resting for a fortnight would see him firmly entrenched in that realm. It was astonishing to note that from the moment he acquired the ice crystal snow lotus, no more than 10 hours had elapsed. This singular flower was ample enough to propel him to the realm of martial saints. Standing at the precipice of the northern plateau, Qin Yan gazed downward. The height was daunting, approximately 5,000 meters above sea level. The terrain was steep, with most slopes exceeding 60 degrees, presenting a formidable challenge. He leaped down from the white yak's back, giving its large head a pat. "This will suffice. You may leave me here." He then plucked a leaf from the ice crystal snow lotus and offered it to the yak. "This is my promise to you. Return home." The white yak did not open its mouth, but instead nudged him with its head, appearing reluctant to part ways. Qin Yan couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you wish to accompany me?" The yak nodded. Amused, Qin Yan remarked, "Accompanying me means facing perilous trials and countless battles. You might not survive." Despite his words, the yak remained undeterred, lowering its body to allow him to mount once more. With a smile, Qin Yan agreed, "Very well, let us venture forth together." He placed the snow lotus leaf into the yak's mouth and mounted its back, shouting, "Onward." The white yak let out a roar, charging forth like a bolt of white lightning, carrying Qin Yan toward the depths of the plateau. As they descended, he spotted several figures engaged in combat, two of whom appeared familiar. Drawing closer, he recognized Ji Yunyao and Ming Yu battling against 6 opponents, the leader of whom Qin Yan vaguely recalled as a student from the Baiying Kingdom. It was evident that Ji Yunyao was anxious. Her typically calm demeanor was replaced by urgency, her every strike lethal, aimed at taking lives. Ming Yu was no less formidable, wielding his long sword with rapidity and ferocity, intent on vanquishing their foes. The adversaries, though not lacking in skill, were unable to match the individual prowess of Ji Yunyao and Ming Yu. Instead, they operated cohesively, seeking to ensnare the two rather than defeat them outright. At that moment, Qin Yan comprehended the situation. Ji Yunyao and Ming Yu were aware of the plot against him and had come to his aid, while these assailants sought to impede their rescue efforts. It was indeed a premeditated ambush, and had Qin Yan's strength not far exceeded their expectations, he might have met his end here. With a glint of icy resolve in his eyes, Qin Yan commanded the white yak, "Let us advance." The yak let out a thunderous roar, its powerful hooves striking the ground as it charged toward the skirmish, akin to a heavily armored war chariot. Qin Yan lowered his frame, concealing himself beneath the yak's long fur. As both combatants noticed the colossal white yak barreling toward them, They could not help but furrow their brows, perplexed by the appearance of such a beast from the snow-capped mountains. Despite their confusion, they swiftly vacated the area. None wished to provoke the creature. To them, the white yak bore no allegiance, posing a threat to either side. Its involvement would disrupt their tenuous balance, favoring whichever side it chose to attack. In the midst of their efforts to evade the yak, it suddenly pivoted, charging directly at the student from Ying Kingdom. The student's expression darkened as he cursed. "Damn it. Everyone, attack together. Kill it as swiftly as possible." They brandished their weapons, launching an assault against the white yak. The white yak, undaunted, radiated a silvery brilliance, akin to a silver flame, counterattacking fiercely against the throng. Just as the assaults from both sides were poised to collide, Qin Yan abruptly leaped from the back of the white yak, brandishing the blood soul blade, which unleashed a formidable wave of blade energy. The 9th layer of the demon blade, 5th stage. Chapter 69. Tread slowly on the path to hell. The adversary's assault struck the silvery radiance emanating from the white yak, akin to blows upon a formidable shield, erupting into scattered fragments. Most of the attacks were thwarted by the luminous barrier, yet 2 managed to breach it, landing upon the creature's form, though they bore little potency and inflicted no harm upon the white yak. However, it was utterly unexpected when Qin Yan suddenly emerged from atop the white yak and launched an offensive against the assailants. They had not anticipated that a person lurked behind the creature's majestic facade, rendering them momentarily stunned. Even Ji Yunyao and Ming Yu were briefly taken aback, only regaining their composure upon hearing that familiar voice and witnessing the demonic energy swirling around the enchanted blade. Indeed, it was Qin Yan. As the ominous black and red blade aura descended upon them, the student from the White Eagle Kingdom finally snapped back to reality. Some hurriedly dodged, while others hastily grasped their weapons to defend themselves. Yet their frantic actions could hardly withstand Qin Yan's onslaught. The black and red blade aura, resembling the claws of a demon, effortlessly shredded their feeble counterattacks before descending upon 2 individuals, reducing them to mere fragments. The remaining students, having been momentarily delayed by their peers' futile resistance, managed to survive, including a student from the White Eagle Kingdom who, having narrowly escaped death, gazed at Qin Yan in sheer disbelief. "Why, you're still alive?" Qin Yan leaped down from the white yak, landing gracefully on the ground, and coolly inquired, "It seems you are aware of the plot against my life." The student suddenly realized he had let slip too much and quickly sealed his lips, vigorously shaking his head. "I know nothing, I swear." Meanwhile, a tempest of turmoil surged within him. He discerned that Qin Yan had indeed faced an assassination attempt, yet the latter appeared entirely unscathed. This indicated that the assassination had surely failed. Perhaps those sent to eliminate him had already met their demise. As Qin Yan stepped forward, poised to speak, Ji Yunyao's voice rang out from behind. "Qin Yan." He turned to see Ji Yunyao and Ming Yu rushing towards him, excitement etched upon their faces. Upon reaching him, Ji Yunyao anxiously asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" Qin Yan shook his head, replying, "I'm fine. Step back for now. I shall deal with these individuals first." Ji Yunyao nodded and retreated a few steps, falling silent. Qin Yan then regarded the 4 remaining foes, his countenance radiating an aura of lethal intent. "How do you wish to meet your end?" The student from the White Eagle Kingdom stared at him, a maelstrom of panic swirling within. The assassins they had dispatched were far more formidable than themselves. Their failure to eliminate Qin Yan made it clear they stood no chance against him. Despite his fear, he mustered a brave fiancé, asserting, "Qin Yan, what do you intend to do? I remind you, this is a competition venue, and according to the rules, killing opponents is prohibited." Qin Yan scoffed, a smirk playing upon his lips, simultaneously admiring the audacity of the White Eagle students. When they possessed strength superior to yours, they invoked power. When their strength paled in comparison, they resorted to invoking rules, whatever served their interests. Alas, Qin Yan was equally unyielding in his principles. He slowly raised the blood soul blade, saying, "I'm afraid I have little regard for such trivial regulations." With that, he brandished his blade, unleashing an aura of annihilation and boundless malice as it surged toward them. The leader of the White Eagle students, filled with fury, bellowed, Qin Yan. You have gone too far. Don't think we fear you. Attack together. He brandished his weapon, a knight's sword, and with a fierce swing, he launched a strike. A silvery blade, aura colliding with Qin Yan's assault. The three remaining companions, witnessing this, howled in unison, following their leader's lead to retaliate against Qin Yan. Abledoha, a sword energy, and a white spear shadow converged upon Qin Yan's strike. A cacophony of explosions resonated through the air, the immense force compelling the adversaries to stagger back. Soon, their attacks resembled sheep charging at a ferocious tiger, swiftly torn asunder. The black and red blade aura surged like a tsunami, engulfing and obliterating them. With a thunderous roar, the blade aura cleaved through the remaining foes before crashing into the ground, carving a fissure over 20 meters in length. Yet, Qin Yan's focus remained unyielding as he swiftly turned his gaze in another direction. There, a robust figure was desperately fleeing. It was a student from the White Eagle Kingdom. This individual, who had rallied the others to counterattack, had seized the opportunity to slip away. Truly, a testament to the treachery of the Eagle folk, adept at betraying their comrades. However, Qin Yan would not permit his escape. All those from the nation that sought to assassinate him, as well as those who orchestrated the plot, would not leave this secret realm alive. He slightly bent his legs, then propelled himself forcefully, shattering the solid ground beneath him as he surged forth like a striking arrow. Just as he was about to catch up, Qin Yan raised his blade, aiming at the fleeing figure, and struck down. The crescent-shaped blade aura, accompanied by a piercing sound, hurtled toward the escaping student, who seemed to sense the impending doom and hurriedly turned back. A frightful realization struck him. There was less than 10 meters between him and the deadly blade aura. He roared in desperation, unleashing his full potential as he swiftly dodged to the side. Just 2 steps away, the blade aura grazed past him, crashing into the debris behind, shattering a vast array of stones. Qin Yan landed on the ground. Observing the panicked student from the White Eagle Kingdom rolling helplessly, he remarked, "Impressive reflexes. But how many of my attacks can you evade?" The student, faced with the murderous glare of Qin Yan, recognized that escape was futile. He ceased his flight, a savage expression overtaking his countenance, akin to a wounded beast as he roared, "Qin Yan, I'll fight you to the end." A radiant silvery glow erupted from him, reminiscent of a full moon. He raised his blade, unleashing the mightiest strike of his life, the Silver Moon Knight slash. A brilliant silver, crescent-like cleave surged towards Qin Yan, its velocity so swift that it emitted a series of sonic booms. In response to this attack, Qin Yan's expression remained unchanged. He swiftly wielded the Blood Soul Blade, invoking the 9th layer of the Demon Blade, 5th layer. A vast blade aura erupted, effortlessly slicing through the Silver Moon slash as if it were mere tofu, and then, like a bolt of lightning, it charged toward the opponent. The adversary was taken aback, hastily raising his sword and letting out a chilling scream. No. In the next instant, the blade aura struck, and the surrounding demonic energy enveloped him before he could even make contact, reducing him to nothingness. Gazing at the remains of the White Eagle student, Qin Yan coldly declared, "Tread slowly on the path to hell. I shall send your companions down one by one, so you will have company on your journey, and the road will not feel so lonely." Chapter 70. Generosity towards one's own after vanquishing all adversaries. Qin Yan turned and approached Ji Yunyao and Mingyu. Both of them sighed in relief, their faces brightening with smiles. Ji Yunyao stepped forward, her eyes glimmering with joy as she gazed at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, I am truly relieved to see you unharmed." Qin Yan regarded her with curiosity. "Are you aware that someone intended to assassinate me?" Ji Yunyao shook her head. "Initially, I had no idea. It was only before entering the secret realm that I noticed the peculiar expression of the person distributing the score devices to you. I sensed something was amiss and wanted to warn you, but you entered the secret realm too swiftly. I had no choice but to follow and devise a plan. Upon entering, I encountered a student from an island nation. After defeating him, I discovered that his score wristband possessed a tracking function. I surmised they must be targeting you. Later, I met Mingyu and explained the situation. We decided to come to the northern plateau to find you. Mingyu nodded in agreement, confirming her account. Qin Yan's eyes were filled with admiration for Ji Yunyao. Her keen intuition allowed her to deduce the truth from the slightest clues. With her, as the matriarch of the Qin family, he felt assured of his safety. At that moment, Mingyu spoke up, "Qin Xiao, what shall we do next?" Qin Yan's gaze hardened, glinting with determination. "Our foremost task is to enhance our strength. Once the 10-day limit elapses, we shall seize points and eliminate our foes." Upon hearing Qin Yan's plan, Ji Yunyao nodded in agreement, finding no reason to oppose. She believed his approach was justified. Others had already attempted to take his life, and failing to retaliate would render them a mere joke. Mingyu, indifferent, shrugged, remarking that it was merely a matter of fighting, something he had done before. Noticing their consensus, Qin Yan smiled faintly, summoning the white yak and leaping onto its back. "Let us depart from this place first," he urged. Ji Yunyao nimbly ascended to the yak's back, taking her place beside Qin Yan. Mingyu chuckled. "No wonder you're Qin Xiao. You always manage to acquire such magnificent mounts." He too climbed onto the white yak, settling about a meter behind them. Once they were situated, Qin Yan directed the white yak eastward. This secret realm had hosted numerous global collegiate elite competitions, and its terrain was largely charted. They had prepared strategies beforehand, knowing where treasures might be found. Thus, they wasted no time and headed straight for those locations in search of riches. The white yak galloped swiftly and steadily, while Qin Yan retrieved the ice crystal snow lotus from his spatial ring. The moment Ji Yunyao beheld the exquisite flower and felt the chill emanating from it, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this the ice crystal snow lotus, one of the most coveted treasures of this realm?" Qin Yan nodded affirmatively. Ji Yunyao gazed at him with a hint of envy, astonished by his extraordinary fortune in uncovering such a rare and elusive treasure. Mingyu, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned closer to view the ice crystal snow lotus, exclaiming, "Truly a top-tier treasure. It resembles a crystal carving. It's stunning." With a smile, Qin Yan replied, "Not only does it look exquisite, but it is also delicious." He plucked 2 petals from the flower and handed them to Ji Yunyao and Mingyu. "Take these. They will significantly enhance your strength." Ji Yunyao accepted them, her large, shimmering eyes blinking in disbelief. "You are giving us such a precious treasure?" Qin Yan chuckled, pinching her cheek gently. "There is no need to be so astonished. I have never been stingy with my own. Look, Mingyu is not making a fuss like you." Ji Yunyao felt a blush creeping to her cheeks from his playful gesture. She shot him an exasperated glance before turning to Mingyu, only to find him blissfully inhaling the scent of the lotus petals. Resigning herself, she said, "Then I shall accept it." "Thank you." Qin Yan observed her. "What do you intend to do with it?" "I offer this to help you strengthen your abilities, not for you to hoard. Its true value lies in enhancing our power. Consume it freely. I have plenty more." Though the ice crystal snow lotus was indeed precious, Qin Yan did not place excessive value on it, as his family possessed abundant resources and lacked for nothing. Moreover, with Ji Yunyao and Mingyu now firmly within his circle, he wished to demonstrate that he would never shortchange them. Mingyu, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Qin Xiao, we are truly fortunate to be by your side. Should you ever require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I shall do whatever it takes, even at the cost of my life." Qin Yan smiled at him. "Your priority now is to strengthen your abilities and assist me in eliminating our enemies." Mingyu declared loudly, "Rest assured, Qin Xiao, I shall tear apart those vile scoundrels." He then bit into one of the lotus petals and began to cultivate. Ji Yunyao, observing this scene, felt a spark of admiration for Qin Yan. She realized he had grown increasingly charismatic, embodying all the traits of a leader. Though she had previously consented to marry him under duress, she had harbored some reluctance and resistance. Now, however, the thought of marrying him filled her with eagerness. This man was truly worthy. After 2 days of travel, the white yak brought them to the eastern region of the secret realm, where a treasure named the greenwood dragon fruit, equally renowned as the ice crystal snow lotus, awaited them. During these 2 days of cultivation, their powers had significantly advanced. Qin Yan had fully entered the 5th tier, becoming a novice 5th tier warrior. Mingyu reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, while Qin Yan approached the late 5th tier on the cusp of breakthrough. Even the white yak, under Qin Yan's care, had attained the 5th tier pinnacle. Their combined strength was formidable. As they neared the area where the greenwood dragon fruit was located, they heard a cacophony of intense roars. Evidently, a battle was underway nearby. Anger-laden shouts in the language of the Great Xia echoed through the air. Qin Yan's expression darkened as he urged the white yak onward. Faster! With a fierce cry, the white yak quickened its pace, thundering toward the battlefield. There, 6 students from the Great Xia formed a defensive circle, bearing injuries that rendered them a disheveled sight. Encircled within them was Zhu Heng, a young lad of lesser strength, currently at the 4th tier. Though he was a genius among his peers, in this secret realm teeming with prodigies, many were older and stronger than he. Surrounding them were over 20 students from various other nations, including both Western and Eastern nations, excluding the Great Xia. These were students from the White Eagle Nation and their sycophants. Among them stood Alec of the White Eagle Nation, alongside a tall girl clad in a tight combat outfit, whose exquisite features framed her long, dark hair. Shinomiya Suzuko, the strongest student from her island nation. In the distance, dozens of other students observed, taking a neutral stance as mere spectators. Zhu Heng glared at the hostile opponents surrounding them and could not help but exclaim with anger, "You bunch of scoundrels. We have already lost. We are merely retreating. Why must you be so aggressive?" Alex smirked with derision. "What is wrong with being aggressive? Your furious, yet powerless demeanor brings me great satisfaction." Zhu Heng clenched his teeth so tightly that he felt they might shatter. "You wretched bastards. Wait until I see Qin Xiao. I will ensure he renders you powerless. Alex scoffed dismissivity. Just hope you can live to see your Qin Xiao. Charge at them. Render them incapable of martial arts for the rest of their lives." Chapter 71. The deceased, by my hand. The students surrounding Zhu Heng sprang into action, their voices harshly articulating the language of the Great Xia. "Ha, kid, I will surely break your legs. I am quite gentle if you kneel and beg. I might spare you. I want him to kneel and lick my shoes." Upon hearing their taunts, Zhu Heng's face flushed with anger. He bellowed, "Brothers, I, a son of the Great Xia, can accept defeat or death, but I will never tolerate humiliation. Today, I will risk my life and fight them." The 6 Great Xia students around him erupted in a roar, seizing their weapons and launching the first assault against their adversaries. Shimbara Suzu, witnessing this scene, wore a grave expression. She finally understood why the Great Xia reigned as the dominant power of the East. These individuals were merely students, yet capable of such valor. If the entirety of Great Xia possessed such spirit, what chance would others have to dethrone them? Alex's response to Zhu Heng's defiance was one of disdain. A mere insect, no matter how fiercely it struggles, can never stand against a lion. The students of Great Xia unleashed a formidable aura, their dazzling assaults hurtling towards the enemy. They had made the decision to fight, disregarding their own safety. However, their numbers were vastly insufficient, placing them at a severe disadvantage, especially with stronger foes among the opposing ranks. With a fierce roar, the adversaries retaliated. In an instant, over 20 of them launched a counterattack, their blades slicing through Zhu Heng's strikes and descending upon him and his companions. Facing the onslaught, Zhu Heng showed no sign of fear. Instead, he shouted defiantly, "I will fight you to the end." He wildly swung his battle blade, sending forth sharp arcs that clashed with the incoming attacks, producing thunderous explosions. The violent shock waves struck him, propelling him backward to the ground. Zhu Heng coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his very insides were ablaze with pain. The other Great Xia students were similarly repelled, their bodies drenched in blood, as though they had emerged from a pool of it. Alec, observing the scene, erupted in laughter. "Ha. I told you, insects are destined to be crushed under the lion's paw." A man from the White Eagle Nation shouted, "I'll take care of this." He brandished a spear, roaring as he lunged at Zhu Heng. With a twisted expression, Zhu Heng glared at him, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You barbaric wretches shall meet a grim fate." Just as the spear was about to pierce his leg, a thunderous voice rang out, "How dare you!" Subsequently, A blade of energy, entwined with dark magic and exuding a destructive aura, swept toward the attacker. The speed of the blade was astonishing, as if it tore through the fabric of space itself. The White Eagle Man was struck with horror. He anticipated an assault upon him. He had no time to retaliate, and could only scream, raising his spear in a futile attempt to block the incoming attack. Yet, his efforts were utterly in vain. The blade of energy consumed him, shredding his body amidst a rain of blood and visceral fragments. After dispatching the foe, the energy continued unabated, surging towards the other students. They shouted in outrage, brandishing their weapons. "Cowardly Great Xia! You dare to ambush us! Kill him! Fools, let us retaliate!" The others shouted in their various tongues, charging headlong at Qin Yan. The ensuing attacks collided with the energy akin to moths drawn to a flame, each meeting a swift demise as they were torn apart. Nevertheless, their assaults bore some effect, gradually weakening the blade, for it was not the full force of Qin Yan's might. At last, as the energy approached within 3 meters of an islander, it erupted violently. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Qin Yan's voice, reminiscent of a dark deity, resonated once more. Ninefold demon blade, 5th layer, a blade of energy, magnitudes more powerful than the previous strike, erupted forth, shrouded in black and crimson magic, as if it sought to rend the very world asunder. The onlookers were gripped by a sense of peril and despair. It was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond their capacity to withstand. At that moment, Alec let out a furious shout. Damn it, the Lion King's fangs. He seized a golden spear, unleashing a radiant beam that surged toward the blade. Beside him, Shinbara Suzu's eyes gleamed with determination as she drew her katana, executing a swift and sharp strike. Shadowless, wind kill technique. A rapid azure slash darted forth, surpassing Alec's attack, and collided with the black-red blade. A cacophony of thunderous sounds ensued, as violent shockwaves forced those nearby to retreat, while massive trees cracked and splintered under the strain. Once the tumult subsided, a figure emerged before Zhu Hang and the others, wielding a blood-red blade, his expression cold, chin slightly raised, surveying them with the disdainful gaze of one regarding mere ants. Upon seeing this figure, Zhu Hang exclaimed with fervor, "Qin Xiao, you've come?" The other Great Xia students echoed his excitement, exclaiming, "Qin Xiao is here. Fantastic, Qin Xiao has arrived. Let us see how they can remain arrogant now. Qin Xiao, these ruffians disregard all rules. Deal with them." Without turning, Qin Yan commanded, "You all retreat and tend to your wounds." The students hastily retrieved healing elixirs and retreated. Not far off, Alec and Shinbara Suzu gazed at Qin Yan, their hearts tumultuous with disbelief. What transpired? Hadn't they sent someone to ambush him? How was he still alive? Had some unforeseen circumstance intervened? Alec, astonished, stammered, You actually survived." Shinbara Suzu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her and stepped forward, her expression grave. "Qin Yan, have you encountered a girl named Shinbara Yoshiko?" Qin Yan's cold gaze met hers as he slowly uttered, "I've seen her. She is dead by my hand." At his words, Shinbara Suzu felt her heart seize, anger igniting on her face. "Damn you! She was my sister. How dare you kill her?" Qin Yan advanced slowly, a sinister expression forming. "You ought to know better than anyone why I killed her, you wretched lapdog of the White Eagle Nation." Suzu's face drained of color, retreating instinctively as tears welled in her eyes, trembling at the humiliation of his words, knowing them to be true. At that moment, Alec roared, "Qin Yan, you have violated the rules of the competition by killing. For the sake of ensuring safety in this contest, we must eliminate you." A fierce glint ignited in Qin Yan's eyes. "Your hypocrisy is truly shameless." He then bellowed, "Attack." A resounding roar echoed from the forest behind him as a colossal white yak, towering at 7 to 8 meters, charged forth. Its magnificent form radiated a silver luminescence, akin to flames of argent fire, blazing fiercely. Upon the back of the white yak stood Mingyu and Jianyao, who surged directly towards those who had earlier besieged Zhu Hang and his companions. Meanwhile, Qin Yan launched an assault on Alec and Shingahara Suzuko, his body enveloped in a swirling black and crimson aura, as a spectral figure of a demon loomed behind him. In his hand, the Blood Soul blade shimmered with an eerie red glow, unleashing a tempestuous and formidable flurry of blade shadows. The 9th level of the Demon Blade, 6th Strike. Chapter 72. The Atmospheric Operator, Suzu Kamahara. During the journey over the past 2 days, Qin Yan, having ascended to the 5th rank, mastered the 6th level of a 9-fold Demon Blade. The enhanced power of a 9-fold Demon Blade, fueled by his early stage 5th rank strength, unleashed a combat prowess several times more formidable than that of the previous days. This transformation was most palpable to Alec. Prior to entering the secret realm, while observing the battle between Qin Yan and Nashin Ti, he felt an overwhelming pressure yet remained confident in his ability to defeat Qin Yan. However, now witnessing Qin Yan's assault, he was enveloped by a suffocating sense of despair, feeling akin to an ant standing before a colossal elephant. At this moment, Suzu Kamahara, standing nearby, shouted, "Mr. Alec, if you remain dazed any longer, we shall surely be defeated." With that, she initiated her attack, the shadowless wind killing technique. She wielded her slender sword, launching an offensive against Qin Yan. A ferocious sword aura, accompanied by a swirling tempest, collided with the demonically charged blade shadow. Alec, regaining his senses, displayed a fierce expression. His eyes widened, and he let out a roar. His already towering figure surged to approximately 2.5 meters. His disheveled golden hair transformed, his ears morphing into those of a lion, while a layer of golden fur erupted across his body. This was Alec's physique, the Lion King body. Alec bellowed in rage, "You bastard, I will fight you." He brandished his spear, summoning a golden lion phantom that leapt forth with a roar, charging toward Qin Yan. The wind-killing technique and the blade shadow clashed first. Akin to two bulls locked in a fierce struggle, the entwined demonic energy and tempest producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. The blade shadow hesitated momentarily before crushing the wind-killing technique, surging forth with a piercing howl towards Alec. Alec released a furious roar, claws of the Lion King. The golden lion phantom echoed with a fierce roar, raising its massive paw to strike down upon the blade aura. A series of explosive sounds erupted, a minute crack appearing on the blade shadow, which rapidly spread until it detonated. The golden lion, too, suffered grievously, its front half shredded, leaving only its hind legs, which shattered like glass, scattering golden light. In this exchange, both parties had fought to a standstill. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed as he regarded Suzu Kamahara, sensing that a significant portion of his attack's energy had been absorbed by the strikes of this island woman. He coldly inquired, "Are you a wind attribute, sacred body?" Both Suzu Kamahara and Alec were at the 5th rank's pinnacle, just a step away from perfection. However, the intensity of their attacks was evidently disparate, with Suzu's prowess far surpassing Alec's. This disparity could only indicate one possibility. Suzu Kamahara possessed a superior physique compared to Alec. Alec and Nashin Ti both shared a beastly royal physique, which meant that Suzu Kamahara was undoubtedly a sacred body. Alec, stunned by Qin Yan's words, turned to Suzu Kamahara, astonished that this seemingly unassuming girl from the island had concealed such depths. Suzu gripped her sword tightly, replying, "What of it?" Upon hearing her response, Qin Yan's expression remained unfazed. Instead, a smile graced his lips. "Every sacred body is an atmospheric operator. It seems you're my first quarry after the Child of Destiny. On Earth, amidst a population of billions, only a mere tens of thousands possess special physiques, with one such individual emerging for every 100,000. Possessing a special physique, even the lowest tier, the spirit body, grants one a fortune surpassing that of the majority. The royal body, however, is a rarity, with only thousands existing on Earth, representing a true selection among millions. Do not be deceived by the seemingly large number, as it encompasses all age groups. When divided among specific age ranges, it becomes exceedingly scarce. For instance, in the global elite university competition, over 80% of the strongest students from various nations are merely spirit bodies, with not a single royal body among them. Sacred bodies are even more elusive, with an average of only 5 appearing worldwide each year. Of course, the current circumstances are unique due to the emergence of the Child of Destiny, resulting in a slightly increased number of sacred bodies, yet still limited. Thus, it can be said that each sacred body is an atmospheric operator. With the Child of Destiny now deceased, this era has entered a phase of vying for supremacy, where the ultimate victor shall become the new Child of Destiny. Suzu Kamahara, unfamiliar with the concept of atmospheric operators or the Child of Destiny, sensed Qin Yan's escalating murderous intent toward her. Initially, this aura made her anxious, but gradually, a sense of animosity toward Qin Yan emerged within her, as if only one of them could survive. This thought bore a sense of fate, distinct from the resentment stemming from Qin Yan's slaying of Kamahara Yoshiko. Noticing the change in Suzu's gaze, Qin Yan revealed a peculiar smile. It seemed to have sensed it. In that case, let's not hide any longer. Reveal your true strength. A glint of coldness appeared in Suzu's eyes. As you wish. Upon speaking, a whirlwind enveloped her feet, tousling her long hair as it danced in the wind. Gradually, her hair began to turn white, her eyes following suit. Her aura surging dramatically as an intense chill emanated from her, the gusts sharp as blades. Wind and snow, sacred body. Observing Suzu's transformation, Alec was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange between Qin Yan and Suzu. He only understood that Suzu had fully unleashed her sacred body, entering a mode of total combat, a state that exerted immense pressure upon him, a pressure he had only experienced in the presence of Desley. Qin Yan chuckled coldly. Now becomes interesting. With that, he ceased to conceal his power, revealing his supreme demon dragon body. He tilted his head back, emitting a sound akin to a dragon's roar as black gold scales enveloped his entire being, even covering his face with a pair of dragon horns jutting toward the heavens. Swirling black-red, demonic energy encircling him, his crimson eyes radiating boundless killing intent. Alec, watching the two, felt increasingly perplexed. They clearly regarded him as inconsequential, as if this stage were solely for the two of them. Unwilling to be overshadowed, he let out a fierce roar. Qin Yan, prepare to die. Lion King fist. He swung his right fist, summoning a massive, menacing golden lion head that lunged at Qin Yan. Qin Yan scoffed lightly, casually waving his left hand. Great heavenly demon palm. An enormous, demonic hand materialized, crashing down upon the golden lion's head. A sound akin to thunder echoed, followed by a crisp, shattering noise, as Alec's attack was effortlessly obliterated. The colossal heavenly demon palm continuing its descent toward Alec. In a flurry of panic, Alec attempted to retaliate against Qin Yan's onslaught. At that moment, Suzu's gaze sharpened with intensity as she raised her slender sword, audaciously launching an attack at Qin Yan. Absolute shadow, chaotic blade slash. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a flurry of over 100 strikes, creating a whirlwind of crescent-shaped blade auras that surged toward Qin Yan. Chapter 73. The Aoki Dragon Fruit. Targeted again, the blade energy whirled like a tornado, emitting a piercing and shrill sound. Should one be struck by this assault, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere bones. Qin Yan felt no hint of panic. He slowly raised his blood soul blade and bellowed, ninefold demon blade slash. A furious and fierce blade aura erupted instantaneously, resembling a demonic dragon that directly collided with the chaotic blade strike. A cacophony of explosive sounds ensued, akin to hail striking a car roof, intensely violent. Hundreds of chaotic blades relentlessly struck against the phantom of the demon blade, striving to diminish its power. The white whirlwind and the black-red, demonic energy intertwined and clawed at each other. For about a second, the two attacks remained at a stalemate before the black-red demon blade overwhelmed the chaotic blade strike, shattering all the blade energy and charging toward Kamahara Suzuko. With a grave expression in her eyes, Kamahara swung her great sword once more. Gale Blade. A continuous barrage of wind blades surged toward the demon blade, incessantly colliding with it. At that moment, Alex charged in from the side, brandishing his spear as he roared fiercely, "You bastard Qin Yan! How dare you ignore me?" Lion King S charge. A majestic golden lion materialized from his spear, roaring loudly, the immense sound waves causing the surrounding trees to tremble. The colossal golden lion, measuring over 10 meters high, lunged at the demon blade. A dull thud echoed as the golden lion shattered the already weakened phantom of the demon blade. Alex erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Ah ha ha! Qin Yan, I told you, you are no match for me. Prepare to perish." He directed his spear forward, and the golden lion roared again, charging fiercely toward Qin Yan. Qin Yan's expression remained stoic. He raised his fist and uttered coldly, "Netherworld rebirth fist." A black-red glow erupted, and a fist of light shot forth like a meteor, directly striking the golden lion and obliterating it into fragments. The fist's energy continued toward Kamahara and Alex. Alex gulped, feeling as though he faced not a mere fist, but a true celestial meteor. A wave of helplessness surged within him. He could not withstand this blow. Meanwhile, Kamahara held her great sword vertically before her, the tip pointing down, gripping the hilt firmly. Coldly, she observed the fist's energy and suddenly shouted, "Storm blade slash." She swung her sword fiercely, unleashing a pale blue blade aura that surged toward the fist's energy. A whirlwind formed around the blade energy, and a powerful storm drew in all nearby trees and flowers, striking the fist's energy like a drill. The clash produced a thunderous explosion, reminiscent of a missile, with a violent shock wave radiating outward. The shattered branches and leaves flew like bullets, creating countless small holes in the towering trees around. Witnessing this, Kamahara felt a slight relief, and a glimmer of confidence emerged within her. Although Qin Yan was formidable, he was not unbeatable. She still had a chance. She knew that brute force was never her strong suit. Speed was her forte. With this thought, she prepared to launch an attack, but before she could act, Qin Yan's cold voice resonated, star-shattering finger. A black-red, demonic finger, over 20 meters long and resembling a pillar, shot toward her. Kamahara's pupils dilated in shock. This Qin Yan possessed the ability to unleash successive powerful moves. In fury, she shouted blizzard. A violent tornado rapidly formed, filled with snowflakes as sharp as blades, swirling toward the star-shattering finger. Alex, eager to contribute to the duel, was not to be outdone. He swung his spear again, bellowing, "Lion King charge." The golden lion phantom reappeared, joining forces with Kamahara's attack to strike the star-shattering finger. After unleashing his attack, Qin Yan swiftly moved, circumventing the central battlefield, using his formidable physique to withstand the violent onslaught and target Alex. Though Alex's strength paled compared to Kamahara's, he provided substantial assistance, making it imperative to eliminate him first. Transforming into a blur, he raised the blood-soul blade high. "Alex, behold the blade." A furious blade light surged toward Alex, poised to cleave him if he failed to block. Alex, filled with dread, let out a terrified scream, attempting to defend himself. However, having just unleashed a powerful move, he could only retaliate with a regular attack. He swung his spear, golden light erupting around him like flames, launching a dazzling golden spear light. Yet, Qin Yan's assault merely faltered momentarily before crushing Alex's counterattack, relentlessly bearing down upon him. Unwilling to perish so easily, Alex let out a furious roar, his face contorted in rage, raising his spear to retaliate. However, all was in vain. The ferocious blade energy consumed him in an instant, leaving nothing but ashes. Witnessing this, Kamahara felt a chill run down her spine. She had not expected Qin Yan to truly dare to kill, especially someone from the White Eagle Nation. Fear began to creep into her heart, yet the allure of the Aoki dragon fruit was too enticing to abandon. With a piercing cry, a whirlwind erupted beneath her knees, lifting her hair as she surged toward Qin Yan at astonishing speed, fast enough to appear as nothing but a white blur. In combat, such swift adversaries were particularly vexing. Yet Qin Yan remained unfazed, his crimson dragon-like eyes capturing every one of Kamahara's movements with precision. As Kamahara maneuvered to Qin Yan's flank, she suddenly launched an attack, Storm Slash. A violent slash raced toward Qin Yan like lightning, closing in rapidly. Qin Yan scoffed, raising his blade to sweep horizontally. The The clash of their energies uprooting the surrounding earth, sending dust and debris flying. After launching her attack, Kamahara shifted her position, while Qin Yan anticipated her movements and swiftly positioned himself in her path, launching his attack without hesitation. As she was mid-movement, Kamahara was startled to see Qin Yan's blade descending upon her intended path. Realizing halting was impossible, she exerted all her strength and shouted, "Divine might, storm strike!" An even more ferocious attack erupted from her, colliding violently with Qin Yan's slash. The two energies exploded, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The force struck Kamahara like a hammer, causing her to spit blood and send her flying backward like a leaf in the wind. Qin Yan bent his legs slightly, preparing to charge forward for the kill. However, a peculiar sensation surged within him, prompting an immediate halt. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed toward the Aoki dragon fruit, displaying unwavering determination. The Aoki dragon fruit, rumored to have mutated by absorbing the essence of the azure dragon, could be sensed by those of dragon lineage or blood. The pulse he felt just now was the signal of its ripening. With unparalleled speed, Qin Yan surged ahead, his velocity barely trailing behind that of Kamahara Suzu. Now that Kamahara was injured, none could match his swiftness. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Qin Yan's agility, but as realization dawned upon them, they swiftly turned and rushed toward the Aoki Ri-ji fruit tree. Qin Yan arrived at the base of the Aoki Ri-ji tree in a blur. The tree, boasting a diameter of 20 meters, was adorned with a green bark etched with scales reminiscent of a dragon. Hanging from its branches were 3 fruit resembling pine cones. Without hesitation, Qin Yan ascended, plucking all 3 Aoki Ri-ji fruits and stowing them within his spatial ring. It was only at this juncture that students from other nations arrived, their expressions shifting to fury upon discovering the vanished Aoki Ri-ji fruits. After waiting for 2 days, they could not accept being outpaced by another. They shouted at Qin Yan, demanding, "Hand over the Aoki Ri-ji fruits. Otherwise, we shall not refrain from being unfriendly. There are 3 fruits. We will allow you to keep 1, but the other 2 must be surrendered. Fellow from Daxia, I advise you not to be too greedy, or we will have no choice but to take action." Standing atop the tree, Qin Yan gazed down upon them, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "You wish to seize what is mine? Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Chapter 74. You are unworthy of being my friend, a student. Resembling a gorilla with his entire figure cloaked in darkness, shouted at Qin Yan in a clumsy rendition of the Great Xia language. "Damn Great Xia people. Your greed knows no bounds. I shall break your bones and seize the Qingmulongwa." Qin Yan regarded this reflective figure with disdain, letting out a cold snort before launching his attack. Shattered Starfinger. A massive, crimson-black hand descended from the sky with the force of thunder, crushing down upon his opponent. The assailant's eyes bulged in shock. He could scarcely comprehend that the Great Xia people, renowned for their love of peace, could be so ruthlessly fierce, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Yet he refused to be passive, bellowing in anger, "Damn it, I will fight you." A series of black and green lights erupted from him, and scales manifested upon his body, with spiny armor resembling that of a crocodile adorning his back. This individual possessed the unique crocodile king physique, a special animal trait. In terror, he cried out incoherently, swinging his fists as a massive crocodile had materialized, hurtling toward the shattered Starfinger. However, he overestimated his abilities and underestimated the might of the shattered Starfinger. The technique effortlessly crushed the crocodile head, and as his bulging eyes watched in horror, it fell heavily upon him. The would-be warrior who dared to challenge Qin Yan was instantly reduced to a puddle of muck, merging with the earth and becoming nourishment for the Qingmulongwa tree. Witnessing the murder, individuals from other nations were momentarily stunned, followed by an outpouring of rage. They shouted in unison, "Damn Great Xia people, they have killed once again. Let us unite and ensure he pays for this. We shall shatter every bone in his body and demand an apology from Great Xia." Amidst their fervor, 2 of them had already begun to attack, brandishing weapons as they charged at Qin Yan. Observing their brazen defiance, Qin Yan's eyes turned icy. It seemed the previous displays of Great Xia's temperance had led them to forget the inherent warlike and domineering nature etched into the genes of its people. As the assault approached, Qin Yan swiftly countered with a powerful strike, Great Celestial Demon Palm. The black-red hand shattered the attacks of both assailants effortlessly. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a half-eaten petal of the ice crystal snow lotus from his spatial ring and consumed it in a few bites. Instantly, a surge of formidable energy coursed through him. Raising his blade, he leaped from the Chimu longwood tree, brandishing the Blood Soul blade high, ninth layer of the demon blade. Perish! A torrent of blade energy, imbued with a fierce killing intent, descended upon the two who had previously attacked. They, undeterred, roared defiantly, radiating a burst of light as they wielded their weapons for a furious counterstrike. A phantasm of a long spear and a wave of sword energy shot skyward, striving to shatter Qin Yan's assault. Yet, they overestimated their own prowess, believing their late-stage fifth-tier strength could rival Qin Yan. Reality, however, delivered them a harsh lesson. The demonic energy-laden blade energy sliced through their feeble defenses without pause, striking them down and tearing them to shreds. Qin Yan landed with poise, his scarlet eyes surveying the remaining onlookers, brimming with murderous intent. The remaining individuals felt a chill run down their spines. Was this truly the gentle Great Xia person they had once known? Without granting them a moment to ponder, Qin Yan raised his blood soul blade and charged at them. One particularly robust man exclaimed, "Qin, have you lost your mind? You attack even us from the White Bear Nation? Are we not friends?" Qin Yan, now consumed by bloodlust, retorted, "I care not who you are. When the White Eagle Nation and their minions attacked my fellow Great Xia people, you chose to stand idly by. From that moment, you forfeited your right to be our friends." Qin Yan held no belief in genuine friendship between nations. If two countries maintained a cordial relationship, it was invariably rooted in deep-seated interests. Even amidst profound ties, thoughts of undermining the other lingered. These individuals from the White Bear Nation had allowed the attack on Zhu Hang and his companions to unfold, hoping to weaken Great Xia's strength. Therefore, Qin Yan felt justified in discarding any semblance of camaraderie and retaliating directly. In a flash, he surged toward a student from the Monkey Nation, bringing his blade down upon the student's head. Startled, the student raised his weapon in a futile attempt to defend against Qin Yan. The strike obliterated both his weapon and his very being. Furious at the sight, another student from the White Bear Nation roared, "Qin, it seems you have truly lost your senses. We must restrain you." He then turned to several others of fifth-tier late-stage strength, commanding, "What are you waiting for? Let's subdue him together." A radiant white light enveloped him, heightening his stature to an imposing 2 meters and 80 centimeters. Densely covered in white fur, the White Bear King physique, unique to the White Bear Nation. Simultaneously, the leader of the Monkey Nation transformed, taking on the form of a monkey, embodying the Monkey King physique. Not far off, a student from the John Nation howled skyward, morphing into a werewolf, a manifestation of their unique wolf physique. Also a kingly trait. Behind this werewolf, a girl sprouted bat-like wings, soaring into the air, showcasing the ancestral vampire physique of the John Nation, yet another kingly trait. Among these four, the student from the White Bear Nation was the strongest, a fifth-tier completion, while the others were all late-stage fifth-tier. With a furious roar, the White Bear student commanded, "Charge!" The four of them launched their assault on Qin Yan. The White Bear student wielded a massive spear, conjuring a colossal white bear phantasm that roared as it charged toward Qin Yan. Meanwhile, a large gray wolf and a sandy-colored monkey attacked from the opposite side. Above, the vampire girl shrieked, brandishing a slender sword, unleashing a blood-red crescent-shaped blade of energy aimed at him. In response, Qin Yan remained unfazed, bellowing back. Raising his palm, Great Celestial Demon Palm, the black-red hand struck toward the white bear, and he swiftly turned to deliver a punch to the giant wolf and monkey, Nether Reincarnation Fist. He deftly repositioned himself, the blood-red sword energy slicing into the ground where he had just stood, carving a deep trench in the earth. Qin Yan let out a cold snort and aimed his blade at the vampire girl, 9th layer of the demon blade, 6th layer. A tempestuous wave of blade energy surged skyward, crashing down upon her like a monstrous wave. The vampire girl, startled, hastily summoned all her energy, a dense crimson light radiating from her blood crescent slash. An even larger strike erupted, colliding with the phantom of the magic blade. Despite her efforts, it proved futile. The black-red blade phantom shattered the blood crescent slash and bore down upon her. In a panic, she flapped her bat wings to flee, but it was too late. The sharp aura of the blade energy shredded one of her wings, eliciting a piercing scream as she plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. On the ground, the white bear student had managed to fend off the great celestial demon palm. Observing the scene unfold, his eyelids twitched incessantly. He turned to the other students, urging, "What are you waiting for? Charge together." The more than 20 somewhat dazed students regained their senses, simultaneously shouting and brandishing their weapons to launch an assault on Qin Yan. A cacophony of diverse and chaotic attacks surged towards him. Yet, Qin Yan merely let out a cold laugh, dismissing them as mere clowns. He then raised the blood soul blade, delivering another devastating strike that shattered their attacks and continued its merciless path towards them. Observing this, the students from the White Bear Kingdom quickly sprang into action. One of them unleashed a powerful punch, and a roaring bear head collided with the diminished force of the blade's energy, resulting in a violent explosion. At that moment, a crisp, authoritative voice echoed, "To overpower the few with the many is truly shameless. Let us advance." As the words fell, a white yak, towering at least 7 or 8 meters and extending over 10 meters in length, radiating a tangible silver light, charged into the fray. The white yak barreled into the group of students, its spear-like horns piercing through 2 of them with lethal precision. Chapter 75. The Granddaughter of the War God? A brilliant flash glimmered upon the white yak's horn, and 2 figures, resembling skewered candied hawthorns, instantly erupted into a shower of flesh and blood. Behind the white yak, Ji Yunyao, Mingyu, and Zhu Heng, along with other students of the Great Xia, had gathered. They had all ingested superior healing elixirs and were now nearly restored to their former vigor. Ji Yunyao, brandishing her longsword, gazed at her adversaries and commanded, "Kill them all, leave none alive." The white yak emitted a resounding moo and charged forth, its spear-like horns clearing a path with reckless abandon. Ji Yunyao followed closely, her sword radiating a brilliant sword aura that severed a student from the Monkey Kingdom in one stroke. Mingyu and the others, not to be outdone, brandished their weapons and rushed into the fray. Under the leadership of the white yak, Ji Yunyao, and Mingyu, the group swiftly routed the 20 or so opponents, who fell into disarray and howled in despair. Seeing their comrades fall one by one, panic seized the remaining foes, and they fled without a second thought. Yet, Ji Yunyao would not let them escape. She extended her hand, commanding Big White, pursue and annihilate them. The white yak roared and galloped after them. How could the fleeing students outrun such a beast? Lowering its head, the white yak's horns pierced through 2 of them, while its massive hooves crushed another. Observing the carnage from afar, Qin Yan wore a faint smile, appreciating Ji Yunyao's prowess. She truly embodied the aura of a matriarch. He turned to the 4 great beast kings surrounding him and bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Continue." With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch toward the student from the White Bear Kingdom. A black-red fist of light surged forth, radiating an aura of annihilation, akin to a falling meteor. The White Bear student roared in fury, "Damn it! The Bear King's claw!" He thrust his massive spear forward, summoning the colossal visage of a white bear, which let out a thunderous roar and swung its enormous paw to intercept the incoming fist. The 2 attacks collided with a deafening crash. The fierce fist shattered the bear's paw, ripping apart its entire leg, and continued its relentless advance, piercing through the bear's form. The massive body of the bear shattered like porcelain, disintegrating into countless specks of white light. The force of the blow did not relent. It pressed on towards the white bear student. Terrified, he brandished his spear once more, invoking the wrath of the Bear King. A giant bear's head charged at the fist of light, but it too was swiftly obliterated. In the next moment, the fist descended upon him, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power. The white bear student emitted a choked groan, his body flying through the air like a broken sack, colliding violently with a great tree, which splintered upon impact. His metallic armor contorted, bones shattered, and his internal organs were severely damaged. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. After defeating the white bear student, a ferocious roar erupted from behind him. He swiftly raised his blade, pivoting around, and unleashed a sweeping strike with his blood soul blade, exclaiming, "Die!" The frenzied blade aura compressed the air, emitting a demonic shriek as it struck the phantasms of the giant wolf and monkey. Their combined strength was merely on par with the white bear student. How could they withstand Qin Yan's full power? The blade aura sliced through the two beastly apparitions as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, continuing its relentless assault toward their true forms. By this point, fear had completely consumed the two, resembling wounded, dying beasts as they let out harrowing cries. Their faces contorted in rage as they swung their weapons with all their might. The three attacks collided, creating a violent shockwave that uprooted trees and sent the earth flying. Qin Yan remained unfazed, his legs slightly bent as he propelled himself off the ground with a thunderous roar. He soared into the air like a mighty eagle, swiftly positioning himself above the two adversaries, and swung his fist downwards. Netherworld Reincarnation Fist, Perish. A black-red radiance erupted from his form, enveloping his right arm in an almost tangible demonic energy. As he swung his arm, the energy surged forth like a torrent, manifesting into a 10-meter-wide fist of light that bore down upon the two. Seeing this, despair washed over their faces, their eyes wide with terror, blood trickling from their corners. They raised their weapons, their bodies aglow with brilliance, unleashing their most potent attacks in a futile attempt to intercept the fist of light. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. The moment the fist met their attacks, there was a fleeting moment of hesitation, but it was fleeting indeed. In an instant, it shattered their strongest counterattack and descended upon them. In unison, they released horrified, desperate cries, "No!" With a resounding crash, the fist struck them and then slammed into the ground. The earth trembled within a 100-meter radius, rippling like waves. As the dust settled, a massive pit, 10 meters in diameter and nearly 30 meters deep, emerged. The representatives from a monkey kingdom and the John kingdom had returned to the embrace of Mother Earth, merging with the land itself. Having dispatched the two, Qin Yan landed gracefully and turned to face a girl from the John kingdom, who had lost a wing. Upon meeting his blood-red dragon gaze filled with lethal intent, she trembled in terror, retreating while pleading, "No, please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Qin Yan remained silent, striding towards her, enveloped in swirling black-red demonic energy, with a towering phantom of a demon standing proudly behind him, rendering him akin to a true demon lord. The girl from the John kingdom was utterly shattered. She cried out, "Please, don't kill me. I am Dracula Vera, the granddaughter of Duke Dracula. If you spare me, I will marry you, and the entire Dracula family will support you." The Dracula family, too, was a lineage of war gods, and Duke Dracula was the sole war god of the John kingdom. Nearby, upon hearing her words, Ji Yunyao's eyes widened in shock, glancing at the little princess of the Dracula family, then anxiously at Qin Yan, uncertain of his impending decision. If Qin Yan chose to marry this princess, the strength of the Qin family would be greatly augmented, which would be highly advantageous for him. She recognized it as an outstanding opportunity, yet the thought of it brought her discomfort. Even so, she refrained from uttering a word, leaving the choice to Qin Yan, prepared to support whatever decision he made. But Qin Yan offered no response. He merely raised the blood soul blade slowly. Dracula Vera's eyes widened in horror, panic coursing through her as she cried out, "No, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. My grandfather is Duke Dracula, a war god." In response, a vicious blade light surged forth. Seeing this, Dracula Vera screamed, her body emanating a deep crimson glow as a massive blood-red bat lunged toward the blade light. In an instant, the sharp blade light cleaved the bat in two, then descended upon Dracula Vera. The little princess of the Dracula family let out a half-formed scream before being utterly obliterated. Having completed all of this, Qin Yan, wielding the blood soul blade in one hand, turned to face the students of the Great Xia, his crimson dragon eyes brimming with malevolence. He spoke slowly. Listen well. From this moment forth, should we encounter provocations from other nations, we shall respond with unyielding force. The Great Xia has been too gentle for far too long. Many have lost their reverence for us. It is time they experience the taste of terror. Chapter 76. Aiming for my woman? Seeking death. Qin Yan's words sent a tremor through the hearts of everyone present, followed by a wave of excitement as they voiced their support. Young Master Qin is right. We should have acted this way long ago. We have shown them too much leniency in the past, allowing them to take liberties. We must strike them down to instill a sense of fear. Every formidable warrior is forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Those who rise to power are not weaklings, and thus, drawing weapons at the slightest provocation is a fundamental response. However, a few individuals harbor concerns, considering that they were amidst the global university elite competition. Would the act of slaying so many cause repercussions? Qin Yan observed their expressions and reassured them, just follow my lead. I will handle the rest. There will be no issues. He anticipated that upon exiting the secret realm, they would face difficulties from nations led by the White Eagle Nation, but he remained unfazed. Qin Yan possessed evidence that would not only safeguard him, but also turn the tide against the White Eagle Nation, causing them some losses. Ji Yao stepped forward and said, Qin Yan, just moments ago, the island nation Kamahara Suzu escaped. Her speed was too great for us to intercept. Qin Yan nodded slightly. That is of no consequence. With many days remaining until the competition concludes, we will surely encounter her again, and then it will not be too late to eliminate her. He then retrieved a Qingmu Longhua from his spatial ring. The Qingmu Longhua resembled a pine cone. Over a meter long, its surface a vibrant emerald green, akin to a finely carved jade. Each Qingmu Longhua contained 108 seeds, abundant in energy and possessing remarkable healing properties. Without hesitation, Qin Yan dispensed over 20 seeds, offering 2 to each person, saying, take these. Cultivate diligently during this time and enhance your strength. As they held the 2 pearlescent, palm-sized seeds, a glimmer of gratitude appeared on their faces. They looked at Qin Yan, mouths agape, eager to express their thanks. However, Qin Yan waved his hand to silence them. Do not utter any sentimental words of gratitude. Your efforts to strengthen yourselves are the best repayment you can offer me. The group fell silent, solemnly stowing away the seeds, their eyes filled with determination. Qin Yan called to the white yak, come here. The white yak trotted over eagerly, nudging its large head against Qin Yan. With a smile, Qin Yan patted its head and offered it a petal from an ice crystal snow lotus. You've worked hard. This is your reward. Upon seeing the petal, the white yak's eyes brightened, and it opened its mouth wide, swallowing the ice crystal snow lotus petal eagerly. The cold attribute of the ice crystal snow lotus was profoundly beneficial for the white yak, not only enhancing its strength, but also refining its innate attributes. As a creature residing at the foot of the snowy mountains, the white yak had the potential to awaken its ice attributes. After feeding the white yak, Qin Yan mounted its back and addressed the others. Everyone, come aboard. We shall set forth. Ji Yao was the first to ascend, lightly tapping the ground with her toes before gracefully landing on the broad back of the white yak, sitting alongside Qin Yan. Soon Mingyu, Zhu Heng, and others followed suit, taking their places behind them. Qin Yan gave the white yak a pat. Let us go. The white yak let out an excited roar and galloped southward. To the south lay the Chihua Zhugua, one of Qin Yan's targets. After 3 days of travel, Qin Yan and his party arrived at the location of the Chihua Zhugua, only to discover it had vanished, evidently picked by someone else. It remained uncertain who had taken the fruit. If it were others, it would be manageable, but if it were Daisley or Kamahara Suzu, it would pose a problem. Nevertheless, Qin Yan felt no excessive concern. With the ice crystal snow lotus and Qingmu Longhua at his disposal, his advantages were substantial. Thus, they continued their journey, practicing their skills while seeking out other students from Daxia to gather them together. Soon, the 10-day limit elapsed, signaling the time for mutual plundering of points. During these days, they had focused intently on enhancing their strength and had not accumulated many points. only engaging in combat when attacked by mindless beasts. Their strategy revolved around seizing points from others rather than wasting time accumulating them themselves. They encountered several individuals along the way, but mostly refrained from initiating conflict unless faced with students from the White Eagle Nation or the Islanders, which were minor inconveniences. However, they had yet to cross paths with Daisley and Kamahara Suzu. It remained unclear whether they were in another location or deliberately avoiding Qin Yan. During this period, their strength had notably improved. With the abundant resources supplied by Qin Yan, everyone's capabilities saw significant enhancement. Qin Yan advanced from the early stage of the 5th rank to the late stage, a rise of 2 minor levels. Ming Yu still appeared to be the strongest among them, now at the early stage of the 6th rank. Ji Yunyao had also reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank, just a step away from the 6th. Though her true power surpassed Ming Yu's due to her possessing the immortal spirit's sacred body, even the white yak, under Qin Yan's nourishment, had attained the pinnacle of the 5th rank, its length reaching 12 meters, comparable to a large bus, easily accommodating 50 to 60 passengers. Now, their strength stood unparalleled among all participating nations. This prowess far exceeded that of the Daxia team depicted in the narrative. In the storyline, to highlight the inadequacies of Xiao Fan, the strengths of others had scarcely progressed. Remarkably, the once formidable Daxia team, which ranked among the best before entering the secret realm, had been consistently surpassed, ultimately relegated to a mid-tier status. It was truly disheartening. After advancing for about half an hour, Qin Yan suddenly heard a series of howls resembling gorilla roars. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed over 100 figures clad in animal skins, akin to primitive humans, emerging from the jungle and swiftly encircling Qin Yan and his companions, chattering incomprehensibly. At that moment, a massive figure, around 2 meters tall and resembling a hulking gorilla, stepped forward, regarding Qin Yan and the others with a peculiar dialect of Daxia. "You, Daxia people, quickly hand over your points." He then greedily eyed Ji Yunyao, his gaze filled with avarice, adding, "And leave this woman behind, otherwise I shall break your legs." As he spoke, he licked his thick lips, declaring, "Only such a beautiful Daxia woman deserves to be the wife of my chieftain's son. I must take her home and bear dozens of children with her." Ming Yu and the others, incensed by the insult directed at Ji Yunyao, stepped forward, brimming with murderous intent. "You scoundrel! Utter another word, and we shall annihilate you." Just days prior, Dongfeng Bai, having recently reunited with the main force, angrily added, "You better kneel and apologize immediately, or your lives will be forfeit." However, the gorilla-like brute displayed an air of disdain. "Ha! People of the Great Xia, it seems you are unaware of our prowess. Today, I shall break your legs and seize this woman." After uttering these words, he turned to gaze at Ji Yunyao, his eyes gleaming with a fervor reminiscent of a lustful beast. Upon witnessing the predatory glint in his gaze, Ji Yunyao felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, igniting a surge of fury within. Rising to her feet, she rebuked him. "Scoundrel, I shall end your life." With that, she drew her long sword with a swift motion, preparing to strike, only to observe Qin Yan beside her already brandishing his blade, a surge of dark crimson energy hurtling towards the gorilla-like creature. Qin Yan's cold voice resonated through the air. "Dare to lay a hand on my woman? You seek death." Chapter 77. Sparing them would diminish the path of virtue faced with Qin Yan's sudden assault. The leading student was taken aback, letting out an enraged roar as he raised his weapon, foolishly attempting to defend himself. Clearly, he had overestimated his capabilities. The violent blade aura surged forth like a tsunami, devouring him in an instant. After slaying the foremost adversary, the blade aura showed no sign of waning and surged towards the other students. Upon witnessing this, the others were filled with terror, crying out in panic before hastily fleeing. However, Qin Yan's onslaught was too swift and ferocious. More than 10 individuals, slow to react, were directly engulfed by the blade aura, torn to shreds. Once the blade aura dissipated, those who had fled halted abruptly, akin to stunned deer, turning back to condemn Qin Yan. "Oh, you scoundrel! How dare you slay our kin? You shall pay dearly for this." We, of the Celestial Empire, are excessively magnanimous. We will apply pressure upon you. With merely 200 warriors, we could obliterate your realm. Surrender the women in your company, and we may consider your transgressions forgiven. Qin Yan's expression remained inscrutable, his brow furrowing momentarily. Were these individuals suffering from some cognitive deficiency? Did they fail to comprehend the gravity of their situation, daring to boast so brazenly? He had no intention of engaging with such weaklings. With a mere wave of his hand, he commanded, "Subdue them." Mingyu and Dongfang Bai were the first to charge forward, followed closely by a pack of fierce Daxia students. They seized their weapons and, with a resounding battle cry, launched another assault against these foes. The adversaries, seeing this, also brandished their weapons, shouting as they charged towards Mingyu and his comrades. However, the moment they clashed, it became apparent that they had gravely miscalculated. They were no match for Mingyu's group. Soon, their offensive crumbled to dust, and they found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Within 3 minutes, they all raised their hands in surrender. Qin Yan, perched upon the back of the white yak, announced, "Collect their points." "Understood, young Master Qin," Mingyu replied. They stepped forward, beginning to gather points from each individual. However, it was not long before Mingyu's expression turned peculiar, a blend of disbelief and amusement. After a while, once the point collection was complete, Mingyu reported to Qin Yan, "Young Master Qin, the points have been collected. Each person was stripped 3 times. But, Qin Yan inquired, "But what?" Mingyu took a deep breath and continued, "In total, we acquired less than 10,000 points from them." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's expression shifted awkwardly. These individuals possessed even fewer points than his group. It was worth noting that over the past few days, Qin Yan and his comrades had been indifferent to the acquisition of points, relying solely on luck. Yet, despite their lack of focus, they had amassed nearly 30,000 points. Yet, this horde of students could only muster around 10,000 points? It quickly dawned on Qin Yan that these individuals had likely been too lazy to hunt ferocious beasts for points. They had merely waited for the 10-day deadline to pass, intending to gather and partake in a zero-cost acquisition. Such behavior was truly in line with their character. Their laziness had squandered 10 days, during which they had neither gained points nor enhanced their strength, ultimately resulting in their deluded attempt to seize points. Qin Yan shook his head slowly, then turned his gaze towards the group, declaring loudly, "Do you wish to live or die?" The group looked up at Qin Yan, most of them unable to comprehend his words, their faces a picture of bewilderment. A small fraction understood and quickly pleaded, "Friend from the Daxia, we wish to live. We do not want to die. Please spare us. We admit our fault." Qin Yan's expression remained unchanged. He snorted coldly, stating, "If you wish to survive, it is simple. I grant you 3 days. I care not how you achieve it, but you must procure 100,000 points for me. If you fail, I shall break all your legs. Do not harbor any illusions. I will block the exit of the secret realm, and you will be required to queue to submit your points." The group was thoroughly frightened, nodding vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. They dare not refuse. The fresh corpses on the ground served as a stark reminder. Qin Yan cast a cold glance over them before shifting his gaze away. They were merely a troop of clowns, and dealing with them was far too effortless. Furthermore, upon returning to Daxia, he would discuss internal matters with his grandfather. With a cold snort, he urged the white yak to "Bai, let us return to your homeland, the northern plateau." The white yak responded with a low moo, swiftly carrying all Daxia students towards the northern plateau. The exit of the secret realm lay 100 kilometers within the northern plateau, chosen for its open expanse, sparse vegetation, and few animals. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at the foot of the northern plateau. There were 3 entrances in total, and upon reaching the first, they discovered it was already blocked, with others demanding points from fellow students. Qin Yan squinted, recognizing familiar faces, students from the White Eagle Nation, led by the stern-faced, Daisley clad in a fiery red battle garb. Daisley's mood was evidently foul. Upon sensing a hint of discontent on the face of a student being extorted, she dealt a crushing blow, severely injuring him. As Qin Yan observed, Daisley cast her gaze in his direction. Their eyes met, and a flicker of hatred crossed her face, her murderous intent surging. Clearly, she had learned of Qin Yan's slaying of Alec. Qin Yan paid her no heed, merely sneering before urging the white yak to proceed to the next entrance. It was not that he feared Daisley. Rather, it was simply not the time for a confrontation. The priority was to amass points. The final day would be the time for reckoning. Upon arriving at the second entrance, they found it similarly guarded, this time by representatives of two nations, the Island Nation and the Cold Nation, led by Shin Harasuzuko. It was indeed peculiar that two historically antagonistic factions from the White Eagle Nation had joined forces at this moment. Upon sighting these individuals, a wave of disdain washed over Qin Yan, and he commanded the White Yak charge forward. If he could spare the White Eagle Nation for now, intending to settle the score on the final day, he could not tolerate these representatives from the other two nations. Failing to eliminate them upon meeting would tarnish his path of virtue. Shinhara Suzuko felt a surge of anxiety upon spotting Qin Yan atop the White Yak. Gripping her katana tightly, she fixated on him, muttering to herself, "A few days ago I was bested by you, but my strength has significantly improved since then. I shall not be defeated again." As she took a step forward to speak, an imposing figure from the Cold Nation suddenly lunged forth, brandishing a slender blade and shouting, "Halt! Surrender your points." Shinhara Suzuko's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the man before her. Truly, the Cold Nation lived up to its reputation as a cosmic power, unmatched in arrogance. On the back of the White Yak, Qin Yan coldly regarded the large-faced man from the Cold Nation before raising his blood-soul blade high, unleashing a wave of devastating aura that bore down upon the man's forehead, declaring, "Die." Chapter 78. The first kill of the Fate-Bearer. Upon witnessing Qin Yan's formidable assault, the boy with the large face immediately recognized the folly of his previous assumptions. His error was egregiously profound. Such a powerful attack was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Terror seized him as he beheld the vast expanse of blade energy, hastily raising his weapon in a futile attempt to defend himself, whilst desperately calling for assistance. The bystanders, upon observing this dire situation, erupted into a cacophony, rallying to counteract Qin Yan's relentless onslaught. Yet, Qin Yan's assault was akin to the crushing force of a colossal wheel, mercilessly obliterating all resistance as it descended upon the boy's head. In the nick of time, a clever individual bellowed in fury, launching an attack aimed at the large-faced boy. This strike did not seek power but swiftness. A streak of light struck the boy, who emitted a wail as he was sent hurtling away. Even before he had settled on the ground, the blade energy thundered down, unleashing a violent shockwave that battered him like a leaf caught in a tempest, propelling him far from the fray. He soared over 100 meters before crashing heavily to the earth, blood spewing from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. His fate uncertain, Qin Yan then turned his gaze toward the nearby Shinbara Suzu, remarking, "Last time, I let you escape, but this time, luck shall not favor you." Shinbara Suzu's countenance darkened as she gripped the hilt of her katana, raising it before her. "Qin Yan, I was no match for you before, but I have dedicated myself to honing my skills, and I shall avenge my sister." As she spoke, a whirlwind materialized beneath her, enveloping her calves completely. Her silver hair billowed dramatically, while shards of ice, sharp as knives, danced and swirled around her. The sight was indeed striking. Sensing her formidable aura, Qin Yan remained unfazed. He roared in defiance, black scales manifesting rapidly upon his form, glistening in the sunlight. With hands resembling dragon claws, he firmly grasped the hilt of his blood-soul blade and propelled himself toward Shinbara Suzu with a vigorous leap off the back of the White Yak. He swung his blood-soul blade in a horizontal arc, unleashing a fan-shaped wave of blade energy toward her. Shinbara Suzu's eyes widened in alarm as the whirlwind beneath her expanded, allowing her to soar into the air, narrowly evading Qin Yan's strike. In response, she unleashed a powerful slash, divine might, chaotic blade slash. A rapidly spinning tornado surged toward Qin Yan, within which countless ice shards twirled like deadly daggers, gleaming with a chilling light. This chaotic blade attack, should any living being be ensnared within, would emerge as shattered as minced meat. Yet, Dealing with such flamboyant assaults was a simple matter. One need only meet force with force. Qin Yan raised his blood soul blade high above his head and swung down directly at the chaotic blade slash. The 30-meter-long blade energy enveloped the entire tornado, pressing down with immense force. A series of thunderous sounds erupted, akin to a rapid-fire barrage, as the ice shard within the tornado whirred like high-velocity gears, attempting to shred Qin Yan's attack. After a brief stalemate, the blade energy overwhelmed the chaotic blade slash, tearing the tornado and its icy projectiles to shreds. The blade energy continued its relentless descent, striking the ground and causing tremors as fragments of stone were sent flying, a wide fissure forming in the earth. At that moment, Shinbara Suzu's voice echoed from behind him. Storm, one blade slash. A blade of bluish-white energy, encircled by a tempest, surged toward Qin Yan's back. Infused with an icy malevolence, Qin Yan pivoted, delivering a horizontal slash. The crescent-shaped blade energy colliding with Shinbara Suzu's assault, producing a violent explosion. Seeing this, she deftly repositioned herself. Her speed had increased dramatically since the previous days, and she could now fly, affording her a distinct advantage in her conflict with Qin Yan. With newfound confidence and composure, she believed she could exploit his weaknesses for a decisive strike. After fending off Shinbara Suzu's attack, Qin Yan fixed his crimson gaze upon her. To him, her movements seemed to slow dramatically, allowing him to predict her next actions with clarity. As Shinbara Suzu darted forward, Qin Yan suddenly launched an attack from her side, targeting the very spot she was about to traverse. The blade energy surged forth with lightning speed, while her body moved in tandem towards the same location. If they continued on their paths, a collision was inevitable. The blade energy was unyielding, an inexorable force, while Shinbara Suzu, realizing the impending disaster, hastily attempted to slow her pace and alter her trajectory. Yet it was too late. Qin Yan's voice, resonating with a demonic timbre, pierced her ears. Great heavenly demon palm. An ominous darkness enveloped her, as she instinctively looked up, only to see a black-red demonic hand descending upon her with astonishing speed. The great heavenly demon palm struck her face before she could even react, silencing her before she could utter a sound as she crashed into the ground. With a resounding thud, Shinbara Suzu's body struck the earth, creating a substantial crater in the frozen ground. Dazed and in excruciating pain, she struggled to open her eyes, only to find the black-red hand returning for another strike. With another deafening impact, the great heavenly demon palm slammed into her once more, causing the ground to tremble violently, leaving a handprint over 3 meters deep. Shinbara Suzu lay within the imprint, her battle attire torn and her body drenched in blood. Qin Yan stepped forward, towering over her, his expression devoid of emotion, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. Shinbara Suzu, barely able to keep her eyes open, gazed at Qin Yan with a desperate breath. I do not wish to die, Qin Yan slowly replied, his voice low and gravelly. No one desires death, least of all me. Yet your kin wish for my demise. Shinbara Suzu continued. Qin Yan, I can serve you as a maid at your beck and call. Spare my life. Qin Yan shook his head slowly. Had your people not attempted to assassinate me, we might have negotiated. Now, I can only wish you a safe journey. A flicker of panic ignited in her eyes, and blood tears fell from the corners. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Yet, Qin Yan remained unmoved. He placed his hands over his chest, a black sphere of light coalescing before him. I shall grant you a death devoid of suffering. As his words fell, the annihilative light surged forth, striking Shinbara Suzu and consuming her entirely, shattering her existence. When the light dissipated, only a profound crater remained, with Shinbara Suzu completely erased, leaving no trace behind. Following the Fate-Bearer Shao Fan, the first kill of the Fate-Bearer was executed. Chapter 79. Perhaps you should consider pregnancy. As Qin Yan shed his Dragon Man form and cast a glance at the vast pit, he turned and walked away. At this moment, the students of the Great Xia, under the leadership of Ji Yao and Ming Yu, had successfully subdued the participants from the island nation and the cold country. leaving no one to catch their breath. Aside from 2 minor injuries, the rest of Great Xia's students emerged unscathed. Qin Yan was exceedingly pleased with this outcome, as it seemed his recent efforts in nurturing these individuals had not been in vain. Upon Qin Yan's return, Yao approached him and inquired, "We have collected the points from them. What shall we do with the remaining aftermath?" Qin Yan glanced around and replied, "Move them aside. I will send them a wave of annihilation shortly." Yao nodded and directed her team to clean the site, gathering the bodies together. Once everything was arranged, Qin Yan transformed back into his Dragon Man form and unleashed a wave of annihilation, leaving no trace of the corpses behind. They then established a defensive formation at the entrance, ensuring that anyone wishing to enter would have to surrender their points. Each person's points will be deducted threefold, allowing only a meager remnant to gain access to the Northern Plateau. The Northern Plateau was sparsely populated with wildlife, making the prospect of hunting other fierce beasts for points rather slim. In truth, the students from the island nation and the cold country had provided the most points, having plundered many others, yet the vast majority had now found their way into Qin Yan's possession. Over the next 2 days, Qin Yan and his team raided over 40 nations, acquiring points from more than 1,000 students. Their total points had surpassed 1 million, placing them firmly among the top 3. Although Qin Yan remained uncertain about the exact points amassed by the White Eagle Nation and the last guarding force. The White Bear Nation. During this period, several students from various nations, discontent with their fate, attempted to resist but were swiftly subdued, leading them to obediently surrender their points. By 9 a.m. on the final day, over 90% of the students from various nations had entered the Northern Plateau. The remaining few either faced unforeseen deaths or were still en route. Qin Yan decided it was time to leave, as he had little interest in the remaining few stragglers. He had set his sights on the points held by the White Eagle and White Bear nations, which controlled the other 2 paths into the Northern Plateau, undoubtedly accumulating a significant amount of points. With the Secret Realm's exit scheduled to open at 3 p.m., there were still 6 hours left, ample time for their next move. Qin Yan summoned the White Yak, saying, "Dubai, come here." The White Yak trotted over and nuzzled against Qin Yan. It had played a crucial role in recent days, its horns adorned with countless candied fruits. Qin Yan affectionately patted its head and addressed everyone. "We must depart from here." The students of Great Xia showed no hesitation and quickly gathered around Qin Yan. He surveyed them with satisfaction. They had become his loyal adherents. These gifted individuals, possessing formidable strength, were destined to become his trusted allies in the future. Qin Yan leaped onto the back of the White Yak, followed by Yao, Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, and the others. Once everyone was aboard, the White Yak let out a low moo and set off. As they traveled, Qin Yan glanced at Yao, who was seated beside him, and asked, "How are your preparations coming along?" Yao looked at him with confusion. "What preparations?" Qin Yan smiled faintly. "The engagement. Of course. I mentioned before that once the global elite competition concludes, we shall become engaged. Please do not tell me you are unprepared." Yao felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She lowered her head and replied, "I have no objections to this matter, but I cannot persuade my grandfather and parents. They will likely oppose this union, given their unfavorable view of the Qin family." Qin Yan remarked, "Honestly, I still fail to understand where the Qin family has offended the Jiang and Ji families. Most of our clan members are stationed at the border, and those remaining in Great Xia are primarily women and young men still in school. What grave offenses have we committed to warrant such collusion against us?" Yao kept her gaze downcast, hesitating to meet his eyes as she softly replied, "I never pondered this much until recently. After the last incident, I contemplated it for a long time and consulted with my grandfather and father. Their response was that the Qin family is too domineering and excessively powerful. While you may only have one martial god, if there were 2, the Great Xia would be entirely under your dominion. Therefore, the fault lies not with the Qin family, but rather in your overwhelming strength." At this, Qin Yan let out a cold chuckle. "It reminds me of an old saying, external foes can never truly destroy us. Only our own can. Only those within can know our weaknesses, and only they would seek our complete destruction." Yao pursed her lips, choosing not to respond to this assertion. Instead, she posed another question. If I return home and still cannot convince my grandfather and the others, what shall we do then? Qin Yan replied, perhaps you should consider pregnancy. Ji was momentarily taken aback by his suggestion, her cheeks flushing crimson. After a lengthy pause, she managed to regain her composure and shot him a glare, saying, that approach would be futile. If they are unwilling, even if I were to become pregnant, it would serve no purpose. Conversely, our child would undoubtedly possess remarkable talents, and my grandfather would likely welcome another gifted descendant. Qin Yan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of her point, as such is the nature of prominent families. After all, martial god families no longer need to rely on marriage alliances for gain. The presence of a martial god within a family naturally attracts others. With this thought, Qin Yan glanced at Ji Yunyao, noticing her still flushed face, yet her eyes remained clear and composed. No wonder the protagonist, Xiao Fan, had failed to win her over in the narrative. Turning back, Qin Yan took a deep breath and declared, if they remain obstinate, we shall have to take a more forceful approach. I will bring my grandfather, father, and second uncle to formally propose at your home. I am determined to marry you. The position of Qin family's young mistress must be yours, and in the future, the matriarch of the Qin family must also be you. Hearing Qin Yan's domineering and resolute words, a sweet sensation blossomed within Ji Yunyao's heart. The feeling of being firmly acknowledged was truly delightful. After traveling approximately 50 kilometers, they encountered a group of around 30 individuals, all exuding a fierce demeanor, especially the men, who were impressively robust. These were the people of the White Bear Nation, and among the three leaders was one whom Qin Yan had previously injured during a skirmish over the Qingmu dragon fruit, but had miraculously survived. Qin Yan assessed them and asked, what do you intend by blocking our path? A crew-cut young man stepped forward and addressed Qin Yan. The White Eagle Nation previously invited me to join them against you, but I declined. Since you spared Oslo's life, we wish to challenge you to a just duel. We will wager our points. If we win, you must surrender yours. If you win, we will hand ours over to you. Qin Yan nodded slightly, agreed. He then dismounted from the white yak, with Ji Yunyao, Ming Yu, and the others following suit, all brimming with martial intent as they faced their opponents. Upon witnessing this, the young man let out a thunderous roar as a radiant silver light enveloped him. He bellowed, everyone, charge with me. In an instant, Qin Yan transformed into his battle form and charged towards the adversary, commanding, all of you, prepare for combat. Chapter 80. The Frost Dragon King and the uninvited guest Qin Yan was the first to charge at the buzzcut youth at the forefront. A formidable opponent from the White Bear Kingdom, boasting an early 6th grade cultivation. The young man emitted a low, guttural roar as a layer of white scales enveloped his body, and 2 horns sprouted from his head, his eyes transforming into an icy blue. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly shifted into his dragon-human form, brandishing his blade and aiming a strike at the youth's neck. The youth bared his sharp tusks and wielded a hefty spear to parry Qin Yan's sweeping blow. A crisp clang resonated as both combatants stepped back simultaneously, having relied solely on their physical strength without channeling their internal energy. The encounter appeared evenly matched. After the initial clash, both fighters refrained from immediate assault, choosing instead to scrutinize one another. They bore a striking resemblance, both adorned in scales and crowned with horns, one cloaked in white, the other in black. The youth thumped his chest and proclaimed, I am Putiel, the Frost Dragon King. Qin Yan, upon hearing this declaration, shook his head slowly. What a pity. The Frost Dragon has not attained the status of a sacred body. Putiel grinned widely. What if I am not a sacred body? I firmly believe my innate talent rivals that of any sacred body. Qin Yan nodded in agreement. You speak the truth. I am Qin Yan, of the Demon Dragon body. Be cautious. With that, he lunged once more at Putiel, his blood-red blade gleaming ominously as it descended towards Putiel's neck. Putiel bellowed, come at me. He transformed his spear into a heavy club, crashing down towards Qin Yan's weapon. The clash of their arms produced a shower of sparks, the sound echoing like the ringing of metal against metal. Thrilled, Putiel's eyes sparkled with excitement as he propelled himself forward like a missile, wielding his spear once more as a club, aiming for Qin Yan's head. Watching this unfold, Qin Yan smirked. Indeed, the people of the White Bear Kingdom, known for their warrior spirit, reveled in such brute force confrontations. While he did not particularly relish this style of combat, he felt no fear. Gripping his blade with both hands, he positioned it defensively to block Puteal's strike. The immense force coursed through his arms, reverberating throughout his body and down to his legs. The hard frozen earth beneath him shattered explosively, his legs sinking deeply into the ground. With a cold snort, Qin Yan exerted his strength, lifting the spear upward before sweeping horizontally towards Puteal's midsection. Puteal's heart raced as he narrowly evaded the lethal blow, pulling his legs free from the ground. A hint of savagery flickered in Qin Yan's crimson eyes. Puteal, I shall not hold back any longer. Puteal's face radiated fierce battle intent. Good, bring it on. He initiated the assault with a thunderous roar. Holy Dragon Claw. With a flourish of his spear, a silver-white, frigid beam surged toward Qin Yan. Qin Yan uttered a deep incantation. Ninth-layered demon blade. Slash. He brought his blade down, unleashing a 30-meter-long blade of energy that collided with the icy beam, producing a cacophony reminiscent of two dragons in a fierce struggle. The thunderous sound reverberated as the demon blade's phantom crushed Puteal's attack, barreling toward him. Yet, Puteal remained unfazed. Roaring once more, Holy Dragon Horn Strike. A spectral frost dragon, 30 meters long, erupted from his back, roaring as it charged toward the demon blade's apparition. Lowering its head, the dragon's long horns collided violently with the blade, generating a deafening explosion that shattered the blade's form, while the frost dragon lunged menacingly at Qin Yan. Unfazed, Qin Yan simply transferred his blade to his left hand and raised his right fist, Nether Reincarnation Fist. An endless stream of black-red, demonic energy erupted from his fist, a blazing fist of light hurtling toward the frost dragon. Sensing imminent danger, the frost dragon unleashed a chilling roar and countered with a barrage of frost spears. Yet, these strikes were utterly inconsequential against the fist, akin to pebbles thrown against a locomotive. The Nether Reincarnation Fist effortlessly crushed the frost spears, slamming into the frost dragon's sharp horns. The sound of shattering echoed as fragments of ice flew in all directions, the dragon's horns splintering, followed by its head, and then its massive body. After obliterating the frost dragon, the momentum of the fist persisted, advancing toward Puteal. Realizing his defeat was inevitable, Puteal resolved to surrender with dignity. He roared defiantly, swinging his spear toward the impending attack. The enormous spear beam soared toward the fist, crashing into it. The fist trembled slightly before stabilizing, effortlessly pulverizing the spear beam and striking Puteal directly. He let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth as his robust form was hurled backward. Having defeated Puteal, Qin Yan turned to assess the battle's outcome for Ji Yuanyao and the others. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air as a firebird. Its wings spanning 40 meters and enshrouded in flames, barreled toward him. Chapter 81. The Immortal Phoenix Sacred Body. The final battle as the fiery bird approached from a considerable distance. Qin Yan felt an intense wave of heat wash over him, akin to stepping into a furnace. Upon spotting Qin Yan, the firebird reacted as though it had encountered a mortal enemy, folding its wings and diving toward him. A dangerous glint flared in Qin Yan's crimson dragon eyes. He discerned that this creature was not a living being, but a manifestation of concentrated energy. It seemed that someone had orchestrated this ambush, hoping to take advantage of the clash between him and Puteal. However, they were likely to be sorely disappointed. With a commanding shout, Qin Yan raised his blood-soul blade high above his head and struck at the firebird. The violent blade, aura, collided with the creature, producing a thunderous explosion. Fragments of flame erupted into the sky, resembling the most splendid fireworks. Yet, Qin Yan's expression shifted. He realized that the firebird's power was formidable, as his previous strike had only matched its strength. Although he had not employed the ninefold demon blade, his attack was comparable to that of an ordinary early-stage 6th-tier warrior, yet it had dissipated as if it were nothing. Uncertain whether the attack had been casually unleashed by the firebird or was a full frontal assault, he recognized that his opponent was no weakling. A voice filled with hatred pierced his ears. "Qin Yan, I will take your life." Turning to look, he saw Dai Li approaching, wielding a crimson long blade, flanked by students from the White Eagle Nation, with students from the Philippines trailing behind. Upon seeing her, a trace of gravity crossed Qin Yan's gaze, as he sensed a potent, oppressive force emanating from her. Dai Li's eyes brimmed with madness and vengeance. "Qin Yan, how dare you kill Alec and so many others? You must die." Qin Yan replied coldly. "Dai Li, spare me your nonsense. Do you not understand why I kill?" As he spoke, his eyes widened in fury, revealing a monstrous intensity. "It was you who sought to kill me first. Are you saying that only you are permitted to strike while I cannot defend myself?" Dai Li showed no remorse. "But you are still alive, aren't you? Those who wish to kill you have been slain by you. Why then do you still seek to kill Alec, Shinjin Suzuko, and so many others?" Laughing in anger, Qin Yan retorted, "Truly, you are a representative of the White Eagle Nation, utterly shameless. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall tell you, I deemed their existence a threat to my life, and I have never been fond of danger. Thus they had to perish." Dai Li's expression darkened further, her murderous intent surging. "Qin Yan, despite the situation, you remain unrepentant. I shall subdue you and deliver justice. Let us fight without further ado." Qin Yan interrupted her. "Do not seek to occupy the moral high ground with your absurd justifications." Gripping his blood-souled blade tightly, he declared, "History is written by the victors. Should you defeat me, your reasoning will prevail, but should I triumph, the truth shall align with my perspective." Dai Li slowly lifted her crimson long blade. "Let me witness the true extent of your sacred body's prowess." As she spoke, a melodic bird call resonated from within her, flames erupting around her form. Qin Yan instantly recognized her constitution and strength. She was the immortal Phoenix sacred body, boasting mid-sixth tier power. The Phoenix, a creature of Western lore, possesses the ability to control flames and is capable of rebirth through fire, making it a formidable opponent. With flames enveloping her, Dai Li raised her blade and commanded, "Flame Wing Strike." A searing blade aura, suffused with undying flames, surged forth to engulf Qin Yan. In response, he raised his blood soul blade, ninefold demon blade kill. A mighty blade aura sliced through the air, colliding with Dai Li's assault. In that instant, demonic energy surged, flames scattered, and the two blade auras clashed like the claws of two colossal beasts, neither willing to yield. A resounding roar echoed, reminiscent of thunder, as both attacks dissipated, erupting into a brilliant display of light before unleashing a violent shockwave that spread in all directions. After the exchange, both Qin Yan and Dai Li regarded each other, a fierce desire to eliminate one another igniting within their hearts. It was evident that Dai Li was also a wielder of great fortune. Though she was unaware of what that entailed, she understood that she needed to either vanquish Qin Yan or subjugate him. However, it was clear that killing him seemed the more reliable option. At that moment, their thoughts aligned. They set aside their grievances and focused solely on the singular goal of annihilating the other. Dai Li coldly commanded the students from the White Eagle Nation and the Philippines, "Attack together, kill him." The students roared in unison, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Qin Yan. Dozens of attacks surged toward him, while Dai Li remained poised, coldly observing Qin Yan. Ready to strike the moment he defended himself against the onslaught. However, Qin Yan disregarded the incoming assaults, seemingly having seen through Dai Li's intentions, his gaze fixed upon her. She was the strongest adversary he had encountered in the secret realm, and he could not afford any distractions in their duel. Just as the attacks were about to descend upon him, a thunderous bellow reverberated, and the massive form of the white yak charged forward, colliding with the incoming assaults. Its silver-white radiance shimmered like flames as it lowered its head and used its spear-like horns to shatter the incoming strikes. Some attacks evaded its horns and descended upon it, but were swiftly dismantled by Ji Yunyao and Mingyu, who fought valiantly atop the yak. Like a formidable war chariot, the white yak barreled into the throng of students from the White Eagle Nation and the Philippines, its horns piercing through several students as if they were mere candy. Amid the chaos, Ji Yunyao and Mingyu leaped from its back, engaging in combat with their foes. Witnessing this scene, Dai Li's eyes widened in disbelief, and she shouted in rage, "You seek death!" Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yan surged forward, wielding his blood-soul blade toward Dai Li. "Your opponent is me." Ninefold Demon Blade, 6th layer kill. The overwhelming blade aura surged forward, infused with a lethal edge aimed at Dai Li. Fury ignited within her. "Qin Yan, today you shall surely perish." Undying slash. A strike resembling the wings of a bird erupted forth, trailing flames like elongated feathers. Their assaults collided with the force of two explosive vehicles, producing a thunderous sound as shattered flames and demonic energy rapidly expanded from the impact. Yet before the tumultuous force could dissipate, Dai Li launched another attack, falling fire meteor. A deafening blast echoed as a fire-wrapped meteor, nearly 20 meters in diameter, careened toward Qin Yan, its flaming tail trailing behind. Qin Yan furrowed his brow, recognizing the ferocity of her attack. Refusing to back down, he raised his right arm and shouted, "Yi Ming Reincarnation Fist." A ferocious fist of light surged upward, hurtling toward the meteor. Chapter 82. Departure from the secret realm. A thunderous sound erupted overhead. Splintering flames danced like a spectacular firework display, beautiful yet perilous. After delivering this strike, Qin Yan gritted his teeth, raised his right hand skyward, and roared, "Star Shatter." The destructive aura of the Star Shatter coalesced with a resounding force, surging towards Desri. Witnessing this, Desri also cried out in fury as a colossal phoenix of the undead materialized behind her, charging directly at the Star Shatter. The two ferocious attacks collided once more. Though the duration of the battle between Qin Yan and Desri was brief, their onslaughts were relentless. Each move flowed seamlessly into the next, resembling a barrage of saturated assaults, with continuous explosions and shockwaves reverberating in succession. The hardened permafrost of the northern highlands was gouged, forming a massive crater over 1,000 meters in diameter. The violent impacts battered Qin Yan's body, forcing him to stagger backward. As the shockwaves weakened, he retrieved a Qingmu Longwa fruit from his spatial ring and consumed it. A surge of revitalizing energy coursed through him, replenishing his exhausted reserves. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hands to his chest, gathering a black energy orb in his palms. He then gazed at Desri, who mirrored his stance, a blazing violet-red flame igniting in her hands. It was evident that both were resolved to unleash their most formidable strikes to vanquish one another. Desri's expression twisted into a grimace, her eyes aflame with madness. "Qin Yan, perish. Ignite the heavens." A clear, melodic bird call resonated as the violet-red flames transformed into a diminutive phoenix, soaring toward Qin Yan. As it flew, the phoenix expanded, ultimately becoming a gargantuan figure with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. The violet flames emitted an extreme heat, scorching the ground beneath into charred earth. Qin Yan's gaze sharpened, and he uttered, "Destruction's cataclysm." With a resonant hum, a jet-black beam shot forth, so dark it seemed to devour the very colors of the surrounding world. Akin to a black hole, the destruction's cataclysm collided with the flaming phoenix, swallowing it without a sound. The majestic creature vanished as if consumed whole, leaving only wisps of dissipating flames as evidence of its existence. After obliterating the phoenix, the black beam continued its relentless pursuit towards Desri. A suffocating sense of mortality engulfed her as she perceived the approaching darkness. She was certain she was doomed. Desperate, she attempted to evade, but it was too late. The destruction's cataclysm struck her right side. With a swift motion, her right arm, shoulder, and a portion of her chest were obliterated, leaving behind an impossibly smooth wound. The beam did not relent, traveling far until it collided with a small hill, obliterating it with a thunderous roar. Wounded, Desri emitted a wretched scream, scrambling to retrieve a fist-sized red fruit from her left-hand spatial ring and hastily consuming it. In the next moment, violet-red flames erupted from her form, morphing into a phoenix that whisked her away into the distance. Yet, Qin Yan was unwilling to forfeit the chance to eliminate Desri. Once again, he brought his hands to his chest and unleashed the destruction's cataclysm. The black beam, like a flash of lightning, pursued the airborne Desri, causing the phoenix to dissolve instantaneously, with only fragments of flame cascading down like spent fireworks. Having unleashed two powerful destruction's cataclysms, Qin Yan felt the toll on his body. He was utterly drained of energy. He retrieved another Qingmu Longwa fruit from his spatial ring and consumed it, feeling a surge of immense energy replenish his strength. Moreover, due to the wood element of the Qingmu Longwa, it healed some of the hidden injuries he had sustained in battle. Mooing, the white yak approached, its legs as thick as wooden beams. Qin Yan looked up to see the creature's white fur stained red, most of which was the blood of foes, though some was its own. After all, the white yak had charged fiercely and absorbed the brunt of the attacks. He affectionately patted the yak's large nose and offered a petal of the ice crystal snow lotus, saying, "You've earned this." The white yak swallowed the petal eagerly, bouncing with excitement. The sight was somewhat unsettling. A creature the size of a bus hopping in front of him was indeed a bit intimidating. While Qin Yan rested, Ji Yunyao approached, her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Qin Yan, how are you faring?" Her words were laced with care and worry. Qin Yan shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." Hearing this, Ji Yunyao breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. The White Eagle Kingdom and the Phi Kingdom have been defeated. Most were killed on the spot, and a few managed to escape too quickly for us to pursue." A look of guilt crossed her face. "Qin Yan, this will cause significant trouble. Won't it?" Qin Yan responded nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I have prepared for these circumstances. I will handle it." Seeing his calm demeanor, Ji Yunyao felt reassured. "That's fine. If you can't hold on, be sure to notify Grandpa Qin. I will inform my grandfather as well." Qin Yan smiled, understood. "Don't worry, it will be fine. By the way, please allocate the points. I want 1/3 of the total, and the remainder can be divided among you." Ji Yunyao chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Rest assured, you will definitely be first." After distributing the points, they took a moment to rest before heading to the designated exit. By then, many had gathered. Aside from the deceased, nearly everyone else had arrived. Seeing the intimidating students from the Great Xia, others kept their distance, fearful of being targeted and beaten. Qin Yan paid them no mind, seeking a quiet spot to rest. At 3 in the afternoon, the exit opened on schedule, revealing a triangular portal towering over 100 meters. Observing this, Qin Yan immediately stood and declared, "Let us go." The people from other nations remained frozen, hesitant to move until they saw the Great Xia group enter first. Just as Qin Yan stepped into the portal, a familiar bird call echoed from behind. He turned to see a phoenix engulfed in violet-red flames rushing towards him. In the center of the phoenix was Desri, who had lost her right arm, both legs, and half of her torso. Qin Yan was taken aback. Was the undead phoenix's resilience truly so formidable? Even in such a state, she had not perished? In that brief moment of astonishment, Desri surged into the portal, her figure vanishing from sight. Outside the secret realm, everyone anxiously awaited who would emerge first. Qin Yu, a warrior on the cusp of becoming a martial god, was no exception. His gaze was fixed on the portal, for his only son remained inside. Nearby, Rod glanced at Qin Yu, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, Qin Yu, you will not see your son come out alive. We have laid a net within. He is destined to perish." Upon contemplating this, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction within, as he found himself eagerly anticipating the sight of Qin Yu's expression, one of profound anguish intertwined with anger, yet utterly powerless to change his circumstances. Chapter 83. Sanctioning Qin Yan? Soon, ripples began to emerge on the portal, and astonished voices erupted from the crowd. These utterances were in various tongues, yet when translated into the language of the Great Xia, they conveyed a singular meaning. "It has emerged." A flicker of excitement surged across Rod's face. He was close, very close to witnessing the expression of utter despair on Qin Yu's face. In the next moment, an immortal bird, enshrouded in crimson flames, burst forth, charging towards the nearest individual to the portal. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock and hastily stepped aside. Fortunately, most of them were seasoned teachers, possessing significant strength, thus managing to evade the fiery creature with ease. As the immortal bird landed, its flames dissipated, revealing the battered form of Daisley, who was left with merely a head, one arm, and part of her torso. Rod's eyes widened in horror at this sight. He yelled and rushed forward, cradling Daisley in his arms. Panic and anxiety etched across his face. Daisley, what has happened? Who did this to you? After his outcry, he swiftly turned and bellowed, Doctor! Doctor! Come quickly! We need help! Daisley was the most gifted and powerful individual of their White Eagle Nation. Should anything happen to her, he would bear the responsibility. Daisley opened her eyes, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. With her remaining arm, she weakly uttered, Great Xia. Qin Yan has gone mad. He has killed many. Alec, Fisher, and Derek are all dead at his hands, and I was wounded by him as well. Furthermore, he has slaughtered countless individuals from the island nation, Han Kingdom, and the Philippines, nearly wiping them out. Rod was momentarily stunned by her words, but fury quickly ignited within him. How dare Qin Yan act in such a manner? Was he seeking his own demise? In no time, several doctors clad in white coats rushed over with a stretcher, placing Daisley upon it and swiftly carrying her away. As she departed, she did not forget to warn Rod. Rod, martial saint, Qin Yan has lost his mind. He must be killed. Do not let him escape. Rod, maintaining a solemn expression, did not respond but gradually rose, fixing an intense glare at Qin Yu, declaring loudly, Qin Yu, you heard Daisley's words. Qin Yan has killed so many from our White Eagle Nation, the Island Nation, and the Han Kingdom. We must punish him. Qin Yu cast a cold glance at him. Why the rush? Yan has yet to emerge. Once he does, we shall ascertain the truth. As a half-step martial god, he had indeed heard Daisley's claims, but he remained skeptical. After all, it was common for the people of the White Eagle Nation to accuse others of their own misdeeds, painting black as white. Moreover, even if Qin Yan had truly gone mad and killed so many, he was still his son, and he must protect him. After giving Rod a sidelong glance, he nonchalantly took out his phone and began messaging Qin Shi. This matter had escalated far too much, and given that they were in the gambling city, the territory of the White Eagle Nation, he, as a half-step martial god, might not be able to handle it alone. Hence, he decided to summon his father for assistance. After sending the message, he pocketed his phone and gazed back at the portal. A few seconds later, new waves rippled across the portal, causing Qin Yu's heart to race. Could this be his beloved son? In the next instant, Qin Yan stepped through the portal, his tall figure emerging, followed closely by Ji Yunyao, Mingyu, Dongfang Bai, and others. Most astonishingly, behind them trailed a white yak, comparable in size to a bus. Upon emerging, Qin Yan immediately noticed the concerned expression on his father's face. Before he could utter a word, a furious roar echoed. Qin Yan, you have deliberately killed in the secret realm. I will have you apprehended for questioning. Rod radiated a blinding white light, charging towards Qin Yan like a bolt of lightning. His right hand poised to strike directly at Qin Yan's chest. This was not an attempt to arrest him. It was a lethal intention. Seeing this, Qin Yu's expression darkened, and with a cold scoff, he stepped in front of Qin Yan and swung his own palm. The thunderous impact resounded as Qin Yu stood firm, while Rod's robust form was sent flying backward, landing awkwardly on the ground and retreating several steps before regaining his balance. Rod, his face twisted in rage, shouted at Qin Yu, Qin Yan has killed so many, and you still intend to shield him? The teacher from the island nation, Great Xia 23, stepped forward, his eyes aflame with anger, declaring, Qin Yan has slain all our participating students, including our most outstanding, Kamihara Suzuko and Kamihara Yoshiko. Qin Yan must face judgment. Not only Qin Yan. Rod panted as he moved closer. All your students from Great Xia were involved. All must be punished. Teachers from the White Elephant Nation, Han Kingdom, and the Philippines also stepped forward, their fury palpable as they demanded. Qin Yan has violated the rules and killed. He must pay with his life. All students of Great Xia must be incapacitated. The sentiments of the Great Xia students reflected the nation's stance towards them. They were clearly disregarded. Their words ignited the crowd, who began to vocally condemn Qin Yu, Qin Yan, and others. Qin Yu, does Great Xia truly disregard us? Qin Yan kills without reason. He must be executed for fairness. Great Xia is too excessive. relying on its strength to commit murder in the secret realm. Do they intend to obliterate our nations tomorrow? Revenge is a necessity, a life for a life. Witnessing the fervent crowd, Qin Yan furrowed his brow slightly and spoke, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I do not believe my son would commit such acts without cause." "An investigation is fine," Rod interjected, "but Qin Yan and all your students must be detained. Otherwise, none shall leave this place." Qin Yan's expression darkened. It was evident that these individuals harbored ill intentions. If they were allowed to take Qin Yan, he would surely be incapacitated or even killed, with a scapegoat found later. Neither outcome was acceptable to Qin Yan. Thus, his face hardened as he coldly replied, "I have stated that we will investigate this matter. Please step aside, or do not blame me for being impolite." Rod, seething with rage, retrieved a large blade from his spatial ring, exclaiming, "Qin Yan, you must retain Qin Yan today. Otherwise, do not expect us to be courteous." Great Xia 23 brandished a great sword, chillingly stating, "Marshal Saint Qin Yan, if you refuse, I shall demand an explanation for my deceased students." The representatives from other nations also advanced, brandishing weapons, their gazes icy as they regarded Qin Yan and his companions. A smirk of derision crossed Qin Yan's face. "Rabble seeking to coerce me? You have miscalculated." As he spoke, he gradually unleashed a formidable aura, overshadowing the multitude before him. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Qin Yan's cold voice resonated. "You seek an explanation? I can provide it now." Chapter 84. Do you think I, Qin Yan, am easy to bully? Qin Yan stepped forward, standing beside Qin Yan, casting a cold glare at the crowd. Upon hearing this, Rod assumed Qin Yan intended to cooperate with them and accompany them for interrogation. Consequently, he ceased his antagonism towards Qin Yan, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "Qin Yan, you are still a man. Since that is the case, let us proceed together." Great Xia 23 regarded Qin Yan with murderous intent, determined to eliminate him to avenge the two finest students from their nation. The individuals from Han and the Philippines also harbored sinister glances, longing to flay Qin Yan alive. A flicker of urgency crossed Qin Yan's face as he turned to Qin Yan. "Xiao Yan, you cannot go with them. They will bring you harm." Qin Yan replied, "Rest assured, Father, I will not accompany them." He then directed his gaze towards Rod and the others, a hint of derision gracing his features. "I hope you can maintain your bravado in a moment." He retrieved his phone from his spatial ring and declared loudly, "On my first day in the secret realm, I was ambushed by over 10 assailants while I stood alone. To make matters worse, they were not even from a single country. Fortunately, my strength prevailed, and I managed to survive, even dispatching those who sought to assassinate me. I am quite astute and anticipated that you might fabricate excuses or even turn the tables. Thus, I recorded a video. Feel free to take a look." With that, he activated his phone, locating the recorded video and playing it at full volume, directing the screen towards the crowd. Most attendees were high-ranking martial artists, so even the small screen was visible to them. They witnessed the battered Naxini from the White Elephant Nation and Kamahara Yoshiko from the Island Nation answering Qin Yan's inquiries about their assassination attempt. Their responses were remarkably consistent, asserting that Rod, the martial saint, had coerced them into this act and that 4 nations were involved in the conspiracy. Upon witnessing this, incredulity washed over the faces of many, who turned to Rod, murmuring, "Oh my heavens, who would have thought it would turn out this way?" Rod and his people initiated the assassination, and Qin Yan was left with no choice but to retaliate. "We were nearly deceived by the White Eagle Nation. It turns out they were the aggressors after all. How hypocritical of them. Their actions are utterly repugnant. They excel at absolving themselves while shifting the blame onto others." Rod was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Qin Yan would plan so far ahead and record the video in advance. This turn of events shifted him from a position of power to one of vulnerability. Yet he quickly concocted a counterargument. "Do not be misled. This is all fabricated. The video is undoubtedly a product of Qin Yan's deceit, forced upon Naxini and Kamahara Yoshiko. He must have committed murder first, fearing punishment upon his return, thus preparing his alibi in advance." Then, he glared at Qin Yan with feigned outrage. "Qin Yan, I am astonished that at such a young age, You possess a heart so malevolent and thoughts so meticulously planned. You must have orchestrated all of this. You are truly a demon. Unintelligent individuals from other nations were swayed by Rod's words, turning their gazes towards Qin Yan, eager to hear his response. A cold smile crept across Qin Yan's lips. Rod, you have once again redefined my understanding of the White Eagle Nation. You truly have no shame. You claim this was my plan? Then what about this? Qin Yan produced several scoring wristbands from his spatial ring, coolly stating, my scoring device is equipped with a locator clearly indicating my position. Rod, these scoring devices were provided by the White Eagle Nation. Pray tell, why is that? At this revelation, Rod's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated Qin Yan would bring this to light. Observing Rod's expression, Qin Yu furrowed his brow deeply, snatching the scoring device from Qin Yan's grasp. Indeed, a small red dot flickered on it. He adjusted the wristband's position, and the red dot shifted accordingly, yet the target remained Qin Yan. This scene ignited a blaze of fury within Qin Yu, who laughed in rage. Well, Rod, you play the role of the thief, crying stop, thief remarkably well. You initiated the attack on my son, yet now you accuse him of murder. Do you think I, Qin Yu, and our Great Xia are easy targets? With that, crimson demonic energy enveloped Qin Yu, a fierce specter materializing behind him. In that instant, he unleashed his full power, the aura of a half-step martial god, unrestrained. Feeling the immense pressure radiating from Qin Yu, the crowd gasped, instinctively retreating. The other instructors from Great Xia also wore grim expressions, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. At that moment, everyone was convinced that the White Eagle Nation was indeed the villain making baseless accusations. They cast scornful glances at Rod and Jingxia 23, distancing themselves while pointing fingers in disdain. Rod, witnessing this turn of events, was filled with rage. He stepped forward, pointing at Qin Yu. What you say is irrelevant. The locator is merely a result of the staff's negligence, and the video is undoubtedly a forgery by Qin Yan, coerced from other students. I warn you, surrender Qin Yan immediately for our investigation, or do not blame us for being impolite. Qin Yu flipped his wrist, revealing a long spear of deep crimson hue, coldly staring at Rod. Impolite? I look forward to witnessing your version of impoliteness. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards Rod, moving with a speed akin to lightning. Appearing before Rod in an instant, the spear's tip aimed directly at Rod's heart. Rod, terrified, hastily raised his blade, positioning it defensively against Qin Yu's strike. The spear's tip clashed against the blade, producing a sound like delicate wind chimes, and in the next heartbeat, the weapon shattered into fragments. Rod, his spirit nearly fleeing his body, let out a panicked roar and moved with the swiftness of his life. With a thrust, the spear pierced Rod's chest. Mere millimeters from his heart, Qin Yu exerted a slight force, lifting Rod effortlessly before hurling him away like a rag doll, sending him crashing into an armored vehicle with a thunderous impact, the vehicle crumpling under the force. Rod spat blood, glaring at Qin Yu with hatred. Qin Yu snorted in disdain, addressing the leading instructors from the Island Nation, White Elephant Nation, and Han. Who else wishes to apprehend my son? Silence enveloped the crowd. Fear rendered them mute as they hastily retreated from Qin Yu. Fools! Qin Yu cast a scornful glance at them before turning to approach Qin Yan. However, before he could take 2 steps, a terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the encampment like a tidal wave, pressing down upon everyone as if a mountain rested upon their shoulders, making breathing laborious. Qin Yu abruptly turned his head, gazing at an elder from the White Eagle Nation soaring toward him. A hint of gravity manifesting in his eyes. A martial deity. Chapter 85. The opponent's martial deity strikes the elder from the White Eagle Kingdom appear to be in his 60s. Not particularly tall, but robust in stature. His sparse hair, hooked nose, and fierce eyes commanded attention. Qin Yu, why did you attempt to kill Rod? Qin Yu gazed at the elder without a trace of fear. Lord Barkton, why don't you first inquire about Rod's actions? With an air of arrogance, Barkton retorted, can you enlighten me on what he has done? Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Certainly. To put it plainly, Rod tampered with the scoring device in this global elite competition, installing a tracking device on my son's apparatus, and even sent assassins after him. Tell me, should I not be enraged? Barkton furrowed his brow slightly. He had just arrived, having heard that a significant incident had occurred, but he had not yet grasped the full scope of the situation. He was taken aback by these revelations. Just as he was about to inquire further, Rod's feeble voice cut in. Lord Barkton, do not heed his fabrications. The truth is that Qin Yan went on a rampage in the secret realm, nearly slaughtering all our compatriots from the White Eagle Kingdom, as well as students from the Island Nation, the Cold Country, and the White Elephant Nation. Given the gravity of the situation, I merely sought to take Qin Yan for questioning, yet Qin Yu disregarded my intentions and attempted to kill me. Rod's words made Qin Yu and his companions feel a wave of nausea. Qin Yu coldly regarded him, disdain evident in his voice. I truly admire your audacity. Even now, you persist in your defense, despite the irrefutable evidence. Enough, Barkton bellowed, then inquired, which one is Qin Yan? Immediately, a staff member from the White Eagle Kingdom pointed towards Qin Yan. Barkton observed Qin Yan and nodded slightly. Indeed, you appear to be a talented martial artist. However, your brutality in taking so many lives is truly reprehensible. You may very well become a fervent warmonger, and your existence could jeopardize the peace of the entire planet. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yan furrowed his brow repeatedly. This elder was being excessively unreasonable, failing to understand the truth behind the events and instead resorting to moral condemnation, leveraging the fate of the entire planet against him. While it was true that he, Qin Yan, was indeed a warmonger, he could not admit to such claims at this moment. Coldly, he replied, I will address you with respect due to your age, but you must not overstep. I am a victim here, the target of an assassination attempt. Are you suggesting I should passively allow myself to be killed in the name of peace? Barkton scoffed. You are merely making excuses. Even if there were attempts on your life, how many were there? Yet you have killed hundreds. Is that not excessive? Qin Yan no longer wished to engage in reasoning with him. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, how was I to know they were assassins? All I knew was that everyone was attacking me, and their intentions were lethal. I suspected they had been given orders to kill me, compelling me to retaliate. Whether they are assassins is not for you to decide. This matter requires investigation. Barkton replied coldly, you would do well to accompany me for questioning. If your claims are true, we assure you, no harm will come to you. As Barkton's words echoed, a smirk crept onto Rod's face, his gaze toward Qin Yan turning increasingly sinister. You wait, young man. Once you're taken away, I will personally ensure your martial path is severed. Qin Yu's expression darkened further. Gripping his spear tightly, he fixed a cold stare on Barkton. Should Barkton dare to harm Qin Yan, he would not hesitate to act, irrespective of the opponent's status as a martial deity. The representatives from other nations sensed the tension escalating and hastily retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire of a martial deity's wrath. From the White Bear Nation, Pewdire spoke animatedly with his accompanying teacher, his emotions visibly stirred. However, the teacher merely shook his head, leading all the students from the White Bear Nation away. In an instant, a substantial space cleared around them, leaving only Barkton, Qin Yu, and Qin Yan. With a cold smirk, Barkton strode towards Qin Yan, reaching out as if to seize him. Seeing this, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and thrust his spear fiercely at Barkton. You shall not lay a hand on my son. The spear shot forth like a blood-red lightning bolt, cutting through the air and aiming directly at Barkton's throat. The strike was fierce and unwavering. Yet Barkton appeared unfazed, allowing the spear to approach. Just as the spear was a mere centimeter from his neck, he tilted his head slightly, evading Qin Yu's attack. Then, he swiftly grasped the crimson spear, a sinister expression crossing his face. Qin Yu, you dare to assault a martial deity? It seems you too shall be taken for investigation. Qin Yu's heart sank. This elder intended to apprehend both father and son, plotting against them. Qin Yan narrowed his eyes at the sight. The White Eagle Kingdom was indeed playing a shrewd game. If they were captured, escaping unscathed would be exceedingly difficult. If they could avoid capture until Qin Shi arrived, it would complicate matters for the White Eagle Kingdom significantly. However, with the distance to Daxia, even if Qin Shi wished to come, it would take time. Surviving until then was the greatest challenge. Just then, Barkton shouted, his body radiating clusters of pale, golden flames. raising his hand to strike at Qin Yu's chest. Qin Yu, will you not surrender? Seeing this, Qin Yu hurriedly raised his spear to defend, shouting in anger, "Surrender my foot." A resounding clash of metal echoed as Qin Yu grunted, feeling as though he had been struck by a wild beast, stumbling back several paces before regaining his footing. He took a deep breath, expelling the turmoil from his chest, and once again regarded Barkton, his expression grave. Barkton, surprised that Qin Yu had managed to withstand his strike, remarked, "You actually blocked my attack. Quite impressive. You should know that ordinary martial saints cannot withstand my palm." A hint of disdain flickered across Qin Yu's face. "Do not compare me to the worthless martial saints of your White Eagle Kingdom." Instantly, Barkton's expression darkened. Such arrogance. Let's see how many of my attacks you can endure." With that, a lion-like roar emanated from him as he extended his hand, conjuring a fiery palm over a meter long, hurtling towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu roared defiantly, wielding his spear to strike at the fiery hand. A dull thud reverberated as the fiery palm shattered, sending Qin Yu flying several dozen meters. Barkton sneered, "Not bad, young man. But can you withstand this next move?" He raised his hand. A colossal imprint measuring 30 meters long surged towards Qin Yu, exuding an unstoppable force as he aimed to seize Qin Yu directly. The onlookers from Xia felt a wave of anxiety. If Qin Yu were captured, they too would surely face similar fates, and given the nature of the White Eagle Kingdom, they would undoubtedly be subjected to severe torment. Suddenly, Qin Yan took a deep breath, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. He summoned the system. System. Activate the 1-minute martial god experience card. Target. My father. The system replied, "Host, do you confirm allowing your father, Qin Yu, to utilize the 1-minute martial god experience card?" Qin Yan responded affirmatively. "Confirm. Hasten. Do not linger here." The system acknowledged. "Understood, host. The 1-minute martial god experience card has been activated for the target, Qin Yu." Chapter 86. The 1-minute martial deity. Qin Yu, Rod, Great Xia, and the 23 others gazed at the unfolding scene, their excitement palpable. With the martial deity intervening, victory over Qin Yu seemed assured. Once Qin Yu and his son Qin Yan were captured, they would relish in the torment of these two, rendering them unable to live or die. The mere thought sent a thrill through them, their expressions contorting into savage, bloodthirsty grins. At that moment, however, Qin Yu's face was taut, his eyes flickering with determination. No matter the cost, he could not allow them to seize Qin Yan. He would rather perish here. Just as he prepared to fight with all his might, an immense power surged within him, an inexplicable strength, magnitudes greater than before. The formidable Barkton, who had appeared insurmountable moments ago, now seemed trivial in comparison. This was the extraordinary power provided by the martial deity experience card, granting him the energy of a perfected martial deity, teetering on the brink of becoming a martial emperor. Within the realm of martial deities, none could vanquish Qin Yu. Curiosity flickered in Qin Yu's mind regarding the source of this newfound strength, but time was of the essence, for Barkton's fiery hand was descending upon him. Qin Yu lifted his head, the tension and despair dissipating, replaced by unshakable confidence. He raised his blood-red spear, sweeping it with a flourish, unleashing a beam of light that seemed capable of rending the heavens, cleaving Barkton's giant hand in two. With a resounding crash, the hand erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, slowly fading from view. Witnessing the spectacle, Barkton, who had previously been grinning with certainty, now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "What is happening? You shatter my attack?" Not only he, but everyone present was astonished. A martial saint had effortlessly countered the strike of a martial deity, particularly Rod and Great Xia, who had anticipated capturing Qin Yu, now found their excitement waning as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them. On the side of the Great Xia, a flicker of hope ignited among the onlookers. Moments ago, they had believed Qin Yu would be defeated and taken away, a fate they dreaded, knowing they would likely suffer the same grim fate at the hands of the White Eagle Kingdom. They had no desire to endure the absurd investigations of the White Eagle, fully aware that no genuine inquiry would take place. Only cruel methods awaited them. Barkton suddenly chuckled. "That was merely an accident. I underestimated you." Now, I shall be serious. The surrounding crowd bore expressions of understanding. This explanation resonated with them, for they could not believe that Qin Yu possessed the ability to contend with Bukton. Rod's enthusiasm reignited as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it was merely Bukton's oversight. As a martial deity, how could he fail to subdue Qin Yu?" Great Xia displayed a twisted smile, adding, "Let us now relish Qin Yu's desperate struggles before his demise." In stark contrast, the people of Great Xia felt as though they had just surfaced for air, only to be forcefully submerged, once more, suffocatingly oppressed. Only Qin Yan bore an oddly enigmatic smile as he observed the scene. Qin Yu, facing the self-assured Bukton, allowed a cold snort. "Bukton, you may find the outcome disappointing." A surge of intense, killing intent radiated from his gaze, an aura exclusive to martial deities crashing down upon Bukton. As this pressure enveloped the arena, all present widened their eyes in astonishment, regardless of their allegiance to Qin Yu, for they had never expected him to reach the realm of the martial deity. Yet, Qin Yu did not linger in bravado. Knowing that the source of his power might be fleeting, he resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, appearing before Bukton in an instant, thrusting his spear toward Bukton's throat. This time, Bukton was devoid of his earlier calm. Witnessing the drastically accelerated Qin Yu, he hastily attempted to evade. The spear grazed his neck, slicing through skin and drawing blood. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu transformed his thrust into a slash, aiming for Bukton's throat. This highlighted Qin Yu's extensive combat experience. Bukton, now gripped by fear, retreated but was still a moment too late, suffering a second cut to his neck as blood gushed forth. In less than a second, Bukton had faced two life-threatening encounters, cold sweat pouring from him as he spun to flee. Yet, Qin Yu's next attack was imminent. He struck Bukton's chest with a powerful fist. A concentrated burst of energy erupted from Bukton's chest, exiting through his back, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. Bukton coughed blood, propelled backward by the force. But Qin Yu would not allow him to escape. With another swift step, he pursued, lightly swinging his spear, sending forth a crescent-shaped blade of blood-red energy that severed Bukton's arm at the shoulder. After delivering this blow, Qin Yu refrained from further assault, retreating to stand coldly with his spear in hand. Deep down, he yearned to slay Bukton, yet he understood the implications. As a martial deity and a pillar of the White Eagle Kingdom, killing him would spark a war between their nations, drawing in martial deities and saints alike. Inflicting an injury was a minor affair, merely a blow to the White Eagle's pride, which they had long since ceased to care about. Moreover, Qin Yu now possessed the opportunity to ascend to the rank of martial emperor. He had no need to engage in a feudal struggle now. Once he achieved that status, rectifying the situation would be effortless. Qin Yu's display left all present in stunned silence, their minds frozen as they watched him in awe. The reality before them was utterly unexpected. They could scarcely believe that Qin Yu's strength had soared to such heights, effortlessly wounding Bukton. Qin Yan glanced at the time, noting that only 20 seconds had elapsed, and turned to Qin Yu, saying, "Father, there are others as well." He gestured toward Great Xia and the others. Qin Yu immediately shifted his cold gaze toward them. "Ah, I almost forgot about you. Now, how do you wish to meet your end?" Chapter 87. The Struggles of Ancestors. The enjoyment of descendants, the 23rd individual from the well, along with the people from the kingdom of white elephants, Imel, and the Cold Nation, took a step back in trepidation. The 23rd individual from the well, pale as a ghost, stammered, "Lord Qin Yu, we are completely unaware of this matter." He had no desire to confront Qin Yu. Even the martial saint, Barkton, had been grievously injured by him. If he were to face Qin Yu, it would surely result in his swift demise. Imel and the others were similarly stricken with fear, trembling uncontrollably as they struggled to articulate their words. Qin Yu, I advise you not to act rashly. Yes, this is the venue for the global elite competition. You cannot harm us." Qin Yu, however, scoffed disdainfully, stating, "You claim I cannot act here? What then of your assassination attempt on my son?" The 23rd individual from the well's voice turned shrill with panic. "Lord Qin Yu, that That incident was coerced by the kingdom of white eagles. It has nothing to do with us. Despicable prevarication. Qin Yu coldly retorted, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared before the 23rd individual from the well, his spear thrusting forward with lightning speed toward his head. The 23rd individual emitted a bizarre, high-pitched shriek as he desperately attempted to evade the strike. Yet, if Barkton could not escape Qin Yu's onslaught, what hope did he have? The spear gleamed with an ominous crimson light as it pierced through the 23rd individual's skull. With a resounding pop, his head exploded like a balloon, scattering bone, flesh, and blood in a chaotic spray. A timely crimson membrane enveloped Qin Yu, shielding him from the gruesome remnants, while Imel and the others, momentarily stunned, found themselves splattered and in disarray. Once he regained his composure, Qin Yu regarded them with a smirk. Now, it is your turn. Fear rendered them weak-kneed. The men from the Cold Nation even fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Lord Qin Yu, we apologize. We were wrong. Please spare my life. The others, witnessing this display, followed suit, kneeling and bowing. Lord Qin Yu, I am willing to offer compensation. Please do not kill me. I swear I will no longer target the Great Xia or the Qin family. I implore you, show us mercy. Qin Yu cast a cold glance at them. Had I known it would come to this, would you have acted differently? The assassination of my son has already transpired. This is an undeniable fact. Had my son been even slightly weaker, he might have perished. How do you propose I forgive you? His ire escalating, Qin Yu raised his spear and, with a swift motion, released a crescent-shaped blade of bloody energy that sliced toward them. Despair flickered in their eyes as they cried out in unison, "No, please!" Before they could finish their pleas, the razor-sharp energy cleaved them in twain. Though these resilient individuals did not die immediately, Qin Yu extended his hand once more, summoning a swirling vortex of crimson winds that obliterated them into fragments. After dispatching them, Qin Yu returned to his son's side. Qin Yan pondered momentarily before leaning in and whispering, "Dad, there is something you need to mentally prepare for." Qin Yu regarded him with curiosity. "What is it?" Qin Yan chuckled softly. "The vampire princess of the Dracula family from the kingdom of John has met her end at my hands, as well as that young werewolf from the wolf family." Upon hearing this, an odd expression crossed Qin Yu's face. No wonder a member of the Dracula family hastily departed just days after the formal competition commenced. They possess a bloodline connection. He must have sensed the death of the young princess. Qin Yan absent-mindedly nodded. "Perhaps." He continued, "Additionally, I have eliminated several individuals from various North African nations." Qin Yu's countenance grew somewhat numb as he looked at Qin Yan. "I say, Xiao Yan, couldn't you have stated this all at once?" Qin Yan reflected briefly and replied, "Aside from those, there doesn't seem to be much else. Or perhaps the others were insignificant enough that I didn't remember." Qin Yu sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "That is already quite a lot. Do you think your grandfather is on the verge of breaking through to the martial emperor realm? Hence you've let yourself go?" Qin Yan retorted with confidence. "Of course. My grandfather works so diligently for your sake. Why should I endure hardship?" Qin Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by his son's words. This young lad spoke with such eloquence. Yet upon reflection, Qin Yan had a point. The struggles of the older generation were indeed aimed at ensuring a more comfortable life for their descendants. If their illustrious lineage, replete with one deity and two saints, were subjected to bullying, what was the purpose of their cultivation? At this moment, a mischievous smile crept onto Qin Yan's face as he provocatively inquired, "Dad, what do you plan to break through to the martial god realm? We were completely unaware of this. Had you not defeated Barkton, we would have remained in the dark." Qin Yu thought to himself, "I have not attained the martial god realm. Rather, a sudden surge of immense power forced me into a temporary state of that level." However, he refrained from voicing this, considering they were still on the territory of the kingdom of white eagles. Thus, he vaguely replied, "It's a long story. We shall discuss it later." As soon as he uttered these words, Qin Yu felt the power within him rapidly diminishing. The formidable essence of a martial god retreating like a receding tide, soon vanishing without a trace. He paused in disbelief. Is it gone already? The duration was far too brief, barely a minute at most. He hadn't even had the chance to thoroughly appreciate the distinctiveness of the martial god's power before it dissipated, leaving him with a tinge of regret. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, that power did not belong to him. The fact that it had allowed him to resolve a crisis for even a minute was already commendable. He could not afford to be greedy. Moreover, he had briefly experienced the sensation of being a martial god, which would greatly assist him in his future endeavors toward that realm, potentially shortening the time required. Qin Yan also sensed that the oppressive aura emanating from Qin Yu had lessened, realizing the duration of the martial god experience had concluded. He then remarked, "Dad, since the matters here have reached a conclusion, why do we not depart? If we leave now, surely no one would dare stop us." Qin Yu cast a glance at Qin Yan before discreetly retrieving his phone, turning his head to check for messages. Qin Shi had informed him that he was almost there and urged him to hold on a while longer. Stowing his phone away, Qin Yu scoffed, stating, "Earlier, when we wished to leave, they prevented us. Now they are eager for us to depart, yet we shall not acquiesce. Xiaoyan, you must demand an explanation from the Kingdom of White Eagles regarding the assassination attempt on you in the secret realm." His words rang with righteous indignation. Qin Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was the case. Before Qin Yu had vanquished Barkton, they had been the weaker party, wishing only to escape this place of turmoil. Yet now, with Barkton gravely injured, they had become the dominant force, and it was their turn to retaliate. As Qin Yu and Qin Yan exchanged a few more words, a furious roar penetrated their ears. "Who killed my granddaughter?" They looked up, witnessing a surge of crimson light rapidly approaching. Within the glow, a colossal crimson bat flapped its immense wings as it barreled toward them. This was the elder vampire from the Dracula family, the sole martial god of the Kingdom of John, Old Dracula. Chapter 88. Do you think our Great Xia has no martial deities? As the old Dracula approached with alarming swiftness, the crimson glow intensified, staining half the sky a blood-red hue, while a heavy scent of blood permeated the air, reminiscent of slaughterhouse. The increasingly potent odor made the onlookers feel as though they had entered a sea of blood. When the stench reached its zenith, the old bat folded his wings and descended gracefully from the heavens to the ground. Old Dracula appeared to be around 70 years of age, not particularly tall, clad in a well-tailored suit, his white hair meticulously styled, and wielding a black cane, presenting the image of a venerable gentleman. However, his blood-red eyes were quite terrifying,